Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Disclaimer: an antivirus is just half protection online. It will not protect you from snoopers or encrypt your traffic. So get better online protection with NordVPN. NordVPN will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. Save 77% on NordVPN and get 3 extra months.
Walking into the building for the first time after the shooting was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM in HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
What's your financial future look like? At Pentelli Financial Partners, we help you shape it. Whether you're planning for retirement, buying a home, or saving for something special, our professionals are here to provide clear guidance and smart strategies. Visit PentelliFP.com today and take the first step toward a more secure financial future. The financial consultants at Pentelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pentelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-888-5226. 800-888-5226. 800-888-5226.
I joined the military for my kid and his mom. I miss my son a lot. One of the things with the military is tobacco, but I saw a lot of people try to deal with mental issues. Everyone's vaping constantly. After my first hit of a vape, I was hooked like that. Once I got back home from my deployment, I caught my son trying to hit my vape. That was it. I had to quit.
Isaiah started vaping to try to deal with stress and quit because of his son. Learn how he and other Californians are rising above big tobacco at undo.org.
Hi, I'm Lacey, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. And yes, I'm actually a jeweler. I bring dream engagement rings to life every day in our jeweler's workshop. When I hand set your diamond into your ring, I think about creating a piece you'll wear for a lifetime. I pay attention to the smallest details and treat every ring with the same care and craftsmanship, no matter the size or price. Come check us out at your nearby store. Our engagement rings are made with love from our hands to yours, because a friend knows your love deserves the highest quality. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Are you ready to finally make that dream a reality? Maybe it's updating your kitchen, paying down high-interest credit cards, or covering tuition. Your home is more than where you live. It's also your most powerful asset. At Unlock, we make it simple to turn equity into options. With a home equity agreement, you can access cash today without taking on monthly payments. Imagine the freedom to invest in your home, reduce financial stress, or finally start that big project you've been putting off. It's your home. It's your future. Unlock it today. Visit unlock.com to learn more about a home equity agreement. That's unlock.com to learn more.
Terms and conditions apply. Not all homeowners will qualify. Not available in all states. Actor Portrayal. Home equity agreements are offered by Unlock Home Equity Solutions, Inc. In certain states, NMLS number 2657081. Visit www.consumeraccess.org for more info.
Prescription products require completion of an online medication consultation with an independent healthcare provider through the LifeMD platform and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Individual results may vary. Additional restrictions apply at lifemd.com. Read all warnings before using GLP-1s. Side effects may include a risk of thyroid C-cell tumors. Do not use GLP-1s if you or your family have a history of thyroid cancer.
Confused on where to start with weight loss medication? 95% of LifeMD patients said starting their weight loss journey was simple. Go to trylifemd.com now and see the best options with or without insurance for Wegovy, Zepbound, and more. Brian was approved for insurance coverage and lost 100 pounds.
I love the fact that insurance covered almost everything because pharmaceutical prices are going through the roof. The first time I realized that LifeMD was working for me was when the hunger started going away. I never thought losing weight would be this easy. It's given me more energy. I would recommend LifeMD to anybody.
Nearly 96% of patients said they would recommend the LifeMD program to anyone who wants to lose weight. Get started right now at trylifemd.com. That's TRYLIFEMD.com.
Introducing your new Dell PC with the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps you handle a lot, even when your holiday to-do list gets to be a lot. Like organizing your holiday shopping and searching for great holiday deals and customer questions and customers requesting custom things, plus planning the perfect holiday dinner for vegans, vegetarians, pescatarians, and Uncle Mike's carnivore diet. Luckily, you can get a PC with all-day battery life to help you get it all done. That's the power of a Dell PC with Intel inside, backed by Dell's price match guarantee. Get yours today at Dell.com/deals. Terms and conditions apply. See Dell.com for details.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line. But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast!
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Sunny for San Jose today, going up to 81.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Rise. Wake up.
It's time to wake on up.
Wake up, wake up, wake up.
With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the morning roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
Let's go. You know what today is, folks? It is single-handedly the best show every Tuesday at this station. It's not even close. Tuesdays are the best on the Morning Roast. I love you, Steiny and Goo. I love you, Will and Dibbs. You got nothing on the Morning Roast on a Tuesday. Brian Baldinger, 7:30, Baldy's Breakdowns. Your San Francisco 49ers, after 7 weeks, are in first place at 5-2. Don't want to hear about the Seahawks. Don't want to hear about the Rams. None of that. Niners, best in the West currently. Bonte Hill in studio, 8-10. Talking more Niners, but also, Joe, we got a juicy Game 1 of the NBA regular season tonight, featuring your Golden State Warriors heading down to La La Land, taking on Luka and company. No LeBron, but we'll still be watching. I know, Bonte. It's going to be tough without your guy. Noah Eagle, NBC. You're going to hear... Yeah, I'm fired up, man. This could not be a better day in sports. Warriors, talking Niners, all of that. And hell, who knows? Maybe the Giants are going to hire a manager from college, and that would be historic. Good morning, Joe.
Good morning. Last night was actually a great sports night. You had the doubleheader in the NFL, which... I'm kind of in, kind of out on doubleheaders, but that Toronto atmosphere, I mean, seeing that crowd of George Springer having one of the biggest home runs in 30-something years for the Toronto Blue Jays was spectacular. I mean, even Joey Bat's home run a couple years back has nothing on that particular play. That was just amazing. And seeing the crowd go as crazy as they are, God, I truly miss playoff baseball. Like, I really do. I miss playoff baseball in my ballpark. But tonight, Lakers, Warriors, I mean, this is everything I've been waiting for. Luka Doncic, who was hand-gifted to the Lakers against the Warriors on opening night. I'm fired up for it. The Warriors have like a really good mix of old and young, I think, this year. And their young actually has just enough seasoning, I feel like. And at some point today, we're going to do kind of like the 5 top reasons why I love this particular team. And I'm fired up. But Joe, I know there's a lot of news going on, and obviously we referenced the NFL. We'll get into the Niners. I'm outsourcing to the parents out there.
Oh,
okay.
I'm a parent.
To the parents out there that are there. As a newer-ish parent, okay, I am in a crossroads. My son is now understanding how to manipulate my wife to get into the bed every single night. Sometimes it's at 1 in the morning. Sometimes it's at 3 in the morning. Sometimes it's at 4 in the morning. You know, it depends.
Oh, no.
How old are we, little guy?
He's about to be 2 at the end of November.
Okay, coming on 2.
I just don't know what to do in this situation. I love that I wake up and he's like in between us, but also simultaneously trying to walk out of my room like a ninja every single night. It tends to be very difficult. And my wife is super mad at me because I'm turning the little tiny lights on so that I could see while I'm getting dressed. And, I have to turn the light on if I'm going to change his diaper because I can smell the poop in between them. And I don't want a poopy diaper in our bed.
No, you don't want that.
I just don't know. I need solutions. So throughout the show today, if you have solutions on what we need to do here to get him to stay in his bed, look, it's adorable when I wake up and he's like, Dada, Dada, Dada. And I see this little alien head jump up in the bed and ever so, in the darkness, just like, God, it's so adorable. I give him a kiss. And I was like, don't wake him up. Like, he's up. What do I do?
Well, you're getting up. You can just say deuces because you have the luxury of just leaving early in the morning, and then you'll have to reap what you sow later on. Shout out Nick in San Jose. It's Warrior season. I expect to hear from you more, Nick in San Jose. But I'll say this. As a father of 2, Joe, you always do story time with
let's
Joe.
hear it.
Father of 2, hey, you know what? Enjoy the moments that you have right now is what I'm learning. Young Benjamin just turned 6. I always give my kids both because I'm very affectionate. I'm very physical with my affection. I give them kisses on the cheek all the time. My 6-year-old son, I gave him a kiss on the cheek. He says, ew, that's gross. He said that the other day. First time he said that. Every other time he enjoyed it. I was like, I hurt my feelings a little bit.
Ooh, that's gross.
He said that's gross. I was like, well, too bad. I'm going to be giving you a kiss on the cheek till you're like 80 years old because I'm going to be living to 102, Joe. So get used to it. But I'll say this. Enjoy the moments in the bed. That's it. Like them wanting to sleep with you still, coming in there.
That should just be a rule for life, regardless of kids in the bed or not.
Enjoy
the
it, man.
moments in the bed.
Enjoy it because there's going to come a point where they're going to be like, nah, I'm good. I want nothing to do with you. So that's my wisdom. Now, there are people where it's like, get the hell out of my bed.
That's not where I'm at.
I need my sleep. No, but I don't begrudge people that feel that way. I'm just telling you, as I'm watching my kids get older and older and older, I'm feeling more sentimental now than ever, even though they're not like 20 or 30. They're 3 and 6 respectively. Enjoy the moments.
It's wearing on me though, because it's changing my entire, like, again, I love them. It's the most incredible thing of all time. It's changing my morning habits dramatically. And I'm telling you, 5 out of 7 days, the last, 2 months, 3 months, he has manipulated his way into the bed. I'm creating a master manipulator.
Well, it's a manipulation sensation. That's a buck.
I guess the apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
No, it doesn't. But you know what? That's okay. It's up to Michelle to check both of you, it sounds like. Shout out to lovely Michelle this morning. She feeling better? I know she was a little...
The whole house is a little under the weather.
Well, you missed yesterday. We had the debut of the 2025 Chase Center menu.
How'd that go?
Oh, my God. Shout out Maria. Shout out the entire crew at Chase Center.
Out there?
Well, it was, Chef T as he goes.
Yeah, Chef Toussaint, yeah.
But we call him Chef T.
Yeah, he used to be at AT&T Park, and he's been at a bunch of different, I think he was at Levi's for a little while.
He was at the old school Meadowlands, not the current MetLife, but the old school Meadowlands. He was telling me all about it.
Great dude.
Oh, yeah, he's telling, because my mom's from North Jersey. He's very familiar with all that. He's an East Coast guy, so we shot the breeze, if you will, for a few minutes.
So what'd they have? What'd they have at Chase Center this year?
Oh, we got the burnt end tacos. We got the El Pastor. We got the
was that brisket, burnt ends?
Oh, dude, it was so good. We got the lobster risotto with the cheese. We got the prime rib.
Lobster Steven?
Oh, we got the prime rib. We got the porterhouse. You got your big porterhouse. I know you get the porters.
They serve a porterhouse at Chase Center?
Oh yeah, they do. With the peppercorn glaze on there.
Is this at the like specific spots in the arena?
There's different spots. There's the Cash Creek Club. They're opening up the Modelo spot. There's different ones.
Yeah.
They're big on the sandwiches this year. So they had a prosciutto grilled cheese sandwich.
Whoa.
With Dijon and pear.
Prosciutto?
Oh, the prosciutto. We got the.
I didn't know Tony Soprano was going to make an appearance.
Hot Nashville chicken and waffles.
Oh, well, I mean, hot chicken right now is just all the rage.
It's the best. They had the fusion cheesesteak with the Korean bulgogi.
Wait, say that again.
The Korean bulgogi, which is like,
I don't even know what that is.
We'll get it at Trader Joe's. It's really good. It's like a It's kind of like a skirt steak, if you will, but it's like a soy ginger glaze on a marinade. It's really good. And then they had the loaded cheesesteak fries, strong.
Yeah.
And it has like I don't know what to call it, like a Mexican crema on there. They had the poke bowls. They had Joe, they had everything.
Wow.
I got to tell you my favorite thing that I had there yesterday. It was the ice cream waffle sandwich. And when I tell you,
what?
It was a scoop of ice cream mashed in between two pieces of a waffle with candied bacon on top. And when I tell you,
I love candied bacon.
I'm not a big sweet tooth guy.
Oh, yeah,
I'm really not.
Yeah, once you stop drinking and using, you cross-addict into coffee and into sweets.
I guess I am into coffee more these days. But I got the 2025 Chase Center. The menu's
So was this a dessert?
It was a dessert, yes.
Wow, that sounds delicious.
Yeah, no. Ice cream and waffles is not a dessert. It was for
Well, you never know.
For lunch. And they had the root beer flow. They had it all. I say all that to say it's going to be a fire season at Chase Center, food-wise. On the court, absolutely. Off the court, getting the food, getting in the lines, it's going to be incredible. Shout out Marie and the entire crew at Chase Center yesterday.
That's really cool.
I saw our guy Bonte Hill, who will be seen in a few hours.
Oh, yeah?
As well.
Let me guess. Was Bonte there holding court?
The King was holding court,
and
yes.
was Festus there, and was he Festus feasting?
Festus was there. We hung out a little bit, talked Vanderbilt, obviously. Got to talk Sonny Gray, the knowledge of Sonny Gray, because he was there back, former A's pitcher. You know they're tight, Sonny Gray.
No, I did not know that Festus and Sonny Gray are tight.
Apparently, Sonny Gray liked to party. That much I learned yesterday.
So maybe he shouldn't have been the Game 5 starter.
Well, we're not going to talk about that. That's their
Or was that wild card game?
That's your guy, Sleepy Bob Melvin, by the way. No, that was not the wild card game.
It was the Game 5.
It was Game 5.
Yeah.
Shout out to those watching on YouTube, by the way. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a lower rate auto loan, apply online or just ask First NorCal Financing at the dealer.
Now, look, throughout the show, we're definitely going to be outsourcing any of your tips, tricks, or, wives' tales on how to just... He's got to learn to sleep in his own bed.
So why don't you just leave him in there, let him cry through it? People do that. I'm just saying. I don't do that. I never subscribed to that.
There's a threshold on crying.
Okay.
Would you agree on that?
Yeah, I was never like, dude, Benny would tear up just a little bit and the baby monitor would go off and I'd run down there. I'd run downstairs. I'd be like second kid, I was like, she'll get over it. But first time, you run down there.
Well, see, to me, it's kind of like a Draymond situation where he's in his crib and he's fired up and he's screaming and yelling and he's going at the crowd. And
shocked you looking at me, Dad.
But, as we're outsourcing, and I just want to hear from all the parents out there on what I should do. I saw a thing that you had sent to the group thread this morning regarding Brock Purdy. And it's Diana Rossini. And it's her giving an update on what's going on with Brock Purdy. And it was funny. We posted our conversation yesterday regarding Brock Purdy, and it came out during the game yesterday that there was a lot more nuance. And everybody in the comments section, because I went back and looked and just seeing that, hey, man, this video did really well regarding Brock Purdy's return to the field.
God bless you for looking at the comments on YouTube.
Well, no, I like to every now and then see what the consumer is saying, like whether they hate us or love us. Like, maybe it'll make me a little better or jaded or, toughen me up regardless. And people are like, this is not new news. No, it is new news. Before Sunday, we didn't know what foot it was. Every single beat writer had no idea what foot the injury was on for Brock Purdy. So we found that out. Every single person had no idea what the exact injury was. We knew it was turf toe, but we didn't know which toe was the one that had this, which ligament in that foot was the part that was messed up. And then him saying he has no timetable for return, that's a little different than, what Kyle Shanahan has led us to believe. Now, the part about being day-to-day, I guess in a way, he's been day-to-day for like 2 months since the injury was first revealed. But let's play the Diana Rossini information right now, and then we can have a conversation.
I got a Diana Rossini, via The Athletic on Brock Purdy.
The San Francisco 49ers had week 8 circled as this is going to be it. Like, this is when these two are going to be able to come back. So to go with where Brock Purdy's at, where he actually even shared with the broadcast that it's like very day to day. And it's true. We'll see what happens if he practices on Wednesday. But as of late last night, from a couple of conversations I was having, it's still really up in the air. He went through a workout yesterday on the field, and I was told that he didn't really feel that great. So we'll see how this progresses over the next few days. And he shared too how frustrated he is. He doesn't want to sit and watch this happen, especially after just getting paid. And it sounds like it's one of those nagging pains too, where it's just like you're trying, you feel like you can go a little bit more. And then when you push it, that's when the pain comes back. We'll see how they figure that out. And the same with Ricky Pearsall. Again, had it circled for week 8. It's just not definite as of right now on Monday.
So, I mean, there's many things that I think of regarding Purdy and whether he should play and what they should do. And I guess my setting is now like, dude, put this guy on IR and let him rest. If you look up, I'm not pretending like I got NFL experience, but when you look at any of these types of injuries, whether it's Lorenzo Neal, who we spoke to the day we found out what the injury was, or whether it's other NFL players who've shared their own experience, you need to rest. You need to lay off your foot. And I know that he wants to test it, and I know that he wants to play. And obviously, it sounds like he's chomping at the bit, and he's frustrated. This is why Herm Edwards said what he said about Ricky Pearsall. Sometimes you have to kind of keep these guys out of their own way. Sometimes you need to put the restrictor plates on them. And I think in this situation, if I was the Niners, I would have thrown him on IR. And I should throw him on IR. Give him his 3, 4, 5 weeks, whatever it is. I think it's a 4-week minimum when it comes to these IR injuries. I had said 3, 4, 5 weeks ago, hey, he shouldn't play in all of October. He came back for the Jags game. He obviously re-injured it. At this point, it's frustrating seeing him go out there, test it, maybe feel good one day, test it the next day, and it's not really that good. And then he's on the sidelines. And we're going through the same cycle day after day, week after week. I would just tell him, dude, rest this thing. Stay off your feet for 4 weeks. You're our guy, big picture. But for right now, we're riding with Mac.
888-957-9570 is the number to get involved. You can call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. And we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. So that's Diana Rossini yesterday talking about it. Here's what Kyle Shanahan, Joe, had to say to the media yesterday on his conference call.
Is it a reach to say that Brock is on track to start this week?
Yeah, I would say that is. I don't know. No one said that.
Kyle, what kind of the next 2 games are not on natural grass. Does that factor at all into when you bring Brock back?
No, not that I've been told.
And then you couple that with what Mac Jones said after the game, where he basically said, without saying, yeah, I'll probably be playing next week. Like in his own way. He's like, yeah, next week when we do this again.
It felt like a Ferodian slip.
It felt like it. And I don't think he meant anything by it, but it was almost like he knew in a way that, yeah, I'll probably be starting against the Texans in Houston as they take an L yesterday on Monday Night Football up in Seattle to the Seahawks. Seahawks 5-2, Rams 5-2, Niners 5-2, but obviously Niners undefeated in the division, first in the NFC West. So we have that. And then did you see what else happened yesterday during the injury updates?
No.
Another one bites the dust.
All right, guys. Injuries from yesterday. Renardo Green with his toe. We'll just continue evaluating this week. Ended up clearing turf toe, though. Jake Brindle has a hamstring. He's expected to miss a couple of weeks. And also, we found out that Huff also has a hamstring. Will also be in that same boat with possibly a couple of weeks.
Great.
Are you kidding me?
We knew the Jake Brendel one. We knew Renardo Green. Thankfully, it's not turf toe. But Huff, after the performance he had on Sunday Night Football, it happens every week now, it feels like.
Well, here's what I don't understand. How is Monday the scariest day of the week for Niner fans? Meaning the day after the game.
Monday scaries.
Like every single week, it feels like we've heard about an injury that we had no idea was coming, right? Every week.
And apparently, according to Shanahan, it was like on the last 2 plays of the game.
No, it wasn't.
When it wasn't, the Dane didn't. I know.
No, it wasn't.
They were up 10 points. Why? I know. Play to the whistle. I know you're supposed to. That's what just makes it frustrating. I almost wish he didn't say that in a way. Just like, don't tell me it was the last 2 plays. Just make something up. Like it happened, like, I don't know, the final drive where they were trying to like tie the game or something. Just don't tell me that.
Next man up can only go so far.
Yes.
And at some point, they're going to hit a wall. I mean, look, it's so admirable how much they fought this year and how well they've played. And I'm not giving up at all. I mean, this division, you watched Seattle last night and you see the Rams over the weekend. It's going to be really difficult to win the division. I think we all acknowledge that. This might be the best division in the NFC. We thought it was the North, but I don't know.
Might be the best division in football.
Okay, fine. Yeah. But to make the playoffs is going to be really difficult. So that's why winning that game was such a big one. And really, I'm looking at, can you go 4-4 over the next 8?
4-4 over your next 8. I think that is doable. We're going to talk to Baldy at 7:30. Brian Baldinger, Baldy's Breakdowns, Odyssey NFL Insider. We'll talk to Bonte in studio from 8 to 10. We have a locked and loaded show. I told everyone at the start, it's the best show on the station all week long. No offense to the Orange and Black Weekend Wrap, Sammy, but this show today, Baldy, Bonte, Warriors, Lakers, we got Mac Jones, Brock Purdy conversation. Niners are first in the NFC West through 7 weeks. How they got here, I have no idea. I want to talk to the people about it. By the way, this segment is brought to you by Surfside. Check this out. The Golden State Warriors are back. Cheer on your Warriors with an ice-cold Surfside. Only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. So it's easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside. Proud partner of the Golden State Warriors. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. All that and more coming up next on The Morning Roast.
Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Hey, Joe Spadoni here, talking about your Oakland Roots, who have their final game at home Saturday, October 25th against Lexington SC at the historic, and I mean historic, Oakland Coliseum. That's right. Come on out, show your Oakland pride, and enjoy the energy of a Roots game. Bring your boyfriend, bring your girlfriend, bring your mom, bring your dad, bring your kids, bring the whole family. Everyone will enjoy it. There's going to be a performance after the game by Ruby Red, plus fireworks. Go to oaklandrootssc.com to get your tickets today. And you can also watch the game on KTVU Plus or ESPN Plus.
Hi, it's Bonte, here to talk about River Islands, the most successful lifestyle community in Northern California. Speaking from experience, I know that it only takes one visit to see why. The schools are top scoring and built right into the community. There are more than a dozen parks, open spaces, and playing fields, and another dozen lakes for kayaking and paddleboarding. The town center is getting started, so you'll be able to shop, stroll, dine, and attend events, all right in your community's backyard. It's the good life. Come to life. Currently, there are 15 unique neighborhoods, each offering a different take on the Delta lifestyle. The choices are yours. In-home size, style, bedroom count, and location. 2 bedrooms to 6 bedrooms, 1 story or 2, even multi-generational suites. What's more, the pricing is as varied as the homes, with prices ranging from the $600,000s to well over $1 million. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. That's riverislands.com. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different.
Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
When your coffee game isn't strong, people can tell. Good morning! See what I mean? But at McDonald's, your coffee game is always strong. A medium caramel or mocha frappe, just $3.89. A medium iced coffee, only $2.79. Big flavor, cool refreshment, and your morning's back on track. Don't risk a weak coffee game. Keep it strong at McDonald's. Order ahead in the app today. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money.
legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
Brought to you by Stevens Creek Subaru. Custom order your next Subaru at StevensCreekSubaru.com.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly.
At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
The 24 monthly bill credits on Experience Beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended. Balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement. iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99, and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Globe Speed Test Intelligence data 1/8/2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
Pajemski out to Curry, pump fake, flyby, 3-ball, got it with the buzzer sounding! The shot clock was winding down. It's his 12th-3 of the night. He's got a 52-point game.
Bay Area, it's Stephen Curry. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game. Come on, Dub Nation, what are you waiting for? Download that Odyssey app now.
Thank you, Steph. You got to plug that Odyssey app. It's free. Steph knows that. He's got it on his phone.
I felt validated yesterday. I got a text message from my brother. And he was like, I watched the Bryce and Steph video. My God, those tee boxes are in the middle of the fairway.
Oh, God. Are you still talking about Bryce and Steph?
I'm dead serious.
Okay.
Also, Bryson was using a mini driver, not a normal driver. He was using a different head.
He was handicapping himself?
Basically. Okay. And so everyone's losing their minds about Steph out driving him. I mean, and it's pretty funny, though.
But that's credit to Bryson trying to make Steph come out looking good.
Bryson's a genius.
He is. He's marketing. He knows what he's doing.
He does.
All right? And we know what we're doing here, talking Warriors, talking Niners. We got Baldy 7:30. We got Bonte in studio from 8 to 10. That voice you just heard is that of Tim Roy, who you will be listening tonight, 7 o'clock tip, Warriors, Lakers. And you know what the best part is? You know, I got a bunch of people like, oh, where's the game? Is it on Amazon? Is it on ESPN? Is it on NBC? Oh, my God. Is it? No, TNT's not there anymore. Oh, yeah. Just go to 95.7 The Game. Download the Odyssey app. It's there. Every single game, Joe. We have right there. Tim Roy on the call. I love it.
I am a little, I guess, curious what it's going to look like on NBC.
I mean,
presentation-wise.
They crush it every time. If they crush it as they do with football, they're going to crush it with basketball, right?
I agree. But, like, the ESPN presentation, I'm talking about, like, pre and post. Like, I consume a lot of that stuff just because I have it on in the living room as we're playing around and you know, I'm playing catch with the little guy or we're shooting on the little mini hoop or whatever. So, you know, I probably consumed more of it in the last couple of years than I have the 10 years prior. So I'm interested to see what it looks like.
Well, so on the first game, because obviously it's the Thunder versus Rockets game one tonight, the defending champs taking on Houston at Oklahoma City. There's going to be ring night for them, so they'll get all their rings and it'll be all the pomp and circumstance, all of it. Mike Tirico's going to be on the call there. Reggie Miller, Jamal Crawford. We got Maria Taylor, the studio host. The studio analysts, do you know who they are for that game?
No.
Carmelo Anthony and Vince Carter. The Carter. And then...
I'm out on Carmelo, but keep going.
Why? Melo? Come on. Hood Melo?
Him, he's a lesser, obviously...
Hall of Famer.
What?
The Hall of Famer.
Okay, but I don't think he gives me insights. Like, is Tim Legler a Hall of Famer? No, but he's freaking amazing on TV.
No, he's very good.
He's amazing on TV. He does a really good job. Yeah. I don't think you have to have Hall of Fame resume to be a great broadcaster. Like Tom Tolbert at one point when he was doing ABC way back in the day was great. He was not a Hall of Famer. Totally. Now, Bill Walton was, and he was great, but he was like in his own little universe. Right. And so I don't think you need to be a Hall of Famer to be a great analyst.
So those are the analysts for that game. It's interesting. I thought it'd be the same studio analyst for both of them, kind of how they usually do it. But
Melo?
So Melo and Vince Carter for that one. Warriors, Lakers. You got Noah Eagle, who's obviously the son of Ian Eagle, but he's been doing a hell of a job for football. He had the Golden Dagger call for NBC when the Team USA beat France and Steph Curry hit that shot. He's also going to be on with Steiny and Goo at 12:15 today, by the way, courtesy River Island. So check that out. Noah Eagle on the call. Grant Hill alongside him.
I like Grant Hill.
Yeah, so that's going to be a nice 1-2 punch combination right there. You got Ahmed Fareed, old pal Ahmed Fareed, formerly of NBC Sports Bay Area.
Mr. Connecticut.
That's right. And shout out Bristol. And then his studio analyst is going to be T-Mac Tracy McGrady. How do you feel about Tracy McGrady?
Ahmed Fareed's so funny. Like, I remember when he came to this market and he tried to sell me on how he's this big Giants fan. It's like, dude, you're not a Giants fan. Nothing chaps me more than when person moves to the Bay and 5 minutes later pretends like they're the biggest, Warrior, Niner, Giant homer of all time. When I know, dude, you're going to take a flight somewhere else and be in another market and be pulling for that team at some point. Ahmed Fareed, nice guy, but Jesus, just laid it on so thick.
I mean, I am the biggest Warriors. Biggest Warriors fan at this station, as you all know. And I was the only one that believed in the 49ers in the NFC at the start of the season. Remember that, Sammy? You remember. We all do.
Yeah,
5-2.
Sure.
7 weeks. First in the
You're
NFC
gonna
West.
love Gabe Kapler, Giants fans. Just trust me on that. Remember when he said that?
Hey.
Look at Sam smiling.
I did love Gabe Kapler when we interviewed him once upon a time. Yeah, but I'm telling you, I loved Gabe for the interviews. On the field is whatever, but the interviews are great. So there you go. Those are the broadcasting peeps for tonight's game on NBC/Peacock.
I've seen a lot of this regarding the NBA. Paul Pierce put out a ton of videos right now. Paul Pierce is so delusional. Delusional.
Were there scantily clad women in the background?
No, but him and Shannon Sharp did this long sit-down podcast interview, and I think what the problem is with some of these super great players is that they think that their you-know-what doesn't stink, and they have a very difficult time analyzing fairly, the entire league or other players. And I think that's what makes Kenny Smith and Charles Barkley and even Shaq to a lesser degree, they're so comfortable with who they are and what they've accomplished or haven't accomplished that they're able to sit back and be able to assess things in a reasonable fashion. And I don't know, man. This is why I look, Orlovsky was on the NFL broadcast last night. I don't know if you were listening to
him, Chris Fowler, and Louis Riddick.
He can be a lot, Orlovsky, but I actually really like his quarterback brain. Now, was he a great player? No. But he was good enough to make it to the NFL and clearly understands things on a whiteboard and really understands things from the cerebral quarterback point of view. And I think he brings a lot to the table when he's on television. I think about the analysts that I love here locally. Why is Mike Krukow so great? Because Mike Krukow gives you so many insights from the pitcher's point of view.
And he's also funny. He's personable. Yeah. He does all those things. You feel like I could hang out and watch a game because baseball is so unique, too.
Sure.
Where you got to have a personality.
Sure.
It could be a long game out there. You got to be able to laugh at yourself.
I think there's an aw-shucksness to him that Tim Legler also possesses. Yeah. That's why I really love Tim Legler.
And now he's going to be on the A team. Obviously, Doris Burke going to be bumped to the B team. It's going to be Richard Jefferson, Tim Legler, and the Hall of Fame worthy Mike Breen for ESPN going forward.
I'm pumped for it, though.
No, I'm open-minded to all this, Amazon included. I am going to be loving the 4K definition on Peacock. That's going to be very nice.
Well, you know my theory on that. It's we all bought 4 and 8K televisions, and we haven't been able to use them but 2 times a year. It's ridiculous. How is every college football game on 4K, and then the NFL, Major League Baseball, and NBA can't be? It's ridiculous.
And I'm glad you brought up all the different broadcasters because people were going at, I think it was, who was it? Ben Johnson, Caleb Williams, going at my guy Troy Aikman because Troy Aikman was being just a little too critical of their plays and their touchdowns. Get over it. Stop paying attention to what the broadcasters are saying. That means you're listening to the outside noise, and that's a red flag for me for the Chicago Bears. I'm just going to say it. Troy Aikman, he doesn't give a rat's ass, as Steiny would say, about how you feel Caleb Williams, how you feel Ben Johnson. He's going to keep it a buck, and that's what, shout out Joe Buck, and he's going to be the best in the business, and he's going to keep doing what he's doing, and he's going to keep it real. That's why I love Troy Aikman. That's why you love him. That's why you like the Brandel Chambleys if you're going golf. That's why you like
Brandel's a little much.
Okay, but he keeps it real more often than not, but maybe too much.
I think he's allowed his politics to seep into, and when I mean politics, I'm talking about PGA versus Live, has affected how he views certain people.
Sure. And you know what? That goes way beyond the hierarchy.
It would be like if the NBA split into two different leagues and there was a Saudi Arabian basketball league. And then you had Charles Barkley caping up for the NBA because, the NBA is the pure league.
Well, don't worry. We got the flag football league with Kyle Shanahan and Christian McCaffrey next year, right? Well, hopefully they're going to be, Christian McCaffrey will be healthy enough for that. George Kittle will be healthy enough for that. Who is it? Kittle? Fred Warner. Was he a part of it? I don't think he's going to be able to be there next year, right?
I don't know about that. Yeah. You brought up the Niners there. I just have a quick question.
Please.
What do you think Kyle Shanahan wants at quarterback this weekend? Like right now, do you think he
a deep
cares?
Breath right there. Oh my goodness.
Do you think he cares that Brock's out? I'm not saying he doesn't like Brock. He likes Brock. Like we all know he likes Brock. He wouldn't have given him the money if he didn't like him. He also likes Mac Jones, right? Right now, given where everything's going, do you think he cares one way or the other who's the quarterback?
I think he is enjoying the ride with Mac Jones right now, and I don't believe he is antsy to get Brock Purdy onto the field. I don't think he is rushing this thing. Brock might be. I mean, you heard it from Diana Rossini. He's trying to get out there. He's frustrated as all hell. He tried to work out, not feeling great. He's doing his best to get onto that field. Kyle Shanahan's like, you're not feeling great. Stay out, Brock. We're good right now. Mac's doing fine. I don't think there's any rush from Kyle Shanahan's perspective to get Brock Purdy back on the field and starting regular season games. Do you agree with that?
I do, but I think people will interpret that, the Purdy stands are going to interpret that as you think Shanahan doesn't like Purdy. And I actually don't think that at all. I just think right now, the way the team's going, things are going well. And they're kind of figuring things out, and they're doing a lot with not a lot of roster talent.
It's actually not about Purdy at all. In fact, it's more about Mac Jones and how he's
That's how you view it?
That's how I view it.
Yeah,
It's
I think so too.
Hey, Mac's doing pretty good right now. We don't need to force Brock. This is clearly going to be an injury. I think we all know right now, and we're up against it. This injury is going to last all season.
It
just is. It's lingering. It's here to stay. Niner fans.
If Purdy's injury does last all year and he doesn't play, but let's say maybe one game, okay, hypothetically one game, and then he gets put back on the shelf, can they win the division with Mac Jones? How far can this go?
888-957-9570. I'll answer that question on the other side. Hey, it's the morning roast. We're shutting Brock Purdy down, Niner fans. We're doing that. Now, the Niners aren't, but for the sake of the argument, the morning roast is shutting down Brock Purdy. Mac is your guy going forward. You winning with Mac Jones? And how much are you winning with Mac Jones? You winning the division? You winning a playoff game? What say you, Niner fans? 888-957-9570. Same number to call or text. The Boxer and Gerson work injuries text line. We're going to answer that question on the other side. Tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage, brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. And that's what's coming up in the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank, which is here for you and here for good.
It all starts tonight. Your Golden State Warriors open the season against the Lakers.
Curry gets an open three, looking down the way. Tie game!
It's a full season of Jimmy Butler with Steph Curry and Draymond Green.
Back cut Butler. Layup is good and a foul! He got fouled by Dunn!
Warriors-Lakers. It all starts tonight at 7. Pre-game starts at 6.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry. You're listening to the home of every Warriors game, 95.7 The Game.
Hi, it's Bonte, here to talk about River Islands, the most successful lifestyle community in Northern California. Speaking from experience, I know that it only takes one visit to see why. The schools are top scoring and built right into the community. There are more than a dozen parks, open spaces, and playing fields, and another dozen lakes for kayaking and paddleboarding. The town center is getting started, so you'll be able to shop, stroll, dine, and attend events, all right in your community's backyard. It's the good life. Come to life. Currently, there are 15 unique neighborhoods, each offering a different take on the Delta lifestyle. The choices are yours. In-home size, style, bedroom count, and location. 2 bedrooms to 6 bedrooms, 1 story or 2, even multi-generational suites. What's more, the pricing is as varied as the homes, with prices ranging from the $600,000s to well over $1 million. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. That's riverislands.com. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
The NBA season tips off, and so does DraftKings' newest fantasy game. DraftKings Pick 6 is the easiest way to play for big wins, with every possession giving you a shot at real money. Here's how to play. Just pick more or less on 2 or more stats, and unlock the upside every game brings. The better your picks, the bigger your payout. Pick 6 is available in your state. Plus, new DraftKings customers can get $50 in bonus picks with just a $5 entry on your first pick set. Don't just watch basketball, cash in. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app now and use code THEGAME. That's code THEGAME. Play just $5, get $50 in Pick 6 bonus picks. Make the call. Ride the upside. In partnership with DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. 1 per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Pick 6 bonus picks that expire in 14 days. Limited time offer. See terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
Rake in the savings this fall and get rewarded with Milgard windows and doors. For a limited time, receive up to $135 back per qualifying windows and patio doors when you buy from Dolan Lumber Windows and Doors. But hurry, this offer ends December 8th. Upgrade your home with energy-efficient windows and patio doors designed for lasting comfort and style. Don't miss out. Visit DolanLumber.com or call 801-609-9275 today.
Toyota's legendary truck event is on, and the deals are legendary. Get low APR plus 500 bonus cash on 2025 Tacoma, or get a low-cost lease on Tacoma Double Cab, or get low APR or up to $3,000 cash back on 2025 Tundra. Get to your Toyota dealer now, because this truck event is gonna be Toyota. Let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit. Cashback available through TMNA and cannot be combined with other offers. Ends 11/3/25.
Hey, it's Mark Willard from 95.7 The Game. Look, when life hits you hard, and it happens, could be an accident, an injury, you need to hit back harder. You need a fierce team that knows the insurance game and refuses to back down. That's why I trust Omar Habas and the entire Habas Law team. For over 40 years, Habas Law has gone head-to-head with insurance companies, winning medical care, financial support, and real justice, and Habas doesn't get paid unless you do. Visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they'll fight to make it right.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS, or go to carsforkids.com. That's cars with a K.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Hey, it's Brian Baldinger. At the Home Depot, Makita tools are built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts, who know the job's only done when it's done right. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year, performance that pays off. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Durant, back to Curry, dancing on Batum, over the double team. Oh! It's a golden dagger! Night! Curry, unconscious in the fourth.
Bay Area, it's Stephen Curry. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios on 95.7 The Game.
Damn right, Steph. It's the Olympic gold medalist right there. Gold-blooded Stephen Curry taking on another golden team tonight in Los Angeles against the Lakers. All that coverage, pre, post, we got it all right here. Your home for the Warriors, 95.7 The Game. And if you're watching on the television side, but we would appreciate if you simulcasted both of them, so you can watch the game but listen to Tim Roy. But if you can't do that, you can watch the game on Peacock. Noah Eagle, who we just heard right there on the call for NBC Sports, is going to be on it tonight. And you can listen to him on our airwaves with Steiny and Goo at 12:15. He's going to be a guest on their show. Noah Eagle, a rising star in the game, Joe, right now. And that was, I think, Dwayne Wade alongside him when that shot. It is up there with some of his most iconic moments, right? Like when they put the career video together of Stephen Curry, and don't worry, Warriors fans, it's not over yet. We're still expecting, playoff run here for this Golden State Warriors teams. We'll get into expectations with Bonte, who's going to be in studio with us from 8 to 10 for sure. But that's going to be part of that montage. That golden dagger shot, beating France in Paris the way they did. It's all time.
Yeah.
Just is.
Especially with Durant and LeBron on the floor with him. I mean, it was remarkable.
Steve Kerr, the head coach, right? Yeah, all of it.
It was amazing. Yeah. And, I always talk about this, but as a non-Laker fan, I despised Kobe. Respected him, but despised Kobe and the Lakers for so many years. Ultimate respect, though, because I know that he squeezed every ounce out of his body. When he was on the Redeem team, it was the first time I was ever able to root for him, because it was like, wow, Kobe is now on my team, Team USA. I know it's in vogue to hate on America. I don't. I love America. What? It's given me a great life. And so I root for the USA team, except in golf. I root for the Europe in the Ryder Cup.
I have a question after all this is done, by the way. Continue.
But I root for, Team USA basketball. I'm not one of these I want to see them lose. And so when Kobe was able to play under the USA jersey, and my appreciation and my respect for him went through the roof. And I think a lot of non-Warrior fans, non-Steph Curry fans, for the first time were able to root for Steph Curry because he was wearing a USA jersey and it was the team that they were rooting for. And I think they understood the joy and the thrill of watching that guy just hoist these rainbow shots over 7-footers. I think America finally got a tiny little glimpse into what it was like to be a Warrior fan.
Oh, and it was great. And if you followed social media along all of that, Twitter, Instagram, everyone was going nuts saying, wow, this is what it feels like to root for Steph Curry.
Yeah.
And, Warriors fans this year, and we're going to get into it a little bit later because I know we're talking 49ers football, but just my appreciation level for Steph right now, and just that's how I'm going into this season, into this Warriors game 1 tonight against the Lakers. Just appreciation for Steph and what he's doing, what he's going to continue to do, and just watching this season through that lens of appreciation and just hoping his body can stay up, because that's really going to be the question ultimately with this team is the health. Those three quote-unquote old guys in the NBA, 35 and older, Jimmy, Draymond, and ultimately Stephen Wardell Curry.
Don't forget Al Horford.
Now, you said you're always Team USA no matter what, and I am too. I'm loyal to the soil, baby.
Except Ryder Cup.
Well, I mean, we got a team from Canada in the World Series, Joe, going up against an American team in the Los Angeles
Dodgers.
Yeah,
but LA's not, it's not a part of real America.
Wow.
Yeah. Hate LA.
Wow. Okay.
I hate LA.
I had to put you on the spot. Okay, so.
Oh, yeah. Canada's our only hope.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's not Team USA always, is what you're saying.
No, in certain circumstances, I root for the team that's going up against whoever's going up against LA.
Okay. You know what? I respect the pettiness. I do.
Yeah, no, you have to. Like, my algorithm for fandom is a little obscure.
Okay. Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. I want to know where Niner fans are at when it comes to their fandom right now, because how could you not be a fan of what Mac Jones has been able to do with this team, right? It's one of the most incredible stories. If it wasn't for Daniel Jones in Indiana and for the Indianapolis Colts, Indiana Jones, I have to say it, what he's been able to do, the story would be Mac Jones. It just would be.
I still think it is. Like, it's all of those guys. It's the redeem. Like Sam Darnold last night. Sam Darnold's having a hell of a year again. He is. Like a hell of a year
Jackson
again.
Smith and Jigba has been unbelievable. That connection, I guess that we were all sleeping on heading into the season.
I think just in sports in general, we're so quick to turn on young talent. As we talk about the Warriors, Kaminga, there was a time when Steph Curry, although the numbers look good, people were doubting Steph Curry and like giving him a 4-year, $44 million contract. I just think we give up too quickly in sports on certain players. I gave up on Elliot Ramos a couple years ago, had 2 back-to-back really good seasons. And I look at like CJ Stroud. We anointed him a little probably too prematurely, and he's fallen back to earth. That doesn't mean I'm going to throw him away. So Darnold having a monster year. Daniel Jones having a monster year. Yeah. Obviously Baker, he lost last night, but he's having a monster year. And now Mac Jones.
I know.
It really is crazy.
It really is. And I want to hear from the Niner fans at 888-957-9570. We're talking about the Morning Roast is making an executive decision this morning. Spadoni and Shasky, we're putting Brock Purdy on ice and saying, you know what, Brock? Get healthy.
Yes.
Stay over there. Go on IR. We're shutting you down, Brock. We're making the executive decision. So if that's the case and Mac is the guy going forward, Niner fans, what's the ceiling for this team? If Mac is the guy the rest of the season, what is the ceiling for the San Francisco 49ers? 888-957-9570. We got Mario in San Rafael that wants to kick things off, Joe.
Love San Rafael.
It's me, Mario. Yahoo! What's up, Mario?
Hey, Shasky. Hey, Spadoni. This is how it ends. Heartbreak. We go to the playoffs with Mac. No doubt about it. He's been great. But I'm sorry, he's not going to be able to take us over the hump. He can't move. Okay, you take a look at how the quarterbacks that win, they either get the ball out right away or they just do that side step. 1, 2, get the ball out just when you think they're going to get tackled, and that's it. Unfortunately, this is going to end in heartbreak for us. Lastly, Shasky, as a 90s kid, I think you'd appreciate this. We're going to see tonight something we never experienced in our childhood. The Warriors on NBA, on NBC, with the jingle, with us winning. We never got that as kids. Tonight, it all changes.
It's such a great call. I remember when I used to watch Peter Vesey on Sunday. It would be like the 9 o'clock Sunday morning game. I don't even know if you guys.
Oh, it's great.
Like the 90s, and I know the boss man's here today, and he's a little older. Me and him were basically spooning over the 92 and 93.
That's an image.
Toronto Blue Jays. I think of Peter Vesey and coming out of the locker room right now or the New York Knicks with Patrick Ewing and John Starks and Charles Oakley. Like, this jingle, it makes the hair on my arm stand up. And the Warriors never, ever, ever had a Sunday matinee matchup, ever.
And now they're going to.
It was the Bulls. It was the Pacers. It was the Knicks. It would be the Miami Heat sometimes. It would be the Lakers, the Portland Trailblazers, maybe even the Phoenix Sun. It was never the Warriors.
So, and that's great. I love that bet. You can honestly feel free to, whenever we talk about the Warriors tonight, you can just pot that up.
Do you guys know who Peter Vesey is? I'm not trying to like date myself.
Steiny's referenced him many a times.
So you have no idea.
Who is Peter Vesey?
He would be like the sideline reporter of NBC of that era.
Okay.
Right? Peter Vesey was, I mean, Matt, how else would I describe him? Like the Mean Gene Okerlund of basketball from the 90s?
Oh, he was the Shams of our time.
Oh, interesting.
Would you put him on the Shams level? I guess you would, huh?
Wait, there was no social media.
Yeah.
He had all the information.
Like, when I say the name Peter Vesey, you already have, like, a solid view of exactly who I'm talking about, right, Matt?
That is correct.
So I'm looking at it right now. Yeah, he'd be like the David Aldridge from Once Upon a Time, Craig Sager, because he's doing sideline.
Yeah.
But he also was the insider, too, on top of that.
He was Craig Sager before Craig Sager, even though Sager goes back to the 70s.
For sure.
I think Sager, to me, really took off in the 2000s, even though I know he's been doing it for 5 decades, have been doing it for 5. Like, Peter Vesey was the man. Also, you have to remember, TNT was a cable network, and when I was growing up, not everyone had cable.
Right.
Everyone had NBC
right,
because it was one of the 4 whatever main channels, right? So even if your family didn't have cable, because I had a lot of friends whose family didn't have cable. We didn't have cable till I believe like 1990, 91. Right. We got the little box.
Yep.
So like NBC on basketball, like that was a main staple channel.
And we're going to have it tonight, 7 o'clock tip, and we'll have all the coverage pre and post right here, and the game, obviously, on 95.7 The Game.
He was opinionated, though, Peter Vesey. Like, he would give you information and insights and was really tapped in. But didn't he also do kind of like opinions, too, as well?
He definitely had opinions, but he also had breaking story. He was the guy with the information of firings, trades, while the show was going on, because we didn't have any social media.
No.
Apparently, he's still active on social media. He
follows me.
He's 82 years young. Does he follow you?
Yeah, he follows everyone, though.
Well, he has 25. He's following 25,000 people.
But
God love him.
When I say the name like Peter Vesey, like I think of Bob Costas and his soliloquies. He would have these like long written out like monologues at the beginning of all these, and he'd be sitting at like almost like a production studio, like a movie studio. You know what I'm talking about? Like one of those chairs. What do they call those? I don't even.
What do you mean?
You know when you see like the director sitting at one of those wooden like chairs
director's chair?
What?
The director's chair?
Like a director's chair. Yeah. Bob Costas would be sitting at half court and then he would deliver this monologue. Matt, do you understand what I'm trying to the picture I'm trying to paint?
I love your paintings.
And you know what?
And then they would turn and it would be like, either, Tom Tolbert at one time. I remember when it was Tom Tolbert and it was Bill Walton, but I think that was ABC. I don't think that was NBC.
No, I think it was NBC because I was watching Like Mike, which is a movie from the year 2000 with Lil Bow Wow, and Benny loves it. It's about this kid that gets Michael Jordan's North Carolina shoes, and he gets shocked from the power lines, and he gets the powers of Michael Jordan whenever he puts on these shoes, basically. And he's like a little kid, right? So he gets to play in the NBA. It's one of those stories. And in one of the segments, in Lil Bow Wow, in this case, his name is Calvin Cambridge. He is an orphan, and he's at an orphanage. And Tom Tolbert and Hannah Storm are the NBC Sports halftime crew in the studio. Uh-huh. And it's pretty funny just to see old school Tom Tolbert from 25 years ago, basically.
You got to understand that, when you only had the handful of channels, right? You didn't have the way that is presented on ESPN the last, let's say, 10 years. You'd have Stephen A. and Bob Myers and Kendrick Perkins. It's just like a bunch of hot air, okay? When I was a kid, and I'm not trying to say it was better then, I was just saying it was different. You had Mr. Journalism, Bob Costas, and he would write down an essay. He was obviously reading off a teleprompter, and he'd have his little notes. But he would have this full, essay on the two teams that were playing, and it would be from a journalist background, and the production level of what you were seeing was through the roof, and it would set the scene or the table. You've got Michael Jordan, the two-time champs, and they're playing in the Boston Garden on a Sunday morning, or they're at Madison Square Garden, and the fans hate them, and the last 7 times that they've played, and it was like make the whole scene just get elevated. And the presentation of NBC was through the roof. And because there was only a handful of channels, it was the only thing that was on. I don't know. It's just
it's a great point.
It really makes me nostalgic.
It's a great point because I felt like this for a long time as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live from the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. I felt for a while now, ESPN's coverage of the NBA Finals has just not felt big time.
No, there wasn't pomp and circumstance.
It just hasn't been there. And unfortunately, it's kind of coincided with the loss of Stuart Scott. Once Stuart Scott kind of stepped away, he was the one that made it feel big time for me as a kid. When it was him, Magic, I think John Barry was on there. I thought John Barry was really good.
Great. John Barry was great.
It was him. I think Mike Wilbon was on there as well. But this is before Wilbon was oversaturated. So I liked Wilbon on that set, but it felt big time with Stuart Scott. I don't know how else to describe it. And since and obviously rest in peace, since he's, part of this earth, they've tried to replace him and they really just have not been able to do that. And you can't replace a guy like that, but it's just never felt big time. And I'm hoping that with NBC and now Amazon on board, they can get back to it feeling big time. TNT did throw. I felt big time with Ernie and all those boys. Yeah.
No Stephen A. Smith.
Yeah, probably.
Look, Stephen A. has his place in media, but not on like pre and post game shows. I just like that you bring up Stuart Scott. See, to me, it was the rise of Stephen A. Smith. I think he's ruined basketball coverage,
and that coincided with Stuart Scott, departing. Right. Yeah. So there's all that, and I kind of look back as we draw it back to the NFL. It always feels big time with the NFL.
Why? But why? Because you don't have Stephen A. Smith there.
Because it all feels, and they also promote it in a way, Joe, that makes it feel like life or death almost.
Yeah, and
everything is do or die. Every win is amazing, joy, jubilation. Every loss is crushing. Our season's over. Our year's over. That's how they present it, whether it's NBC, whether it's ABC or ESPN on Monday Night Football in this case, whether it's CBS, whether it's Fox. And eventually, because they're still kind of in like the birth stage of this, eventually Amazon will get there. I'm hoping it's sooner rather than later, and that might just be a change when it comes to Al Michaels, whoever takes over him, this, that, and the other. But that's what the NBA needs to get to, the NFL's level of the production. Now, talking about the NFL, and we're talking about Mac Jones and Brock Purdy. We got Brian Baldinger joining us in about 25 minutes, courtesy of River Island's Baldy Breakdowns every single Tuesday.
Can I stop you for 1 second? As you talk about the NBC, because I do think it's important. I know you want to get into the NFL.
It's okay.
Trust me, I get it. Marv Albert also was one of the voices of our times. I know he's a joke now. I know we roll our eyes now.
He's a Hall of Famer.
Like whatever Howard Cosell was to football, at a time, that's what Marv Albert was to basketball.
I remember Marv Albert not only doing the basketball, the Eastern or Western Conference playoffs and all that, for TNT, he was also doing CBS football on Sundays too.
Marv did everything, but I associate him with Sunday basketball.
Totally.
On NBC.
His son Kenny, by the way, Kenny Albert, who's been doing it for a long time, NHL and for Fox football. Very nice man. I met him personally.
Oh, nice.
Randomly at Bay Street, Emeryville in Barnes & Noble. I'll always remember that. Just a normal guy. He was calling a Giants-Reds game like for Fox over a weekend randomly. Very nice guy. So shout out Kenny Albert too.
I do believe as you talk about the NFL, Troy Aikman and Joe Buck, there's a level of professionalism and they're there, it's big time, right? Like you feel the magnitude. Marv Albert, and then I referenced Peter Vesey. You'd have like Ahmad Rashad would also, and I don't know if you guys know that name, but he was like Mr. Michael Jordan. He was an NFL player, but turned into a broadcaster.
Joe, that doc, the Jordan doc, Ahmad Rashad was like the second like most important guy, it felt like, in that, because he was telling all the stories.
Yes.
And him and Jordan were very tight. Yes.
I forgot he was even in that doc. Yes. I totally forgot about that. But like that, there was this level of like stardom. Like Ahmad Rashad was humongous, and he did this television show for kids on the 90s Saturday morning. You know how they had This Week in Baseball? Well, they had an equivalent NBA show for kids on Saturday morning on NBC, and Ahmad Rashad would host it, and he was just great. And so I'm really excited for the Warriors and Lakers tonight on NBC. I think it's going to be freaking awesome. And then the fact that the Warriors are involved in it as they're coming back, it does, to the caller's point, it does make me feel a certain kind of way.
It's almost like it's this Christmas feeling where it's something new and something fresh, and we like that. Now, it's going to have its own period of, okay, this is cool, until something fails and we all hate it and it's not great or whatever. But because that was Amazon Prime for Thursday Night Football. It was new. It was awesome. Like, okay. And then it was just like, all right, we're not really feeling this, the pre and post game crew. All right, Al Michaels, maybe NBC was right, maybe moving off of him. Kirk Herbstreit, okay, more of a college guy. It's fine. It just doesn't feel big time right now. And I'm hoping for NBC's sake, and I think it's going to be, because first and foremost, Mike Tirico is big time. And
he's not a doubt in my mind.
At a huge level. Hell, he did the Baron Davis dunk with Hubie Brown, the nationally televised version. Hello, that was Mike Tirico on the call for that. on AK-47,
He's
right?
done, whether it's the Open, he's done the Masters, he's done NBA Finals, he's done NFL. I love Tirico.
Absolutely. And he was just on the call for Sunday Night Football where the 49ers beat the Falcons 20-10 to move to 5-2 on this season. I want to hear the calls and texts from the people because we're talking about Mac Jones right now. And if we put Brock Purdy on ice, the Morning Roast is making the executive decision to put Brock Purdy on the shelf and say, Brock, get healthy. We're shutting you down. If Mac Jones is the guy, Niner fans, going forward, what's the ceiling with this team? Mario and San Rafael said, hey, we can get to the playoffs with this guy. Now, can we win a game? Probably not. That's what he felt the ceiling. Getting to the playoffs, which would seem, with all the injuries, like an amazing year.
No, I think it would be one of the better years that Shanahan's had as a Niner coach, even though it wouldn't be as deep as some of his other runs.
I'm taking it one step further. I think they can get to the NFC Championship game with Mac Jones. I truly believe that. Yeah, I know.
I want to pick this apart.
I think Mac Jones, if he remains the 49ers starter, potentially, again, you're talking about the ceiling with this team. Joe, they've only gotten to the NFC Championship team if they get to the playoffs. Kyle Shanahan isn't a one-and-done coach. He's not a two-and-done coach. He gets you to the conference title game. I'm just going off history. History has told us that. Not only with Jimmy Garoppolo, he's done it with a third-string rookie in Brock Purdy. So who's to say a former first-round pick who was more highly touted than both of those guys, that being Jimmy and Brock, what's to say he can't get there with Mac Jones? So yes, I hear you. It sounds insane through 7 weeks.
I don't think it's that insane.
Like, we're talking about the ceiling right now with Mac Jones if he was just the starter going forward. I absolutely do because I think the NFC is wide open. I think the NFL's wide open this year, man. I talked about it before the season, Joe. I wasn't buying that Philadelphia was this juggernaut that everyone was just afraid of. They got their problems. The Lions got their problems. You watched that game last night? There was mistakes galore from Jared Goff. They got,
oh my God.
You have to tell me twice.
They've got weapons.
And they don't throw it to Jameson Williams, who's, of course, on my fantasy team.
Because they've got Laporta, they've got Amon-Ra St. Brown, they got Jahmyr Gibbs, they got so many mouths
Joe,
to
being
feed.
selfish. Throw it to Jameson Williams, for God's sakes, all right? Got 0 points from me yesterday, all right? But the Lions have flaws. The Bucs clearly have flaws. Mike Evans probably out for the year.
Yeah, that's a big blow.
That sucked to watch. I watched that live, broken clavicle. He was concussed on the same play.
One of my favorite players.
Awful. I say all that to say it's wide open. Why not the Niners with Mac Jones? Why?
I want to chew on this at the break. I want to chew on this at the break because you kind of gut punched me and I took a step back and now I want to recalibrate and think about it for a little while. I don't know where I stand on it.
You know where I stand on this? Bruce Springsteen. My mom loves him.
The Boss?
The Boss. I got to talk about him because from 20th Century Studios on October 24th, discover why critics are calling Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere an intelligent journey into the soul of an artist. Jeremy Allen White is The Boss. Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere, only in theaters Friday. Get tickets now, and for your chance to win a $100 gift card plus 2 movie passes for a night out, listen all this week, coming back from the 8 a.m. break for the I Love the Boss sounder.
I have seen Springsteen from the Meadowlands to Milano, Italy. And I'm telling you, there's nothing like a Springsteen show.
I love Baldy.
Oh,
that's the sounder. And when you hear that, you got to be caller number 5 to the contest line at 415-523-4652. And you'll win, courtesy of 20th Century Studios. All that plus Baldy coming up next, brought to you by Fremont Bank, which is here for you, here for good, and also Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hi, I'm John with Jack's Restaurant and Bar. My brothers and I recorded our first commercial a while back. It got a little chaotic, so I'm here today.
What's going on here, bro?
Are you recording a commercial without us? Guys, no, I'm just trying to what? Take all the credit for our half-pound all-natural burgers?
Or the best fish and chips
or
around?
7 mac and cheeses and 14 sandwiches, including a French dip that will change your life?
Or our homemade meatloaf, pot roast, and next-level lamb
chops? Or that
chops?
people can order takeout and delivery by visiting ilovejacks.com? Guys, no, I'm
just went behind our backs.
I knew he would.
Wait till we tell Mom.
Oh, please don't tell Mom.
Real family, great food, ilovejacks.com.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that need it the most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4 That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
When you own your own business, you own every decision. Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with the toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge. Big props to this team. Some decisions are a win-win. Like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Prescription products require completion of an online medication consultation with an independent healthcare provider through the LifeMD platform and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Individual results may vary. Additional restrictions apply at lifemd.com. Read all warnings before using GLP-1s. Side effects may include a risk of thyroid C-cell tumors. Do not use GLP-1s if you or your family have a history of thyroid cancer.
Confused on where to start with weight loss medication? 95% of LifeMD patients said starting their weight loss journey was simple. Go to trylifemd.com now and see the best options with or without insurance for Wegovy, Zepbound, and more. Brian was approved for insurance coverage and lost 100 pounds.
I love the fact that insurance covered almost everything because pharmaceutical prices are going through the roof. The first time I realized that LifeMD was working for me was when the hunger started going away. I never thought losing weight would be this easy. It's given me more energy. I would recommend LifeMD to anybody.
Nearly 96% of patients said they would recommend the LifeMD program to anyone who wants to lose weight. Get started right now at trylifemd.com. That's TRYLIFEMD.com.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Last month, my business cash flow got tight. Sales were slow, invoices were late, and payroll was coming fast. My business is everything, and people rely on me. I can't let them down. I applied online at lenseek.com and had business funding in 24 hours.
Business moves fast. Don't wait until it's too late. Whether it's lines of credit, term loans, working capital funding, or revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply now at LENDSEEK.com.
Don't miss our annual Blue and Gold Summit on November 6th from 2 to 6 p.m. inside Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Pleasant Hill. Join all of your favorite on-air hosts as they get you ready for the new NBA season. Plus, enjoy great food and drinks. For more info, visit 957thegame.com.
Warriors up 4, 59 seconds to go. Shot clock down to 5. Pajemski's just holding it up top. Dribbles on Smith Jr. Spins. Fadeaway 14-footer. Got it! He got it! Clutch shot by Pajemski. And the Rockets call a timeout. 51.5 to go. What a shot by Brandon Pajemski. And Draymond Green comes over and says, "You are one bad man."
Dub Nation is Brandon Pajemski. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Pods? Hey, last time Pods was in La La Land, a.k.a. Crypto.com Arena, he balled out against the Lake Show. Remember, he had that half-court buzzer beater. It was in that tough stretch of the season. And Tim Roy on the call right there on 95.7 The Game. You'll hear him tonight, 7 o'clock tip against the Los Angeles Lakers. This is a nice little, what is this? This is a big extra plug. Yep. Let's go. All right. By the way, Brian Baldinger joining us in about 11 minutes. Baldy breakdowns every single Tuesday at 7:30. Get his thoughts on the Niners. Yes, the San Francisco 49ers are 5-2 through 7 weeks, Joe, and are first in the NFC West. And they've done it mostly without their starting quarterback, who they paid handsomely this offseason. They've done it mostly without George Kittle, Hall of Fame tight end, who's now back, and the running game might be back because of it. They're now doing it without their future Hall of Famer in Fred Warner and another potentially future Hall of Famer in Nick Bosa. And they're 5-2. Pretty freaking incredible. And we're talking about right now whether or not the 49ers should put Brock Purdy on ice. Well, we're making the executive decision on the roast to say, you know what? As a show, we're putting Brock on the shelf. All right, we're holding Brock out for the rest of the season to get healthy. And Mac Jones is our guy going forward. And Niner fans, if that's the case, I throw this at you, 888-957-9570. If Mac Jones is the guy going forward, what's the ceiling with this team? I said NFC Championship game. What say you?
I'm not ready to go that far. They got to get some of their reinforcements back. They need to get Ricky Pearsall back. We need to see George Kittle play for a month. You know, I still have questions as, you know, is he on a pitch count? Is he able to, you know, go a month without re-injuring himself?
I said, and this is the biggest hypothetical because I get it. You're going to laugh at me if I say, well, what if they stay healthy? Because clearly they can't stay healthy, and that's all of it. But in this hypothetical situation, I'm saying if all things break their way health-wise, sure, and you can keep Mac Jones upright, I do think they can get to the NFC Championship game.
Yeah, I would say playoffs.
Okay.
For me, I think they can get to the playoffs. But even then, I don't think it's a slam dunk. Like right now, they're 5-2. They got 10 games left. They got to go at least 5-5 to get to 10 wins. I think 9, maybe you're in. 10, you probably are in.
All right, so let's break it down right now. I got it all.
Yeah.
Packers 4-1 by virtue of win percentage. 4-1-1, excuse me, because I got the tie. Are first in the conference.
No. Just you don't have to go through the division. I'm just telling you right now.
I'm just going through the. I'm just telling you.
I know, but look, the last couple years in the NFC, 10 wins has been the kind of like the line. You get to 10, you're either on the cusp of in or the cusp of out.
I'm telling you right now. So if you extrapolate that would get you in, because right now the team that's on the outside looking in is the 4-2 Chicago Bears, and you got every single team basically at 5-2 above them. Rams, Seahawks, Lions, Bucks, Eagles, Niners, all at 5-2. They would, again, if we're extrapolating what's going on right now, they would all be in the playoffs. So it's the top 7 seeds.
Right, like they would have to go 5-5 is kind of how I'm viewing it. Mm-hmm. That gets you to now. Look, you could lose a tiebreaker at 10-7 and not get in. You could. Could you get in at 9-8? Maybe. But you would need a lot of help.
God, those wins against the Seahawks and Rams are coming up huge right now.
Humongous.
It's massive. They're undefeated in the division, and I think it looks like the Cardinals are a dead team walking. They've lost 5 in a row.
Yeah, but you know they're going to win a game down the stretch, and you don't want it to be the game against you in November, right? I mean,
so you really hate to see Mac Jones end your season like they did. They've just been on a skid ever since. It's tough.
So they got the Texans this Sunday, all right? And I don't know what to make of the Texans. You got the New York Giants. You know, Jackson Dart and Cam Scattaboo have a thing going right now.
You just said, I don't know what to make of the Texans. I think they're not very good.
Okay.
Well, through 7, I think I could finally say that through, they had the bye, so through 6 weeks for them of total play, they're 2-4. They're not a very good team.
Yeah, well, the guy
CJ Stroud looks like a deer in headlights back there.
Look, the guy that was putting so much pressure on Michael Penix is not going to play for the next 2 weeks at minimum. And that's Bryce Huff. So I have a hard time saying that this Niner defensive line, is going to push around anyone right now, even if it's a beleaguered Texans line. So that's fine. But Texans, Giants. The Giants, like right now, their offense is cooking. Then you get the Rams, Cardinals. That's back-to-back division games. Panthers. And I know we can laugh at the Panthers. They've been tough all year.
The Panthers are 4-3. The Panthers are winning right now. The last time they had a winning record this late into the season was 2019. So it's been 6 years.
If I'm going to this 5-5, like that's how you would have to finish the season. Carolina on a Monday night, it could be their Super Bowl. And then you get Cleveland Browns at Cleveland on a short week. Like that's a tough one. And then the bye. So this team's going to be tired. So let's count the games.
There's no
1,
gimmies. Yeah.
2, 3, 4, 5. You have 6 games before the bye. If you can go 3-3, I think that's great. But again, you got to get reinforcements back. Ricky Pearsall, the knee, I'm very worried about this. You need playmakers. Jawan Jennings is kind of like all over the place right now. And to think that Kendrick Bourne is going to sustain his excellence is probably foolish.
And Brandon Ayuk, I'm not expecting any. I'm not.
What if you get one high ankle sprain from CMC?
Yeah. Then what? Then are you in the market for a running back, Joe? Which, again, a couple weeks now to the NFL trade deadline. These are the questions that John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan in the front office are talking about.
So I look at this year's Niners team, and I kind of view it in the way of the way the Warriors were the couple years prior. Like, get to the playoffs and let's see what happens. You get to the playoffs, that's a hell of an accomplishment. What a fun year. And then, look, anything can happen. They're one-game samples. You know, how healthy are you? Does the ball bounce your way? You know, could you get anyone back? Are you making a deal at the deadline for somebody? Like, these are all the things I don't know right now. But I know this. If you lose the next 2 games before the deadline, because you have 2 games before the deadline here, I just don't know if I'm John Lynch how much I'm willing to surrender for a rental, how much I'm willing to surrender for the future. I think these are legitimate questions as you're balancing things out. I don't want to give up on this year. That's not what I'm doing. No. But you also have to be big picture about this, and you need to understand that, like, they got to have weapons on offense. Like, let's say hypothetically, first round, okay? Detroit doesn't get the number 1 seed for whatever reason. It's the Eagles, let's just say. Or
right
Tampa.
Now it's the Packers.
Okay,
yes.
Let's say it's the Packers. You feel good about going to Detroit week 1 in the wild card round?
What if Detroit comes to you and you win the division?
Yeah, I think that's a very difficult matchup to hold them under 40.
I'd feel better, though, if they're on natural grass outside.
Joe.
No, I'm just we're playing this game out, Joe.
Montgomery, Gibbs, I'm just giving you like pain. They have weaponry. I just don't know if you can keep up with that firepower.
You might not be able to, but I feel a whole hell of a lot better at home than I would in that dome in Detroit.
Sure.
Willard was making a great point about this yesterday. The fact that the Falcons had both of those wins at home these last 2 weeks against the Commanders and then the Bills, there is something to that team and Bijan and Drake London and Darnell Mooney and even Penix. Like, they felt probably faster at home and more comfortable, and then they went on the road to Sunday Night Football and just looked awful.
I'm picking probably the worst matchup for the Niners, but like the Detroit Lions just came here in the NFC Championship game a couple years ago, and you know that they've got something bitterness, stored up and try to basically slay the ghosts.
Sure, and Aiden Hutchinson would be a problem on that defensive line.
I'm picking one matchup. Like if it was Tampa, I actually think that's a 50-50 shot.
Oh, I'd love to have Tampa.
Right?
If we're stacking it right now in the NFC and we're doing the hierarchy and we're talking about this team right now because the 49ers on October 21st are 5-2, first in the NFC West, and they've done it basically without all their studs. It's pretty incredible, the coaching job from not only Kyle Shanahan, but Robert Saleh. I'll give Brant Boyer, the special teams coordinator, some love too, because any money has been money. But the 49ers, you got the Eagles. And I still think everyone has the Eagles as...
I still think they're really good.
Yeah, just look what they did last week against a really good Vikings defense.
We could argue about how good Jalen is as a passer. Their personnel is amazing.
Looked like he's a good passer last week. Again, when he's on, he is on, Joe.
Devontae and H.A. And,
by the way,
look, I know Saquon hasn't had a great year. He's still ridiculous.
Devontae Smith, it's so funny, the juxtaposition, his body compared to A.J. Brown, because when Devontae Smith is like in his hoodie, he looks like a 12-year-old. He does. His frame, he's listed at like 6 foot, like $170.
And then Goddard's like a freaking...
he's a freight train.
Dude, he's humongous. He looks like Frankenstein.
He is. He's like Jordan the Kittle. These tight ends are just massive individuals. So you got the Eagles there. Okay. Could the Niners beat the Eagles in a one-game do-or-die situation? Yeah, I think they could. Would I put money on it? Probably not. It'd be tough. It'd be very difficult.
You know who I'd love to get? The Cowboys. What?
And you and everybody else.
Well, no, I'm like, that's a team that I think could make the playoffs.
I mean,
Cowboys are fascinating, Sammy. Dak is looking amazing.
He's having a great year.
He's looking awesome.
You have to give them credit.
But their defense is just not very good.
I think it's really matchup dependent. So for me to say, like, hey, the Niners can get to the NFC Championship game, yeah, like if I paint the scenario of you get Dallas and somehow you get a banged up Green Bay team after that.
What if you get the Rams? What if you get the Rams or the Seahawks? Hey,
I honestly,
divisional games are different.
They are different. I would love to avoid the divisional games if at all possible. Mike Macdonald is a great coach that no one talks about. That defense is flying around.
Trying to think divisional games. Recently, the most recent one was against the Seahawks, correct? They beat them, Geno Smith, Pete Carroll, at Levi's Stadium. Prior to that, it was the Rams.
Yes.
NFC Championship game. You were there. You're at both of them, I'm assuming. Yeah. They lost that one at SoFi Stadium.
And before that, it was the NFC Championship game, Seahawks, Niners, up in Seattle. Like, that would be the last place I would want to play.
Yeah, no.
I would rather, this sounds insane. I would rather play in Detroit than go up into Seattle. It's a house of horrors.
What?
It is.
No, I'd rather play Sam Darnold, I think, than Jared Goff.
I'd rather play that team. I'm just talking about the environment.
Niners been playing really well at Lumen Field the last few times they went up there. Yes, playoffs are playoffs, but, I think ever since that, I think 2020 they lost up there. But 2019 onward, I think that 2020 game is the only time they've lost up there.
Bizarre stuff happens there in the playoffs. Like, bizarre things just happen.
Well, you know what's interesting?
The Marshawn run. What they did against us.
I'm looking at January 4th.
Maybe I'm still jaded.
I'm looking at January 4th, and again, it's early here. It's October 21st.
The TBD game?
Seahawks-Niners could be for the division, which would be fascinating on a multitude of levels.
Do we owe Sam Darnold an apology?
We'll see. How about that? We'll see.
He's playing really good.
He is. He's been playing really good regular season football for the last 2 years. We'll see.
Player, like, I think I'm ready to just say, like, I just think he's a solid, good player.
He's solid right now, and he's playing really good football.
I think
we saw the when push came to shove last year, though, Joe, those 2 games against the Lions.
Oh, you can't unsee it.
And then against the Rams. It was awful.
But the Vikings would take him back in a heartbeat. And for Seattle to move off Geno and to get Sam Darnold, they made the right move there.
And Mike Macdonald, quite frankly, moving off Pete Carroll prior to that. It was the right move.
Yeah.
It is.
If Mike Macdonald was an offensive coach, I think we would talk about him the way we talk about Kevin O'Connell and not Sean McVay, because a little more established, but I think he's awesome.
There is some bad football teams right now with no future. I was just looking at some of the comments from some of the head coaches and some of these franchises, like Pete Carroll. They're 2-5 right now, the Raiders, basically saying, like, yeah, I thought we'd be further along at this point. I don't want to hear my head coach saying that if I'm a fan of a team. I thought we'd be further along than we are at this point. Pete, you're 73, dude. What were you expecting? This is a loser franchise that you're taking over. You thought you're immediately going to be winning? No, you're not. He looks lost right now. For a guy that has all the enthusiasm, even at 73, it looks like Las Vegas has sucked his soul away, which it has been known to do at times, has it not, Joe?
There was a guy I follow now on Instagram. He's this old war vet, and he's a diehard Raider fan.
Oh, poor guy.
And he does the victory plunge into his backyard pool.
Oh, that guy's funny. I've seen him, yeah.
And it's like 31-0, and Mahomes is on the sideline in the third quarter, baseball cap on the sidelines, and he's like, look at this, what a game, We just give up 4 carries for Genti in the first half, we're down 20. The guy's just hilarious.
I saw something, I thought, is this the right stat? That the Chiefs had as many first downs in that game as the Raiders had plays ran. I swear to God. It was like 30 or something.
God, I hate the Chiefs.
It was ridiculous. The Chiefs are back, by the way. Vince in the City we'll get to after we get to Shark Week, because it's Baldy time. And he is presented by our proud partner, Golden State Lumber and Showroom, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Building better starts with Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. And he joins us now on the River Islands guest line. As all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line, isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Joe Spadoni alongside Joe Shasky. Now we got Baldy in for his weekly visit here on Tuesdays. And Baldy, we'll start off right here. As the Jaws music is just getting me more and more pumped up. It's great. that game on Sunday night, Baldy, what was more impressive to you? The fact that Christian McCaffrey finally, for the first time all season long, looked like the CMC of old on the ground, or the fact that they held the number one rushing offense in the NFL, the Atlanta Falcons, to less than 100 yards?
Nah, it's hard to rank that, Joe, because both were really impressive. And, McCaffrey hasn't looked like that since 2023. Pick a week. So it's been 2 years since he looked like that. So that was impressive. But that is a great rushing offense. I mean, they were great last year. I mean, that offensive line outside of the right tackles, the same guys that played last year, same guys that ran for 200 yards against Buffalo the week before. And to shut Bijan down and not let him get an explosive run with minus Fred, minus Nick. I hope I don't have to even mention that anymore. I mean, it's still hard to realize Fred's not in there. But, I mean, the way that Taylor Bethune played and, D. Winters, the whole group, I mean, it was impressive what they did. I mean, they, I watched some of these games and these linebackers are sitting back and they're just catching blocks. And they're wondering why these running backs are getting 5 and 6 and 7 yards a carry. Like, the 49ers didn't play that way. They just attacked the line of scrimmage. And that's how you got to play. I mean, that's how Fred played, for 8 years. But that's how you got to play the game. You can't let these double teams and these combo blocks of these guys start moving your down linemen and all of a sudden you get picked off. And next thing you know, they're like Christian was all night long. He's on his way to the safety. Like, you let that happen, and Bijan's going to run for 150 yards.
What was it about Christian's game that was so mesmerizing? What was it? The offensive line play? Was it his vision? I loved it, just how his feet were just explosive and he was gliding through holes, and I felt like he was finishing runs and getting to that second and third level. But for you, Brian, what was so different about this week? Why were they so good?
I thought Trent played his best game all year. I thought Trent was really good. All right, so he looked different than he's looked in any game. Now, he might question my opinion on that. It's okay. But, I mean, I thought movement-wise, I thought he was the best he's been. They lost their center, so you lose a starting center. Hennessy comes in there, he plays well. But I thought, like, if you look at that second touchdown run of McCaffrey, like, he stopped at the 4, and he powers his way into the end zone. And then the other touchdown run from the 1. I mean, honestly, the crease is 6 inches. It's a 6-inch crease, and he sees it like this, and he's right through it. So I thought his vision, Joe, to your point, was spot on. Like, I don't think he missed a cut. And I remember last year when he was struggling, I saw him in Green Bay a week after I broke him down, and he missed a big hole. And, some of these guys watch this stuff, and, they roll their eyes probably. But McCaffrey, he seeked me out. He's like, "You were right, Baldy, man. I missed that last week." Like, he was watching it, but I can't find a play yet last week where he missed a cut, where he missed the opening. So that, and then the other point is, like, when he's literally jumping through holes, like, I feel like that's the explosive step that we haven't seen in a while.
Yeah, I'm 100% with you. I thought Shanahan adjusted for what we've seen in the last couple of years. I don't want to get too nerdy about it. You're the expert, not me. But it was less of the outside zone and more of the power football between the tackles. They even gave a stat at halftime. 60 yards between the tackles is the most that McCaffrey's had going back to 2022. And that was for a whole game. But that he had accomplished that in one half. So stylistically, did you notice something different than what Shanahan did? And should they keep doing it?
Well, they're in I formation a lot. Juice was dotting the I. He was dotting the I with Juice. And so, and just getting Kittle out there, not that he played great and, he had like pancake blocks or anything like that, but it's just something about when Juice and Kittle are working in concert together and how well they know each other on the move. And just, I think that's a comfort level, honestly, for Christian, seeing both those guys on the field for the first time all year. There was a cutback to the right, and Kittle was in motion, and he got Leonard Floyd, and I kind of hooked him or whatever, and McCaffrey saw it, and he just cut right off. And I just think sometimes you see 85 and 44 out there. There's a real comfort. I mean, I don't think that's guesswork. I mean, I just think that's a real thing.
Talking to Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Roast, Spadoni and Chasky, courtesy of River Islands. And talking about the offensive line, Matt Hennessy, what did you see from him when he filled in for Jake Brendel? And not to say that he's going to take over and take his role, but, I mean, the offensive line continued to look good when he was out there. He was pulling McCaffrey into the end zone. They were talking about it on the broadcast, saying it should have been a penalty. I was like, to hell with that. If we get the tush push, we're able to pull these guys in, right, Baldy? But what did you see from Matt Hennessy taking over for Jake Brendel, who's going to be out for the next few weeks with a hamstring strain?
Well, I've known Matt. He went to Temple. So I used to go over there, and Matt Rule was the coach there when he was there, and I'd go over and watch practice, and so I've known Matt since then. And then, he was drafted by the Falcons. The irony is, he gets his shot against the Falcons, whose defensive front is really good. I mean, they got some powerful guys inside. He was left one-on-one. I always thought Matt was a try-hard guy, but he was undersized for the NFL. I mean, that's why, honestly, he moved on from Atlanta. But he's a smart kid. He understands the game. You can have real football conversations with Matt. He understands it. And he has to rely on his intelligence. And, he's not a big guy, but he's got leverage. And so, you see him like he's just trying to let some of these defensive tackles walk him back as slow as possible, just giving up ground grudgingly. And so, but he's lived on quickness. That's kind of his game. He's undersized, but he's got good quickness. And so, and he understands leverage. So I thought he went in there and he played about as well as I've seen Matt play, to be honest with you, in that game last week.
Yeah, I think we were all pleasantly surprised. It's 3rd and 13, 3rd and 14. They're up 13-10. It's late in the game. They're in the middle of a 5.5-minute drive. And you have a pass play where Kittle's coming across the middle, and he kind of fills this little area in the middle of the field. And Mac just ever so looks at him with the face mask and brings the linebacker over and then rips a perfect throw to CMC that gets him a first down. I thought that was the play of the game for Mac Jones. How well did he play in this game, Baldy?
Well, you're describing it right. Caden Ellis was a linebacker that literally boxed. He was looking to box Kittle. And as soon as Mac Jones saw Caden Ellis turn to see the crosser of Kittle coming in the middle, he ripped it. So like that, I mean, honestly, I don't know that there's a stopwatch that can time the amount, how quickly you make that decision. Like it's lickety split. It's, and so he's reading. I mean, he's the hook curl player right there, in that zone. And as soon as he sees Caden Ellis, turn to box Kittle, he goes right to McCaffrey. And honestly, that throw, it's a dangerous throw if it's not in the right spot. You got a safety driving on it. You got a corner behind it right there. Ellis is going to react to the ball in the air. Like it's going to be a collision right there. And it was right at the 4-yard line. But I totally agree. I mean, that's 3rd down, as you're saying, Joe. And, all Atlanta's trying to do with 3 minutes to go in the game is hold them to a field goal and then give them, Penix one more shot to go win the game with a touchdown.
Baldy, what a game from Bryce Huff. I mean, this guy was flying all over the place. The speed is real. They were trying to chip him. They were trying to double block him. Wasn't working. He was getting to Penix and making him uncomfortable. But then, as is the case for a lot of the Niners games, on a Monday, we get the news he's going to be out for a couple weeks due to a hamstring strain. I know, the hits keep coming. What did you see from Bryce Huff, and how big of a loss, obviously, is that for the next couple weeks?
Well, he's their best pass rusher. And I got to admit, like I texted my friend in Philly. He was signed as a free agent for $51 million by the Eagles last year, and they just didn't know how to use him. It didn't fit their system of what Vic Fangio likes. So it wasn't a knock on Bryce. They're just asking him to drop into coverage and play outside linebacker. He is a pass rusher. Now, he's playing a little bit more than that. But first of all, Saleh found him. Saleh developed him in New York. He was trying to build his, an 8-man front up in New York with 8 guys. Like, honestly, he just wanted 8 Barracudas up there that just got after the quarterback. And he was one of them. And he got to 10 sacks 2 years ago. But I think Saleh loves him. I think he gets confidence from knowing how Saleh's going to use him and move him around. But, they knew who he was. I mean, they were chipping him and doubling him and putting guys on him. He was still winning. But, that the one hit on Penix, like I'm surprised he got up like he did. I thought he might have fractured some ribs as hard as he hit him. Because he's left-handed, he's looking the other way, and Huff is coming to his backside. That's a big loss, though. They don't have anybody else. because I was just texting somebody about get off. They was asking about Aiden Hutchinson last night. And I'm like, you can't win the 100-meter dash if you don't have a great takeoff. Like his takeoff it's just like, there's guys in Denver. There's a couple guys in this league. They're at the top of the charts, and I don't follow those metrics. I could just see it. But he's got an unbelievable takeoff, and he really times the snap, and he really puts the tackles in a bind because he's on him so quickly. No matter how, unless you're Lane Johnson or Trent, like most of these guys are going to struggle against him.
I mean, how do they fill this void? Like, there was a play before the end of half, and, there's 17 seconds to go. Penix takes a shotgun snap. Huff, stunts around the whole formation and then forces Penix to throw a lollipop ball out of bounds that lands right with 10 seconds. They run a 10-second runoff because of the illegal grounding, and they don't get a field goal attempt. That's a lost play that takes points off the board. Huff made that whole play. How do they find a way to offset this loss?
And, and honestly, that play, he's the left end on that play, Joe, that you're describing. And he basically is just an instinct. Like he came around, it wasn't taught, but he saw Penix, in his eyes, and he just instinctively came around and then had that burst to him. He got his hands up and, forced the intentional grounding, got him out of field goal range. So, I mean, but, it's like Nick, it's like Fred, there is no replacement on the roster that can do the things that Bryce is doing in this. Now, maybe Gibson gets a shot, and I don't know who else is on the practice squad or other guys that are out there. Honestly, I think Ukuanu, I probably screwing up his name. He played really good, but he doesn't have that type of a takeoff.
No, he's not a bend guy. He's a power bull rush guy.
Yeah, he's a power. Yeah, he's power. But they don't have another guy quite like that. That's why they signed him. Honestly, I'm sure Saleh went to bat for him even after the disappointment in Philadelphia, which I don't even know if he had a sack last year. But he didn't use him right. He looked out of place. But this is the perfect, front for him. Now now to Saleh's credit, he went deep in the bag on some pressures the other day that we haven't seen from any defensive coordinator since Saleh left. And he didn't really do some of the stuff in New York either. But he had some good pressures, some overload pressures, some free hitters coming at Penix. They did a pretty good job of creating pass rush. Now you're going to be vulnerable on the back end if you don't get home on some of this stuff. But I thought they affected Penix pretty good.
We're talking to Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Roast, Odyssey NFL Insider. And Baldy, we actually brought it up yesterday. I don't mean to kick the guy on his way out of here, but I don't know if they win that game with Nick Sorensen as their DC last year. I don't know.
Don't know. There's not a chance in hell.
I'm just telling you. What Saleh did. Can you speak to that, Baldy?
Saleh is a motivating guy, period. Okay. Now, I'm not saying Nick isn't. Most coordinators are pretty emotional. The guy on the other side in Atlanta is good, Jeff Ulbrich. They were all on Saleh's staff together in New York. They know each other. Ulbrich is really good at what he does. But, just watch. I didn't see a game last year, not one, where they pursued like they did this weekend against Atlanta. That pursuit was you can't watch that game and not see it. I don't care if you're a football fan, whatever you are. They had 7 guys sprinting to the football every play. That's a mindset. I don't think they had that mindset under Nick. So that was last year. I mean, it was hard to watch last year. I used to say on this show a lot of times last year, Joe, they were hard to watch because they looked slow, but they played slow. They didn't sprint to the football last year. I mean, it was a disgusting game. They lost to Seattle on the final drive. There was no – Nick went out of the game. There was just no effort. The effort they played with was a winning effort the other night. That's a good football team. That's a talented team. You hold that team to 10 points, the lowest point total of the season. You could be real proud of yourself after that one.
Yeah, and I thought random guys are stepping up. Malik Mustafa, big hit on Algier. Tatum Bethune, green dot helmet. I mean, I thought he looked great. You obviously referenced Chase Lucas and Darrell Luter. Even the biggest Niner fans, who are some of these guys? And yet they're all in positions to make plays. Who's the guy for you on that defense that, as you were watching the film, you were like, wow, this guy might be a player for them?
Well, I'm just impressed by Mike Hill. He's just his size and power. He closed the back door and a couple cutbacks. He's just going to get better. Now he's got to learn pass rush. You got to learn how to. That's just how to get your hands on guys, how to see the man that's blocking you or the combination of guys, and how to elude them and how to crush the pocket. But I mean, he plays the game so physically and he's so strong. Like he's just an impressive specimen when you see him on film, and he plays hard. He's healthy. Like he's an impressive guy. But I mean, the hit by Mustafa, like that guy, honestly, like Ronnie Lott would get excited watching that guy going to hit people. John Lynch is probably spilling his coffee up there in the booth, watching some of those hits. Like those are, the game's changed obviously since John played or Ronnie played. There's a lot of things you can't do. But when you can put one right to the solar plexus and knock the living wind out of somebody, and stop Tyler Algier at 225 pounds in his tracks and make him go backwards, like you can't help but get excited.
No, absolutely. And it felt like for the first time all season, I really saw the 49ers be the more physical team on both sides of the trenches. And it was refreshing to see for Niner fans not only dominate the run, but dominate the other team, because all this talk about Bijan, who still had a pretty solid game.
Pretty special.
He is. For Bijan, though, that was like a C-plus performance for him because the standard is so high with him. But, Baldy, I wanted to talk about the quarterbacks here. Brock Purdy, they talked about it on the broadcast, Melissa Starks, NBC, about the right big toe for Purdy, right underneath that ligament being torn. He's day-to-day. I guess according to Diana Rossini of The Athletic, he tried to work out on Sunday night, didn't feel great. They're calling it day-to-day, and it's not looking like he's going to start this week against the Texans. Where are we at with Brock Purdy going forward? And I don't know, like would they just be better off shutting this guy down going forward, Baldy, and just sticking with Mac?
I don't know, because I don't know, just there's so many different various levels of this turf toe injury. I've had it, and I don't know what degree mine was, but the thing that is really frustrating about it is it's ended a lot of guys' careers, to be honest with you. So, and I could go through the history of some of the guys whose careers ended because of it, but it's really hard to practice with. That's the thing. Like it's not going to feel great, and you can get through a game with it, but the next day, like just walking, like you're going to walk like you're an old man. You're going to walk with a limp. You're going to take the pressure off the toe. You're never going to stop thinking about it. Every step, you're going to feel it. Now, until that goes away, like I don't know that they can put him back out there, because you have a great chance in this business because of all the things that can happen on any given play of re-injuring it. And you just don't know. That's the last thing you want, because then you're going to be done for the season. So the more time you can give it, the better the prognosis is going to be that you're going to be able to get back out there on the field. And if they were just horrible, which they clearly aren't, if they were just horrible at that position, then you'd try to push them out. But the fact that Mac is playing really smart and playing really good football, like it makes it a little bit easier and a little more palatable to just go, let's give this thing another week. Let's give this, instead of day-to-day, it should be like week to week, because the day-to-day thing is going to change it. It's not going to change in a day. So that's just, verbiage. But honestly, if your quarterback is playing as well as Mac is playing, then I think you have a luxury right here to try and get this thing as healthy as possible.
Baldy, you keep referencing how well Mac's playing. Like, for those that are out there, how well is he playing? The stats aren't gaudy. They don't have a lot of weapons right now. They really could use Ricky Pearsall back, but from your eyes, how well is Mac playing?
Well, he's finding the open receiver, which is not easy to do. And there's a lot of difficult throws in this offense over the middle of the field that you got to make. And he made a couple of those. Like, it wasn't a lot. Obviously, Bourne didn't have a big day. Nobody really did. He really couldn't get the ball to Kittle in any ways. So, I mean, they're just limited right now by where you can go with the ball. And they didn't get the deep shots down the field. I mean, that defense has played great now. I mean, all they did was add defense through the draft and free agency to bolster that thing. They're a top 10 defense for a reason. Like, they're not giving you those shots over the top that we had seen in other games where Bourne's getting, 150 yards or whatever. Like, that's not there in that defense. So you kind of take that's why Christian had such a big day catching the ball. You got to go other places with it right now. And even the throws to Christian, you can complete all the passes to him. It doesn't mean he's going to do a lot with it after the catch. like it's location where he can really catch it on the run. And that's what you're seeing is, you're putting it in the right location where Christian can make guys miss in front of him and not have to stop to, turn around to catch the ball.
He had a really nice third down play where he held the ball just long enough and was scrambling toward the left sideline and then did a lob pass at the last second as the linebacker broke toward him to dump it off to Christian McCaffrey to sustain that drive and get them in position to score a touchdown. If Mac plays like he's been playing throughout this year, can they make the playoffs?
Well, I think Seattle's in Los Angeles are really good. I mean, you're going to see those teams again. You got the one win against the Rams, which is great. You got the win against Arizona, which is great. So you're good so far in the division. But those games are probably going to decide. I don't know if they're going to get 3 teams in the playoffs. Because the NFC North is highly competitive right now. You've seen what Detroit did last night, and that was with a completely backup, secondary that they played against Tampa. And some of those kids, literally, I had to go find, who Eric Hallett was and Nick Whiteside. Like, I didn't know who some of these guys were, and they shut that team down last night. So I feel like it's going to be. I mean, look, they keep winning these games. Like, okay, if you find a way to win 5 more games, you're going to get to the playoffs. But every game is going to probably be a nail biter, 13-10, like you're describing. Deep into the fourth quarter, we had to make a play, and they made the play. So, like, all of these games, that's what it's going to come down to.
Baldy, one more for you here before we get you out. George Kittle, you referenced him earlier. I mean, is it as simple as the running game goes as Kittle goes? Like, it can't be just that the blocking tight end, and I know he's a Hall of Famer, he's one of the best to ever do it, but God, I guess maybe I even underestimated how badly that line missed him because it was incredible. Is it as simple as Kittle's back, so the running game's back?
No, it's not. I mean, it's easy to make that assessment because he's in the lineup for the first time and McCaffrey has the best game, but I didn't feel like he was the difference maker. I thought, honestly, like what Trent did in that game, because I used to say to McCaffrey, I used to tell him, like, no matter where the play starts, it always finishes behind Trent, and a couple times it did the other day. Like, he was just moving bodies, like very few, maybe Penei Sewell. There's a couple guys in this league that can really move big bodies, and Trent was on his game. So there was a couple runs that were, and they ran the toss crack. They got Trent out there. They got some guys out on the perimeter, and they hit a couple of those runs. But, to your point, Joe, they ran between the tackles a bunch. And I just thought the blocking was much better up front too, and some of the motions that Kyle was doing to get some of the guys out of the box and make it a little easier to pick them off in the run game. But I thought it was more than just Kittle out there for Christian. It was clearly the best he's looked in 2 years.
All right, Baldy, I lied. One more, and then you're out of here. We're giving away a pair of passes to the new Springsteen movie, Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere, plus a $100 gift card right after 8 o'clock. So in a couple minutes here, people got to be locked in. Look, you got to have a Bruce Springsteen story. The boss, Baldy. What's your Bruce Springsteen story?
I got a bunch. I tell you what, I was at San Siro Stadium in Milan, the largest soccer stadium in all of Italy. Milan. Obviously, crazy soccer country, right? So, I knew all the guys in the band. I knew the manager for Bruce, Terry McGovern, and so I got my boys. In fact, I think Eric Shanks, who runs Fox Sports, I think he came to the show. So I got them all these passes and everything, and they're in the middle of this European heat wave. They hadn't had rain all spring, no rain, right? So, anyways, we got our cooler. We're set up right in the front of the stage, and we got the whole setup. We're ready to rock and roll, man. And about five songs into the show, out of nowhere, it starts to drizzle, and people are like opening their mouths and sticking their tongue out, trying to catch raindrops. Right? About 2 songs later, like it is in a downpour out of nowhere. It hadn't rained in 2 months. Downpour in San Siro Stadium. The place is going bananas. And Bruce called, I knew the guys that were in charge of the set list. He calls an audible, a Kyle Shanahan audible, and he says he plays Creedence Clearwater Revival, Who Will Stop the Rain? And the rain stopped. And the whole stadium started saying Odeo, like he's God. He's God. He can stop the rain. He can bring the rain and he can stop the rain. And they're like shouting out Odeo, Odeo to Bruce Springsteen right there to see how that rain, like it was mystical how it started and it was mystical how it stopped.
That's a great story. Bruce Springsteen in Italy doesn't get better than that. Hey, Baldy, good stuff. We'll do it again next week, man.
Let's do it. All right, guys.
You're the best, buddy.
There he goes. That's Brian freaking Baldinger, courtesy of River Islands, with a great Bruce Springsteen story, which leads us to the injury report. '49ers announced yesterday that Bryce Huff sustained a hamstring injury and will miss the next 2 games as a result. Head coach Kyle Shanahan said Huff's injury occurred on one of the last 2 plays of the game on Sunday night. Just brutal. And center Jake Brendel will also be out for 2 weeks with his own hamstring injury that he sustained in the second quarter on Sunday night. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. All right, coming up next, right out of the break, your chance to win Springsteen tickets to the movie and a $100 gift card. Again, right out of the break. Don't go anywhere. Plus, Bonte Hill in studio for the next 2 hours. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, which is here for you and here for good.
It all starts tonight. Your Golden State Warriors open the season against the Lakers.
Curry gets an open 3. Look, it's on the way. Tie game!
It's a full season of Jimmy Butler with Steph Curry and Draymond Green.
Back cut Butler. Layup is good and a foul! He got fouled by Dunn!
Warriors Lakers. It all starts tonight at 7. Pregame starts at 6.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry. You're listening to the home of every Warriors game, 95.7 The Game.
Hi, this is Brian Bakhtiar, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. The fall season is upon us. That means football, baseball playoffs, and kids back in school. At Stevens Creek Subaru, this is one of our favorite times of the year. Fall is also when we get our first rains of the year. That means dangerous road conditions. That is, unless you drive a Subaru with symmetrical all-wheel drive. Subarus are built for any road condition or terrain, whether it's a drive to the coast or up to the snow. The safest pick is a Subaru.
This month, lease a new 2025 Crosstrek 2.5i Premium for just $238 per month. Just $238 a month for a new Crosstrek from Stevens Creek Subaru in San Jose. 36-month lease. No security deposit needed. $29.95 due at signing, plus tax, license, and registration fees. Includes $85 dealer documentation fee and first month payment. Acquisition fee $650. MSRP $30,177. 15 cents per mile over 10,000 miles a year with Tier 1 approved credit. $300 disposition fee. 1 at this payment. VIN number S8268128. Offer expires end of month. See Stevens Creek Subaru for details.
On Stevens Creek Boulevard or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. Buckle up and drive safely.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see the full selection of Thermador appliances. Thermador provides a range of possibilities, from refrigeration to dishwashers or cooking with steam or convection. Come into Friedman's Appliance, and right now, you can receive up to 3 complimentary gifts with qualifying purchase. See all Thermador appliances displayed beautifully in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and at Friedman'sAppliance.com.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Natural disasters happen every year. Fires, hurricanes, tornadoes. And with that, your most important moments recorded on VHS, camcorder tapes, and 8mm could all be gone in an instant. Cherished moments like your wedding, baby's first steps, family trips to Yellowstone, lost. Enter Legacy Box. Digitizing your old media with Legacy Box protects your irreplaceable memories from the threat of natural disaster by digitally preserving them onto thumb drive, DVD, or the cloud, so they're safe forever. Legacy Box is the safest and easiest way to preserve your past, which is why it's been trusted by over 1 million families. Send Legacy Box your home movies, photos, and film. Their team of trained professionals will do the rest right here in the U.S. For a limited time, Legacy Box is offering radio listeners an incredible 50% off. Go to legacybox.com/value and save 50% when you digitize your memories. That's legacybox.com/value.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM in HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Same five for both teams that left the floor. Bounce pass to Draymond, low right. Shot clock attempt, back cut Butler. Butler goes up, layup is good, and a foul! He got fouled by Dunn!
Dub Nation, this is Jimmy Butler. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios on 95.7 The Game.
Jimmy Buckets! We got Jimmy, we got Steph, we got Draymond. We got Tim Roy on the call right here on 95.7 The Game. Tonight, Warriors, game 1 of the regular season, taking on Luka Doncic and the Lakers. Again, all the pre- and post-game coverage right here, every game. You're home for the Warriors, 95.7 The Game. We got Bonta Hill in studio right now, courtesy of River Islands. And by the way, you can hit us up, 888-957-9570. We just had Brian Baldinger on. Just so much. Again, Tuesdays, it's the best show in the Bay Area. All love to Steiny and Goo. All love to Willer and Dibbs. Nothing beats Tuesday on the roast.
Let the
when we
people
got
say
Baldy. No, I'll say it because I want to. Baldy and we got Bonte. It's the best. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal Financing later. Bonte, let me give you a compliment. All right, let's just take the compliment. I know it's hard.
I've seen Springsteen from the Meadowlands to Milano, Italy, and I'm telling you, there's nothing like a Springsteen show.
And right there is the sounder from 20th Century Studios on October 24th. Discover why critics are calling Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere an intelligent journey into the soul of an artist. Jeremy Allen White is the boss. Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere. Only in theaters Friday. Get tickets now. And for your chance to win a $100 gift card plus 2 movie passes for a night out, be caller number 5 to the contest line. 415-523-4652. Again, caller number 5 to 415-523-4652, and you'll win courtesy of 20th Century Studios. That was a hell of a story from Baldy. Being in Milan, Italy, seeing the boss, Ponte.
Milan, Italy. That's money.
That's money time right there.
That's South Italy.
Come on.
That's where the European extravaganza ended.
Let's go. Oh, okay. Go back to that.
Question.
What's up, man?
Can you name the title of one Bruce Springsteen song?
I cannot.
Born in the USA. There you go.
Was he born in the USA?
Yeah.
Was that him?
Born in the USA.
Oh, that was him? He just did some concerts last year at Chase Center. It's like people follow Springsteen all over the place.
Oh, my mom's a diehard. Right? Yeah, my mom's a diehard. The Boss.
Like, the Boss, yeah. They call him the Boss, and he just does concert after concert after concert.
The E Street Band.
Well, he's
E Street Band. Well, I did know, and I found this out by watching The Sopranos for a third time, that your boy was part of the E Street Band.
Yeah.
Silvio. I couldn't believe it.
Stevie Van Zandt.
They created the character after doing the interview with him for him applying for the job. What do they call it? A casting call?
Yeah, casting call, yep.
Pause.
Relax.
And
no, there's no pause there. Where are you casting call?
Stop.
No, there's no pause there.
There's no couch related. All right, this is not
close to a pause.
But they created the character. They created the character, and if you watch I think it's the first or the second episode, he wasn't the second in command. They carved that into it as the season went on.
So there, the more you know. The Sopranos, Silvio Dante. There you go. Stevie Van Zandt, and shout out to whoever is the lucky winner of the 2 movie tickets. You going to see that, guys? You going to go see the movie? You got to, right?
What movie?
I just did Springsteen, Deliver Me From Nowhere.
A lot of these artist movies.
Way to sell it. You're out. That's okay.
I'll go see the movie. I want to learn about him.
There you go.
He's such a phenomenon. Everybody talks about him for many, many years.
My mom loves him because it's that age, the same age as Baldy, like early 60s, but they're both from Jersey. So my mom's from Jersey, Baldy an East Coast guy. They love to attach Jersey to it.
Well,
so
listen,
there you
Baldy's
go.
off the air, so I'll just say it. That would be categorized as snitching music in my neighborhood, Bruce Springsteen. Because you forget the snitching music in the real, the brothers wasn't playing Bruce Springsteen. I don't know how many brothers are playing Bruce Springsteen.
Well, they might be playing his Santa Claus is Coming to Town, which is famous, Bonte. They like singing Christmas music, right? Come on.
Nat King Cole.
That's fine. They play some Frank Sinatra occasionally, right? Come on.
I'm just saying. I want to watch the movie so I can learn about him.
Snitching music. Hey, I live in Oakland. I live near International Boulevard. They're bumping Phil Collins, all right?
This guy,
stop.
I'm just saying
trips to Europe that end it was South Italy, you said?
Yeah, we
you're
did
talking about snitching music?
We did Amalfi Coast, so, ended up in Rome.
You could like all music. It's okay.
I agree you can like all music. I'm just saying the brothers from where I'm from wasn't playing Bruce Springsteen.
What are they playing?
Pac, Spice One, SIBO, E40, Filmo music, man. We need Messy Marv.
Which is funny because Pac and all those guys were listening to what when they were growing up? Probably what you would categorize.
I don't know what they were listening to. I was listening to Pac, hit him up.
Well, you got to listen to Jeff Pearlman and read his new book. He'll tell you all about Tupac.
Yeah,
so
I do like Jeff Pearlman. I got a couple books.
I think he needs to take a play off. He's on too many podcasts.
Hey, you got podcast-itis.
There you go.
Yeah, well,
podcast-itis hits them all.
Odysseys, they want me to pump them out.
No plays off right now when it comes to the 49ers. 5-2, Bonte.
Rate, review, wherever you find podcasts.
Yeah, there you go. Do the plug. Yeah, you feel
Odyssey
better?
app.
All right, there you go.
Hey, I've been on there twice. He had a nice little backdrop in Levi Stadium. You see that, Spinoni?
It was very popular.
He said, so I was like, watch this. I'm going to give him a nice little visual.
Yeah, it was really cool.
In the dungeon, like I'm in the trenches.
He had the glasses on, and he looked like Patrick Willis with the glasses on.
He really
the meta glasses. The meta glasses.
Wow.
Yeah, I know, because Patrick Willis wears a similar set of glasses.
Cameras on these are great, Spadoni.
The more you know. The camera, the audio.
I should have worn them yesterday when we were eating at Chase today.
Kind of creepy that you can have a camera on then while you're wearing the glasses.
I don't record unless I tell people, like, hey, I'm recording.
Wait, you can...
You can record. Like if I put them on right now, I can record and just look at you guys. Yeah.
And where does it store? On the cloud?
I got an app, the Meta app, and then you can upload it to Instagram. It's actually a better camera than the iPhone.
Really?
So, yeah.
Wow. Look at you.
Yeah, look at
you.
I
Wow.
can see your nose.
You can. Well, everyone can. It's big and it's spectacular. There you go. Shasky dealing with some nose issues as well. Shout out to Deviated Septum. He tells us all about it. But Bonte, I want to talk about the Niners.
We're going to have surgery.
All right? We'll touch on the Warriors. Game 1 tonight, obviously, against the Lakers. That is massive. But the 49ers, talk of the town right now. Unfortunately, Bryce Huff going to be out the next couple weeks, at least it sounds like, with a hamstring. The hits don't stop coming for this team. Fred Warner, Bryce Huff, Nick Bosa. It sucks, but let's talk about that game on Sunday night. What stuck out to Bonte Hill the most coming away from a Sunday Night Football win?
Well, two things. One, Robert Saleh's game plan, and then Christian McCaffrey. And there's been a lot of talks about Christian McCaffrey losing a step or looking washed up. And my thought process was, and you guys asked me this earlier in the season, and I said, I don't know, because how good is the offensive line? On one end, the offensive line can't be bad and Christian McCaffrey be washed. Like, that doesn't make sense to me. So is the offensive line bad, or is Christian McCaffrey washed? Now, if they were blowing holes open and Brian Robinson was coming in, getting 5 yards a pop, then you're like, okay, Christian McCaffrey, there's something up with him. But he was also playing very well in the pass game. I mean, he's playing very well in the pass game. Probably has the best hands on the football team. So, one, Christian McCaffrey and that run game got rolling, and Robert Saleh's game plan against Bijan Robinson and the Falcons, doing anything to take him out of the game and saying, hey, Michael Penix Jr., beat us. And right now that young man's not ready to beat anybody.
I think the Christian McCaffrey thing is interesting. It's kind of similar to like Steph Curry. When you're so great, losing a half a step, he's washed. Like, no, that's too extreme.
Yep.
Maybe he's not the same dynamic athlete he was 2-3 years ago in running back terms, but he can still be unbelievably productive. I just think we throw the washed word around.
Right.
And anytime you critique someone, people just instantly, you're saying he's washed.
Right.
I don't think anyone says he's washed.
He's cooked.
But it was nice to see. I think it was 7 explosive runs of 10 or more yards.
There you go.
That is new.
And the one thing that he was doing was making people miss.
Yes.
He's making people miss. And that's the Christian McCaffrey that we all have grown to love ever since his days back at Stanford, making people miss in space. And he was close to popping a couple, which it felt like over the first 6 games he was close to popping a big run or two. But look, his longest run of the season is still only 15 yards. You see Jahmyr Gibbs yesterday on Monday Night Football break the 78-yarder. He's explosive. I mean, he's probably the quickest running back in the league. But McCaffrey, look, he can run the power football game, the gap scheme and running power football right up the A gaps and the B gaps. But look, he looked like the Christian McCaffrey from 2023, making people miss in space. And then just displaying great hands once again, as he's done all season.
Well, and on top of that, Joe, like the fact that he shared the field with Bijan Robinson and the broadcast kept talking about it the offseason, and Luke McCaffrey, Christian McCaffrey, Bijan, they had the picture, all of them working out together. It was cool to see. Everyone was hyping up Bijan, and rightfully so. The guy's incredible. But the number one rushing team, the number one rushing attack, coming off those big wins against the Commanders, against the Bills, right? Monday Night Football, all the talk of the town of the NFC is, wow, the Atlanta Falcons, could they be something? And then they just come into Sunday night, coming out of Levi's, and just 10 points. It's incredible. Like, I still don't know how Saleh did it defensive. I'm trying to figure it out. We were calling it the no-name defense, but guys are making names for themselves. Tatum Bethune, laying the wood. Malik Mustafa almost knocking out Tyler Algier. I thought he was done after that play. Yeah. He was woozy for a little bit. You got, Darrell Luter, who was the GOAT, the negative GOAT, as the guy in the Super Bowl a couple years ago, Bonte, where it hits his foot on the punt. You guys were there. I don't have to tell you about it. Like, everyone was making plays on Sunday for that defense. And I see so much bad football. And the Niners could have all the excuses in the world for not to show up. I mean, when you lose guys like Nick Bosa, like Fred Warner, like you haven't had your stud guy that you paid $200+ million under center in Brock Purdy, right? You haven't had Ricky Pearsall, no Brandon Ayuk all season. They could easily roll over. And they just don't. They fight, man. It's so refreshing. Every single week I get more and more impressed with this team.
Well, they're pros, number one. And it's only October. Like, to lay down when people pay all that money for season tickets and merchandise.
Oh, I see teams laying down, though. That's the problem.
Not with Shanahan and Saleh. One thing Shanahan has done over the course of his tenure is this team does not lay down. Even his first year, when he started 0-9, they ended up winning 6 straight, with Jimmy Garoppolo after the trade there, but they didn't lay down. Even in the next season, when it was a loss year after Jimmy Garoppolo tore his ACL, they bucked up when everybody said, lose, tank. They beat the Seahawks for a culture win in the driving rain. Remember that, Chasky?
One of the worst storms I've ever been in.
And they went out there and won that game because they don't quit on Shanahan. They don't quit on Saleh. So I knew they would show up. Now, it's one thing to win, and I had no idea what to expect without Fred Warner. But Fred Warner being on the field before the game, giving him that inspirational boost, having George Kittle back obviously helps. Your leader on offense, that's big time. So a lot of guys stepped up. They took out, and look, let's be honest. As you watch that game play out, that's the Falcons in a nutshell. That's their entire, like, going back to when they were in the NFC West back in the 90s, but only you were too young for that, when the Saints and the Falcons were in the NFC West. That's what the Falcons do over their franchise's history. They'll win a big game, they'll lay egg the next week. I don't even know if they're going to beat the Dolphins this week because that's who the Falcons are. You just never know what you're going to get. But Saleh and Shanahan coaching that game up, and the defense, they were flying around hitting. That was a big time win for the 49ers on Sunday Night Football.
Rewatching Monday, you're like, you're just looking at the personnel that they have, talking about the Falcons, and you're like, boy, this reminds me a lot of the Mike Singletary Niners, where you got all this talent that's clearly really good, and they just can't put it together.
It's them in a nutshell. And you know what? Penix Jr. is not ready to win from the pocket.
That I agree.
And that was to me everything. Make Penix beat you. Okay, Bijan Robinson showing out on Monday Night Football. Joe against the Buffalo Bills. Take him out of the football game. The one play they had was a little screenplay to Bijan Robinson where he scored the touchdown on. They ran it about 4 times on Sunday. But you have Drake London, You have Kyle Pitts Jr. actually played a damn good game on
the
Sunday.
best he's ever looked.
I can't believe how good he looked that day. I was like, wow. Because he's the guy in fantasy football you do not touch.
He's like, that's the best game I've ever seen Kyle Pitts play. I was like, he's a top 5 pick, and the stat line was 7 receptions, 62 yards.
Seriously, though, look at his career. He's had so many games where he has like 1 catch for 4 yards, it feels
He's such a physical specimen, too. Like, just toss it up there. But you're right about Penix. Like, he just looked unsure of himself. When he had to hold on to the ball, didn't see the field. They didn't attack the middle of it. It was always sideline, sideline, sideline. He had a couple throws, some back shoulders. But outside of that, you're right, man. Like, and Bryce Huff getting after him, I thought he was shook after some of those hits. And Baldy said it. He thought that Penix like fractured something after that hit up from Huff.
Well, he's on an injury report right now, I think, with a foot injury, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, something's up. New York Ken, if you can look that up. Penix is banged up, but this is what I saw. Like, in that national championship game, there's something you could take away from a player in big-time games, whether it's college or pros. And when Michigan put heat on him, he missed Roma Dunze a couple times. He was off, and I was like, what's going on with Penix? So if you put heat on him, I thought about this. Honestly, I can't believe I'm about to say this. But if Kirk Cousins is playing that football game, it may be a different result.
Ooh. I didn't even think about that.
In terms of just hitting guys on time, hitting the spots. Like deep ball accuracy, sure, Penix has that. But short to intermediate, he is off. He throws either high or he puts too much hot sauce on it. So that's another element with Atlanta that may hold them back from going to the playoffs this season.
Day-to-day with a bone bruise on foot/ankle for Michael Penix after getting roughed up.
I thought one of the big sequences, Connor Colby catches a ball that's deflected. You don't know if it's going to be ruled a fumble and then progress stopped, or, then you lose 4 or 5 yards, or Connor Colby catches the ball and plows forward. They get a field goal attempt on that one, the Niners do, and then Atlanta marches down. A couple of nice throws from Penix and some wide open guys. Who was the receiver that made the play?
Darnell Mooney?
Darnell Mooney.
Yeah, made a really nice athletic play on Luter. Luter kind of eased up on it. And then there's 17 seconds to go, and Huff does the stunt around the tackles and forces Penix to throw the ball away. He's still in between the tackle box, and he throws a lollipop out of bounds that gets called for an illegal grounding, and they run the 10 seconds off, and they don't get a field goal. That's a play that, as a young player, I'm sure that they were looking at him like, what are you doing here? Well, they had no timeouts.
Well, did you hear why? Because Melissa Stark, the sideline reporter for NBC, asked Raheem Morris directly after that when they were walking off the field. And he was just like, hey, what did you think of your young quarterback right there making that mistake, basically, is what she asked. He's like, well, that young quarterback got us in a position right there. Like, he was trying to, gas him up a little bit, but, you got to know better. If you're Penix right there and that, you got to know the situation. You cannot have that.
I don't think highly of Raheem Morris as a head coach.
He's a DC.
He's a coordinator or a position coach. As a head coach, they just make some questionable decisions week in and week out. And again, they're too talented to be where they are right now. Yeah. Now, Buffalo may be a flawed team. Yeah. They may not even win the AFC East. Now, it's tough to bet against Josh Allen. But as a team, the Patriots look a lot more buttoned up than Buffalo right now. Something is amiss with the Buffalo Bills, whether it's wide receiver, whether it's not getting James Cook more carries. I don't know what's going on with the Buffalo Bills. We'll see about them soon. And they got the Chiefs coming into town in a couple weeks up there at Orchard Park. But Kirk Cousins is just a veteran. Think about Darnell Mooney when Kirk Cousins was rocking.
Yeah.
Darnell Mooney was looking like an ascending wide receiver and a great number 2 option. Right now, he's like, if I go deep, I don't know if I'm going to get the ball because Michael Penix is not hitting anything short. So I get it. He's a young quarterback. You're learning on the fly. But there's a lot of players on that football team saying, I don't got time to waste. Yeah. I'm trying to get to the playoffs. I'm trying to play for a Super Bowl.
The biggest play for Atlanta, I guess, would be the 3rd and 1, then 4th and 1, or 3rd and 3, then 4th and 1. And Bijan's on the sidelines, and they throw an out route to a little slot out route, option Drake route London. To Drake London. And then Chase Lucas is at his locker after the game, and he goes, yeah, they cut up. I'm talking about what was the one guy? Bullocks and Robert Saleh had cut up tendencies. Yep. And they go, Chase Lucas goes, I was watching this video that they cut up for me, and all his option routes went out. And so I knew once he went into the slot, it was going to be a quick out. So I jumped the route, and he almost intercepted it. It still went through his hands, hit Drake London there. And I'm thinking to myself, do they kick the field goal there to tie the game? Do you give the ball to Bijan? How is Bijan on the sidelines? It's not necessarily going for it. It's all of the other things that are baked into it, as you're talking about Raheem Morris. I don't know, man. Something doesn't sit well with me watching that team.
No, it doesn't. And it's a little Reggie Bushish, right? Rose Bowl, 4th and 2. I had a lot of money on that game. I'll never forget that. It's probably the greatest game I've ever watched.
No, but I said that literally. Did I not say that yesterday?
Lindell White.
I go Bush on the sideline.
Bush is on the sideline. What are we doing here? He's a Heisman Trophy winner, one of the most devastating college football players I've ever seen in my life. And so, yes, Bijan Robinson being off the field on the 4th and 1. I don't mind the decision because you're going for the kill. You're on the road. You're like, you know what? Let's just win the game and put the pressure on the 49ers to have to score a touchdown or come back down and take the lead. And you put them in a passing situation that is Mac Jones and company. Maybe you get your pass rush rolling. Maybe you put pressure on them. But that decision, I didn't mind the 4th and 1 decision. The play call was just, what are you doing? And they're predictable.
Yeah.
When they're in pistol, they mostly run it. When they're in shotgun, they mostly throw it. That's a predictable offense to game plan for. So Atlanta's somebody I'm looking at and saying, yeah, that's Tampa Bay's division to lose.
You were in the press box when the game was going on?
I was.
Okay. Did they have the TVs in there with sound on?
No sound on, but what I do is I usually put the TV on my laptop.
Gotcha.
And I'll have a earbud in just to hear Mike Tirico and Chris Collinsworth and all the
every
reports.
week, you're doing what we're doing. You're following all the beat reporters. You're paying attention to every Kyle Shanahan press conference. I couldn't get any clarity. Was it the left foot? Was it the right foot for Brock? Is it the big toe? We kind of thought it was. You know, where are we at? And then Melissa Stark comes through with this report, and we played it yesterday. People were like, oh, this isn't news. I was like, no, this is news.
Melissa Starks, NBC.
Back at Levi's Stadium, you see Brock Purdy there. Turf toe may not sound like much, but it can be debilitating. There are varying degrees. For Brock, he hyperextended his right big toe week 1, tearing the stabilizing ligaments under the joint. In addition to being extremely painful, turf toe limits the toe's ability to flex. And Brock told me any movement in the wrong direction can set him back. He said he is truly day-to-day. There is no timeline for his return. He called this injury so annoying, saying he's never dealt with something that lingers this long.
And I think everyone got that report. It was the third quarter. Like, oh my gosh, you got to be kidding me here. Yeah. And look, they might have known internally about this. It just felt like all of us, the fans, the media, everybody kind of found out all at once. And it was jarring to hear it out loud.
Yeah, they do the production meetings, right? Tirico, Collinsworth, Melissa Stark, and they start talking to other people. And somebody may have slipped up. Because I'm sure Shanahan and Lynch were thinking, we don't want that to really get out. Because you don't want to have other teams know that. All of a sudden, you get a defensive lineman stepping on your toe.
Well, sounds like he was talking to Brock. Like straight up.
May have been Brock. And I saw Brock in the locker room, and I saw him afterwards with his baby girl. He was walking fine, but obviously walking is a lot different than playing quarterback and running around. So who knows how bad that toe is. And, the re-aggravation against Jacksonville, he may have been right. It may have underestimated how bad the toe is. So I don't put that on anybody. Brock is your quarterback, who you paid. Shanahan's thinking, okay, he's ready to roll. He had a couple walkthroughs. Let's play him. And then Brock comes out of the Jacksonville game, calls Shanahan saying, yeah, I think this toe's messed up. So there was a reaggravation. And now, who the hell knows when he's going to come back? Somebody who reported that he was starting. I woke up Monday morning, and I got a bunch of texts saying, oh, Brock's coming back against Houston. No. And I'm thinking, where did that report come from?
Diana Rossini came out with a report this morning. Can you play the report?
Sure, we can get it on the other side because we're up against it. But she did say something in regards to Brock Purdy
that date.
And that they had circled this date. And she also said something that was very interesting in regards to him coming back. Maybe it's going to be later rather than sooner. We'll get to that on the other side. Bonta Hill in studio for the next hour and a half now, every single Tuesday, 8 to 10, Bonta Hill, courtesy of River Islands. It's all coming up. Plus, we got to get into Warriors, Lakers tonight, 7 o'clock tip, NBC Sports. Noah Eagle on the call, Grant Hill. Noah Eagle, by the way, joining Steiny and Goo at 12:15. Don't want to miss that. All that and more brought to you by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
It all starts tonight. Your Golden State Warriors open the season against the Lakers.
Curry gets an open three. Look, it's on the way. Tie game!
It's a full season of Jimmy Butler with Steph Curry and Draymond Green.
Back cut Butler. Layup is good and a foul! He got fouled by Dunn.
Warriors, Lakers. It all starts tonight at 7. Pregame starts at 6.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry. You're listening to the home of every Warriors game, 95.7 The Game.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Hi, I'm Chris.
I'm David. And I'm John Margevisi with Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
Dude, what's with that voice?
Bro, it's my radio voice. People say I have a great voice for radio.
Bro, people say you have a great face for radio.
Oh, you have a radio
Guys,
face.
not again. We're here to talk about Jack's. Mom taught us everything we know. Use the best ingredients. Cook everything homemade. Treat everyone like family.
Don't forget the bar. With amazing cocktails.
Of course. Full bar. Amazing cocktails. Let's stay focused.
You're right. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry, too.
That's better. Besides, you're twins. You have the same face for radio.
Why, you little I love Jax.com.
Hey, Dan Diddley here for Golden State Lumber and Showroom. Consider their Stockton Yard as the go-to resource for building professionals in San Joaquin County. With over 40 acres of premium building materials available to the public. For bigger jobs, you can count on Golden State's large fleet of trucks for timely delivery. It's their goal to keep your project on time and on budget. Building a better Bay Area for over 70 years. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades. Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
This is Greg Nemitz from the Autism Society. The Pentelli Financial Golf Tournament raised over $100,000 for our organization. Thank you, sponsors, players, volunteers, and thank you, Pentelli Financial.
Shot clock down to 13, game clock at 22. Kaminga dribbles up top, screen by Wiggins. Kaminga drives, slices between two defenders and scores! He scored it with 16.9 to go. Gets a chest bump from Draymond, a big bump from Curry, and it's 98-93 Golden State.
Dab Nation, this is Jonathan Kaminga. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shiesky on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, JK? In action tonight, Warriors, Lakers, 7 o'clock tip.
JK, the People's Champ?
All the pre- and post-game, absolutely. Him or Pods.
Or Paul Wall.
Or Paul Wall, there you go. Well, Paul Wall had a song with Brooke Hogan.
This one right here.
Yeah. Which one?
On this song that you're hearing this
right
beat.
here? This is Paul Wall? Nice, there we go. I have it turned down. I have it turned down right now, so I just saw it. Yeah,
bad.
sorry. No, you're good. You're good. So we got that. Noah Eagle on the call for NBC Sports.
The internet going nuts.
Paul, is he still wearing the grills? At like how old is he?
Oh yeah,
he's got to be like in his mid-50s.
He's still wearing the grills.
He lost a lot of weight. He actually looks really good right now.
He is.
They're all Fat Joe's still calling himself Fat Joe, even though he's Ozempic Joe, but he still has the name Fat Joe.
That podcast with him and Jada
is hilarious.
It is, but Fat Joe's ridiculous.
Yeah, his stories are too much, man.
None of them make sense.
He takes over. Jada Kid's like, I'm getting a free check, man. I'm gonna just sit here high, say about 5 words, and call it the day.
Lean back, baby. We got Bonte on studio, courtesy of River Islands, for the next hour and a half. Every Tuesday, 8 to 10. We got Baldy. We got Bonte. No other place you'd rather be. By the way, the sports is incredible right now. Not only we got NBA back tonight, Bonte and Joe. We've got. Do you guys watch that game last night between the Blue Jays and Mariners? Game 7.
Of course I did.
Unbelievable.
Multi-view. Yep.
You see that fan, by the way, on Monday Night Football that's holding up the tablet, the Seattle fan?
No, I didn't see that.
Holding up the final at bat.
How did I miss that?
Yeah, it was pretty
then Mariner fans were like, are you kidding me?
Well, sometimes I'll click on, like when I want to enlarge in it, like sometimes and I did that with baseball in the last 3 innings. I clicked onto it, and because they had the Cowboy game in my multi-view, it had Cowboy game, which is a replay.
Yeah.
And then they had the 2 Monday Night Football games and then the baseball game, and I clicked on the baseball to bring it up, and just the crowd environment was, God.
Insane, man. And you said it earlier, you just miss playoff baseball when your team's not a part of it.
Crazy.
And the fact that it's been one time in the last, almost 10 years for the Giants at Oracle Park. Since 2016, man. And now they may have a new manager sooner rather than later. We'll see.
It's not a done deal yet.
It's not a done deal.
What are you hearing?
When and if it happens, we'll hit the breaking news sound.
Baggerly was talking about it. I listened a little. I went back and kind of cheated on you guys a little bit.
Wow.
Baggerly was talking about, because I wanted to hear. I was like, what's up with this guy Vitello? What's going on? And it's not a done deal yet. And from what I'm hearing is the Giants were a little miffed that it leaked that they were in on this guy, because there's 8 openings, and maybe San Diego wants a guy like this. There's a lot of openings out there in Major League Baseball. Maybe it's leverage. Maybe it's to get more money.
Because it sounds like the University of Tennessee has switched up some of their funding, from my understanding, and redirected funds that were going to baseball to another part of their sports program.
And what I'm hearing is that, college baseball, you get a lot more money managing and being a pitching coach than you do in Major League Baseball, because we know the analytics department and these GMs think, we can manage from upstairs. We just need a placeholder there.
$7 million would be
one of the highest paid.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Ever.
So Tennessee, a lot of pitching coaches have gone back to college because the facilities some of them are better than some of the Major League Baseball facilities. So maybe it's leverage there, but the Giants haven't nailed this guy yet. And the longer it lingers, I think that's bad news for the Giants if it comes with Vitello, but I could be wrong.
Well, it's interesting because we always talk about, when it comes to the NBA, you always have a college coach going over or flirting with the NBA. Most recently, Dan Hurley, right, with the Lakers, and all leverage, getting paid more from UConn, all of that. You see it all the time in the NFL. God, how long was it when David Shaw, it felt like every offseason for Stanford, was flirting with the NFL? David Shaw?
Yeah, he's on somebody's staff. What was it? One of the Monday night games had him on the staff of one of the teams. What was it?
Oh, the Lions. You're right.
There you
He's
go.
the passing game coordinator.
I couldn't believe it. They like flashed to him on the sideline. I was like, David Shaw.
Passing game coordinator.
Wow. Like, of all the things I think of David Shaw, passing is not it.
No, it's not.
Well, he was the Stanford head coach for 11 years, but I felt like for half of those, it was always like he was the hot commodity.
Yes.
When's he going to make the jump? Obviously started with Harbaugh back in the Oakland Raiders days. Both of them on the same staff with John Gruden and co. But yeah, it's pretty crazy. Now we got the first time ever potentially a college manager going straight from college to the pros. But again, we'll wait and see. Any and all news about that.
Nick Hundley apparently was the first option. This is the second time he said no to the Giants about managing the ball club. So
when was the other time?
I guess 2 years ago he said no. Yeah, Baggerly was reporting that. I was like, wow, that's interesting.
I had heard from a birdie that there was a contingent of people at a new restaurant opening sitting at a table, and it was Baggerly, it was Larry Bear, and another member of the media who shuns me at No! No, it was not him. No! Oh, maybe it was him. Yeah, it was Dave Fleming, Larry Bear,
Fleming,
and Andrew Bagley all sitting down at a table recently.
Interesting.
Yeah. Didn't Dave giving me all this crap about going to Elena's on West Portal, spending money, and he's out here getting a freebie meal.
I love Dave. Was he on the call for Florida State Stanford, by the way, Saturday night?
I was at the game.
You were at the game. Was he on the call? Does anyone know?
Florida State. There was a lot of Florida State fans there.
Oh, really?
Right? And my niece and my daughter, they were doing the war chop, and they were doing, they were having a lot of fun.
That was allowed in Stanford?
I was just saying.
Yeah, it was. I mean,
California.
let's not go there. But,
let's not go there as I do it on the
relax. Let's chill.
Yeah, I know.
But Florida State fans was like, we're screwed because Mike Norvell can't go anywhere. We don't have the money to buy him out.
You hate to see it.
You don't have the money to buy him out. And Gus Malzahn in that offense, it was just like halfback dive.
Who had a worse weekend?
Dive.
Lubman and the Miami Hurricane, or Bonte and the Florida State?
It's Lubman, because you come out after beating Florida State. You're number 2 in the country, and you stink it up. Carson Beck lost so much money Friday night, throwing 4 interceptions, and
bad.
you lose to Louisville.
Hey, Miller Moss, baby. Don't sleep on that guy, USC.
I'll say this, it could be worse. I mean, Mike Norvell could still be my head coach. So
No, but you guys are not going to win the national championship. You got Crystal Ball, who's good, but not good enough.
No one from the ACC is winning a national championship.
Yeah, no, Bonte, we're trying to win an ACC title first, right, baby?
That's awesome.
Hold on,
You focused on win number 4.
Hang the banner.
Can the Niners win the division? How about that one? As we circle back to the red and gold.
Bethune. I had a nice little chat with him about that game. Yeah, he was like, man, Mike Norvell's a nice guy, man. It's tough, man.
Nice guy.
It's tough.
That's when you know he's in trouble.
He goes,
He's a
it's
nice
tough.
guy.
He was like, it's tough, man. And
she's cute.
He goes, it's tough right now. He goes, that hurt last night. That hurt to lose it. He ran a shovel pass. They're trying to tie the game at the end. They ran a shovel pass.
I can't name a Stanford player.
Andrew Luck and Frank Reich, but they don't play.
Andrew Luck was like running on the field.
Yeah, he was hyping up the crowd.
Dude, they've got a couple guys from Matter Day. They just got $50 million from somebody. Stanford may be back soon.
Okay,
they got some money coming into the program.
What?
Being back to a national power, I'm telling you. Somebody just donated $50 million to the football program
in the
only.
Current landscape, $50 million. Like,
it's nothing. I get it, but they're going to get more money.
Buy out for James Franklin is $50 million.
Yeah, but I mean for the players.
Texas Tech, James Franklin.
During the broadcast, Texas Tech was playing Arizona State.
It's a good game.
They have $28 million invested in just this year's NIL program.
Right.
$28 million.
That's
so
unbelievable.
50 is a lot, but Texas Tech was a top 10 program until last week.
We got Vince in the city, who's been hanging on for a very long time. I want to go to him, and we can take some calls, 888-957-9570. We teased the sound, Diana Rossini, as it's related to the San Francisco 49ers. What's going on with Brock Purdy and the toe? We heard from Melissa Starks saying it's day-to-day, it's limited. We'll see. Well, this is what Diana Rossini had to say yesterday via The Athletic.
The San Francisco 49ers had week 8 circled as this is going to be it. Like, this is when these two are going to be able to come back. So to go with where Brock Purdy's at, where he actually even shared with the broadcast that it's like very day to day, and it's true. We'll see what happens if he practices on Wednesday. But as of late last night, from a couple of conversations I was having, it's still really up in the air. He went through a workout yesterday on the field, and I was told that he didn't really feel that great. So we'll see how this progresses over the next few days. And he shared too how frustrated he is. You know, he doesn't want to sit and watch this happen, especially after just getting paid. And it sounds like it's one of those nagging pains too, where it's just like you're trying, you feel like you can go a little bit more. And then when you push it, that's when the pain comes back. We'll see how they figure that out. And the same with Ricky Pearsall. Again, had it circled for week 8. It's just not definite as of right now on Monday.
So that was Diana Rossini yesterday via The Athletic. They had the dates circled, Bonte, and it sounds like both of them maybe, and it sucks for Ricky's case because, God, he was playing so well, too, prior to this injury. You know, the more this keeps lingering, it's going to be there all year for Brock Purdy. It is. I'm sorry. Like, I don't envision any scenario. No, I'm not a doctor, but I've talked to the players that have done it, and we actually have talked to Dr. Naral Panja, UCSF Health. You know him very well. Like, he said this is going to be lingering all year probably too. Like, unless you have surgery and you put him on ice, kind of like what Joe Burrow did, and his was much more severe, it sounds like, in Cincinnati. It sounds like this is just going to be there all year. And I just wonder if we're ever going to get to a point, Bonte, where he's going to like start and feel good, and Kyle Shanahan's going to feel good about starting him.
Not a doctor.
Not a doctor, but I always question whether or not he would come back and get Houston or New York because they both have turf. Houston's turf at Reliance Stadium has taken ACLs before. That turf is, remember Wes Welker last game of the season? What was that, over a decade ago? Tore his knee up, and everybody was like, yo, Houston's got a terrible field. Even that turf field right now at Reliance Stadium, you want him coming back on turf? Like, you would think that maybe it's better on grass, but obviously he re-aggravated the injury against Jacksonville, which Levi Stadium's had grass. And then MetLife Stadium, we know it's a terrible
It's one of the worst surfaces in sports.
In sports. So I always question whether or not he would come back during these two games. If he did come back, maybe it would be last week's game against Atlanta, but I have no idea. If it's lingering like that, and if he can't go, then you know what? You're rolling with Mac. That's a perfect – you got Mac Jones. Now, there's a ceiling to Mac Jones, and Shanahan called the game knowing that, hey, if Atlanta starts getting pressure like they did early in the football game, Mac can't really move. So you're going to have limitations with the offense because you still have yet to score over 26 points.
What's more concerning right now? The offense, and let's just assume Mac is the guy for the rest of this year because Purdy's unavailable. What's the more concerning unit, the offense or the defense, considering all the injuries on defense?
Probably both. I would say offense, and I would say offense because you need playmakers. In these big games coming up, when you got the Rams and you have the Seahawks coming to town and you're playing the Arizona Cardinals down in Glendale, Arizona, it's never easy down in the desert. See, they just took the Packers to the brink. Yeah. You can't just put win next to that
Jacoby
game.
Played well, too.
Right, Jacoby Brissett played well, so
they need Pearsall back so bad.
And Pearsall's knee. I asked last week, what's up with Pearsall? Because there's no instability in the knee. We have no idea. It's a PCL injury, for crying out loud.
Is he even testing it or no?
I have no idea. I heard he was on the side field. So they're not.
You brought up the turf the next two, and it's a well put. And Chaska and I have been all over this. He was asked yesterday at a media conference call, Shanahan, whether or not the turf plays a factor the next 2 weeks, and he said, "quote No, not that I've been told." End quote. That was Shanahan saying it's.
He might just be saying
exactly.
That.
We don't know.
It's interesting.
I don't feel great about it though if it is on turf.
You kind of thought maybe somebody said something they weren't supposed to, and NBC ran with it regarding the foot. You're assuming.
I'm assuming. I would think that Lynch and Shanahan and the organization will want to be as tight-lipped as possible because it's been vague with the Ricky Pearsall injury.
Did you know what foot it was? Because I didn't.
I didn't either. And even George Kittle, for crying out loud, I didn't know the hamstring was torn.
No one did.
No.
And it comes out that, he had a torn hamstring. What?
He came out of this game more than any other game I can remember, but he's probably also working his conditioning back.
And so I'm sure the NFL is probably calling the Niners saying, hey, what's going on here? We need you guys to be accurate. And I don't blame NFL teams for lying about injuries. I would too.
I'd be as vague as possible.
I'd be as vague as possible. I'm not telling anybody anything.
Go hockey. Lower body injury.
Yeah, lower body injury. I don't need the fans freaking out. I don't need the other team to know what's going on. Like Juwan Jennings, I'm sure they were miffed when Juwan Jennings said, yeah, I got a low and high ankle sprain. I got 5 broken ribs. Well, I got shoulders at 20%. And Trent Williams came out and was like, well, we're all kind of dealing with something. And remember last week I said, hey, a former player was like, yo, you either play or just be quiet.
Well, you know what I thought of when Mac, it was a medicine ball. The ball that Mac threw, he was going to get plastered because he threw it out in front of Juwan, come out the intercepted ball. Immediately I thought of, well, if I was Juwan and I was that hurt, I wouldn't be laying out. I would have been on the sidelines in the blue tent had he completed that catch.
It was a business decision.
100%.
He would have got leveled.
He would have got destroyed. So, like, to me, he alligator armed it, but it was a medicine ball thrown by Mac. It was both of those things.
No doubt. And Mac, even on the play to Demarcus Robinson, when he dropped that pass, Juwan Jennings was running on a crosser wide open.
I didn't see that.
And that was the first time. That was the first time I kind of thought, like, man, is Mac just locking in on certain guys? Is he locking in on certain wide receivers? What's going on? Because Atlanta does have a good pass rush. You never know where it's coming. And that's why I thought the Niners game plan to run the ball down their throat, especially after Diablo got hurt at middle linebacker. They ran right where where the replacement was. And Matt Hennessy came in, and the run game looked a little better without Jake Brindle. Go figure.
It is funny how we do this thing about center. He's got to know all the calls. He's got to know everything. And, like, right away, and somebody asked Mac, like, was it different with the center? He was like, it was fine.
Right.
Immediately just dismissed it.
But if you ask me this, because I know where this is going.
What?
If the ceiling with the 49ers, I think their ceiling is higher with a healthy Brock Purdy because of his mobility, because I've seen him win the big games at the high. Like, you get to a playoff game, Mac's never experienced it, and he comes out there and he can't move.
Well, he has one playoff. Yeah, one playoff game.
One playoff game, and they got blown out in Buffalo.
30-0.
They got blown out. He wasn't even close. But he was a rookie.
I just don't think Purdy will be healthy. We all keep, and I've said it many times, when Purdy's healthy, if Purdy's healthy.
We don't know.
It just feels like he's not going to get healthy this year.
Well, the toe may just need more time. He may need until November to come back. Because, again, we don't know the severity of it. And if it's day-to-day and he's saying, man, right now I can't push off of it, then what's really going on with the toe?
Exactly.
Is it just the toe? Is there ligament damage in the toe?
Well,
is it just like Joe Burrow?
To Melissa Starks, it was a tear.
Complete tear. So then is it like Joe Burrow? Because Joe Burrow's not playing until mid-December. And we don't even know that.
Well, I talked about you last week. I was like, if surgery was an option, I don't think anyone's asked Shanahan about this. Like, was he told that surgery was an option at some point? Because at that point, I would have been like, okay, get the surgery so he can come back this season like Burrow. Now it might be a little too late for that if you're going to do it, because Burrow did it, what was it, week 2, 3, whatever it was. So I don't know. We got Vince, we got SFA Drummer, we got DJ and SF. By the way, Sports Talk 95.7 The Game is presented by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Vince in the city. What's up, man? You're on with the Morning Roast with Bonte. Thank you for hanging on tight. We appreciate it. What you got?
Hey, what's up, guys? So you guys were asking earlier, do we think that the 49ers can make the postseason? And I said it at the beginning of the year. All they got to do is get to the dance. I don't care how they do it. If it's ugly, if they're blowing teams out, they just got to get there. And then even more so now, because if you look across the league, everybody's hurt. Everybody's getting hurt. And, I mean, luckily, I guess our guys some of the guys who can come back got hurt early, so that way we can expect them in the second half of the season. I just think that it's going to set us up for an easier push to the playoffs. We just got to get there. I think, and I don't want to say Baldy was wrong, but with George Kittle coming back and then that also being the same game that CMC finally goes off on the ground, I got to say there's a correlation there. Now, I feel like George Kittle had a Draymond-type game because he didn't put up any numbers, but he impacted the game, whether it be gravity and pulling defenders with him or setting the edge on some of those blocks. And with that Draymond reference, because I was asked when I was fielded on this call, the Warriors. I think the Warriors, they might have a shot. You know, like everybody keeps saying that they're old, but then when you go to the gym and you're playing pickleball, right, you got all these old dudes, and it's like, how come we can't beat them? I think with age comes wisdom. Plus, you got 4 guys who are in line, who are young and athletic, and they got promise. I don't know if it'll ever come to fruition, but I think when you got Steph, Draymond, Jimmy, you're bringing in Al Horford, I think you got a shot. You got a shot. I don't know how deep they can go, but I think they got a shot at postseason play as well.
That's Vince in the city. Got a shot. And he's referring to what Baldy said. I don't know if you listened to the whole thing, Bonte, when Baldy joined us. If you missed any of that interview, find it on YouTube or the free Odyssey app. I asked him straight up, I was like, is it as simple as, George Kittle coming back, so that means the run game's back? And he's like, no. Like, he thought Trent Williams had his best game all season long. Now, it might be a part of it, but it's not the whole main reason. And he kind of likened it to CMC also just looking more comfortable when George Kittle's out there. And as good as Trent Williams looked, and I agree with him, Trent looked really good on Sunday night.
Gravity, right? We always talk about gravity with Steph and the Warriors. And when George Kittle's in the game, you got to pay attention to him. Safety's got to pay attention to him. Linebackers got to pay attention to him. What is he doing? Is he on the line of scrimmage? Is he in line? Is he in the slot? Where's George Kittle at? So, yeah, that was definitely a big boost for them. But I also think their interior played a lot better. I thought Puni had one of his better games. Yeah. I thought Kobe had one of his better games at left guard. I thought they got after Atlanta and said, you know what, we're going to bully you guys. And McCaffrey running behind these dudes with a purpose, knowing that Bijan Robinson's on the other side, all that correlates with 49ers doing what they do. And to Vince's point about the Warriors, do they have a shot? It's going to be very intriguing this year if they go to, say, Warriors.
Yeah.
Again, I go back to the history lesson. 3 guys, if your top 3 players are over 35, no team has ever won an NBA championship.
What was the Jazz? They said they won 50-something games together?
50-some games when they have 4 guys starting over 30, and how far did they get?
I don't know. What was it? Fitz and them were doing it during the preseason game.
So,
what was it? How far did they get?
I forget.
Oh, okay.
It was later on. It was like with John Stark.
Yeah, it was past
this
there.
was past the NBA Finals, so this was probably no more than the second round because they never got to the Western Conference Finals again after they went to the NBA Finals. So, look, you're going to manage Al Horford, right? He's going to probably play about 60 games, 24 minutes a night. So then there's 24 minutes available at the 5 spot. Do you want to play Draymond? How much do you want to play Draymond at the 5 spot when you got all these bigs in the Western Conference again? Şengün.
Did you see that starting lineup for the Rockets tonight? At least the shortest player is Amen Thompson at 6'7". Everyone else is 6'11".
Who's playing point?
Amen Thompson's going to play a lot of point.
Amen Thompson. And they got Jabari Smith, Kevin Durant.
Sounds like Phoenix all over again.
It was Amen Thompson, Jabari Smith, Kevin Durant, Şengün, and Steven Adams.
Yeah, I don't love that.
God.
I don't love that. You need a traditional ball handler.
They're going to need a point guard. And Reed Shepard. They don't want to put a lot of pressure on Reed Shepard
miss
early.
Fred VanVleet,
They're going to miss Van Vliet, and they're probably going to make a move because I think Sacramento's going to be sellers by the deadline.
Well, they've got 1,000 randos.
You saying Russ back to Houston? KD and Russ together again?
I don't know.
I don't know if that's going to happen.
Shruta.
Warrior thing. I don't think this is some like crazy opinion. I don't love starting Horford and Draymond. I understand where everyone wants to go regarding playing them together. In the playoffs or a must-win game, that's the lineup I'm going to. I think when I'm looking at the whole season, you have to stagger rotations in minutes so that guys are playing their most optimal in March, April, May, because that's when it's going to matter the most for this team. You obviously need to stack wins to get to be in a position to be that point. Yeah. But I'm thinking about how they can do this. I don't love starting Draymond and Horford together every night that they're all available.
Why not?
Because I want to maybe overlap and have one of the younger guys be in the starting lineup. I don't want Draymond getting, number one, like worn down by year's end, playing small ball 5 or just them, Horford and him playing together. Who's that other guy with those 4 players is really important to me. Is it Buddy Hield? Is it Pods? Is it Moody? Is it Kaminga? Spacing the floor offensively is going to be important.
See, I have to start Horford or Draymond because of what you just said. One, they have to get off to great starts within the game, because how many times did we watch them in the first quarter last year fall behind and have to play uphill?
Yeah.
With an older team, you don't want to play uphill. You want to get off to a fast start again.
I loved Horford with Kaminga in the second unit, though. I really did.
You will see that. But also have to get off to great starts. And Horford being able to space in that starting lineup and be in that corner or the wing.
I like Horford starting.
And so Draymond's going to start because
I know. I think Draymond's the guy that should come off the bench.
But the symmetry with Steph and Draymond, they believe in that. Steph wants that. Curry wants that. And then defensively, calling out all the signals and communicating. Look, there's a case to be made that Kaminga and Horford should start together. Again, but I'm come from the school that starting isn't everything because it's going to be about the finishing lineup of who plays in the fourth quarter.
Super Iggy role would be a fantastic role.
But I think we're looking at the wrong position.
What's that?
The starting spot next to Stephen Curry is the one I'm concerned with.
Well,
do you start Buddy? Now, they don't love the defensive lineup with Buddy Hield and Stephen Curry. Is it Moses
Moody?
But
I don't love Pods either in the starting lineup because I don't like the defense either.
This is where I'm going here. Moses Moody on the perimeter.
But
he's hurt right now with the calf strain, so he's not going to play tonight. Yeah. But also, if he is right, do you want him guarding 2s and 3s?
No.
It's the reason why he moved down to the 4 last season.
I don't want him.
So do you want Pod starting next to Stephen Curry? Now, his game is having the ball in his hands, and he can facilitate. But you also have Draymond in that starting lineup, and you also have Jimmy Butler, who's going to hold the ball, right, and is going to handle the rock.
When he's healthy,
I think that
Melton,
2 spot.
Yeah.
But can you count on Melton?
No, you can't.
Melton played 40. He's played 44 games in the last 2 years.
What did he play last year?
Like
he played 6.
Yeah.
Hey,
I know.
So 44 games in the last 2 years. So the spot to me that I'm looking at, which it could be Will Richard, the rookie out of Florida, but he's a rookie.
What did I say?
He's a rookie. He moves his feet well. He has great upper body strength. I think it's not a bad start. Again, everybody's so fixated on who starts. If I could get Will Richard to give me 5 minutes next to Steph, and then all of a sudden you're going through other rotations, you're going through your second unit. All right, how are we finishing the half? Who's rolling? Who's not rolling? All that stuff comes into play. But starting next to Steph, I think it's imperative for the Warriors. Do you want to go defense? And if you go defense, you may lean Will Richard, the rookie out of Florida. If you want to say, hey, we need to get buckets and play a little zone defense, that's where you go to Brandon Podziemski. And you got to think that Brandon Podziemski is going to be eligible for an extension next offseason. So he's going to want to play a lot of minutes. Christian Brown from Denver.
And they share the same agent?
Yeah, exactly.
Christian Brown just signed an extension, obviously, for those that don't know, with the Denver Nuggets. Same agent as Brandon Podziemski.
Yeah, so he signed, I believe, in the $25 to $30 million range. Was that what it was?
I will pull it up right now.
For 5 years? I think it's 125 for 5.
Is it 125? He's a good player.
Something like that.
He's a good player, man.
No, he is a good player. But I guess...
4-year, 100. Hold on. Let's get the 5-year, $125 million.
There you go. So I guess where I come down is one thing I really want to do is I want Dre playing, as fresh as possible down the stretch. I thought he wore down because of how much they used him, and especially in the small ball lineups, they used him so much. I thought April and May he was done. He was gassed, and all the bigs just destroyed us. All those fours. I want him off the bench, keeps him out of foul trouble early in games, and it gets him as my ball facilitator with that second unit, which really needs a veteran.
That's where you got Pods, though.
Well, in my scenario, I might start Kaminga and Pods.
See, I don't know about that. Because then you got Steph Curry running around.
I know.
And there is an issue right now, and you know me, I love JK, but knowing when to screen for Steph.
I know.
Yeah. Knowing when to get the ball to Steph. Knowing when to hit him in the hot spots. Where are you going to be at? Hey, how are you floating off the basketball? That's been the biggest issue with JK. For a lot of things that he does well, floating off the basketball, he doesn't do great. And if you're doing that and it's clunky to start and you get off to a terrible start, all of a sudden you're looking uphill, you got Draymond barking. I don't think it's as advantageous as in our heads to look great, right? You're next to Al Horford. You have a little more spacing. But I think defensively and the chemistry that Dre has with Stephen Curry, he's a lock to start. Especially early on, if you want to get off to a great start. I hear what you're saying.
It's a long season, and we're acting like he's not going to start.
Well, he's also not going to play back-to-back. He may not play every back-to-back, Draymond Green. That's the issue here.
Well, there's 15 of them this year?
There's 15 of them.
Okay.
I believe
a bunch
you have.
early on, I think, right? There's a bunch early on, like 5 or 6, I think.
5 or 6 in the first 19 games, I believe.
I don't know. I would try to stagger it. At the beginning of the year, I think I look at it in quadrants. We were talking about this. There's the first 20 games or so, 20 to 25 games. That is one quadrant. You got to get off to the best possible start. And then I think you start thinking.
Don't you think that involves Draymond Green?
Yes. I'm not saying he's not playing his 28 to 32 minutes. What I'm saying is I'm moving his minutes around so that I can get him against lesser people originally off the bench so he doesn't get into foul trouble. He doesn't wear down going up against all these athletic 4s and 5s that are out there. I'm looking at the big picture of a 9-month season.
But I also need him guarding the top dudes in the league. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you.
You got to have that guy guarding top dudes in the league, and I think he will be fresh. But then you're going to have a wear down.
You will acknowledge that, right?
But no, he will be fresh. I think he will be fresh early in the season. He's got it, preseason. I don't think he had the best preseason, but I'm not going to go crazy over a veteran not having a great preseason because it's preseason NBA basketball. I mean, how many full preseason games have I've never watched one full preseason game in my life. Whether it's football, spring training, it's hard to watch preseason. It's really tough. But if I want to get off to a good start, and I got big, like you brought up Houston, don't you want Draymond Green on the floor against Kevin Durant and Şengün and Jabari Smith Jr.?
Yes, but I'm
you
also
want Kaminga out there starting, trying to guard Kevin Durant?
I'm using the Iguodala theory, which is the most important part of the game is the end of the game, right? And I'm working backwards, and I'm trying to salvage him throughout the 9-month season. So I'm picking and choosing my spots. I know I'm going to take a little off that starting unit, but I'm going to add that second unit to me is extremely crucial. And I think all of the mechanics of how they get the ball down the floor and spacing and everything. Look who's coming off the bench. Seth Curry, Buddy Hield. These are all shooters. I need a ball facilitating veteran to be alongside those guys. That's why I like Draymond off the bench.
Pod's facilitating. He'll be on that second unit, and that's your ball handler, and he can get the ball to Buddy Hield. And you're going to stagger minutes. What you're talking about here, you could still stagger minutes By taking, if you want Draymond Green to facilitate with the second unit, then 5 minutes into the first quarter, boom, I'll pull Draymond. I'll bring him back at the 2-minute mark of the first quarter. And then he starts that second quarter with the second unit.
I guess
so
I'm
there's
just
a lot of
more worried-
ways.
I don't mean to interrupt you. I'm more worried about Draymond's age and his body holding up this year than ever before.
What you think about that with Jimmy and Steph?
They're just different.
And
I view them
Horford?
different. Because they're not banging with Şengün and Aaron
Right.
Gordon and Jokic.
Well, that's why you have Al Horford here, to try to bang with those bigs,
Sure.
right? Hashtag pause.
Hashtag pause. Perfect pause right here because you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNC FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live with the Odyssey app, coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios. That's Bonta Hill in studio for the next hour each Tuesday, 8 to 10. Bonta Hill, we're talking Dubs. Game 1 tonight at Crypto.com Arena. Warriors, Lakers kicking the season off down in La La Land. And if you want to ask Bonta a question, what's your biggest question mark for the Warriors heading into this season? 888-957-9570.
New York Kenny. You could do the legal at 905. It's okay.
Oh, it's okay. No, we're good. We got it.
Spadoni almost had a cramp just now.
I did. Well,
Holding his
my hand was my fingers.
Well, okay, time out. This isn't the Steiny and Guru show where every minute needs to be written on the script.
Well,
so that
Steiny does it 2 minutes.
can read it off.
Steiny does it 2 minutes before the top of the hour.
We don't
He
need
does
the
it early.
15-play script, buddy.
You don't care about punctuality. I get it.
Oh,
He did. Well, that's all right.
I don't know. I just
It's a
wonder
procrastination
about
sensation.
that second unit. I've only seen a couple of preseason games. It just looks so clunky and it's so out of. You got pot. Like where does post fit? Where does post fit into this year? I have no idea right now.
Flying
I just
Dutchman?
don't know. Is TJD even like? Is he even in this current rotation?
There may be games where Al Horford doesn't start.
Yeah.
And it may be Draymond Green starting at the 5.
Okay,
And
then
you go
who's-
Jimmy
then
Butler at
who's
the
your
4. Then you go Jimmy Butler at the
Butler?
4. And then maybe you go Buddy and Paz. But that's why when people, so Monty and I recorded Dove Talk Pod. We did our season previews, right? And I picked Denver to win the championship. He picked OKC. And Warrior fans are losing their minds.
What do you mean?
You guys work for the Warriors, so you
Wow,
don't
dude.
have any faith? Get off the payroll. And I'm like, hey, I'm trying to be realistic here because out of all the teams here, like Houston, they know where they're going to go for the most part. Denver,
I have no
Denver
faith in Houston being healthy at the end of the year.
But
continue.
Denver's deep. They're deeper.
Denver-
and they're
Denver's
healthy.
hater
Denver's
on
going to
the
be a
Warriors,
problem.
Bonta.
Denver's great.
OKC is going to be a problem. Minnesota is still
they kicked our butt.
They kicked their butt. I think Dallas is going to be a lot better. I think the San Antonio Spurs are going to leap into the top 6. They kept all their role players. They have De'Aaron Fox for a full training camp.
Castle's so sick.
I love Stephon Castle.
so sick.
How the Kings did not get Stephon Castle in the Fox deal blows me
I think
away.
the Blazers will be much better.
Wemby's going to take a leap. I think Wemby's going to get MVP votes this year. I think he's going to play 70 games and take that leap to be a superstar. The guy's 7'5" for crying out loud. You're right.
The injury
Portland
that
will
took
be
him away,
better.
though, the deep vein thrombosis thing scared me last year. Like, I hope that isn't something, I'm knocking on wood here,
What
that
did you
doesn't
say?
linger.
He's 7'8" now?
Well, according to reports, there was 7'8" potentially, but he's 7'6" now. There were some Fugazi reports. I don't know if you saw that, Bonta, about his real height. Victor Wembanyama.
I think the Spurs are going to be really good.
Yeah, I would agree. I don't know what to make of the Clippers. They're older than the Warriors.
They're older than the Warriors.
But
I don't know
they're a team I'm not going to overlook.
But you know what? They beat the Warriors all 4 times
that's
last
my
year.
point. Zubac killed us.
Zubac is
killed
still
it,
young,
and that's still a thing.
relatively.
Watch just taking a quick glimpse at the Portland games, right? Because you guys always laugh at me.
Kamara's a stud.
Kamara's a stud.
Shaden Sharp is a stud.
Donovan Clingan lost a lot of weight,
Yeah.
and he was out hustling the Warriors in that preseason game up in Portland.
felt his
Chinese player
size.
that they drafted.
Oh, Young Hanson?
I like him.
Hanson's good.
Yeah.
He's
I like
solid.
the Warriors to take him, but he got drafted way higher than I thought.
And then having Drew Holiday. Drew Holiday is a good veteran to have on that roster with Dame Dollar on the bench. So, listen, man, the West is tough. It's going to be a gauntlet. I don't know what to make of Memphis. I have no idea.
I wouldn't dismiss them,
But
though.
they get up for the Golden State Warriors. Hashtag pause.
And then obviously you got the New Orleans Pelicans and Skinny Zion. You didn't even mention with Jordan Poole. You know
what?
I know Kevon Looney's hurt right now. That sucks. Did you
Y'all
see
could
that?
laugh, though. Yeah, I did see that. But Zion, whatever he did in the offseason, remade his body. They still have Trey Burke for the third.
I like how he remade his body like he went in a lab and they had to fix it.
Did you see him?
Yeah, he looks
had
skinny.
more muscles than he ever had in his life.
I know, Skinny Zion. It's something. Him and Luka. Maybe they have the same trainer.
And Jordan Poole's on a better team. We can laugh at Jordan Poole all we want, but Jordan Poole had a good year with the Wizards last season. He did.
Well,
they sucked as a
good
team.
year with the Wizards.
Now, okay, all this selling, I love it. I love it. Sell me on the Kings.
Oh, I can't sell you on that one. The Kings are going to stink. The Kings are going to be.
What about Russ?
Hey, listen.
You see him going out LeBron, by the way? Russell Westbrook, some of the excerpts in that play.
I agree with the Denver thing. When Aaron Gordon got hurt, it wrecked everything for them.
They took OKC to 7 too.
He destroyed the Warriors in the 2 matchups down the stretch. That's the part. Like why I'm even contemplating staggering the old guys is strictly because come March, April, May, they need to be their freshest when those games are determining seeds.
Well, that's the problem. Because if you could stagger them and you mess around and then the team goes on a 10-0 run and then all of a sudden you're behind the 8 ball and you're asking the older guys, hey, we need you to rally us. Damn, I'm 37. Damn, I'm 36. You know, that's
the most interesting part of this is the full season of Jimmy Butler for me, a full season with him. It's one thing when you get dropped halfway through it and like it's this whirlwind effect. Yep. Like I always say, Bonte, like when I took the job over here, like it was Jimmy Butler mania. Like it was it. We couldn't have any time to breathe. It was Jimmy, Warriors, let's go. Yep. And it was just this crazy 2-month stretch and it was awesome and it was amazing. And then Warriors fans had a chance to exhale. It's like, all right, man, our 3 best players are all 35 or older now. Like, can we do this for a full season? So I'm very curious to see the gauntlet that is.
And Al Horford.
And Al Horford. I mean, now, no, it's true.
Right? And Buddy's no spring chicken.
No.
He's 32, but he's in great shape, though.
No, I know he is, but he's played a lot of minutes.
Right, he's played.
But that's why the young guys are so important, is that's why there's so much pressure on these young dudes.
They need someone to step up. And I said, like, I had 3. I did a little pod yesterday. I had 5. My 5 biggest reasons on why I love this year's Warrior team. And one of them was one of the youngsters needs to step up. And I think most people would say it's Kaminga, Pods, or Moody. But you never know what's going to happen. You referenced Will Richards. Who knows? Maybe it's Quentin Post. Who knows?
Maybe it's TJD. Who knows?
TJD's a guy I don't think we've thought enough about. I don't know where he fits in, though, B.
But I will say Kaminga did have a good if we're putting stock in the preseason, Kaminga did everything that everybody's been bitching and moaning about.
Yeah.
What's that?
He rebounded. He passed very well.
He actually had some really nice passes.
And they ran the offense through him at times in the mid-post, and he made some great decisions. You need a young guy like Jonathan Kaminga.
Who are you putting your money on?
I would put it on Kaminga as long as he's here. And if they get off to a great start, I would think that he's going to be here. Look, Joe Lacob loves Kaminga. I think this fan base is at Chase Center, and I love what he said at the podium where he goes, look, the social media fan is different than the fans in real life. The real fans in real life, they recognize game. You know, the social media fan will say one thing about Kaminga and say he just stinks. I've never seen it where a player balls out like that in the second round of the playoffs, and we're ripping this guy. What about the guys who didn't play well? It was just unbelievable. Anyway, we're past that.
Julius Randle just destroyed us.
I mean, you know, Draymond admitted it. Draymond admitted it. Julius Randle got the best of him in a major, major way, and that was disappointing. But I think Kaminga's got to be the guy. Now, Pods, too, because Pods is playing for money now.
Yeah.
And the thing with Pods, we all forget, in those 34 games, when he came back, and he came back the day Jimmy got traded here and played in that Chicago game, Pods shot 41% from 3 in those 34 games in the regular season. He's going to have to shoot it. They need more shooting, right? Alongside Buddy Hield and Steph Curry, Pods shot that thing down the stretch. He shot it at a 41% clip for the three-point line. So you could bet on him as well to take that next step as a ball handler and a shooter for this basketball team.
I think that is all like fair. We love that. I think he has limitations on his defense in terms of staying in front of people. And I think that's my biggest concern with him playing heavy minutes is who's alongside of him as the help defenders, because he can compromise at the top of the key. He plays so far out on people. He does make winning plays, but defensively there are some things he doesn't bring to the table. He plays so up into people. They go right by him, and now you're playing 4-on-5 defense, and you're in scramble mode.
Well, that's why I think you need Draymond Green. If you're going to start Pods at the 2, you need Draymond Green as a help defender behind him. Because that's one thing Draymond Green, we talk about wisdom and IQ. He does have that defensively. Now, I understand what you're saying, because I think Al Horford and J.K. can make sweet music together on the basketball court. I think that two-man game, and this is something I mentioned all summer long. I think Horford could be good for a J.K. Just it's a different veteran voice, Fedoni. A different voice to get J.K. on point. Horford, young players love Al Horford, so if you do start J.K. next to Al Horford, I'm not mad at that. But if you start Podziemski and you talk about help defense, I don't know where Kaminga's at in this stage of his career when it comes to that. I know where Draymond is.
Well, it comes back to that Rubik's Cube puzzle that Steve Kerr is going to have to solve. Like he basically found the elixir in that 2-month stretch last year. This is the full season now, though. Can he get this team to the playoffs? I don't want to have a play-in team. I want a playoff team. And that's going to be the second unit, the mixing and matching, the back-to-backs. It's going to be one of the most difficult seasons he's had in his NBA career. And I know Steve Kerr has mentioned often, this isn't real, right? When it comes to coaching guys like KD, Steph, Clay, Draymond. Well, he's going to have to be creative with a bunch of the old guys who are still very, very good and Hall of Fame worthy. And it gets started tonight. Warriors, Lakers, post game, the game, all of it right here on 95.7 The Game. Tim Roy on the call, 7 o'clock tip. We'll talk about that game a little bit. Plus, what's your question for Bonte, for me, for Shasky about the Warriors heading into the season? 888-957-9570. Sam and Tiburon, SFA Drummer will get you on the other side. It's going to be brought to you by Moderna.
mNEXSpike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna, is now available and easy to find near you. To learn more, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
The Golden State Warriors are back, and there's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside to enjoy while you cheer on your Warriors. Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation, so it's easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside, proud partner of the Golden State Warriors. Sold in arena and at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal está? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
From 20th Century Studios. On October 24th, discover why critics are calling Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere an intelligent journey into the soul of an artist.
I don't need to be perfect. I just want it to feel right.
Golden Globe winner Jeremy Allen White.
Trying to find something real in all the noise.
Academy Award nominee Jeremy Strong.
You always do.
Springsteen, Deliver Me From Nowhere. Only in theaters October 24th. Get tickets now.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
When your coffee game isn't strong, people can tell. Good morning! See what I mean? But at McDonald's, your coffee game is always strong. A medium caramel and mocha frappe, just $3.89. A medium iced coffee, only $2.79. Big flavor, cool refreshment, and your morning's back on track. Don't risk a weak coffee game. Keep it strong at McDonald's. Order ahead in the app today. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go to carsforkids.com. That's cars with a K.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
At Straight Talk, we know the holidays are your time to say
yes.
So why put up with a wireless company that makes you say
out of data?
Or
no service here?
Switch to Straight Talk and say yes to real unlimited data on a reliable 5G network covered by Verizon. And with a free 5G phone when you activate select plans, someone else in your family can say yes! Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Based on RootMetrics State of 5G Report, United States 1H 2025. Experiences may vary. Not an endorsement of Verizon. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. I mean, mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Shot clock down to 5. Ball to Draymond. Draymond dribbles, gets downhill, beats Towns to the rim, and scores a layup with the left hand. Time out, New York. The Warriors lead 94-88.
Bay Area is Draymond Green. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios on 95.7 The Game.
Morning. How you doing?
BPA? Play that again.
Draymond?
Ponte, you got to put your headphones on. 1 second.
I got it.
You got to put your headphones on, and you got to listen to BPA yesterday. Sounded like he just got out of the grave.
Morning. How you doing?
Oh, my God.
Was he on the toilet, dude?
Maybe.
Was he taking a number 2?
It was the morning news dump.
What
there you go, on the morning roast.
Oh, my God. Can you play that again?
One more time? 3 times?
Morning. How you doing?
I love
Could you imagine waking up next to that?
We got to find out who this guy is, man.
Usually we don't have a back-to-back caller rule.
It's
but
Mark Benioff, Bonte.
we're going to get rid of that at BPA. Brian, you want to call in, talk to Bonte about this Warriors team, 888-957-9570. Warriors-Lakers tonight, 7 o'clock tip. Warriors live prior to that, right here on 95.7 The Game. Obviously, all the post-game coverage here as well, all season long. Steph, Luka, Kerr, JJ Redick, all of it. And then we got before that, we got KD, we got Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Let's go. These are great matchups tonight, boys. Let's go.
It's great. Sports are on fire right now. You had the ALCS Game 7 yesterday. Blue Jays beat the Mariners. Springer, one of the great playoff performers in October and over the last 30 years.
Yeah.
3-run jack. You had Monday Night Football doubleheader. But the Bay Area is on fire. The Giants are looking for a manager. The Niners are 5-2. The Warriors are back in our lives. I mean, sports, man.
Sports, man.
Sports.
Thanks, Gil.
And then you got college football.
Bama's back?
College football, to me, has been better than the NFL.
Wow.
It feels like we had 5 games with ranked teams playing each other. USC, Notre Dame. Great uniform matchup. Georgia, Ole Miss, Lane Kiffin. Bama beating Tennessee.
I mean, Cal football against Bill Belichick, UNC. Come on.
I think I fell asleep on that one.
What?
Vanderbilt, LSU. That was a great game in the morning.
Did you see who's going to Vanderbilt?
The guy from Reardon.
Yeah, the quarterback from Reardon.
Both you and Belichick fell asleep during the game. That's not fair,
Did you go to that game?
No, Sam went to it. That fumble at the goal line, oh my God. Talk about snake bit. That was one of the worst fumbles I've ever seen. It was going to be a go-ahead touchdown, too? You hate to see it for UNC football. You really do. Final act.
You don't like Belichick, huh?
No, I just think it was a dumpster fire towards the end there, and I'm not letting him just walk away scot-free. I'm going to talk about it. Everyone just wants to.
What about the 3 decades prior?
I don't care about that. I'm talking about the real time. We have the rest of our lives to talk about poetically.
Do we talk about Phil Jackson that way?
Yeah, he was awful the latter end was
One
horrible.
of the greatest coaches ever.
Yeah, but also one of the worst GMs ever. It was awful.
You talk about Popovich like that? Popovich's last few years.
Yeah, maybe we should talk about it. You brought it up. Do you want
Some
to?
would say his best coaching job was the tank job to get Wemby.
So actually, maybe we should give him credit there. Pop, I will say this: health reasons towards the end there. That's withstanding. I don't think Belichick has any health problems right now. Seems to all systems.
He's got 8 Super Bowl rings.
Okay, what's your point? We can't critique guys with 8 Super Bowl rings.
No, you can. You just make it seem like he's not a great coach.
Guys want to fire Steve Kerr here, who has 4 championship rings.
That's the dummies out there.
That's firing.
Yeah, that's the dummies at the kiddie table.
We're allowed to critique these guys.
No,
Bill
I
Belichick.
didn't say you can't, but you make it seem like his legacy is tarnished.
No, it's definitely a mark on it, though, for sure. Towards the end there at the Patriots, what he left for Gerard Mayo, who was one and done, and now Mike Vrabel's taking over it, it ended badly. It's okay to say.
Show me the greatest coach ever who had a great walk-off win to his tenure. Does anyone remember Bill Walsh's final? One sec. Do you remember where Bill Walsh finished up his career?
You tell me.
Getting fired by the Yorks and Parag Marate as a front office guy.
I'm just telling you.
And it didn't end well at Stanford.
No.
Stanford was terrible.
And he's one of the greatest of all time.
That's fine. Can we not say it?
What about Don Shula? What about Don Shula?
You guys are acting like saying it's ending poorly.
How did Jimmy
is a hot
Johnson
take.
walk off the field in Miami for the Dolphins?
63-0 or whatever it was.
55-7 to the
there
Jacksonville Jaguars.
Might as well be 100-0.
Right.
Again, it's
so
it's
you
okay.
gotta make our point.
It's okay. No, it is. No, it's my point. You guys are making my point. It's okay to say that it's ending horribly. What, is that a hot take?
Yeah, but it doesn't tarnish what he's done. I mean,
No,
he built
I'll
the
just
Patriots
remember it
into
ended
one of the
badly.
greatest dynasties ever.
Yeah, don't forget,
he picked Brady over Bledsoe.
Yeah, he did. He gets credit for that.
What was Kobe's last playoff game? 32 years old? 33 years old?
And that wasn't even with Phil Jackson, I don't believe. I think it was Mike D'Antoni, his last playoffs.
His final 5 years were very forgettable.
Did he go to the playoffs?
Yeah.
No, I know, but I'm saying
that's what I'm saying.
It takes away nothing from his legacy.
He tore his Achilles. They did go to the playoffs without him in the first round and lost to the Spurs. So that was against the Warriors that night, obviously.
Yeah, and then he came back and hit the free throws. It's a moment I'll never forget.
Yeah. And by the way, Lakers take on the Warriors tonight. So it all comes full circle right there. No LeBron, no Moses Moody in this one. Obviously, those would be the two guys.
How many dap-ups for LeBron and Draymond and the whole squad?
I thought you were going to say how many glasses of wine courtside for him in his little cup. I don't know. Over-unders that set at 3.5.
Does he use a chalice? Yeah. Is he T. Morant?
No, he uses the little the stemless, of course. Bontigo stemless courtside, obviously. You have to.
Stemless? What is
stemless wine glass? Because it's not. Come on, Joe. Come on, bro.
We're not big wine drinkers.
Yeah, I don't drink. Yeah,
Did you see when we interviewed Drew Bledsoe? He was doing it from his winery.
Sippy cup.
There you go. The grape juice.
That's what they look like. They look like my kids.
I saw Gabe Kapler. He had the stem wine glass
No,
at a Warriors game one time. Yeah.
Oh, with the tight
his legs
jeans?
crossed.
Oh, yeah.
He was sitting legs crossed with wine courtside at the NBA game.
Only Gabe Kapler.
It's like, okay.
This bottle of wine.
Sam and Tiburon, get things started. People are fired up. Want to talk Dubs basketball. Let's do it. 888-957-9570. Sam, what's up, man? You're on the Morning Roast.
Good morning, fellas. How you doing?
Fantastic.
Related to what you were talking about. What's that?
I said fantastic. Continue.
Oh, great. Okay. Based on what you guys were saying before, I had the same idea. Like, who is going to step up this year from the young guys on the Dubs? Every year, we're getting excited about the young guys, and then it feels like that crew just kind of plateaus. And I think that this team's success is correlated to at least one player really taking their game to the next level, hopefully averaging at least 12 points a game and contributing. Because I'm not seeing it, getting pumped every year to see these guys like Kaminga, Moody.
Hold on real quick, Sam. Kaminga averaged 15 last year.
What did he play, like 50
games?
games?
But it's Kaminga. He averages 15, but then everything else on the stat sheet is a blemish because it's just like not an efficient. Yeah, he's scoring 15 points, but inefficiently.
Well, I would say last year
on the team. I won.
No, yeah. I know. I think last year.
Won? Did he say he won?
I don't know what he said there.
But I will say this.
I don't know what that
last
was.
year, when it comes to the young guys, Pods got off to the horrible start with the broken nose. And
right.
what do you have? What was it called?
He had the abdominal injury.
But he had vertigo.
He had vertigo,
yeah.
but he had the abdominal injury,
exactly.
too.
He had a bunch of stuff.
He had that as well.
And then from that point, he averaged 15 a game.
But Moody was similar. Moody was kind of like MIA, and then he gets into the starting lineup. He went on a run. I think both guys finishing the season on a downturn has affected how we view them.
So Sam's talking about 15 a game. Potts did that in his last 34, and Kaminga did that in what many people consider a down year. And you got to remember when he came back from the ankle injury, some of those numbers go down because he wasn't efficient coming back. There was no role for him. So if they average 12 a game, I think we're in trouble.
Well, the conversation's always been with Kaminga.
The Warriors, I think we're in trouble.
Well, with Kaminga, it's always been about the relationship with Steve Kerr, right? And I actually feel like from the preseason, the comments from the head coach, again, take it with a grain of salt, comments from the head coach, actions speak louder than words. I get it. But it feels like Kaminga's doing the right things in Steve Kerr's eyes. Like, the fact that Kerr had his back when he got ejected in that game, he's like, I actually liked it. Like, he was doing the right things. And I felt Kaminga on that because I believe, and we talked about it, Denny Avdia, he was one that stepped on the ankle, the hurt ankle that kept him out for so many months last year, Bonta.
He had 6 rebounds in that game. And you think about JK's first 3 years, he shot 51% from the floor, 52.5% from the floor. Then his third seed, he shot 53% from the floor. That was his field goal percentage. And then last year, it takes a dip to 45%. So, in my school, when it comes to basketball, if you're shooting over 50%, you're doing something good.
It's so funny talking about this team and the age. I keep hearing age. They're so old. They're so, the youth, the lack of size. I was like, well, you got Jonathan Kaminga on the roster then. So you can't tell me it's a problem and that we could still be better off without Jonathan Kaminga. I just don't buy that whole premise and notion. Right. I think Sam and Tiburon saying, it'd be addition by subtraction if you just got rid of Jonathan Kaminga. I'm just not buying that. There's a section of fans that feel that way, which is just insane to me.
There's a log jam, though.
Your mic is off. Your mic is off.
It is on.
No, now it is. Yes.
Oh, I said there's a log jam of wings.
Okay. There is.
I pushed the button, and I guess it didn't go on.
Sure, it
Here's
happens.
the thing. And
you do push buttons, don't you?
It's crazy to me how polarizing these youngsters are. Like Pods and Kaminga, the two most polarizing guys maybe on the basketball team. We got Steph Curry, all right, for crying out loud. How is Pods and Kaminga with some of the social media fit? Because some of our audience is from social media, and some of these guys in the chat, got the social media mentality where if you say one good thing about Pods, oh my God, it's propaganda. Pods does some good things. There's some liability. But no, listen though.
About
but hear me out though. Does he have a problem at the point of attack, play defense? At times he does. Yes, he does. Does his height, you got a small backcourt if you start Pods next to Stephen Curry. Is he the most athletic? No, he's not. Does he turn the ball over at times? That's maddening. Yes, he does. Does he take bad shots at times? Yes, he does. He's also entering his third season. And it ain't easy playing next to Steph, Dre, and Jimmy Butler. It's just not. But he does some good things. It's okay to acknowledge it. Same thing with Jonathan Kaminga all summer long. We act like JK does nothing well. It's just fascinating to me. And if these guys take another leap, then the Warriors are going to be really good. They're going to help out Steph and Draymond and Jimmy.
Monte, I hate that and you're on fire. I hate that it turns into Pods versus Kaminga. Why can't we just both root for both? Like, that's the whole fan angle in this. I was like, you root for the team, right?
No, but that's where we've become now. We've boiled it down
ridiculous.
To player stance. You either like Purdy, or if you critique him, you don't like him.
Oh, you're a Mac Jones guy.
If you like Mac Jones, but if you critique him, that means you don't like him. And you're a Purdy guy.
How dare you slander Purdy?
It's insane.
It's like, just shut up and grow up.
I know.
There's too many kids out here who
Could you imagine going back in the day and be like, dude, I love William Floyd. You don't like Ricky Waters. Yeah. You don't like Ricky Waters.
Hey, I like T.O. Oh, how do you disrespect Jerry Rice? He's the number one wide receiver. Okay, dude, I get it. T.O.'s really good, too.
Can you imagine when Michael Jordan left for that period in the 90s when it was Scottie Pippen? See, this is why you got Michael's so much better than Scottie. You couldn't even appreciate Scottie Pippen in the moment.
Well, Scottie had a moment in the playoffs where he refused to get checked back in
because
the ball wasn't getting thrown to him.
I understand Hold on. When Michael was gone, for various whatever the reason was, when Michael was gone, Scottie he had a moment, right?
He
balled out, but he also had that moment in the playoffs where he did not check in.
But it's okay.
In game 3 down 0-2.
It's like legendary.
Right. It's fine. We don't have to use that as a reference then. SFA drummer in Houston. It's fine. No, you guys, you can wax blow with the 90s. It's good. It's your era. SFA drummer. What's up, guys?
See, that's what I'm talking about.
Fellas, how you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm ready for round ball rock.
Hey, me too. Hey, but in all seriousness, first and foremost, go Blue Jays, beat the Dodgers.
Please.
We know y'all ain't got no rappers there, so y'all need to go get your get back on LA. Secondly, man, the Warriors, I believe in them this year, man. I think we can go to the playoffs and right some wrongs. I believe Kaminga is going to take a big leap. I mean, I think he can average 25 points a game as long as he's getting put in the right situations, and he does what he needs to do to stay on the floor as well. I'm not scared of any team, and I don't care about Wembanyama. I don't care if he's 8 foot tall, because we watched the Olympics last year, and I saw Curry, the man we got him right in the eye on his home soil. So David beats Goliath every time. So, Bonte, my question have to you, do you think the Warriors could probably finish in the 4th or 5th seed this year?
That's the hope. You want to avoid the play-in, and it's going to be difficult. And I think, OKC and Denver, I think, are going to be the top 2 seeds. They're going to win over 50 games easy. Now, the rest of the West.
You're not worried at all about, just before you continue, like, there is a small part of me that wonders, like, OKC finally had success. How motivated? Will there be internal struggle of the disease of me? I just think it's something to monitor.
It's something to monitor for sure. And I think we'll see them come out today, and I think they're going to prove that, hey, we had one of the best seasons in NBA history last year.
Shea is just so not that, guy, though. Is what I'm saying. He's a
Jalen Williams.
Player.
Jalen Williams. And Chet's got room to grow.
Guys change. I'm just...
Lou Dort got snubbed from the DPOY finalist. You don't think he's got something to prove? Alex Caruso.
Caruso's amazing.
And then Hartenstein, however you want to pronounce it. I mean... He's a baller, so I think OKC is going to be fine. I really do.
No, I think they'll be really good. You just never know with these young teams.
I think they'll be a top 2 or 3 seed alongside the Denver Nuggets.
Yeah, I would agree.
Now, who's going to be 3 through 6? That's going to be very interesting.
I can make an argument for the Clippers. I can make an argument for your team, San Antonio.
The Mavericks?
See, I'm just in wait-and-see mode on point guard for them.
Okay. Well, and health, too.
And if Kyrie comes back, changes everything.
It changes everything. Because Cooper Flag looks like the real deal.
And Anthony Davis, he's wearing goggles, I guess, this season.
Cooper Flag looks incredible.
I know.
But Derek Lively and Gafford,
nice.
I mean, they got bigs, they got size, they have shooting. Klay Thompson, from what I'm hearing, is in the best shape he's been in years. Dallas is somebody to look at. Houston, you still got... They flipped Jalen Green, who did nothing against the Warriors. And they flipped Dylan and Villain Brooks, who will shoot you out of the game, for Kevin freaking Durant.
We talked about Dylan Brooks maybe being a Warrior at one point this offseason.
He was good in the series against the Warriors. Yeah.
Until the last 2 games.
Yes, I would agree. But
he was just shooting the ball.
But look, they needed shooting, right?
Yes.
Yeah, they Kevin Durant.
No, you do that to all day.
And Jabari Smith Jr., Ahmed Thompson, and Şengün. I mean, they were the number 2 seed in the Western Conference last year, the Houston Rockets.
Let me ask both of you this question. Of the 3 teams playing tonight, outside of the Thunder, obviously, they're the defending champs. That's where everyone's looking up. Who do you think of the Rockets, Lakers, and Warriors has the best chance of advancing to the finals?
Rockets, Lakers, Warriors.
Yes. How'd you rank them?
I'm throwing the Lakers right off the board for me. Okay. I think I have to watch them play a full season. I don't know. The Luka LeBron thing, I'm very out on. I don't think it works. They're both ball-dominant players. Not that they can't be good. I think something's up there.
They need to trade LeBron.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like something's up. I think LeBron's on his way out the door. Yeah. Warriors, Rockets. I'm going to be biased here. I'm going to take the Warriors over the Rockets. I just don't trust the health of KD. He's played 60 games, 4 or 5 straight years, basically. Like, he's just... It sucks that I'm saying that.
I'm actually in agreement. I actually think it is Warriors, Rockets, Lakers. I think the Lakers defensively are going to suck this year. And maybe they figure it out, but quite frankly, Luka's never been a defender. Austin Reeves, try hard.
I like Austin
Reeves can get the charges. He's got some size, but he's not a great defender.
But I don't like him alongside Luka because he's a ball handler and a possession. I don't know.
Rui Hachimura, he fades in and out. Sometimes he looks really good. Other times he looks lost. I like Rui, but he's a limited player. DeAndre Ayton, he's a big wild. What do you think of Ayton? He's got size.
No idea.
Yeah, I'm out on the Lakers.
Yeah, Marcus Smart's really there now.
I'm really out on the Lakers.
Marcus Smart's starting probably tonight.
Wow.
Yeah,
I'm out on the Lakers. They got to get rid of LeBron. I'm with you there.
They do have a great coach.
The Warriors are deeper than Houston.
You love JJ Redick.
I can't stand
JJ Redick.
Dude, the Warriors are deeper than the Rockets. That's for sure. I think they're deeper. And for whatever reason, over the last couple of years, they've given OKC a lot of trouble. Those games have been really good, whether it's gone to overtime, buzzer beaters. So I give the Warriors the best chance to hang with OKC out of these three teams.
What was it, the Cup game a couple years ago?
Cup game
on a
where
Friday night? That was a great game.
Chet Holmgren hit the 3 free throws.
Such a great
game. Then he had the other game where Chet Holmgren got fouled. Or no, he hit the 3 and sent the game to overtime, and SGA cooked. You had the game where they had to tip in. Steph Curry hit the layup, won 141 and 139.
Jimmy hasn't played them, though.
He did not play them last year.
God, what's he going to look like for a full season?
He didn't play against OKC last year. That 23-8 run was great. They didn't play OKC. I think one game they played Denver shorthanded. They got blown out.
It was that Lakers week with Memphis. And remember Pods had that big game in Los Angeles. That was the last time they played in LA, right? Was when Pods had that huge first half.
Yeah, huge game, yep.
And he had the buzzer beater, and it was everything was great. Yeah.
The Clipper game at the end of the year was at Chase Center?
Correct. Yeah.
Overtime game.
They lost all 4 times to the Clippers last year.
God, dude, that game was a great game.
It was. And Kawhi Leonard. Zubac. Kawhi was.
No, Kawhi was great.
And then James Harden had a really good game.
He did.
James Harden had a good year for the Clippers. And then you know what? I think Bradley Beal is going to buy into Ty Lue and the Clippers. As much as he dogged it in Phoenix, I think he's bought in with the Clippers. I'm dead serious.
Look, they got CP3 too. Your team is just
Brooke Lopez.
Did you see
John Collins?
Well, and then the Kawhi evading all of the
Pablo Torre.
Yeah, that's why it doesn't bother him.
What?
You think it bothers Kawhi?
No,
you think
but
that's
I just
going to
think it's
impact
gonna
anything?
be lingering all year.
I don't think they even care. They're over it. They got Ty Lue.
Clearly the league doesn't care.
Ty Lue has had to monitor LeBron James and everything that comes with that.
Ty Lue.
So
I do.
I think the Clippers were not talking about enough, even though they're older than the Warriors.
I think the Grizzlies, I know, we want to laugh. I like JJJ, and Ja's a very good player when healthy.
Desmond Bane's a loss for them, too. Yeah. It is.
But they bring in Kentavious Caldwell-Pope. I think that's a better role for him in Memphis, and I do love Desmond Bain in Orlando.
I love him in Orlando.
Yeah, you like Orlando?
I do. No, I love that because they need shooting.
They need shooting bad.
Hey, Bonte, have you heard about the new Joe Shasky podcast called The Butcher Shop? Have you heard about that?
You have? I've been a guest
really?
Once or twice.
Wow.
Yeah.
Catch all the unfiltered thoughts.
Got to get them takes off.
All the unfiltered thoughts. That means you can swear on this thing? You're not doing that, are you?
What?
You dropping some F-bombs? What are you doing?
We don't swear.
Oh, okay.
No, we don't swear.
Shasky's never sworn once in his life.
Never. You can talk Giants, Warriors, 49ers, and the rest of the sports world with Joe Shasky there. Listen wherever you listen to podcasts. Be sure to subscribe and give a review about what you like and specifically what you don't like. Hey, Joe, what'd you guys talk about the latest episode?
So I did a top 5 reasons. Look, there's a million questions. Everyone's got previews. You did a preview pod. So I didn't do a preview pod. Yeah. I'll give you my top 5 reasons why I love this year's Warriors team.
Can we get some
number 5?
Thank you. We need the music, Bonte. It's real.
Number 5.
You don't know about this music.
Number 5. No, now I do.
Singular focus on a championship. The last couple of years, it's been, hey, we just want to play meaningful games. Well, now the owner, all the way on through, from Dunleavy to the coach to the team, even the young guys, as well as the old guys, it's all about winning one championship in the next 2 years. Singularly focused. Number 4. Quantum leaps. Ooh. Who is going to take a quantum leap forward? We see this every year in sports. We all think it's Kaminga, but it ends up being Pods. We all think it's Pods. It ends up being Moody.
Let's throw Guy Sanchez in there.
Maybe it's Guy Santos.
Guy Santos. We haven't talked about him.
You know?
He worked on his 3-point shot this offseason.
It could be Quinn Post.
Guy Santos, sneaky player alongside
the
Pat
Brazilian
Spencer.
Orlando boy.
I'm not mad at Guy Santos.
So, like, the way I view it, the 4th best thing about the Warriors this year and why I love them is because one unexpected player will take a leap forward. Yep. And that's always the beauty of sports. Yep. Number 3. The old wise men. Adding Al Horford to the mix of the old wise men, and I put Ron Adams in there. I put Steve Kerr in there. I put even Dunleavy in there. You're talking about decades of NBA understanding when it comes to this team. And Horford and Jimmy and Steph and Dre, having all the old wise men together. And I would throw Buddy Hield. He's sneaky older than you think he is. Seth Curry, sneaky older than you think he is. I'm excited to see the old wise men one last time unite against all these young whippersnappers in the league.
Bonte, can you explain the Seth Curry situation? There's been a lot been made about when they're signing him, bringing him back.
Yeah, they're in the first apron. You don't want to go into the second apron, so they got to wait till November to do some roster maneuvering. So he'll be back in November, mid-November.
Right, number 2 on why I love the Golden State Warriors this year. Steph Curry. Normally he's number 1 in everything that he does. I mean, number 1 in everything. But in this one, it's like, dude, are we going to get 3 years of elite Curry? Are we going to get 1 year of elite Curry? I don't know.
His preseason, I know we're not putting a lot of, but he looked like he was in midseason form. Like they were playing Portland, and Steph was playing like it was game 50.
Oh, no.
The intensity, like he does not want to lose. So having Steph Curry, and there's an emptiness to how last season ended. They really felt like they could beat the Minnesota Timberwolves and roll the dice against Oklahoma City in a Western Conference final. And that was taken away from him after he got hurt 13 minutes in the game one, that second-round series against the T-Wolves.
Hey, but he won it all back when he shot a 49 with Bryson DeChambeau at Lake Merced Golf Club. And has over 6 million views.
This guy loves that video so much. I think he's watched it a million times.
DeChambeau, and Bryson DeChambeau might be the biggest douchebag in all the sports.
Best friends.
He is a douche, dude. I can't do it. I mean, his Ryder Cup performance, the match performance, the guy's a tool. I can't believe Steph. Steph can do what he wants, but that disappointed me. Why didn't he play with Rory? Go play with Brooks Koepka. Go play with Dustin Johnson. Why Bryson? Why Bryson? Go play with John Rahm.
He should be playing with
John Rahm. Why you got to play with Bryson DeChambeau?
None of those guys are in the GOAT conversation.
That guy was down 5 shots on the Sunday in the Ryder Cup, and we're giving him credit. Oh my God, Bryson DeChambeau rallied in the Ryder Cup.
At all?
Some of it. I just can't stand Bryson. I can't stand him.
I love how goofy he is. Number one. The number one reason why I love this year's 2025-2026 Warrior team, and I would love to hear your guys' opinions.
Please.
A full season of Jimmy Butler. We only saw a snapshot. I don't know what to make of it other than, wow, they were really good, and they look completely different once he got here. I want to see what a full season of Jimmy Butler looks like. Are there going to be ego issues? Are there going to be load management issues, health issues? Are there enough balls to go around in terms of shot selection? I don't know, but I'm excited for it. So those are my top 5 reasons why I love this year's Warrior team.
And you know what? Out of all the Bay Area teams, I think we always say appreciate Steph, right? Appreciate Steph and Curry. 37 years old, starting year number 17, all with the Golden State Warriors. But also, what the heck? It's like we got new curtains. What's going on here?
Windows are being washed right now on the 10th
windows
floor.
Are being washed. Scared the hell out of me. Hi. How you doing, buddy? What's up, man?
He's locked
in.
Come on.
So listen, 95.7 a game.
To do that.
Monte's thinking about it.
You get paid a lot of good money. Probably better than what we get paid. But also the Warriors. We think about it, the NBA and NBC, and I heard you guys earlier talking about the Warriors were never on the NBA and NBC. I think the only time they were on the NBA on NBC was when they were in the playoffs against the Phoenix Suns, when Chris Webber's rookie year. Those games were on NBC. The first two games, where Game 2 was on NBC.
What year was that?
1994, 93, 94.
Yeah.
So it was a long time. But they never got to primetime games. It was always the Bulls. It was always the Midwest teams, Houston, San Antonio, Dallas. Really mostly Houston and San Antonio. Then you had the morning East Coast games, Indiana, Orlando, New York. But the Warriors got to be on the NBA and NBC. But also, we're here talking about whether or not the Warriors can make a run at a championship. This thing's been going on since 2012, dude. Think about that. The Giants have been to one postseason in the last 9 years.
And they've missed 2, I guess, essentially.
The play-in year
when they lost to Memphis and the Lakers.
And then the year with Chris Paul. Where they basically lost the play-in to the Kings.
The Kings' high water mark.
Yeah, that is.
That is the Kings' high water mark.
Yeah. I thought that was going to be a rivalry, and then they just, and
here we are talking about
the Kings.
Right, and here we are talking about the 4 wise men, the unction, with Al Horford, Steph,
the unction.
Jimmy Butler, and Draymond Green. That's what they're calling it, the unction. And then you got these young guys in Pods and Kaminga and Moody, and we're hoping somebody takes a leap, and they're still trying to roll the dice at winning the championship. It's been going on for 13 years. It's pretty impressive.
To your point, Bonte, it's still those guys running the league. And I know LeBron's not playing for the Lakers, but you got on opening night in the NBA, who do you got? Got Kevin Durant. You got Stephen Curry still. The old men, the old guard. I felt some type of way, I got to be honest. Thursday Night Football last week, Joe Flacco versus Aaron Rodgers. I was like, that's probably not going to happen again. Those two guys playing against guys, they should be done. They should be over.
But
Flacco ain't on Durant's level.
Not even close.
You and Flacco.
Right.
Can I just wax poetically about the changing of the guard? You guys get so upset when I bring up just Joe Flacco.
We're not upset.
Because you still have the stars. Yeah, he had the greatest performance ever against you guys.
No. We're not upset. You just went from KD, LeBron, Steph to Joe Flacco.
Hold on. Aaron Rodgers is a part of that. He's one of the best of his generation.
Awesome. Aaron's awesome.
And Joe Flacco won a lot of good playoff games and won a Super Bowl.
But
Relax
Joe Flacco.
On
the level of KD, Steph, and LeBron.
Some players would kill for Joe Flacco's playoff career. He's incredible. He's been really good in his career. Sleep on him if you want. I'm not.
No, I hate him.
I know you do. Because what he did against your Niners in the Super Bowl. Tough scene.
It's the same reason why I hated Phil Sims.
There you go. Hey, do you hate Tony in Oakland?
No.
Tony in
Oakland. Good morning,
this is
Tony.
My girl. Wait a minute. Is this the 2024 Roaster of the Year?
Yes, it is. Bonte, the voice of Bonte is back in the house.
What's up, Tony? Hey, I missed you. Were you at the Laver Cup? Tony, I was looking for you at the Laver Cup.
The voice that launched 1,000 ships.
No.
Anyway, but you know what?
Don't give you that credit.
Is with me because when I was in D.C., I think I told Sam that this guy from Ghana, I was in the airport, and he goes, "Is that Tony from Oakland? I know her voice anywhere."
Wow.
It was hilarious. And he was bringing a team to Ghana, and he wanted me to go with them and get him into the zone.
Oh, my gosh. Tony, were you at the Laver Cup? I was looking for you.
No, I wasn't. But you know what? I mean, do we have great teams or what? I think I told Sam, we're going to the Super Bowl. You know why? That new DC. What's his name?
Robert Saleh.
Robert whatever.
Saleh.
That guy's got the stuff. I hope our boy Shannon gets some laryngitis, and this dude could be the ear and the mic to our quarterback. You know how great they would be?
What about the Warriors, Tony? What about the Warriors, Tony?
Well, you know, I haven't looked, you know what I mean? I don't really need to study them. I just have to see when they step on the court what they bring. And who cares the age of Curry? That guy just gets in with divinity, right? He's got the warrior ethos. Do you know what that is, Bonte?
I don't know. Can you explain? Please explain.
The warrior ethos is when an E uncurls the base of your spine like a snake, right? The kundalini, and you get in the mix with divinity, and then you can be whatever age, and suddenly you get all this power. So it does behoove everyone to sit their butt down and try to get in with it and contemplate its will, because you could be like Curry. He could go to the age of 50.
Oh, wow. Hey, Tony, I missed you. It's been a while since I've been in the zone.
Yeah, but you know what, Bonte? We got to do that thing where you and we interview someone and we'll get whoever calls into the zone. You know what I'm saying? You've got the stuff.
Tony, did you have thoughts on Bill Belichick?
Oh, yes, I do. And my thoughts are it's hard to go from the A team to the Z team. Those people on his team, North Carolina, anyway, they don't have any stuff. Cal's got fire. So the fire is when, you know, you're mixing it with spirit. But poor Belichick, it's hard to, you know, I used to teach, and few people get that fire. And then you're bored the entire time, unless they're, you know, mixing it up with you, right?
Tony, do you think Jordan Hudson, his girlfriend, has the stuff?
Wait a minute. Who is this?
Thank you. That's Tony in Oakland right there. The roaster of the year in 2024, which leads us now to Fast Five.
Good morning. How you doing?
Wait a minute. Who is that? Yeah, who is that is right when it comes to Bill Belichick and the UNC football team. That's Tony. You missed her, Bonte? You missed Tony Oakland?
I missed everybody. I missed all the roasters.
How do you get in the
They're
zone?
one of a kind. Who's going to be one of the roasters? Are you guys doing the doobies this year or what?
I don't know.
I don't know. We're just what do you mean you don't know?
Well, I don't know. I feel like that was a Bonte Hill. That was an inception from you.
Morning roast still call.
I think we might make a new album.
Yeah, we
like
might be doing. It might be something else because you
guys have nothing going on. That's what
you
that
have
is.
the Oscars. You have the Grammys. They're different. They're
There's
different
nothing
things.
out there.
We're calling it the Joeys this year.
Oh, you're calling them the Joeys.
Called the
Yeah, we might call it something else. It's all right. It's all right.
But you are going to have an award show.
No, there's going to be something. It might not be called the
So you guys
Doobies.
have nothing right now, but you guys will.
Well, you know, is it December yet, Bonte?
Wow.
Wake me up when December
Usually
ends.
the planning starts around now, but you know.
Well, we're playing
things get done in radio.
We're playing something
You need to plan
Warriors
something
related.
6 months out for something to get done in radio. We know that.
Well, we'll see.
Look.
What's your final
Your
thought?
Spirit Airlines.
Hey, what's your final thought, Olympic Club golf guy? I saw you hitting the
I'm trying
clubs
to work
again.
on the swing again. Shout out to Nick up there teaching me the fundamentals of the swing. I'm getting out there, Shasta.
Out
You got
here
another
dogging
lesson.
Bryson DeChambeau, and that's your.
Well, 'cause, you know, he's down on me. I'm down on him.
You're okay.
What exactly are you working on? I'm proud of you.
Oh,
What are you
my
working
swing.
on?
I'm trying to just get the fundamentals down.
Oh,
We're
you
working
would.
on the 3 tees, hitting the middle tee, and I was hitting the middle tee very well. I'm just trying to get the ball to go straight.
That's it.
Can you
my
beat
swing is
LJ
open.
currently?
Probably not. But I'm coming for you, LJ. I'm coming.
He's broken, I think, 4 separate plastic golf clubs. Swinging so hard. Yeah, it's kind of
Strength right
crazy.
there.
Do you have any tips, Monte, for me? My final thought is I need to have my son not sleep in the bed with us every single night. And every single night, my wife corrals him into the bed, and he's now manipulated her, and she just gives in. And I'm basically a hostage in my own home, and I'm not allowed to turn the lights on as I get dressed in the morning. Any suggestions as a father on what I should do in this scenario?
As Trent Williams told me after the Rams game, sometimes you just got to let them win.
Yep.
Just let them win. There's nothing you can do.
And
There's
Bonte,
nothing you can do.
You got to enjoy it, right? They're getting older. Baby Chad's getting older. They're not going to be wanting to, want the cuddles as much. When
They're not.
I gave Benny a kiss on the cheek the other day. He's 6. He's like, ew, that was gross. I was like, damn.
Yeah.
Just stab me in the heart, why don't you? That's all right. Well, I'm going to keep doing it, obviously.
happens.
I mean,
You
embarrassing.
just got to let him win, Shasky. It is what it is. Because there's going to be a moment where he just sleeps in his own bed and you're going to miss him.
He does this thing where he'll come up. Dada.
Yeah, that's how they get you.
Dada. And I'm like, hey, what's up, buddy? Give him a little hug. She's like, what are you doing? He's supposed to be sleeping. I'm like, oh.
Dude.
Joe, I'm being told in my ear we actually have some news that might help you as we go to Sam Lubman, our baby and childhood correspondent over here. Sam Lubman, you got something?
I want raising kids.
Well, no, this isn't from me, Shasky. My mom heard what you were saying, and she texted me some advice to pass along to you.
Jamie?
Yes, Jamie. She suggested to get a small bed and place it in your room with your bed that you and Michelle sleep in. So that way he's in the room with you guys, but not necessarily in the bed. This is something that my mom did with me, and when I was, around 3 years old.
In your luxurious East Bay mansion. Me at my little tiny humble abode. I don't know if you know.
How big is LJ? Wait,
I'm okay.
No room in the room. There's no room in these bedrooms, dude. Like to put a little bed. I've got this stupid dog ramp for the dog to get up on the bed. There's no room.
Hey, if you have a dog bed,
we barely have closets.
Oh, we tried. There you go.
You do a bunk bed.
You do a bunk. Oh, there you go. Bunk beds are cool.
Yeah, me and my wife and LJ in a bunk bed scenario. Yeah, that sounds great.
And you do morning. So I know about the morning where you couldn't put the lights on. It was very annoying.
It's like
you
it's like
gotta
robbing your own home.
Yeah, you can't even make coffee because it's too loud. Oh, it was terrible. Don't miss those days.
How you doing?
Oh my God! If I woke up, my little guy instead of Dada, he gave me one.
Good morning. How you doing?
I'd be like, go back to bed, dude.
Is that how you sound like with Michelle?
Goodness.
Good morning. How you doing? What's so you said Nuggets are winning it? Who they beating in the finals? What's your match? I'm getting it right now. Game one's today, regular season.
I think
your prediction?
it's going to be.
Don't lie. You want the Orlando Magic.
I do want the Orlando Magic, but
Simulation
I don't think they're
620.
That was the Fonte Hill simulation.
You love my Orlando. You love the Orlando Magic.
You love that ESPN article that had the Dubs and Magic.
Not trying to say I was right, but 3 years ago during the crossover, Willard, Dibbs, and Shaska said, hey, OKC, Minnesota, Orlando, they're coming.
Can they get out of the first round first?
So the team that has been stockpiling picks for a century
you guys didn't believe
coming.
in them. You didn't believe in them.
Get out of the first
I got the
round.
New York Knicks coming out the East. I think they beat Cleveland in the Eastern Conference Finals. Yep.
The Knicks? Mike Brown?
I can't believe I believe it in Mike Brown, but I love Mike Brown. That's our guy. I do. That's my guy. I'm pulling for him. I got the Knicks beating the Cavaliers in the Eastern Conference Finals.
Anyone going to take the Bucks? I know.
They're trying to get like Giannis is trying to leave.
Well, and they signed what's his face, Miles Turner. I don't know.
James Wiseman and the Pacers? No.
He got dunked on by Castle. Did you see that?
I know.
Castle
Poor
shoved
James-
his face in it.
poor
and dunked
James
on.
Wiseman.
It's like, boy, Wiseman, man.
Oh, no.
Boy, James Wiseman,
What about
man.
the Pistons?
What a
huh?
time.
Detroit Pistons?
I love the Pistons.
Wiseman watch?
Yeah, yeah.
Another team
Pistons?
that can't shoot.
Cade Cunningham?
Cade Cunningham's going to get MVP votes.
Okay.
MVP votes for Cade Cunningham. Detroit, probably a first, second round team.
So I'm going to be the one to say it. I got the Warriors winning the championship, and I got them beating the Cleveland
You don't
Cavaliers.
believe that at all. You don't believe
I got
that at all.
Kaminga as MVP of the finals.
You don't believe that at all.
I'm teasing.
What a overtake.
No, I do. I do have
You
the
must be
Warriors.
on
I have
Raven
the
Ritter's
Warriors
good
beating the
side.
Cleveland Cavs.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
I have
This is the
the
year the Cavs get out of the second round.
You don't have the Warriors going to the NBA Finals.
Yes, I do.
You don't believe that.
I do. I think that the injuries have caught up, and I've told Joe this. I have a theory. Jokic is going to the Lakers. It is going to happen. They're going to have a complete combustible season this year. I actually do not believe. I think they're a great team on paper. I think Jokic is going to go team up with Luka at some point in the near future because the league wants it to happen.
Mine is going to be the Houston Rockets winning the NBA championship. I know, sounds insane. Over the Cleveland Cavaliers. And that was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity, introducing the 5-year price guarantee. One consistent internet price for the next 5 years, guaranteed. And I guarantee Steiny and Guru are next, brought to you by Fremont Bank, which is here for you and here for good.
Wait a minute, who is this?
It all starts tonight. Your Golden State Warriors open the season against the Lakers.
Curry gets an open three. Look, it's on the way. Tie game!
It's a full season of Jimmy Butler with Steph Curry and Draymond Green.
Back cut Butler. Layup is good and a foul! He got fouled by Dunn!
Warriors Lakers. It all starts tonight at 7. Pregame starts at 6.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry. You're listening to the home of every Warriors game, 95.7 The Game.
Hi, this is Brian Bakhtiar, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. The fall season is upon us. That means football, baseball playoffs, and kids back in school. At Stevens Creek Subaru, this is one of our favorite times of the year. Fall is also when we get our first rains of the year. That means dangerous road conditions. That is, unless you drive a Subaru with symmetrical all-wheel drive. Subarus are built for any road condition or terrain, whether it's a drive to the coast or up to the snow. The safest pick is a Subaru.
This month, lease a new 2025 Crosstrek 2.5i Premium for just $238 per month. Just $238 a month for a new Crosstrek from Stevens Creek Subaru in San Jose. 36-month lease. No security deposit needed. $29.95 due at signing, plus tax, license, and registration fees. Includes $85 dealer documentation fee and first month payment. Acquisition fee $650. MSRP $30,177. 15 cents per mile over 10,000 miles a year with Tier 1 approved credit. $300 disposition fee. One at this payment. VIN number S8268128. Offer expires end of month. See Stevens Creek Subaru for details.
On Stevens Creek Boulevard or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. Buckle up and drive safely.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
I'm David.
I'm John. And I'm Chris. We're the three brothers that own Jack's Restaurant and Bar with 5 locations in the Bay Area.
We learned the restaurant bit.
Guys, that's my line.
Pretty sure that was my line.
Guys, we don't have time for this. Jack serves delicious breakfast, lunch, and dinner 7 days a week. Don't forget to say we have a full bar.
I won't. Don't forget to say it's a great place to watch all the games.
I won't forget. Look, we're much better at cooking great food than making commercials. So come see us at Jack's in Pleasant Hill, San Mateo, San Bruno, Newark, and now San Jose. You forgot to mention our website, ilovejacks.com.
I knew he would.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Last month, my business cash flow got tight. Sales were slow, invoices were late, and payroll was coming fast. My business is everything, and people rely on me. I can't let them down. I applied online at lenseek.com and had business funding in 24 hours.
Business moves fast. Don't wait until it's too late. Whether it's lines of credit, term loans, working capital funding, or revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply now at LENDSEEK.com.
Toyota's legendary truck event is on, and the deals are legendary. Get low APR plus $500 bonus cash on 2025 Tacoma, or get a low-cost lease on Tacoma Double Cab, or get low APR or up to $3,000 cash back on 2025 Tundra. Get to your Toyota dealer now, because this truck event is gonna be Toyota. Let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with premium-rated credit. Cashback available through TMNA and cannot be combined with other offers. Ends 11/3/25.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade.
Dana Carvey.
Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Skechers, comfort is a technology. That's right. You don't just make a shoe and hope it comes out comfortable. It takes research, innovations, compounds, engineering, and so much more to feel so comfortable you'd swear you're wearing pillows on your feet. We have features like Skechers Air-Cooled Memory Foam and fits like Relax Fit, Stretch Fit, Wide Fit, Arch Fit, and so many more to make the shoe feel like it was custom-made just for your foot. Plus, we have hands-free Skechers Slip-ins technology. Just step it and go. Find yours at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever comfortable footwear is sold.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack.
Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
Championship coming soon.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Go ahead, start us out. You're fired up.
Yeah, and you look about why? Because it's a new season, Stoney. Hoop starts tonight. The Lakers host the Warriors, and with new season come new hope. And I am on cloud nine. I'm sharing it with you, Evan, Bonte, Spadoni, and Shasky. Let's go. And I know age. Shout out to Leah. Rest in peace. Age is only a number, Stoney, and that's the only thing that has me a bit skeptical. But if this team can stay healthy, I'm telling you, man, we got action here in the Bay.
Well, first of all, for this team, age is a lot of numbers, not just one. And I always get it mixed up whether we're Niners or is it championship or bust or what's the slogan this year for the Warriors?
Mine is unfinished business because of the way last year ended, and we got robbed of what we thought this team could do, maybe get to the Western Conference Finals. But, partner, I'll do it early and often. I think they got action at the WCFs this year, and I don't think that's, far-fetched. That's my goal for this Warrior team.
Say it one more time. Get
Western
to the Western
Conference Finals, and we got a bet. It's official. I think you did it yesterday, you, Evan, and I. The number's 50. If the Warriors get to 50, that was our bet, you and I, for the 8th consecutive year.
Yeah, so I get stuck with the under, and now if they're 45 and 25, I got to root for them to lose. And I don't like to do that.
Yeah.
That's all right. I'll do it.
But, yeah, you fired up. We got NBC game tonight. What's that going to look like, man? I'm nervous.
Speaking of the NBC game tonight, we've got Noah Eagle. He'll be on the call today at 12:50. He'll be on the call tonight at 7 o'clock, but he'll be on our show at 12:15. He's going to be with Grant Hill tonight, NBA on NBC, and we'll talk season opener. Warriors why did the Lakers get a home game? What did they do last year to get a home game on the opener?
Went further than the Warriors. Or no, did? Well,
no, they didn't.
It's LeBron and Luka, Stoney. Come on now. Well, it's Luka. All right. Let's go.
Let's get into expectations this year for the Golden State Warriors at 888-957-9570.
It's really that simple. What are your expectations for this team? And if you look at last year, they were a 500 team for the first half of the season. They got Butler. They turned it around. They ended up winning a round against the Rockets. They lose to the Timberwolves when Steph Curry gets hurt. Are they going to resemble the 23-8 team with Butler for most of the season? And if so, then how many games can this team win? What do you envision them finishing in the West? All those kind of things.
No, I love it, Steiny, and you kind of shared with us last week that you thought, Jimmy Butler's the wild card. But I'm expecting the Warrior team to pick up right where they left off with the full training camp and offseason with Jimmy Butler, Steph Curry, and Draymond Green. Time is running out. These guys still have something in the tank. So to me, I expect the best version of Jimmy Butler. I've been reading some articles where they're saying, quote unquote, in regard to Jimmy Steiny, the honeymoon could be over. What's that mean? We'll find out moving forward. But why, from a basketball standpoint, we need to pick up from the 23-8 with Jimmy Butler in the regular season, and these youngsters take the next step. And what that step is, I don't know, but we'll see it, if it happens. And Jonathan Kaminga, I'm talking to you, son. I want you in the starting lineup. I get you're not going to be in the starting lineup, but if you want to make the most of this situation, possibly your first half here in Golden State, sixth man of the year is staring and calling your name. Do your job. Make that screen. Get those rebounds. Get it to Curry when he's open. And all hell, you guys will wreak havoc on the league. Like, it's there, man. I can taste it.
Well, they got a chance. They got a shot. There's no doubt about it. Obviously we talk about the veterans, Curry, Butler, Green, and Horford. How many games can they play combined? Last year, Curry played 70. Butler played 55, Green 68, Horford 60. That's 12, 22, 32, 39, 49, 53, 63, 73. It's about 80-plus games missed among the four of them. Mm-hmm. Can they afford to miss about 20 each? Is that too many? Is that
65
how they're
is
going
my
to manage?
number, Steiny.
65 for every one of them.
Yeah, and I'll take 60, damn it.
Well, the one thing I was looking at Al Horford's game log, he doesn't miss 2 games in a row. Like, he doesn't get hurt. He just takes some nights off because he's 39. He missed a couple times where he missed more than 1 game in a row, but for the most part, he was just load managed all year last year.
And no back-to-backs, right? So
I don't anticipate
I think the Warriors got, 15, 14 of them? I don't know how many, but man.
So here's the way I'm looking at this Warriors season, believe it or not. I don't have any expectations for them. I think their window is so wide from one end to the other. Between health from the big four guys and between somebody getting hurt, I could see any number of scenarios unfolding for the Golden State Warriors. I just they get hit by some injury. I think they're a lottery team. They get blessed with some pretty good health. Then maybe they're a top 4 seed in the West. But the issue is that everybody that's a fan of the Warriors, everybody in that organization, every player on that team knows they've got to stay healthy. And I know, well, that's almost the way it is for every team, but we all know it's more important for the Warriors because of how many guys they have at an advanced age.
Yeah, and last year, obviously without Horford, Steiny, they needed a trade, and they got a trade in regard to Jimmy Butler, and he changed the fortunes of everything and everybody, and I believe the hopes of this team moving forward, including this year. So, I said it's Operation Get Out of the Play-In. This team, let's just that's what I want to accomplish first. And I got to slow my roll, but that's what you want to avoid. So how do you avoid that? By not going too hard in regard to the health factor, or that's when you get hurt when you try not to get hurt, man. It's a coin flip. We saw Halliburton, Tatum go down. They're young, Stoney, so injuries can happen to anybody at any time. But, man, I'm looking at the nights that Al Horford is not in on back-to-backs. That's opportunities for TJD, QP3, and it's going to take a village. So I expect, you didn't ask me tonight, the starting lineup to be Al Horford, Draymond Green, Jimmy, Steph, and Pods. And you had an interesting comment on Pods. I believe if Melton was available, it would be him, but he's not, and we don't know when and can he stay available. So that's the 5 I'm looking at. And why that excites me is you brought in Horford, or I was told, and Draymond spoke on it, Steiny and Goo, when I'm not at the 5, my legs are better. I'm greater in the second half. And that's what Horford represents to me, is dispel Draymond early so you can get off to these good starts and you ain't got to be chasing, in the second quarter playing hard uphill like all last year was.
See, I think when you get to be, as veteran and as experienced as the Warriors are with so many of their key players, I go into this year and okay, Jimmy Butler, I know what he's been and I know what he was last year. Mm-hmm. But for whatever reason, I got to see how each of those 4 guys plays the first 10, 15, 20 games of the year.
When you say play, what you mean?
Because
body
they're
language
older.
or just
They're older, and every year they play is like a new year. And I don't put a lot of emphasis on what happened last year. Once you reach the age of some of these Warrior players, it's like every year's different, and you have to allow for the fact that maybe, just maybe, they're not going to be the players they've been. So that's the first thing I need to see from the Warrior veterans, is that they're still playing at a high level, and then we can talk about maybe how far they can go if they stay healthy. All right. We've got Noah Eagle coming up at 12:15. He's doing the game tonight on NBC. He'll be working with Grant Hill. Warriors at Lakers. What are your expectations for this season? What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment was brought to you by Surfside. The Golden State Warriors are back. Cheer on your Warriors with an ice-cold Surfside. Only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles, so it's easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside, proud partner of the Golden State Warriors. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Looking for lifelong financial guidance? Look no further than Pentelli Financial Partners, your dedicated financial coaches for every stage of life's journey. Whether you're planning for retirement, starting a family, or buying a home, we're here for you every step of the way. Visit PetinelliFP.com. The financial consultants at Pentelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pentelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Hi, it's Bonte, here to talk about River Islands, the most successful lifestyle community in Northern California. Speaking from experience, I know that it only takes one visit to see why. The schools are top scoring and built right into the community. There are more than a dozen parks, open spaces, and playing fields, and another dozen lakes for kayaking and paddleboarding. The town center is getting started, so you'll be able to shop, stroll, dine, and attend events, all right in your community's backyard. It's the good life. Come to life. Currently, there are 15 unique neighborhoods, each offering a different take on the Delta lifestyle. The choices are yours. In-home size, style, bedroom count, and location. 2 bedrooms to 6 bedrooms, 1 story or 2, even multi-generational suites. What's more, the pricing is as varied as the homes, with prices ranging from the $600,000s to well over $1 million. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. That's riverislands.com. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-979-3168. 800-979-3168. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-979-3168.
I'm Scott Hansen, host of NFL Red Zone. Lowe's knows Sundays are for football. That's why we're here to help you get your next DIY project done, even when the clock isn't on your side. Whether that's a new Filtrete filter or Bosch and Cobalt power tools, Lowe's has everything you need to feel like the MVP of DIY. So get it done and earn your Sunday. Shop now, in-store and online. Lowe's, official partner of the NFL.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business? Ah.
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more. So you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Şengün comes outside, wants the ball. Draymond denies him. Ball goes to Van Vliet instead. Back to Şengün up top. Şengün dribbles on Draymond. 9 seconds, 8 seconds to the paint. Spins, jump hook for 14. It's up and no good. Rebound Butler. Butler is fouled with 4 seconds to go. Draymond got the stop when the Warriors had to have it.
One of the greatest defensive performances by Draymond Green.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Tim Roy on the call. Last year's NBA playoffs, first round. Şengün missed that little chippy. Tough shot. It was a little chippy, little half hook, if I remember correctly. Draymond right in his grill.
I agree with you.
Yeah, of course. Big year for Draymond.
Yeah, starts tonight. Let me test your memory real quick, Stotty. Do you remember last year at this time who the Warriors opened up with and where? I just gave away it wasn't at home.
Dallas?
Portland. 140, Golden State. Portland 104.
Oh, boy. So what's the NBA season starts tonight. The Warriors get underway in L.A. against the Lakers. No LeBron. Warriors are going to be playing without Moses Moody and DeAnthony Melton, but Butler and Kaminga are both expected to play for the Warriors. And, it feels like we've been, ever since 2022 when they won an unexpected title, it feels like the last 3 years it's been tough to really kind of nail down who the Warriors are and how good they can be. The year after they got to the second round, the year after that, they didn't make the playoffs. Last year, they got to the second round. So where do they go this year, Warrior fans? What are your expectations for the Golden State Warriors? Now,
I gave you mine. What are yours? You kind of said you didn't have it.
My expectations for the Warriors would be, I would probably say similar. Like, okay, so the last 3 years they've won 44, 46, and 48 games. So if they keep on that trend, they'll win 50
or more.
But I don't see 50 wins for this team.
Wow.
That just seems pretty high to me, especially not just because of their team, but because of the other teams in the West. I think the West is going to flatten out a little bit. I think it's going to be really, really competitive, and that's why I don't see the Warriors winning 50 games. But the thing is, if the wins flatten out, 47 or 48 might be able to still get you out of the play-in, depending on how much parity there is. So, I mean, if I had a guess, I would say 40, 46, 47 wins.
That keeps you out the play-in.
46 wins, and probably a play-in area.
Yeah, see, I would be disappointed. And we won't know you're wrong until we see how this thing plays out. But the bottom line is, we keep talking about the age, rightfully so. But, Steiny, what about the experience? What about the mettle that Al Horford comes with? And Steph Dre and Jimmy Butler taking two different teams being a one to the NBA Finals. You put all that in the goulash, and, man, you got to just think last year wasn't – and again, the Jimmy Butler component to this, he was on his best behavior, and he had to play the games, and Draymond telling us, and he was right, we were playing playoff games early. How you avoid that is getting off to a good start. So I'm just looking at the West. You're right. From an athletic standpoint and birth certificate, dude, this thing is outside the Clippers. I learned this morning the Clippers are the oldest team in the league, Steiny, but the Warriors have the oldest starting five. But with that said, what about their wisdom? What about their know-how down the stretch of games, their smarts? So I'm banking on that along with the health to where, we could be a top 4 or 5 seed and avoid that cockamamie playing game or games.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the goal.
I'm sick of it.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably the goal. But in each of the last 3 years, it was just too elusive to get up to 6. They – to be a top 6 seed, you have to play pretty consistently all season long. And, the Warriors had a little dip in the middle of last season before Butler got there, and they couldn't quite get to 50. So the Warriors season starts tonight, ladies and gentlemen. What are your expectations for this team? Curry, Butler, Green, Horford. They got veterans, that's for sure. That's for sure. Let's start out with let's go with Chucky in Oakland to get us started.
He's back.
Hey, Chucky, how you doing, man?
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. Yeah, he say he's back. Hey, I always appreciate you too, man. Listen to you all the time.
Right on.
All the time, man. I got a different angle. I'm gonna take it. My expectation is a different angle. It doesn't have to do with the wins and losses, but if everything pan out the way I hope it to pan out, the wins are going to come. And what my expectation is for Steve Kerr, and people going to come down my road. I don't care. I can handle it, Guru.
Okay.
So what I think, Steve Kerr, man, I do not want him to start out, and this is beginning tonight. I want to make it plain that he got to come out with Kaminga, man. See, Kerr suffers from Kaminga-nitis, and he need to get rid of that Kaminga-nitis. I want Kaminga to be either the first man off the bench or in that starting lineup. He needs to learn how to play with Draymond, with Jimmy, give him a chance with Jimmy, and with Steph Curry. And what they need to do is they need to work through the mistakes. Don't get pissed off because the more they stay on the floor, I think, because I'm not going to be talking about somebody's mental capacity, I think he will get better as long as he stays on the floor. And you got to go through the mistakes. The mistakes might bring some losses, but believe me, if you go like that, by the time the All-Star break comes, things will change. He'll be a totally different person. So my expectation is for him to implement Kaminga, would come to being either the sixth man or put him in the lineup. Maybe, I don't know, if we got to come different in with Draymond or with some other player, but that's what I want Kerr to do, man. Don't come with the past 4 years treating Kaminga the same way, seeing the same old song.
Thanks, Chucky. Appreciate the call.
You want to break it to him, or I'll break it to him, Steiny?
Go ahead.
That ship has sailed, and I get it, Chucky. Lord knows what's upon us in this upcoming Warrior season, right? So anything could happen. But, I mean, what he's yearning for, I believe, is not on the bingo card. Now, there may be times and injuries that happen where we see Kaminga inserted into the starting lineup. But like you said, Steiny, or I said, I'll take Kaminga coming off the bench. I don't care. I heard Bonte this morning. You know, he's always saying, I don't care who starts but who finishes. And, yeah, that's a big one. But the bottom line is, for this team to reach the goals that I have set out for them, start or no start, the man has to be a big contributor off the bench and basically have his best season as a Warrior. And that would entail, Steiny, he finishes the season to where they wouldn't trade him. You know?
Yeah, I mean, I guess – so when I throw out a big picture, what are your expectations for the Warriors? And, you know, they won 44, 46, 48. And they got Curry and Butler and – you know, there's younger guys. I mean, it's just fascinating. And I love you, Chucky.
Yeah.
I'm going to say it right off the bat. And maybe he will emerge as a key contributor on this team. But right here and right now, I don't see Kaminga as a huge key on this team. Now, he can emerge if the circumstances present itself. But I am going to operate under the assumption that Kaminga is essentially, you know, the same player he's been. Maybe he's improved a little bit. But, again, I don't see how he's going to get a ton of playing time without injury. And so I just don't – I don't know. I don't think everything hinges on Kaminga. In fact, I don't think a lot hinges on Kaminga. He's either going to play well – or he's going to be effective and he's going to take minutes, or he's going to fall out of the rotation. If he's not doing what Steve wants him to do.
Yeah, and my question to you was, you know, I know you think I'm playing, but I kind of threw it to you in the green room just for tonight's game, Steiny. With I'm assuming it's Horford, Dre, Curry, Jimmy, and Pods. Who would Matt Steinman start out on Luka?
Well,
like that is just like.
I mean, I think I'd play Horford with Kaminga, because I think Kaminga, if he's in that second unit without Horford, I think he kind of gets lost. So I probably tonight would start Draymond at 5 and bring Horford off the bench. But you know what? I think we're looking at another year where, you know, we may see some different starting lineups.
Yeah. Well, we won't see Moody tonight, which sucks. He's dealing with that calf issue, so get back as soon as possible. But, yeah, it's just a thought I had, like, you know, not even from an age standpoint, but if my lineup was correct and we do see Horford out there, who gets the first crack at Luka the Don?
Yeah, I was reading Tim Kawakami in the Standard, and he said maybe Gary Payton II starts tonight and just guards Luka Doncic. You know, the other thing about Kaminga and where I put him into this equation is – so if Butler and Draymond Green are essentially healthy this year, you know, that's gonna limit Kaminga's minutes. I don't think there's any doubt about that. Now they're going to get load managed, and maybe, you know, they're going to get banged up a little bit, and so then Kaminga will obviously get enough playing time. The question is, what is he going to do with that playing time? And this is where I think there is part of this that's unfair to Kaminga, and that is if Butler doesn't play or Green doesn't play and then Kaminga plays, like, he's got to deliver. Otherwise, people are going to say that, you know, he doesn't really impact winning or losing. Like,
that's part of the job description, though, Stoney.
And that's always been part of the thing that's kind of held him back.
Like, wouldn't you say, and I don't just want to make the show about Kaminga, we won't, I think there's a lot of pressure on Kaminga, more than the last couple of years of everything that popped off, and I feel like he could be playing for his future here. So in regards to just having an impact, I think the nights of him not having an impact or striking out at it, you want to fit in and just make the most of your opportunity. And I did mention Jimmy Butler's down there. I was just sitting here thinking, that's not crazy. Jimmy could have to start that assignment on Luka.
Oh, boy.
You're not – but tell me why you say, oh, boy.
Yeah, oh, boy.
Is it because he's skinny now?
Luka or Butler?
Luka. He's faster.
Ozempic?
No, it's just –
tell me. See,
Butler's not a good point of attack defender. And Luka just –
Now, he has been, Steiny.
I don't think Butler can do a great job against Doncic.
All right, we'll see.
Maybe he can. I don't know. I don't think he's nearly as athletic enough, but he's pretty smart. Obviously, he's a smart defender. But 888-957-9570 is the number, and we're talking about the Golden State Warriors' expectations this year. I read some previews and stuff, and I went to AI. High end for the Warriors this year, 56 wins.
Wow. Damn.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
Where most experts, so-called experts, have them is between 46 and 48 wins, which puts them kind of in the back end of the, I don't know, that probably puts them anywhere from 4 to 8 in the Western Conference. 4 through 8.
Yeah. Well, I'll say this. I'm doing this, and Kyrie Irving is not even healthy, but when that day does come, Stotty, I like Dallas. I like OKC the most, but Dallas is right behind them. And, the Clippers took Denver to 7 games last year, and they added Chris Paul and some other players, Bradley Beal. So I'm not one of those guys yet, Steiny, but I do have PTSD about age because of what happened to Steph Curry and when it happened, and there was no doubt those extra 2 games that Houston made the Warriors play took something from that hamstring, and you just wonder what if. But damn it, how I won't say mastered that regular season and changed the fortune of their season and even making the playoffs when Jimmy came. I don't think that train slows down until I see otherwise. And that's why I think if somebody's out there and whatever you're writing or on the internet doing a piece, I don't think over 50 wins with Steph, a healthy Steph, Dre, and Jimmy Butler's crazy, and Al Horford is crazy. I just don't.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Warrior fans expect this team to pick up where they left off. And that's a big ask for me, to be honest with you. I think they were 23-8 when Butler, Draymond, and Steph played together. They won a first-round series. Then they lost Steph, and we know what happened with the Timberwolves. But I don't think we can just expect that they're going to pick up where they left off.
Is that mental or physical? Because
it's both. It's mental because their most important players have all played 15, 16 years in the NBA. So they have a complete understanding of how long a season is. And I just think, yes, from a physical standpoint, can they play hard enough and load manage at the same time to win 50 games? And that's the part that I'm struggling to reconcile.
Yeah.
Like, if they're going to load manage, then how do they win 50 games? That would be my one question.
Yeah, and I'll just take a crack at it. You look at last year, that 12-3 start, and Melton went out early, but they took it serious, through 15 games. You were like, okay, they got something here. How long will this last? The other shoe dropped, and it got funky. It got scary. It got ugly, and you make that trade. And now, Steiny, I'm just giving them, I guess, the benefit of the doubt to come attack this season knowing where they want to be in the long game, and that's a playoff team and not the play-in. So they're going to take it serious, and the question nobody has the answer to is it Pods? Is it Kaminga? Is it Moody? Is it QP3? All these other guys on the bench, Melton, when he does come back, who takes – I'm not robbing those guys of taking their game to another level that works and fits in but makes this team better.
888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors won their last title in 2022, and since then they've had 3 seasons. Twice they've made the postseason. Both those times they got to the second round. And, I'm trying to remember what the excitement level was in each of the last few regular seasons. And I feel like last year was kind of a ho-hum in terms of excitement. I feel like there's more excitement with the Warriors right now. I do think it has a lot to do with the fact that they've got Jimmy Butler for a whole season. But how optimistic are you about this Golden State Warriors season? Knowing that they won a title 3 years ago and they're trying to get back to, let's just say, the Western Conference Finals to start. Mm-hmm. How optimistic are you that this team can actually get that done? Looking around the landscape with the Nuggets and the
got them Thursday
Thunder.
home opener.
Yeah, and the Spurs and the Clippers and the Lakers. Who else am I forgetting? Houston's pretty good this year.
Spurs,
so.
You said Spurs. Now, I do have a rat on the table to put, brought to you by Atco Pest Control, Stoney, and you tell me what you think. So a couple years ago, Steve Kerr entered the season just like he did this year, where he could be gone after the season. That didn't happen. But why it's a rat to me is, as positive as I am, I do wonder if something happens and they get off to, let's just say, a murky, somewhat of a slow start. I'm wondering, only he knows his status and his true intentions. That's Steve Kerr. As crazy as this sounds, Stoney, if he does something different or goes about a problem that he may see a tad bit different because of his contract status. And I know that kind of sounds crazy, but I'm wondering that, like, that to me means something in the grand scheme of how they are going to attack this season. Or are you telling me, Guru, that sounds ludicrous? He'll be the same Steve Kerr we've seen since he's been here.
I mean, I think he'll be the same Steve Kerr. I'd need like an example.
Like a short fuse with certain player or player, you know, and only he knows what his future holds and how long he's going to be here. But does he need to be impressed to maybe want to come back here? Like, you know what I'm saying? And
yeah, probably.
How much does the playing stuff just soak the life out of him? If he's dealing with issues, I won't even go bad on Jimmy and Jimmy Juju, but if, you know, you didn't get the burst version of Jimmy, like, how is Steve Kerr going to conduct his business too this season?
Well, I mean, I would expect Steve Kerr to coach like he's always coached. I think he's a class act. I think we know what he likes, what he doesn't like, the players he likes to use, all that kind of thing. But no, I do think that if the season gets sideways or if halfway through the year this team's 500 or under 500, or this team, let's say, ends up in the play-in game and doesn't make the playoffs or gets bumped in the first round or doesn't make the play, I don't think he'll be the coach next year. I mean, I just, I think the only way that Steve Kerr is going to be the coach next year is if somehow they have a good year and at the end of the year they either win the title or when they get eliminated, they believe in their heart of hearts that next year they have a chance to be better. But the only way that happens is if they're playing really good basketball late in the season and into the playoffs, and they've got to manage the whole season to try to get to that place when they're healthy.
Yeah, and Kerr, I mean, come on, Stoney. The dude gives a great interview with Willard and Dibbs here every Thursday, and I'm just curious, if he's more open to just letting us inside what's going on perhaps this season because of and you could be like, Goo, there's no correlation, but, they do a great interview with him, and he's always been open. But I do wonder, I'm just curious, even from, this Thursday, and he started last week with the guys in the afternoon, if, we get a more open, transparent Steve Kerr.
I mean, I think he's pretty transparent. Yeah. But, I don't expect Steve Kerr to change who he is. I mean, he's been in the league 40 years, player, executive. I don't want to dismiss what you're saying. There's a chance maybe if he knows this is his last year, then maybe he's more emboldened to make decisions that he believes in that might be a little, it feels like what you're asking is, could he just say the hell with it? Kaminga's not in the rotation anymore. I'm not playing him. I don't think he's any good.
Something like that, which we would all hate, but...
I mean, he did it last year, right, in the postseason.
And I got to tell you, he hadn't asked, but since we've got here, Stoney, I still hadn't gotten over that. Nobody saw that coming, if we're being truly honest. but it happened.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors regular season starts tonight in L.A. They play the Lakers. No LeBron James, but Luka Doncic will play. And if I were to ask you, Warrior fans, as we head into another season with Steph Curry being the superstar that he is, what are you most excited about in terms of this season? And then maybe what's your biggest concern coming into this season? And I know it can be age, but I'm looking for something other than age. I got a couple things that I'm excited about. I got a couple things that I'm concerned about. We can talk about that on the other side at 888-957-9570 is the number. What do you got? Western Conference Finals? Is that your goal?
Yeah, Western Conference Finals, and now you got me feeling a little spunky, Steiny, because I know, real quick here, how Steph, I start to question, is he losing a little step? The spacing's not there. And then Jimmy came, and everything changed. I'm telling you, do you think it's too far-fetched that on the opening night that I envision, if everything goes well, Steph Curry could finish top 5 in MVP voting, or do you think those days are gone?
Let me look. Let me look at something here.
Because last year it was SGA, Jokic, Giannis.
Tell you what, I want to do you the courtesy of answering the question the right way. I would say top 5. I would say no. That's too high for him right now. He hasn't been that high since 2021.
Right. But you're starting a full season with Jimmy, and we saw him go bonkers, Steph, when Jimmy came to town. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it sounds a little high to me. Top 5. All right, 888-957-9570. We're talking expectations for the Golden State Warriors. They going to be any good this year? They going to be better than you think? Worse? About the same? That segment was brought to you by Moderna.
mNEXSpike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
It all starts tonight. Your Golden State Warriors open the season against the Lakers.
Curry gets an open three, looking down the way. Tie game!
It's a full season of Jimmy Butler with Steph Curry and Draymond Green.
Back cut Butler. Layup is good and a foul! He got fouled by Dunn!
Warriors-Lakers. It all starts tonight at 7. Pre-game starts at 6.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry. You're listening to the home of every Warriors game, 95.7 The Game.
eBay has reinvented vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure Purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
Straight Talk knows the best holiday gift is simply saying yes.
Yes, you can stay up late. Sure, more cookies. Of course we can watch that movie again.
That's why we give you real unlimited data, so you can say yes to all of your family's streaming, scrolling, and sharing. And now at Straight Talk, get another gift worth giving, a free 5G phone with select plans. Because yes is the best gift to give.
Yes!
And receive. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Dreaming of the perfect kitchen? Make it a reality at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Explore Bosch appliances in live working vignettes and see the innovation in action. During the Buy More, Save More event, you can get up to $4,000 in rebates on qualifying Bosch kitchen packages. From refrigerators with the Farm Fresh system to keep your food fresher longer, to dishwashers with precision wash technology that wipes out 99.9% of bacteria. Own the kitchen like a Bosch. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com today.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
The NBA season tips off, and so does DraftKings' newest fantasy game. DraftKings Pick 6 is the easiest way to play for big wins, with every possession giving you a shot at real money. Here's how to play. Just pick more or less on 2 or more stats, and unlock the upside every game brings. The better your picks, the bigger your payout. Pick 6 is available in your state. Plus, new DraftKings customers can get $50 in bonus picks with just a $5 entry on your first pick set. Don't just watch basketball. Cash in. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app now and use code THEGAME. That's code THEGAME. Play just $5. Get $50 in Pick 6 bonus picks. Make the call. Ride the upside. In partnership with DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. 1 per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Pick 6 bonus picks that expire in 14 days. Limited time offer. See terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Do you have a dark curiosity? Heart Starts Pounding, Horrors, Hauntings, and Mysteries is a weekly podcast hosted by me, Kaylin Moore. Each week, I'll take you on a dark journey through terrifying true urban legends, bizarre true crime cases, chilling tales of backwoods horror, and more. So if you're looking to join a passionate community of the darkly curious, check out Heart Starts Pounding on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. And remember, stay curious.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
The 24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1/8/2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
Shot clock down to 13, game clock at 22. Kaminga dribbles up top. Screen by Wiggins. Kaminga drives, slices between two defenders and scores! He scored it with 16.9 to go. Gets a chest bump from Draymond, a big bump from Curry, and it's 98-93 Golden State.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Tim Roy on the call from last year. One of Kaminga's finest moments against the Rockets. I want to say he had 30-something that night.
Minnesota, you mean? Oh, gotcha. Regular season.
Yeah, I think that was the...
That was the game where Curry and Draymond both sat, and he willed the Warriors to a win.
JK.
That's right. That's right. Now, did you know that, or it's on the description, or you just have a memory like that?
Well, I cut these highlights, but I went through these specifically to find the best moments from last season, and that's one I remember.
Nice.
JK.
Nice. We're talking about your excitement level for the Golden State Warriors this year. And whether or not you expect them to pick up right where they left off. And that would be a team that looked pretty darn good in the postseason until Steph Curry got hurt. But do you expect them to come out this year and essentially pick up where they left off? And then what are you most excited about, and what are you concerned about if you have any concerns? You want to go first, Goo?
Yeah, point of attack defense.
Okay.
And, Stoney, it's a thing, man, and you got young, not just Jonathan Kaminga, other guys that could come downhill. And if your point of attack defense at the point guard position or the guard position is whack or off, you have no chance. And I feel like a lot of teams have been eaten, and just no shaded pods, but, he's not the best defender. And that's why I'm wondering, and hoping if Melton does come back, and I'm Austin and San Jose coming down my road, why am I expecting anything from Melton? You could just ask the Warriors why they brought him back. So I'm assuming health. But point of attack defense, Donnie, I want that to improve. And that's why I'm asking you tonight, who's guarding Luka? And now I'm getting more excited thinking Jimmy can handle it for some stretches or the start, but that's a big concern for me.
Yeah, I mean,
POA.
They got to figure out who's going to be their best point of attack defender, whether is it Moody, is it Melton when he's healthy?
Peyton.
Is it Peyton? Who is it? So I did it a little differently when I was thinking about, excitement / concern. I kept it to players.
Okay.
And here's the way I look at it. Role players are important, but they're role players. So when I look at the Warriors, I gotta emphasize Curry, Butler, Green, and Horford. I have to weigh those guys heavier than anybody else. The two guys I'm excited about in that group are Curry and Horford. Curry because, to my way of thinking, he is declining at the slowest rate. In other words, I feel like after watching Curry last year, if he takes a tick down, he takes a tick down. But for the most part, Steph Curry is probably going to be like Steph Curry.
A net positive.
Al Horford, I feel like's got the whole league licked, if you will. He's really smart. He's going to play 60 games. He knows his role. He knows how to play, all those kind of things. If he plays, he's going to help him. I don't have any doubt that Horford's going to help him. But of those four guys, the two guys I'm more concerned about are Butler and Green. And I'm worried about Green because I am worried about his fall off more than any of the other four guys. And the fact that what he does is so unique that if he falls off, they'll feel it. And then Butler, I just need to see him be Jimmy Butler for a whole season and kind of just take in his pluses, his minuses, just kind of see what he's all about and how much of a positive he's going to be, if he's going to be a positive like he was last year. But those are the two guys that worry me of the older guys, and then the two guys that I feel most confident in.
Man, and Steph is always the answer, so I totally agree with you on that one. Stoney, I think you're doing too much in regard to Draymond. I mean, because there's been slippage, but, again, he's not Karl Malone. He's going to bring the ball up with reckless abandon. We know that. He's going to make the passes. Too many turnovers at times. But, again, I'm just fixated on last year when he didn't have Al Horford to spell him at the 5. There was a juncture that his name was being talked about, DPOY. And let's just say if it's not, guarding a man straight up, his smarts have him to where he's still a great help defender. So Dre's going to be Dre. He's going to hit some threes and miss threes, but that's not what you're counting on. You're counting for that barking that he does, that intimidation factor that I still think he has. So I'm good there. But I want to just get back to Jimmy. I think Jimmy is in a beautiful place because he's paid. And Steiny, he's played the game, he played the Heat, and I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt from the Jimmy Butler personality and experience, and it sounds like you may not, but I just don't know what other card Jimmy Butler has because the dude's a dog, and that's on paper, and I know Miami happened, but Steiny, I just think he's with Steph and Dre and Steve Kerr and Al Horford for that matter. And I just think the banana in the tailpipe, if you want to call it that, or the shenanigans are so over that we're going to get the best version of him this whole season, and that alone should have them no lower than a top 5 seed. I don't believe. I believe, yeah.
Yeah, I don't
he's got to show you.
Yeah, I don't know what to make of Jimmy Butler. But I also think, I always, a guy like him, I don't know. I just put no stock into, well, now he's with Steph and Draymond and he's got something to prove. No, he doesn't. He's been in the league 15 years. He's played with like a lot of different guys. He's been a damn good player the last 7 years, but the last 7 years he's also got a track record of not playing the entire regular season. And that's like, there's nothing personal here. This is the biggest concern you have with the Warriors is how do they reconcile having to load manage and be ready for April and win enough games so they're not fighting from too deep into the play-in situation.
Now, you know what? I'm not mad at that, but I will say this. Stotty, where is the scoring going to come from outside of Steph? So, I'm betting on Jimmy Butler to give us 20 to 25 points a game. You may be like, Guru, those days are over, but I'm just looking at this team and the makeup of it, and I'm just asking you, and I just mentioned Dre, I don't expect much offensively from him. The buckets outside of Steph, and that's where Kaminga comes in, Moody, Pods, but, that's on my list of how is that going to play itself out if somehow we see Jimmy Butler not be what we've seen him since he's been in the league, and that's aggressive.
Super chat from K-Way on the YouTube chat, paying $5.
Oh.
Draymond and Father Time are becoming best friends. Nobody's intimidated by Draymond anymore, and he can't make layups or consistent open threes. Butler's going to have to step up.
Well, he stepped up last year, and I told you that's a part of Draymond's game I've been disappointed with, Stoney. I'm going to call him the Bunnies. Like, man, you got to finish better.
888-957-9570 is the number. What is your excitement level for this upcoming Golden State Warriors season? Looking for some things you're excited about, what you're looking most forward to. Also get some of your concerns. I think we all know a couple of the big ones, but we're asking what you're most excited about, what you're most concerned about. Warriors start the 2025-26 season tonight. Let's go to Tom in Sonoma. Hey, Tom, how you doing?
Hey, Steiny. Hey, Guru. Man, I am so excited that the season's going to start today.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
But I'm also pessimistic. The outcome is what's going to happen. We have 7 players that are 30-plus. We have 7 players that are under 30. I feel we are one injury away from not making it. When we had Melton on the team as our role player, he helped us win. As soon as he got knocked out, we had problems scoring. Our rotations were off. We couldn't figure it out. The West is so stacked this year. I think it's more stacked this year than it was last year. I see 12 to 13 teams competing for playoffs, and there's only 10 spots. What do you guys think, man?
Yeah, I think the West is super competitive.
And tell them what I told you during the break. I was like, you said 50, and I'm thinking, they'll be sitting pretty. But, Stoney, they had 48 last year and were the 7th, so they were still in the playoff. The play-in with 48 wins.
Yeah, it's funny because if they're gonna load manage, I think they can. Let's say Jimmy Butler's going to take a night off. I think they can win.
I do too.
They can win some of those games that Jimmy Butler takes off.
Keep going.
If Draymond misses some games, I think they can still win games.
All right.
Steph, I don't know what they were in Steph's. I think he missed 12 games last year. And he missed 16,
Wasn't
I think, the
bad,
game
though.
before.
Yeah.
He missed 8 and 12 games. I'd like to see the record in the last 20 that he hasn't played. Probably around 500. Where they're going to get into trouble is if they have a guy who's hurt and then they need to load manage. And so that's what I'm worried about.
Yeah.
Well, but that's what you signed up for. There's going to be 70 games that one of those 4 stars are not going to play. Can't you almost say they're not going to have all 4 of those guys in 50% of the game because they're going to have to, unless they load manage 2 guys at once. So what I'm saying is if you're load managing a guy and there's a guy hurt, then, those are going to be really hard to win.
Yeah, and I know the NBA is not the NFL, but just when I hear hurt and injuries, I just think about everybody's got them. And I think about the 49ers this year, how they've been making do of it. But, yeah, and I'll tell you what, they won 48 games without Al Horford. So if he were one of the guys to get hurt, the train keeps moving. But that's where what we talked about, Stoney, and I'm going to throw it at you. Which one of these others has to, are you counting on, or do you believe can take their game to another level that we have not seen?
I would have to say Melton. That's the guy that I would say, and it's because I haven't seen him enough. But
there's a reason, though. He can't stay healthy.
Exactly.
So he's got 2 opponents.
Right. Like, I'm sorry. I don't see Jonathan Kaminga taking the kind of leap where we're saying, oh, my God, he's a different player. Ditto for Pods and Moody. Like, I think they're going to be maybe better versions of who they are.
What
but
about
to me,
Post, man?
I mean,
we talked to him. He said he was in the gym, and you're around Horford.
Like, what was he doing?
Getting stronger.
Okay.
And the dude can shoot with the best of them. I'm just saying if defense cannot be, I won't call him a liability, but if he can kind of tap into that, not being a liability, then the sky's the limit for him.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how he's not going to be a liability. He's slow. But he can shoot the ball, and there's a role for him for sure. But when I look at Melton, like, I see a guy that might be able to give him a different dimension if he's healthy.
I like that.
Problem is he's never or very seldom healthy.
Right.
As for Kaminga, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk studios. Laughing Monk, Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. I guess, like, one of the things that I always kind of want to press people on is if you say, okay, if Green and Butler are going to miss some games, okay, Green's, let's say Butler's going to miss game 5 of the year. I don't even know who it is. All right, so Kaminga's going to play.
Boom.
Okay, what does boom mean? When you say that Kaminga can cut, like, what do you want from Kaminga in that situation?
I mean, smart basketball, but as far as the ability to put the ball in the hole, come downhill, D my man up, rebound, all the things that make the right pass at the right time is simple. Like, there's a fall off because he's not as good as Jimmy Butler, but in a crazy sense, Steiny, his tool belt has some of the same weaponry. It's just younger and more explosive. So sound fundamental basketball, which is, kind of eluded him at times.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think they both can score, but will they need Kaminga to try to make the kind of plays that Butler makes? Kind of keep the ball moving. And the other thing is what's the Warriors' record going to be when they are load managing guys because it's a necessity? They're going to have to figure out how to play without certain guys
on certain nights
all season long. That's the one part. That's why I think I wouldn't get too married to the starting lineups because they're not going to be able to use the same starting lineup game in and game out.
And hasn't that been a fixture under Kerr, though? He'll shock us. Moody at the 4. We're like, whoa, who saw that? And I'm getting some heat for throwing out Post, Steiny, but it's funny that we're talking about because it's a team game, and then when the guy or player goes off and starts to make contributions, then we come in the next morning like, whoa, did you see that? This dude's hot. We're taking calls. So I'm just telling you, I like what I see from Post, and I was just talking about that next level, if he can get there this season, what that looks like. But he damn sure is going to be, just like the others, help this team on a good day.
888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors season begins tonight in L.A. against the Lakers. No LeBron, but Luke will be playing. And let's get into it. What are your expectations for this season for the Golden State Warriors? I guess the first step would be to try to stay out of the play-in.
That's it. Operation No Plans, Donnie.
Nick Friedel of The Athletic. How do you see this Warriors season, and what are the goals this year? What are they trying to accomplish?
Where I would caution any fan who sees some kind of drought in the first few months and, these guys can't stay together, it's all about April. It's all about April. That is what matters. That is all that everybody should be focused on. Can you get this team on the floor together in some kind of rhythm in April? If that's the case, then at least to me, it doesn't matter nearly as much as it would for a regular team what happens during the regular season.
All right, there's the $1 million question.
No, and that's our guy, but I would just tell Nick to that, Snotty, it does matter. To get to April, you got to ball out in October, November, December, January for April to matter. And I've played that card mentally and watched it play out when we lost to the Kings in the play-in. Oh, this pedigree. Oh, here we go. And then it's kind of, you're just left at the altar.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the $1 million question. How do you get to April healthy, but still in a playoff spot where you can do some damage?
Could I say they did it last year, or are you saying they truly didn't do it because Jimmy only had to play half of it?
I mean, they got to the postseason last year through the play-in, but I just don't think it's the way to go. And I also think if you're on a 48 win pace, that means the last few weeks of the season you're probably also going to be jockeying for position, which means you're going to be playing hard.
Well, you side out every time, Stotty. Last week, Draymond said we were playing playoff games before the offs.
Yeah, and and I just take him at his word. Like, how are you going to play that hard all year and not be in the same spot as you were last year when you only did it a half year? That's the one question I have for the Warriors. But this is also Nick Friedel on how they look on paper.
This team is deep as hell on paper. They look like a team that can hit you in a variety of different directions. That is important too, because you have the mix of old, who we've hit on, and who knows how it's going to line up, but they've got all these young guys who can all take another step. And when you look at the possibilities, you go, oh, okay, like I see where this can go. Will this all come to fruition? We're going to see, but especially after Richard's game the other night, I'm telling you that Kerr likes his options here. And when you have that type of confidence early in the season, I think that filters down throughout the rest of the roster.
Now, I mentioned Richard. You said he was a 15-man. You screamed at me.
Guru, don't do that. He's a role player. You just,
Nick just brought him up, so don't say Guru. I'm asking you to retort to what Nick said about Richard.
I'm saying he's an 11th man on the team. He'll probably get some minutes, but I don't think he's going to make the difference in the team winning 55. Same with Post. We can talk about those guys, but to me it's about the veterans, and then he does talk about the younger guys, Pods, Moody, Kaminga, and Post, who can take that next step of those four guys. I mean, Richard, go ahead and put him in there, but I can't comment on a guy that I've never seen play. But yeah, he could break into the rotation.
And it goes, and the reason I'm just focused on that, it goes to what you're saying, Goo, how are they going to not load manage, but how are they going to be healthy come April? It might be guys like a Richard, but also, Stotty, you hadn't asked me, but I'm going to share with you guys. My X factor for this team is Buddy Hield, man. We hadn't even mentioned him. Stotty, I like what I'm seeing. He's all in. And if we get the best version of Buddy Hield, man, what does that look like? And, I mean, could he be a starter on this team at some juncture this season?
I'm sure he'll start some games.
I'm bad, man.
I'm sure he'll start some games.
Perhaps.
And here's the other thing where I think we got to find out about Pods, Moody, Kaminga, and Post. Because, everybody talks about they could take a step up. Well, they could also get exposed. And what I'm getting at is that there are a lot of good young players around the league. And I think this year, if you really are going to load manage, you have to load manage, then there's no escaping that you're going to have to play these guys. No doubt about it. And I'm not convinced at this point, at the start of this season, that the second, I see they're deep on paper, but I'm not sold on the second unit. I'm not sold on, whether it's Pods or Moody, Kaminga Post, Gary Payton II. They got to prove to me that they're a plus as a second unit, because I don't see them like, wow, what a great second unit. They should really make hay. I don't look at it like that.
Did you feel that way? And I'm just asking you about last year's second unit.
I didn't like it last year either.
All right.
It doesn't feel like they have a lot of cohesiveness. It feels like, they're all kind of working on their own games. Pods is trying to make a name for himself, Kaminga. And I just think that, I don't know. I'm not crazy about their second unit. It could be, it could be a work in progress, but when you say they're deep, or when Nick says they're deep, I do think they're deep, and I think their roster makes sense on paper, but we got to see how they all fit together, too.
Yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number. Coming up on at 12:15, we got Noah Eagle. He'll be on the call tonight for NBC, and the NBA is back on NBC. It's a 7 o'clock start at Los Angeles against the Lakers. I'll get through this somehow. So Noah Eagle, he's on the call with Grant Hill tonight. We'll get him at 12:15. And in the meantime, head on over to YouTube and Twitch to see Steiny and Guru by searching 957. And while you're there, download and subscribe for all our great content right on 95.7 The Game. What's coming up on 95.7 The Game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. 888-957-9570 is the number. How are we feeling about the Warriors 2025-2026 NBA season?
Ready for the ultimate red and gold game day? Laughing Monk Brewing is the place to park, party, and ride. Skip the traffic. Forget the expensive parking. Park for free and dive into an epic tailgate with mouth-watering food, ice-cold Laughing Monk beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings. Then hop on the free shuttle minutes away from the stadium. Shuttles are first come, first served. So head to 957thegame.com to sign up and join the party.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
When you own your own business, you own every decision. Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with the toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge. Big props to this team. Some decisions are a win-win. Like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reservebusiness to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
They say the hardest part of getting something done is getting started. Well, we did that 30 years ago when California first took on the tobacco industry. Now, smoking is down 60%, lung cancer 52%. A couple of our cities have already ended tobacco sales. A California without big tobacco isn't just possible, it's already happening. See our progress at undo.org.
Tune in for the Ghost Report on Fridays during the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Jasky. Brought to you by Ghostwood Kitchen, your neighborhood brew pub on Main Street in Redwood City, where we are talking about who's scaring the competition this week.
I spent 14 years in foster care, mostly in group homes. I slept in a lot of different rooms, but none of them really felt like mine.
There are more than 100,000 children in foster care waiting to be adopted. The Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption is working to help find them a permanent home.
Now I have my own room, a place that's mine, and a family who loves and supports me.
If you have room in your home or your heart, see how you can help at davethomasfoundation.org.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Get 5 quarts of Valvoline Full Synthetic Motor Oil, a Vicks filter, and a $15 gift card after rebate at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Let's go! You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Pajemski out to Curry, pump fake, fly by, 3-ball, got it with the buzzer sounding! The shot clock was winding down. It's his 12th-3 of the night. He's got a 52-point game.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
All right, Tim Roy on the call, and that was 50 points for Curry that game against Orlando last year. When was that game, Evan? Do you remember?
Well, I don't know the date, but it was during that road trip. He went for 50 in Orlando, had the 50 burger in Brooklyn, I think, too.
Atlanta? Was that like the up and down road trip?
Yeah.
They played 2 really bad games, but they played a couple really good games. Maybe.
Late February.
Yeah, I think that's right. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about the Warriors season that's upcoming. And here's my first question is on the starting lineup, Goo.
Okay.
you're okay with starting the 4 older guys?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And then and then what, with Kaminga? You want to go, or no, you say Kaminga's off the bench.
Yeah, it's Pods.
So Curry, Pods, Butler, Green, Horford.
Yeah. And if Melton were healthy, that would be Melton, Curry, Green, Horford, and Butler. Pods can dunk.
Gotcha. I don't know if I'm starting all 4 of those.
Tell me
guys.
why, man.
Because they're old. And I need.
But how do you run from that? It's what you signed up for. It's who you are. It's the last dance. And I know Kerr didn't want to hear that, but Steiny, I get what you're saying. It's a Rubik's Cube, but if I'm a young guy on the Warriors, I'm excited as hell. Like, they're talking about pacing themselves, and I get it, but how can you run from your strength?
Horford's got to play with Kaminga.
No,
I just feel like here's the problem that I think the Warriors have with Kaminga is, like, Horford's got to play with him because Horford does things to me that are going to really enhance Jonathan Kaminga. But when he's with the second unit and it's Pods and Moody and Post
and Butler, and buckets, Jimmy. I mean, Buddy.
I'm just talking. And Buddy. Like, what's their what do they? What does that unit hang their hat on? Like, I just don't like. I feel like when it's Pods and Kaminga, like, they need a stabilizer in that second unit. Okay. I believe, and that's why I would probably start by bringing Horford off the bench and bringing him and Kaminga in either together or around the same time.
Yeah, I'm not mad at that, and it probably some juncture, and it might be tonight we see that. But again, the core of this is just pacing themselves. You use that word, and I know they got an aging core, but man, Steiny, and we could forget Richard for a second, but he's just a part of the team. The bottom line is if you're choosing to do that, and I'm going to ask you this question, and you all out there, have we really seen that? From the outset of a season to where Curry's been load managed? I feel like we haven't, and that's the beauty of watching him playing ball is he don't even feel like he needs that at this point. But have we truly, really seen, those minutes are going down to 29 to 30? No, they've been going at it, and that's what makes this so crazy. But the bottom line is, Stoney, I think Steve Kerr on a nightly basis is going to be mixing and matching as much as he's ever done as a Warrior coach. If pacing is a concern. And to Nick Friedel, our brother, who said it's about April, I love that line. But to me, it's truly not with this team because you got to get there to see what you are in April and how fresh you are in April.
Yeah, they got to get there.
And they haven't done that in years past.
888-957-9570 is the number. What's your starting lineup for the Warriors? And then but then more importantly, what's your finishing lineup with the Golden State Warriors? I got to tell you, I was watching the game on Friday.
You were there.
The Clippers, the last preseason game. And I'll take this call real quick, and then I'll
give it to
tell you the conclusion I came to, and you can tell me if you agree with it or not. Let's go to Frank in Atlanta.
Our man.
Hey, Frank, how you doing, man?
Hey, guys. How's everybody doing?
Doing great, thanks.
That's good. Okay, Steiny, you hit it on the head before the break. The problem with the Warriors is the non-Steph minutes, and it's going to be the non-Steph and Jimmy minutes this year. Because for the last 2.5 years, we haven't had an offensive concept when Steph is off the floor. Our offense is built around get the ball to Steph. So when Steph leaves the floor, we don't really have an offense. This imaginary drive and kick thing that we talk about isn't a real offense. We don't have a low post option. We don't have a mid post option. We don't have a high post option. We don't have a drive and kick game. We don't do anything when Steph is out off the court, but pass the ball around the perimeter and take bad, late shot clock 3-point field goals. That's been our offense the last 2 years. Now Jimmy comes in, and you can play low post or mid post entry to Jimmy and run an offense. So Al is going to have to play that role for the bench. You can't have him on the starting five. You have to have someone you can throw the ball to off the bench that can initiate your offense to help Kaminga and to help Moody and even to help TJD or Quentin Post get open shots, because we don't have anybody that can initiate offense until we trade Kaminga to get a two-guard that can play next to Steph and initiate offense. But right now our problem is our bench is not going to be able to get any scoring.
But, Frank, what about last year when Jimmy came? I felt like that took care of itself. It wasn't pretty at times, but they got by with that record when Jimmy came.
Exactly. What Jimmy did was Jimmy played in the non-Steph minute, and he initiated offense. That was what made all of a sudden we were getting layups, getting fouled, going to the foul line, and we had a legitimate offensive concept.
Yeah. Well, I think. Hey, Frank, thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Yeah, and I think they'd like Melton to step into that role and ideally give him some of Curry's backup minutes.
Yeah, but you think of Moody, Buddy, Kaminga, Horford, and throwing who else you want. It's not like that ain't chopped liver, but like I said to Frank, Stoddy, they got through it and everything improved. Team free throw attempts, after Jimmy Butler, but I don't know why. I guess in a crazy way. I know. I don't even got to say crazy. I'm looking forward to see how that manifests.
Let's talk a little bit about the finishing lineup.
Oh yeah, you got to say what you saw.
I don't see how Kaminga's in the finishing lineup.
Like, I need to hear the rest of this.
Well, Curry's going to be in the finishing lineup. Butler's going to be in the finishing lineup.
Facts.
Green is going to be in the finishing lineup. And I believe Horford's going to be in the finishing lineup. And to me, it's got to be Moody or Pajemski or Melton has got to be that fifth guy. And one of the reason I say that is if you put Curry, Butler, Green, Horford, and Kaminga out there, they're going to foul. They're going to foul Kaminga and Draymond. But when you have Draymond out there, they only have one guy to I have confidence Draymond makes his free throws. Like, how is Kaminga going to play if you've got Curry, who's a 90% free throw shooter, Butler, who's 85, Horford's 80, Draymond 73, 74.
He's got to improve.
Well, then they're going to foul.
Go ahead, I'm cutting.
He's a 66% free throw shooter. Like, he's got to start making foul shots.
No doubt about it.
And playing smart. Like, here's the other thing. That when you have Curry, Butler, Green, and Horford, that team is unbelievably smart. So that fifth guy's got to be able to fit in. He's got to be able to fit in and do what they need him to do.
Yeah.
And we'll see if he turns out to be that guy or not.
Yeah, and Stoddy, that's been the enigma with Jonathan Kaminga, the ability to fit in, because we know he's got gifts. But the bottom line is, and you're not saying you want to bet me and I don't want to bet you, but Stoddy, for this team to get to achieve the goals that I'm setting out for them, the Western Conference Finals, and be a top 4 or 5 seed, I feel like Kaminga doesn't have to start on the front end. But, man, if he's having an impact, he'll be in that finishing lineup. And I do want to say this, and I could be wrong. I mean, we already know Horford's not going to be in back-to-backs. Okay, you don't play those every night. But, Stoddy, I think that could fluctuate to where, another gets an opportunity to finish. But like tonight, I don't know how the game's going to go down, but Warriors are favored by 3, and I expect them to win. I do, with no LeBron. But, Stoddy, if I could bet my last dollar, I would bet that Kaminga's going to be on that floor tonight, finishing the game. Now, they could be up 30. But my point is, if the game's close, I think he's going to get a crack at what you say, and you state facts. 66% Kaminga is going to keep your ass out of closing games. So I hope you were in the lab working on that part of your game along with the rest of it.
Yeah, I just look at this is where I don't believe Steve Kerr in a way. Like I think he'll go back to what he believes in and who he trusts. And I just think when at the end of a game he's going to be scared to put Kaminga in.
Wow,
he's just not going to want to.
I hope you're wrong.
He's going to look at Moody and he's going to look at Pods and Melton as safer options. And as you know what he's going to say? That lineup needs connectors. And Pods is a connector and so is Melton. Again, I'm not saying I'm just saying what I think Kerr's going to do. And I just don't see Kerr changing his thought process and now all of a sudden playing Kaminga a lot down the stretch in games.
Let me ask you this. What would be because you mentioned you would prefer Horford and Dre not starting together. So who would get that? Who would start at the 5? Draymond?
Yeah. It'd be Butler, Green, Curry, maybe Pods and Moody when Moody's healthy. Maybe GP2 tonight.
See, that's why I laughed when they were GP2 might not be coming back. I'm like, can this team really afford not to have that on-ball defense, which is a concern to me team-wide? But Stoney, dude can still guard, man. Say what you want about GP2. So they made the right move bringing him back. I was shocked that was even being whispered.
I'll wait to say they made the right move bringing him back until I see him play.
But the compliment was you saying he might get in the lineup to guard Luka.
Right, because Moody's hurt and he doesn't want to start Kaminga, I don't think, without Horford. Or if Horford's going to start.
Frank did say something interesting, but it's 4 titles later, right? This is just how this construct of this dynasty has been, Stoney. But we've never had a mid-range dude. We've had the Zazas. We've had the guys, the Bogats, that do their thing, set the screens, rebound, Fetzes. But we've never had that guy that Frank was talking about where we could throw in the post and try to win a game. Everything is from the outside or a drive. But I am yearning for those days to ever come back to where we have an option down low, like when we play Zubac or even Şengün. I mean, that's just what a luxury to have, is to have a Steph Curry-like player or players on the perimeter. And I'm thinking of the champs, OKC with Williams and Alexander, and then be able to do something with a guy in the post. I mean, we don't have that. And maybe Al will change that, right?
Yeah. Like offensively?
I saw him. He can hit a 10 to 15 footer. Everything ain't a 3. He took, and I'm like, damn, Al. Even played with his back against the basket, and I'm like, man, Al, I know what you do. I respect your game, but damn, if we could see that, on all 3 levels while you're out there, man.
888-957-9570 is the number. We're getting you ready for the Warriors season opener tonight against the Lakers in L.A. You can hear all the action right here on 95.7 The Game. And
we're favored by 3.
Yeah, we're just Warriors are going to win tonight.
Oh, you got that. Well, Vegas feels the
and
same
they're going to
way.
cover.
Yeah,
they're going to win
3.
and they're going to cover. Let me tell you what's going to happen tonight.
Uh-oh, Steiny lock early.
Get ready for a Luka 11 for 29.
Now, that's not going out on a limb. I'm thinking 35 shots.
Well, he's not going to be efficient. They don't care. Like, the Lakers don't give a rat's ass
the
about the
spread's only
first.
3, by the way. It's not like they're big favorites tonight.
Yeah. They're going to win.
But the fact that the visitors, the favorite in L.A., is kind of the shocker to me. But no Bron. No Bron.
Exactly. Warriors win easy tonight. Because I'll tell you right now, I watched the preseason. They're so much further ahead than the Lakers. It's not even funny. Like, Luka played 1 game. They don't have LeBron.
They have no defense. I don't believe.
This is a lot.
And I was wrong. I got to confess. I was wrong on Ayton.
Are you saying that because I'm inexperienced?
Wait now, Sonny, you wouldn't be trying to reverse devil tongue the Warriors tonight, would you?
Not at all.
No, I believe them.
No, trust me. If I thought they would lose, they're not going to lose tonight.
That's a weird assumption.
You stink. JJ Redick, you're the reason.
You think I don't talk to my assistants?
He is just cocky for no reason.
The Warriors, they're ahead of the Lakers right now.
They're smarter than the Lakers. They know who they are, man.
The only guy I'm really worried about is Reeves.
Bronny?
Well, him too, of course. Let's go to Big Smooth. What's
man.
up, Big Smooth? How you doing, man?
Opening night.
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen. You know what I hate? When fans call and don't use intel from last year. What was Al Horford last year? What did he shoot from the three? Have some intelligence. Guy gets on the phone talking about Pickett. Man, what did you notice last year when Jimmy came on board? Look at those numbers. Hello, look at those numbers.
Yep.
Is Horford an upgrade from Looney? You bet your bottom dollar he is. That's why the Warriors are predicted in the top 6. Come on, man. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. We've already solved some problems. Now, age is an issue, so we gotta manage these guys right. I would love it if Moody would be in the starting 5. I would love it. But I think Melton. Now, the good thing is that he got hurt early in the season, so I think it's a better situation for the healing. But I like Melton because he's a savvy vet. He can shoot. He can play defense. And the Warriors defensively, I think you're going to see them in the top 5 defensive team. That's what I'm thinking. Now, Steph Curry is shooting high 40-something% from the three. Those threes that Lindsey Waters was missing, he's going to nail those. He can take Lindsey Waters minutes because he wasn't that much. And when he's a hot hand, they're going to ride him. I think it's hard to determine the closing lineup because Steve Kerr will typically play the hot hand. Like a smart coach, he's seeing who's doing what that game, and I think it'll be from game to game. But I think you will see the veterans at the end. Plus the 5th, it could be Moody one night. But let me say this, guys. Pods has to show something more. Don't you think he needs to show a little bit more? He can't show the same exact thing he did last year. There has to be some kind of an uptick in Pods games. Are we just going to shove him in the places irregardless of if he's improved his game? I want Pods to improve his game, but I have to see it. We can't just keep shoving him in a position, and there's been has he been in the lab? If he has, what's going to change? Is his jump shot going to be more consistent? Because last year for a stretch, he was hitting that open jumper, and then he stopped. So we got to see something from these young guys. One of these guys needs to step up, man.
No, great call. Appreciate the call. Yeah. What I'm looking at Pods' stats because of what Austin said. Mm-hmm. What does improvement in Pods' game look like? I mean, he shot the numbers for the first 2 years are, he shot about 45 field. He shot 37 and 38 3-point range. He made 76% from the line last year after 63.
Sorry, what if he can improve his game and this is who he is?
Well, I'm asking, like, what does Pods improvement look like? I mean, is he going to get better defensively?
That to me, that's something you could control and I think is feasible. So that's where I would start. But he's never going to have the green light to, if it's about offense. And I'm not saying he's terrible on offense. So, Stoney, sometimes in the West, man, and when I'm watching these Warrior games and I see who's around Steph, I just feel like from that position, they need more of a threat. A guy that can wiggle and jiggle and create his own shot better than Pods. And Pods has held it down, no shade. But the bottom line is a lot of nights, and the playoffs wasn't good for him. But I just feel like, man, they need something more lethal. And then I think for people coming at me, and you bring him up and the Warriors re-signed him, I think of Melton as that guy with more pop. That if he were more of a threat and guys could play off him more than they do Pods. But right now, my question to you be offensively, Stoney, what does that look like? What can he truly improve? He gives you everything.
I don't know.
Well, the last half of the year, after he came back from his injury, he averaged 15 points, 6 rebounds, and 4 assists on 47, 41, 77 shooting. So could it be that just for an entire season?
Something eye test wise, I want different from. Like, I mean, those numbers are completely fine, but I do need him to improve, and not necessarily the numbers.
Well, like the whole year he averaged 11. Like, my point is he just kind of does the same, but he's more efficient. I don't think he's not going to get bigger, faster, stronger, but he could just be more efficient when he has the ball.
Yeah, that makes sense. Like, I'm not saying there's no answer to the question. Like, I don't see him ever shooting over 40 from three. I don't like his form. But, he's up at 37, 38. Maybe he can get to 40. Maybe I'm saying I don't think he can get to, 42, 44 like the great shooters.
And you staggered me. Draymond Green gave him a hell of a compliment, right? Didn't he say he was worthy of the keys after this is over?
Oh, I didn't.
You said that to me, I thought.
Draymond says a lot of things.
He did say that.
How about this?
And it might have been you, Evan. Thanks.
How about this? Surprised me a little bit.
What?
Shoot, no, I can't. Al Horford.
Tito.
Look at these numbers. Can he shoot threes? Good three-point shooter?
That's his best part of his game.
What did he shoot last year from three?
I'm going to say 38.
36.
Okay, all right. What did he shoot the year before that?
42. What did he shoot the year before that? 44. What did he shoot the year before that?
43.
33.
Okay, so he gets, all right.
Like, listen to these numbers from three over the last 6 years. 42-9, 36-35, 36-34, 44-42, 36. He's been all over the place. That's strange.
But outside of the 33 and 36, which, it's not the worst 36. I mean, he's been letting them fly. I'm just saying this to him. He was in a good spot when you talk about spacing and guys like Jason Tatum and all the attention, he demands from a defense. Jaylen Brown, both on the court together. I mean, he had it his way. I mean, just sitting at the top of the key. And I love Steph and Jimmy, but man, Steiny, that's different than dudes that, attack the rim like Tatum and Brown. So I just wonder the quality of the three. Will probably be similar, but, I mean, man, he was getting some good looks in Boston. That's all I'm saying.
Well, that's kind of my point. He was getting some good looks in Boston, and in 5 of the last 7 seasons, he shot under 36% from three, under 36.8. He's had 2 years over 40, but then like the last 5 have been like around mid-30s. I thought he was more consistent and, up around 38 or so. So he's going to have to make some shots. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors season starts tonight. Coming up at 12:15, we've got Noah Eagle. He is on the call tonight for NBC with Grant Hill. That game's in L.A. against the Lakers. That segment was brought to you by In at the Tides. Who loves Zinfandel? Don't miss Dinner with the Winemakers at the In at the Tides in Bodega Bay, October 24th. Join Queen of Zinfandel, Carol Shelton, for an unforgettable night of good food, wine, and coastal charm. Visit inatthetides.com. Space is limited.
It all starts tonight. Your Golden State Warriors open the season against the Lakers.
Curry gets an open three. Look, it's on the way. Tie game!
It's a full season of Jimmy Butler with Steph Curry and Draymond Green.
Back cut Butler. Layup is good and a foul! He got fouled by Dunn.
Warriors Lakers. It all starts tonight at 7. Pregame starts at 6.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry. You're listening to the home of every Warriors game, 95.7 The Game.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo,
No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. I know finding a dream engagement ring can be overwhelming, but don't worry, we got you. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond at Shane Company is truly the best of the best. Our team travels the world to see diamonds up close, in person. We handpick each one for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Diamond buying is an art. Of course, we look at cut, color, clarity, and carat, known as the 4 C's. But that's not all. We also look at how each diamond looks on a hand, where it will be worn, how it makes you feel, and if it's worthy of a Shane Company customer. That type of expertise only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. We also think about your budget. We only pick the best in each grade in all shapes and sizes. Your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
The NBA season tips off, and so does DraftKings' newest fantasy game. DraftKings Pick 6 is the easiest way to play for big wins, with every possession giving you a shot at real money. Here's how to play. Just pick more or less on 2 or more stats, and unlock the upside every game brings. The better your picks, the bigger your payout. Pick 6 is available in your state. Plus, new DraftKings customers can get $50 in bonus picks with just a $5 entry on your first pick set. Don't just watch basketball, cash in. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app now and use code THEGAME. That's code THEGAME. Play just $5, get $50 in Pick 6 bonus picks. Make the call. Ride the upside in partnership with DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. 1 per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Pick 6 bonus picks that expire in 14 days. Limited time offer. See terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Mostly sunny for San Francisco, high temperature 73.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
It's the Guru Steiny show. Let's go.
All righty. I'll tell you what, Evan knows how to Evan knows how to troll.
Why you say that?
Do you hear what he said when he came in today? He goes, boy, a lot of teams giving out the Pods contract.
Oh, yeah, gotcha.
Daniels, 4 for 100.
Brown.
Christian Brown, 5 for 125. Shaden Sharp, 4 for 90. It's right around what Pods is going to be asking for at the end of the year, I would think.
But is he in that group?
Sure. He's a future All-Star. Evan, are you listening? I wanted you to jump in here. You think Pods is eligible to get paid next year?
No, I get that.
Or at the end of the season.
Yeah. Would you give him that?
No, I wouldn't. Probably.
The question is, will the Warriors?
That's the pertinent question. Yeah. You're right about that. Let's start out here. The Warriors, obviously, they have their opener tonight against the Lakers in L.A., and this is could be Steve Kerr's last year. But he likes what he sees so far. Take a listen. This will be our jumping off point.
I think we are set. You know, we love our roster. We love the mix of our young guys with our vets. We think our young guys have made huge strides the last couple of years and are ready to take another step forward, and that they'll be able to help us win games when some of the older guys are missing games due to injury or rest or whatever it is. So love the roster. And, to be honest, over my 12 years, I've been incredibly blessed with great rosters year in and year out. So it's not always, a picture perfect fit. I think the last few years, the fit has been a little tricky at times, but this feels really good. The puzzle definitely fits well this year, and we have a lot of guys who can really contribute.
And that's it. Like that's another thing that, Guru, I'm hearing is these young guys, it's not about the young guys getting playing time. It's about the young guys actually
doing something with it.
And helping the Warriors win more games than they lose. Because
pro sports, man.
Yeah. I mean, it's got to be, it can't be enough for those guys just to get out there and play. They have to get out there and try to swing games if they can.
I got a question for you. And I say the stuff that comes to my mind because I love with my heart, man, and I say what's on it. Are you really going to look at me on the eve of, the day of the opening night and tell me what Steve Kerr just talked about? He likes the construct of the roster, and I get that. But Matt Steinmetz, as fair as you possibly can be for this question, I'm really concerned about rebounding. And no other host, nothing been written. They're just not going to miss Looney at all, huh? Like, that is a fear for me, man. And how many times has dude, and it goes unnoticed because he gets the rebound, kicks the shot out, and somebody makes it. It don't even have to be Steph. But are we so sure that this team is not going to miss Looney on a good day, his ability to rebound, come out, go to battle with some bigs, not stop them, get some fouls, or just change it and muck it up? Like, I don't see a lot of dudes with bricks in the ass, you know what I mean, on this Warrior team. And I know we take for granted and we get fixated with Steph in the threes, but Steiny, I'm just thinking about a game on it like tonight, a Tuesday night, and you're getting just beat up on the board, and you could put Looney in and he could help you change it. Like, you don't think they're going to miss that at all?
They might miss, but that's about all Looney was doing last year was rebound, and he his rebounding actually hasn't been improving. I'm talking about Looney. Yeah. To me, but though, Horford's a better all-around player, and what he's going to do at the offensive end that Looney's incapable of doing should pay off. And I think there's a chance. Like, this is what I'm interested in seeing. Is Horford a better defender than Looney? I don't know. I mean, I know what their reputations.
No. Yeah, I would say no to that right now today.
Yeah, I don't know. And that's why I love always coming into a new season, to see a guy play every night that you only saw play once in a while.
Now, and I've always been in a Looney stand. Now, I can sit here, and I know somebody be like, "Goo, you're tripping." He's not. But the bottom line is even if I think he's a better defender than Horford, the Warriors didn't think that, and that's why you look at the usage of Looney. It waned. It kind of lightweight disappeared. Steiny, respond to this from the chat for me, from the best ever. The Warriors are still fairly small and unathletic. The top 4 teams in the league are the opposite, long and athletic. How would you respond to that?
It's a fact. It's a fact. I mean, outside of age.
See, now that's bigger than age. Now we're talking about DNA.
Well, and that's the other thing. I think it was somebody called in and said, I think, this team, I want them to be a top 5 defensive team. How? I don't understand how. If you're gonna play that many 35, 40, if you're gonna play that many older players, I don't see how you can be a great defensive team unless you're just relying on a slow-paced game. But I don't see Curry, Butler, Green, and Horford being a great defensive unit. I think they're going to be smart and they'll mitigate their age as best they can. But
the last time
that's
they were
a slow defensive team.
I think they won a championship in 2022, and I didn't see that coming. But you had Otto Porter Jr., Bielitsas, and guys like that on the team. But
they don't have a defender on this team as good as Wiggins was that year.
No, now you got a guy with that skill set, but he hadn't tapped into it, and his name is Jonathan Kaminga.
Yeah,
all I can say. No, I get when you said that it hit. I'm like that's the irony of all this. If it goes south for Kaminga, it's Steiny. From a skill standpoint, he had it. He has it. It's just not fitting.
No, I disagree. He doesn't have it from a skill standpoint to me. He's got it from a talent standpoint.
Well, that's what I mean. Okay. He's got all the talent in the world to pick you up 94 feet and make life hell. I've seen him do it to LeBron, and maybe he'll do it to Luka tonight.
Slow.
I got you. But you know what I mean? Anthony Edwards, he was bothering him in the playoff series bringing the ball up.
I mean, yeah, but that's
it's not manifested. Like it's there.
Because he doesn't know how to play team defense. He doesn't know how to play team defense. He gets lost too much. But yeah, I guess he can shadow the ball.
I've seen him get lost. That just
now,
for any
people
player
get mad.
Lost.
They'll say, "No, he's a great team defender." No, he's not. He's not.
But I expect him to finish a lot more games than I think you might think, Sonny. But we'll see how it plays out.
Like in a crazy kind of, and this is one of the issues the Warriors have had. Like I feel like I know Butler, Curry. Like here's the thing: Butler, Curry, Draymond Green, and Horford. They're not going to want to play with Kaminga. They're going to want Moody in there, or Pods, or Melton. Like if I know them, but more so Kerr.
Well, you're going on the past, and that's all you truly can go on. But that's got to change, and Kaminga's got to make that change. That's all.
And I'm open to that.
Yeah.
But I just got to fall back on every single thing we've seen for 4 years as it relates to Steve Kerr.
I can't fault you for that.
I am not buying that he's going to, try this and stick to it. I want to see how it plays out. Let's go to Christian. Christian in Fairfield. Hey, Christian, how you doing?
Gentlemen, good afternoon.
Hey.
I got a quick question. Are you, Guru, or Evan going to be at Splash on Thursday? Because I got a surprise if you guys are. And it's not cupcakes, no offense to the cupcake guys.
I think that's Willard and Dibbs.
Yeah, they'll be broadcasting from there as well.
Willard and Dibbs will definitely be broadcasting from there.
Yeah, I know. None of you guys are just going to show up, poke your head there?
No. What do you got?
It's kind of up in the air.
He told me not. Well, yeah, Steiny.
Just
he told me not to tell you, but he was texting Mookie Betts. He was texting Mookie Betts today. I'll tell you that. And he's got something that gurus like me, we probably wouldn't trip off the surprise, but you are going to love it, Steiny and Evan.
All right, I'll come over.
I'll just say, oh, good. There you go, Steiny. Thank you. So now I can get on your helmet after I told you about the surprise. You'll love it, Steiny.
Okay.
But now they're going to be a top 5 defense because Guru, number one, have Evan chop up so what you're saying instrumental because it is unfinished business.
Yes, sir.
But your concern I'm going to alleviate right now.
EPMD.
Pods, when he gets beat off the dribble, is to help defense. That's why they were top 3 when Jimmy got there in steals. And that's why they're going to be a top 5 defense, because the IQ. And the finishing lineup is going to be Pods, Horford, Draymond, Jimmy, and Steph, because they're ranked in the top 10% of most impactful players in the NBA. That is a fact on a per-possession stat. That was an article in ESPN. They're the only team with 5 players. The next closest team has 3, and it's the Thunder, Cavs, and Rockets. Also, with the depth Steiny was talking about, they have 11 players above average. The only team like that is OKC. So they have depth. They have the IQ. Evan is right. Paz needs to be more consistent. Steiny is right. With the eye test, he needs to stop going to the hole and doing that stupid jump step and not knowing where he's going to go before he makes it. And then to your point, Guru, the guy Frankie who was talking about JK's averaged 6 rebounds and 4 assists twice in the spot that Jimmy plays. They run a version of the triangle, the Warriors do. So now he's being the facilitator. If he can learn how to score out of that spot, I don't think he gets traded. So I say 54 and 28. They're the 3 or 4 seed behind the Rockets, Nuggets, and OKC. And I hope to see you, Steiny, because it's the Cal Club. We're going golfing. You guys have a good day.
Oh, thanks, Christian. Appreciate that. There was something I was going to say. Oh, yes. From the 415 on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Steiny, what more could JK have done this preseason to elevate your opinion of him? He did everything that was asked of him from Coach Kerr. Yeah, it's not me.
Well, it doesn't start yet. It starts tonight.
But it's not me. You don't have to do anything for me. I am only going on the way Steve Kerr's coached him for 4 years. And I look at Jonathan Kaminga, and I still see a logjam at forward. That's all it's based on. I allow for the fact that he could be a better player this year, all those things. He's a young player. He still could be good. I said, I'm more interested in what he's going to be like in 3 or 4 years. But all I'm saying is I've got to go by the way Steve Kerr has been coaching him for 4 years. And until that changes, Goo, I got to assume it's going to stay that way.
And I'll say this, the baby has to be born. And Steve Kerr, I believe if he sees Jonathan Kaminga on whatever's on that to-do checklist that has not popped in 4 years, I think that will change. He will be part of the log jam. And maybe that's what's happening here. We're not even seeing it. Nobody wants to say it, but maybe they are disappointed that he's not further along to where we wouldn't even be asking these same questions. But to the caller's point, Steiny, I'm going to say this, and this is the beauty of a new season in all sports, but mainly in the NBA. We get a chance to see what dudes worked on and what they didn't work on or worked on and didn't do good at it or improve it. So, I mean, tonight's the night. Preseason missed me with that because it was hard to but tonight we'll find out, what guys have done in the lab outside of Moses Moody, who's unavailable.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. This is from the
Give it to
JK Steiny. You're on the mic. What say you about Kaminga? There's some things I've liked about him in the preseason, and there's something I am a little concerned about, but one is, I said it, I think he's trying to do the right thing. So that's a positive. But what I'm going to say next is going to fly in the face of a lot of things I've talked about, wanting to see him improve in. But he's got to he's got to be able to make the right decision offensively in terms of when to go and when to pass. And he's had more assists in the preseason, which is great. It's great. The problem is you don't want him to lose the one thing, and he's not going to lose it, but you don't want him to go away from the one thing that he does well, which is score. So there's such a balance there that he's got to still figure out, and that's going to take a while for him to figure that out. And so I expect some ups and downs from Kaminga this year, but I think they're going to be different kinds of ups and downs. It's not going to be, did he score, did he not score? It's going to be, was his aggressiveness used the right way? Did he give up real good shots that maybe he shouldn't have given up because he's trying to move the ball too much, doing the right thing? But it's all going to be a work in progress.
Yeah. No, I'm not mad at that. And I'll just say this, Donnie. I just don't want them thinking too much because it's about quickness, not just on the court, but upstairs, the mental. And, if you know what's going on behind closed doors, you can but that's kind of frowned upon if you missed a pass or a wide open Steph Curry. So there's a hell of a fine line between being aggressive, trusting your instinct, and also having that scoreboard in your head, Stoney, of I could go get mine, but I'm not getting it in the flow of the offense. Is it good money? All money ain't good money, Stoney.
You said I don't want him thinking too much.
That's
a problem. That's the issue with the Warriors is like Steph Curry and those guys, they don't have to think the game.
Play freely is all outdoors.
And plus they've been doing it for so long, it's all second nature. Like on the one hand, you want Kaminga to play free and loose. On the other hand, you need to be smart offensively and defensively to play with Curry and Butler and Draymond. So it's like he can't just go out there and play a pickup game, but you also can't bog him down with rules and regulations of where he needs to be.
Give me some freedom to cook, maybe.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about the expectations for your Golden State Warriors this year.
Opening night.
Last 3 years, 44, 46, 48 wins. Do they hit 50 this year? 888-957-9570. And then what happens as we get toward the deadline, either as it relates to Jonathan Kaminga or upgrading the roster? This is Joe Lacob on the TK podcast about what they may look to do as the season progresses.
You know what I'm going to say. We're always going to be looking at improving the team, always. And whether that's a big trade or a small trade depends on if we do a trade at all or if there's a trade available, and depends on how healthy the team is and how it's doing. This is a thing where, it's real time. We have to see where we're at. We have to be planning for different things to happen. Some will, some won't. And so I think we're always going to be looking. I was on the phone yesterday, actually, with somebody, not Mike, actually, but somebody in our basketball group. And I was going through literally team by team, every player in the league, This is when we start doing that on our side of things. Not that we think we need to make trades, but we could wind up being great this year and not be healthy and not need to do anything. But on the other hand, we need to be prepared for the situation where that is not the case. And we're always going to want to try to be as good as we can possibly be. We're trying to win championships here. And at the worst case, we're trying to be in competition to try to win championships. Maybe we're not going to be the best team, but we want to at least have a shot.
All right, so that's Joe Lacob. And, he's
going through every roster. I love it.
He's set the table for Warrior fans. Like, you guys, you should feel good, I would say, knowing exactly what you're getting into this year. And that is you're going to ride the veterans and sprinkle in the young guys. And if it works, you're going to go faster and faster and faster. And if it doesn't work, you're going to pull the plug.
Well, I'll say this.
You're going to pull the plug on it.
Yeah.
Whatever that means.
And I'm no spoiled Warrior fan, and there's a reason to be. But the bottom line is this is how I personally wanted it, Steiny. I said, you owe it to Steph, you owe it to Dre, you owe it to Dub Nation. And Joe Lacob and Mike D have basically done that. And now they're talking about it, Steiny. So for the next 2 years, it's Operation Try to Get a Championship led by, 4 older players. And I really do, Steiny, I really do hate the fact that you could beat me or anybody over the head when you talk about the history of the NBA and guys collectively being the age that they are. It's hard to do something that hadn't been done. You know what I mean? There's a reason. It's a young man's game, so we think. But these dudes are still spry. They got their wits about them. Steph still has, Steiny, like you said, the slippage is very minimal. So I'm putting down 26 to 27 points a game for him with the full Jimmy Butler, not even thinking twice about it. But we'll see how it goes. But if you can give me the one thing in life you can't guarantee, health, I think the Warriors are going to be a Final 8 team, man, and hopefully a Final 4 team.
Final 4 would be Western Conference Finals. And there's just no getting around this regular season and what they're gonna have to try to accomplish.
Man,
this season,
the odds against it.
You know, it's so funny. Sometimes I think about this team and I think they got a shot to be really good. But then I just remember that every NBA season is just so damn long. And they've got a long way to go. They've got to stay healthy for 6 months and then go into the playoffs after 6 months and be fresh.
Now, didn't they kind of do it last year, though?
No, not according to Draymond Green. They were washed at the end of the year. The series against Houston, according to Draymond, doesn't go 7 unless they were beat.
But they went into Minnie and won that first game.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it could have been, I mean, man, who's to say they don't win that series?
I mean, I'm just telling you what Draymond said. Yeah. Draymond said they were playing playoff basketball for half the year. So, like, they can't. It sounded to me like Draymond thought they were out of gas at the end of the year.
Well, I'll say this. Yeah.
Now you got to go a whole year with older players. How are you going to be any more fresh this year?
Yeah, no, Stoney, and we talk about this with other sports, but Draymond is a heart and soul. That hasn't changed. I don't agree with everything, but on the court, dude's a badass. And I'll say this. He talks a lot, but when he said and was very candid about how his legs were more weary or shot in the second half of ball games from the banging and the accumulation of banging down low, I thought to myself, oh, my gosh, only we used to say maybe that was it, but to hear the big lion say it, that's why I think having Horford's a godsend, and I just don't see how not playing him and Dre together, you don't get your return on investment from the point of spelling Dre from the 5.
I'm sure he's going to spell Dre from the 5.
Some nights it'll be TJD, some nights it'll be QP3.
Yeah, and again, like that's the other thing when I look at, Trace Jackson Davis and Quentin Post, are they guys who are just playing minutes, or are they guys who are coming onto the court, playing minutes and helping you win games?
Well, if I'm TJD, well, obviously, and Post, but if I'm TJD, any second I get out there, I'm like a starving dog. I have to show I've gone to the lab.
Does he play like a starving dog, TJD?
Well, I'll tell you, when he came in and was starting for a bit, I thought, where's this thing going? He has the keys right now, and he regressed, but I don't look at him as a stiff by any stretch.
No,
it's
but
like you gotta use that. I know you say, "Goo, he ain't the biggest dude," and I was like, "Well, he ain't the smallest." You got to just pop when you're out there, man.
I don't view him as a stiff, but I certainly don't view him as a difference maker either. All right, coming up on the other side, we've got Noah Eagle, NBC Sports play-by-play broadcaster. He's on the call tonight. Warriors at Lakers. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
The Golden State Warriors are back, and there's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside to enjoy while you cheer on your Warriors. Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation, so it's easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside, proud partner of the Golden State Warriors. Sold in arena and at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
I found out that one of my players was vaping. And I said, hey, right now's the time to be honest with me. He said almost everybody in my team was vaping. The next day, all the parents came in. I said, how many of you guys think that your kids are vaping? Not one of them raised their hand. There's a joint fight to make something better. We don't sit back and let it happen.
Coach Sanchez is exposing Big Tobacco's playbook. Learn how he and other Californians are beating Big Tobacco at undo.org.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Brought to you by Stevens Creek Subaru. Custom order your next Subaru at StevensCreekSubaru.com.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's cars with a K to donate your car today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
Durant, back to Curry, dancing on Batum, over the double team. Oh! It's a golden dagger! Night!
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, let's head out to the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time you discovered the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Noah Eagle on that call during last year's Olympic Games. Steph Curry's golden dagger, as it were. Thank you so much for joining us, Noah. Really appreciate it, man.
Not a problem, guys. Good to be here.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, I'm just wondering, when you have a game like tonight and you got the Warriors and they've got, let's just say, a lot of experienced and older type players, are you sensitive about how you describe how old they are?
Yeah, a lot of wisdom is the word we like to use.
Experience.
They play with such a wise brand of basketball. You know, I think that it's definitely some level of a balancing act, but at the same time, you do have to report the facts for what they are. And at the end of the day, the Warriors as a team are the second oldest team in the NBA, and the Lakers, by the way, aren't that far behind them. They're eighth. They've got a lot of veteran presence on their side, so I just think you want to make sure you're giving the audience the grand scope. But no doubt, you want to make sure that you're still doing it at the right level.
I'm one of those fans that are still hanging on to last year. Had Curry, messed up that hamstring, what could have been, but it didn't happen. But if I were to ask you, what are your expectations for this Warrior team led by Steph and Jimmy Butler? I think they got action.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if I was in the Bay, I'd probably feel the same exact way. I think you go 23-8. When you acquire Jimmy Butler from that point on, you showcase that experience in that first-round series against a Houston team that, I think a lot of people try to discredit that series win. More than anything, I think that Houston is probably better than, and was last year, better than people gave him credit for. Alperen Sengun is an absolute stud and is only going to keep getting better, which is a scary thought. And Amen Thompson is in the same boat. And obviously now with Kevin Durant, we'll see what that looks like. But to win that series was a great stepping stone for that group that really hadn't been together as long as Houston had. And then they just showcased in game one what they were capable of against Minnesota, and Steph gets hurt. And you take Steph Curry out of the equation, it's just the equation doesn't compute anymore. And so, yeah, I think that when healthy and if healthy, his team can compete with anybody. And you talk about that age and experience, I actually think that's where it comes into play, because close game, fourth quarter, do I trust Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry, or do I trust others? I certainly trust Butler and Curry more often than probably not.
Noah Eagle joining us on 95.7 The Game, NBC Sports play-by-play broadcaster. He also does Big Ten football on Saturday nights, and he'll be doing the NBA on NBC this year, and we're looking forward to it. If you ask anybody about the Warriors, the number one thing they talk about that'll make or break their season is age and injury, but just from a basketball standpoint, take those two things out of the equation. Basketball-wise, what do you see as maybe a couple of their strengths and a couple of their weaknesses?
Yeah, well, I do think that all of what people are saying could be the weakness in terms of the injury and age could be a strength if it actually plays into their hand, as I was saying. If they're healthy all year, then I actually think their team is very much stocked to go out and compete every single night. I think the X factors are going to be similar to what we've seen in the past, and that is Brandon Pajemski potentially taking another step in his development. Jonathan Kaminga, the contract gets sorted out, and he's on very much a prove-it deal. And Steve Kerr has been very open, very honest about how he can help this team. And if he knows how to fit into that role, it's not just going to be beneficial for the group, but it's going to end up being beneficial for JK as well. And he just feels like the biggest swing for this group because of what he's capable of. He's still so young. Similar to what I was saying with Sengun, both of those guys are still just 23 years old and have accomplished a lot over the course of their basketball lives and NBA lives, respectively. And Kaminga has shown the flashes that we expected to see over the last 2 years. But if he can become what they need him to become on a consistent basis, and that's the key word is consistency, that's where this team can be taken to another level. I'm curious to see a guy like Will Richard, who they took in the late second round this year, 56th overall, but another guy who's just a winning basketball player. And the age factor, he's not old by NBA standards, but he's old by rookie standards. And he's played a lot of basketball in high-pressure situations, and he just made big plays for a Florida team that won a national championship. You can never go wrong by bringing in more high IQ players. And the same could be said with Pat Spencer, who was like a great feel-good story last year. So I just look at this team overall, and I just think there are a lot of guys who can go and seize their opportunities. And if they do, and they all mesh the right way, and now you add a guy in Al Horford, and you get back eventually DeAnthony Melton, and you start to look around and say, all right, these are the right guys to surround Steph and Jimmy.
You know what, Noah, that's what I was going to ask you. I didn't see Boston, with the Tatum injury, somewhat of the breakup that they had. But when you heard Al Horford, with all his experience and pedigree, was coming to Golden State, can you share with us what first went through your mind? Because I was like, man, another older player with older players, but what do you think he's bringing?
Yeah, so Al is such an interesting one to me because several years back, after his first tenure in Boston, he goes to Philadelphia. That just doesn't work, and him and Embiid didn't fit together. Their play styles didn't fit together. It was a square peg in a round hole type of vibe, and then he gets traded in a essentially salary dump with some assets to go to Oklahoma City. And in Oklahoma City, they really just didn't want him to play because he was too good. He was too good for them to lose games. And so eventually, with some minor nicks and bruises, they sat him down. And he goes back to Boston, and it was just such a great fit for him with the Celtics. His skill set matched up with the rest of that team. And more than anything, what stood out to me is how much he improved as a three-point shooter. And this is something I'm sure we'll talk about during the game tonight. But you look over the last 3 years of his career, he has shot 40.9% from three on high volume. It's not like he's been shooting one a game. It was 4 or 5 a night for a Celtics team that got up more threes than anybody in the NBA. And that is a huge factor for a team that's going to want Draymond Green on the floor and doesn't want Draymond Green to get worn down against centers. Now, I'm not saying that Al Horford's going to go out there and play 35 minutes a night. He didn't do that in Boston either. But his 20-minute spurts, he's a high IQ basketball player. And so when I heard Golden State, it just made sense because he fits in and he's seamless with guys like Draymond Green, guys like Steph Curry, and stretching the floor even more for Jimmy Butler to now go to work in his favorite spots in the mid-range and closer to the basket. So, yeah, I just think it makes a lot of sense. And if anybody's going to find that final untapped potential at the very end of his career, it's probably Steve Kerr.
Noah Eagle joining us on 95.7 The Game. He'll be on the call tonight for NBC. Warriors at Lakers. Warriors and Lakers season opener. How do every time I get a little optimistic about the Warriors and think they could do some things, I just start running down the list of teams: Oklahoma City, Denver, Houston, Clippers, Lakers, Memphis. I forgot Minnesota's still around, San Antonio. How do you handicap the Western Conference knowing that it's pretty darn deep?
Yeah, I mean, let's not forget about Dallas, who was the number one overall pick on their team, and we'll get Anthony Davis healthy and eventually Kyrie. And, Portland's a team that believes they can start competing at a pretty high level this year and showcased a lot of that in the second half of last season. Phoenix still has Devin Booker. You just go on and on and on. You're like, man, there are 0 days off. And with that, I think last year was a really good kind of peek into what it could look like because of how competitive it was. The Warriors won 48 games last year, and normally in a general season, a 48-win season gets you squarely in the playoffs, not even a debate as to whether you're going to be in the playoffs. And in their case, they had to play their way in to just have an opportunity in the playoffs. And I think it's going to be very similar, which means you have to capitalize on every opportunity every single night. There are no down nights that are going to be acceptable if you believe you're a contender in the NBA and certainly within the Western Conference, which by association makes you a contender in the NBA. It is a gauntlet. It is a bloodbath. It's a war of attrition. And that's where the experience comes in, but also being smart. And Steve Kerr has been honest that guys like Al Horford are not going to be playing back-to-backs. You've got to make sure that you are utilizing their talents, their abilities, their high IQ for the games that you need them. And so it's all strategic at that point. But, man, it is tough. There's just no getting around it. And the Western Conference this year, probably more so than any year I can remember, which is saying a lot for some of the crazy Western conferences we've had in the past, but this year it feels like it's tougher than we've ever seen it. And those two teams in the beginning that you mentioned, Oklahoma City and Denver in particular, just feel like they have no weaknesses on their squads. And so how do you find a way to beat teams that don't have a single weakness, that don't have a single hole? That's going to be the challenge. But it's going to be fun at the same time. From a viewer's point of view, it's going to be a blast to just watch the everyday seesaw that will be the standings.
Yeah, no doubt, Noah, and that's why we're all excited. And my partner, he has fun with me. I got a confession here, Noah. I hate to have to do it to you. But he calls me a nerd because I care about the commentators and the announcers, and you're phenomenal. You've done the Olympics, the NBA, you've done it all. But I always knew where my NBA was with TNT, and now they got the changes. I got to ask you, are you a bit nervous, excited about this, debut where the NBA is back on NBC Sports and you got the call of the Warriors and Lakers?
I would say excited is the proper term for sure. And it's going to take a month or whatever it is for people to get used to the new places that they've got to go. But within this first year, and we'll head into next year, and everyone's going to it's going to be rhythm. It's going to be second nature. And I'm excited because I think that with NBC, I know that we're looking to do different things. We've got next week our first edition of the On the Bench broadcast, which will be Monday night on Peacock, and that is with one analyst on each respective bench, and they get to be in the huddles, and they get to relay everything that they hear and all of that stuff. So that's going to be real cool. And then Sunday night basketball eventually, which will mirror Sunday night football. I know Amazon Prime has a number of their own things that they're going to be doing and incorporating. So it's going to be fun, I think, having some fresh voices and stuff like that. And at the same time, still having the ones of the past, and Inside the NBA is still going to be heavily involved now at ESPN and all of the people over there. So we're just excited to be a part of it. But yeah, give everybody about a month or so, and I think they'll be in rhythm.
Hey, Noah, what do you? We haven't talked about the Lakers. Obviously, no LeBron tonight for the first month or so. Where do you see them fitting into the West?
I mean, they're going to be right in the mix. And as long as you have Luka Doncic on the team, and Luka Doncic now healthy and trim, 30 pounds lighter than he was last year, that's dangerous. I mean, he's, as many would tell you, you could argue he's one of the best floor raisers in the NBA just because he's an engine by himself. No different than Steph in many respects. And Luka can carry a team, which we've seen all the way to the finals. And so having him for a full off season, he's got a lot more chemistry with his group. That's a huge boost. And then combine it with Austin Reeves, who took a huge leap last year with a 20-point, 4.5 rebound, nearly 6 assist season. That's big-time stuff for a guy who was not even a top option. And without LeBron James for the first several weeks of the season, just feels like it can give Austin Reeves a legitimate chance to find a rhythm in a larger role. And so he will be a major component for them, a swing, if you will. If he plays even better than he did last year, they have a chance to really take a step, and J.J. Redick more comfortable as a second-year coach. And then, it's going to be the question marks. DeAndre Ayton, is he ready to play at a level that he didn't the last couple of years in Portland? Can Marcus Smart turn back the clock a little bit and be a guy that he was in the past defensively? Is Gabe Vincent finally healthy enough to make the contributions they expected of him 2 years ago when they signed him to a 3-year contract? All of those little things will add up. But, man, as long as you got Luka Doncic and eventually LeBron James, you're always going to be a factor.
No doubt. No, I got to get your thoughts on one Kevin Durant. If you told me top 10 players all time, he's on my list. But I tell my partner and the listeners, it hasn't been pretty for KD since he left the Bay Area. And, I was like, does he get a pass? Who cares? But what do you expect, and what is he bringing to Houston?
Well, it fills the exact need that they lacked last year. And just think back to that playoff series. They needed someone who could go get a bucket, tough moments, postseason, fourth quarter, close game. And they just didn't quite have it consistently. Jalen Green wasn't that yet for them, and there's still a very good chance he can develop into that over the course of his career. Fred VanVleet is much better in terms of postseason play as a complementary piece as opposed to the initiator in the late fourth quarter. Şengün, as amazing as he is and a future super-duper star in the league, just wasn't part of how he goes and gets his stuff. The same could be said right now with Amen Thompson. So they needed that. That was what they required, and so they went out and got it. And he's got a familiarity with Ime Udoka going back to Brooklyn, and those two are very close. I think that helps. And at the same time, just seeing the videos and seeing all of the footage that's come from training camp, it just appears that he's taken a lot more of a leadership role than he has really at any other stop that he's had before. So I think he knows, and the contract extension kind of signified that this is his final stop in all likelihood, barring anything crazy. So he's going to try to make the most of it and not just win for the now, but also, in his eyes, win for the future and leave the place greater than he found it. So it's going to be an interesting chapter, potential final chapter for him. But to your point, he's still Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
He's still one of the greatest players the game has ever seen. They don't need him to play 75 games. He's going to play the amount of games that make sense for him to be fresh come postseason. And if he is, and that team's healthy and that team's whole, man, they're going to be a difficult out as well. And it just goes back to the Western Conference. You could say it about every single group just about in the entire conference coming into the season.
Yeah, Noah, great stuff. Thank you so much for joining us, and have a great year. We're all looking forward to it.
You got it, guys. Looking forward to tonight. We'll see if Steph can match what he did in Paris last summer. That'd be pretty fun.
Yeah, that would be. Thank you so much. That's Noah Eagle, NBC Sports play-by-play broadcaster. You can also hear him doing Big Ten football on Saturday nights, and he'll be doing the NBA on NBC this year. So season's getting started tonight, ladies and gents.
Yeah, and it looks like the Thunder are going to try to repeat, do I dare say, Stoney, in the era of parity, at least in the West. I mean, because once Kyrie gets healthy, if that day comes, I really like Dallas. You know, looking at the West, OKC and Denver took OKC to 7 without their changes or additions. So we'll see, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough for me to pick the Warriors to win more games than OKC, Denver, or Houston.
That would get you at 4.
Yeah. And are they better than Minnesota right now?
I think they're more button up than Minnesota, so I'm gonna say yes. But you could say Minnesota beat them in the playoffs.
Where do the Spurs fit in?
They gotta show me. I'm Missouri with them. Show me.
Lakers and Clippers.
Now
Dallas?
He said he expect the Lakers to be a player. I don't know why I think the Laker thing could go sideways, as you had mentioned.
That's a weird assumption.
And the Clippers, I mean, they had a good season last year, and they've got some additions.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating. I mean, I know nobody's picking them, but the Pelicans shouldn't be a pushover.
Well, I told you that you leave them alone. That's my dark horse.
Oh
team.
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
They're not.
I like.
They're finishing below the Warriors.
Oh, right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go to Bad Hombre in D.C. Hey, Bad Hombre, how you doing, man? What's going on? Bad Hombre, going once. How you doing? Bad Hombre's gone.
The Warriors starting lineup tonight. Curry, Pods, Butler, Kaminga, and Dre. Who knew? The TV's
expected starting lineup. It's not confirmed yet, but
expected. Thank you, Evan. But
I'll bet you that's not the lineup.
Serious?
I don't think that's going to be.
Why would they run? They got
because they're just guessing.
And Slater's up. Slater's on the set. So
and he's at odds with Kawakami.
Well,
we got a big problem here.
Hey, I'll take that bet. That somebody got that factor.
I'm not betting on Steve Kerr, who's going to end up reaching into a top hat and picking out his starting lineup tonight because he doesn't know.
But I was expecting that, not to see that in print. But we'll see. Remember last year in L.A., Kaminga was rebounding, jumping through the sky, rebounding.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, it was a TNT game.
It makes sense. Kerr does stuff like that.
Yeah, a lot.
It didn't. What was it again? Curry. Of course, Pods.
Yeah. Draymond, Kaminga, and Jimmy. I like that. You like that? Let's see.
3 non-shooters. We'll see. You know what he's doing? See, this is why Kerr plays chess.
What's he doing?
He's putting this lineup out there right off the bat to show Warrior fans it doesn't work. They're going to be down 17-4.
You are the
and
most
he'll never go.
Please.
No, I mean, look, but this is what my guy Harry was talking about. Last year, Kaminga doesn't fit. This year, you're going to try to shoehorn him in there. even though we know he doesn't like playing with 3 non-shooters, and Kaminga, Butler, and Green are 3 non-shooters. So actually, I'm wrong. He's going to give that lineup a try, and we kind of know he's hasn't been crazy about it in the past.
Yeah. I'm excited either way if he was in or out. But I'll say this, and again, it's not Jonathan Kaminga the game, but the bottom line is, Steiny, this is an opportunity for him to go out and do what we talked about in regard to doing the other things. And maybe, this is something that's just a one-night stand. But, man, if you could just have a sound ball game all around from Kaminga, you know what I'm saying? I think that goes a long way, man. Because it's about trust at this point.
Yeah, I mean, he's giving him a shot. He's giving him a shot in the starting lineup.
And that's why Pods is playing. The others, I do believe, Stoney, trust him.
This is Mike Dunleavy from about a week ago, and at least he acknowledges there's just no getting around it. This team's got a lot of miles on the odometer, but it's not something that they spend a lot of time thinking about.
Yeah, I mean, I would say a lot of these young guys are getting hurt, aren't they?
Yeah.
I mean, so I wouldn't go off of – I'm not going to overreact to the age thing, especially when our timeline is shorter than most, right? Like, we're not – if this was a 10-year build, yeah, we would have a problem with 37 and 39 and 40-year-olds. But we're trying to win this year. And that's our commitment. And so the most important thing for me on that is the players, how good they are. And those guys, as far as I know, can still play. And that's the most important thing. And do we have to monitor throughout the season their minutes and all that because of their age? Sure. But everybody's doing that across the league. There's very few guys that you can just let loose and, hey, you're playing all 82, every single back-to-back, the whole thing. So it's something we're used to. And main thing is we feel like we've got a really good team. They complement each other.
All right, so that's Mike Dunleavy, and he's putting it another way. Yeah, they're an older team, but their window is not very long. And again, I'm hearing they can jump off this train at any point where they deem that it's not going anywhere.
No, and he said something, and now I believe that our interview we had with him, Stoney, but I'll also add, he said what's real, and we saw it in the finals. We saw it with Tatum, Steiny. We can sit here till the cows come home. Just because you're old doesn't mean you're going to get hurt. Now, the likelihood, I get it, but the bottom line is we saw all throughout the NBA, young dudes, old dudes get hurt. So every team across the board is doing the same thing in regard to, man, we can't withstand this or that. Luka goes down, then what's going on there? Bottom line is the Warriors are going to come out, Stoney, and I think they are, as an organization, sick and tired of playing that damn play-in game, that they're going to take the regular season serious. And if Kaminga is starting, I think we figured out why, who will guard Luka. But I'm just looking like, hey, they've done this. This is Curry's 17th season, Stoney, and he knows better than anybody his body. And if they can stay upright, I mean, with the West in this parity as we deem it, who knows?
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's not just injury. It's how much have they slowed down at the ages that they're how much harder is it to recover after they play the night before. All that kind of stuff is also, they not only have to stay healthy, but they have to, manage the entire situation too. All right, 888-957-9570. I see calls. I'll get to you on the other side. We're talking about the expectations this season for the Golden State Warriors. Where do you see them finishing in the West? I've seen numbers as high as 56 wins. Damn. I've seen numbers as low as 44, 45. But the season starts tonight in L.A. against the Lakers, and you can hear everything right here on 95.7 The Game. Head on over to YouTube and Twitch to see Steiny and Goo by searching 957, and while you're there, download and subscribe for all our great content at 957 The Game. That segment was brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
It all starts tonight. Your Golden State Warriors open the season against the Lakers.
Curry gets an open three. Look, it's on the way. Tie game!
It's a full season of Jimmy Butler with Steph Curry and Draymond Green.
Back cut Butler. Layup is good and a foul! No! He got fouled by Dunn!
Warriors, Lakers. It all starts tonight at 7. Pregame starts at 6.
Dub Nation, this is Steph Curry. You're listening to the home of every Warriors game, 95.7 The Game.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done. With precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
Prescription products require completion of an online medication consultation with an independent healthcare provider through the LifeMD platform and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Individual results may vary. Additional restrictions apply at LifeMD.com. Read all warnings before using GLP-1s. Side effects may include a risk of thyroid C-cell tumors. Do not use GLP-1s if you or your family have a history of thyroid cancer.
Confused on where to start with weight loss medication? 95% of LifeMD patients said starting their weight loss journey was simple. Go to trylifemd.com now and see the best options with or without insurance for Wegovy, Zepbound, and more. Brian was approved for insurance coverage and lost 100 pounds.
I love the fact that insurance covered almost everything because pharmaceutical prices are going through the roof. The first time I realized that LifeMD was working for me was when the hunger started going away. I never thought losing weight would be this easy. It's given me more energy. I would recommend LifeMD to anybody.
Nearly 96% of patients said they would recommend the LifeMD program to anyone who wants to lose weight. Get started right now at trylifemd.com. That's TRYLIFEMD.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Dan Daly, the administrator of Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, thanks his staff for earning Newsweek's top Bay Area facility recognition. Lawton, in San Francisco's Sunset District, provides top-tier therapies and partners with UCSF Medical Center. With a 5-star rating and Dr. Darby Clayson as medical director, it's also listed among the best by U.S. News. For skilled nursing, call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check if they're going for it on 4th down, before going to the concession stand.
Yeah, give me 3 hot dogs, 2 jumbo. Touchdown, baby! What?
Hey, buddy, you want cheese with those?
Yeah, checking first is smart.
No.
So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Greg Nemitz from the Autism Society. The Pentelli Financial Golf Tournament raised over $100,000 for our organization. Thank you, sponsors, players, volunteers, and thank you, Pentelli Financial.
Shot clock down to 5. Ball to Draymond. Draymond dribbles, gets downhill, beats Towns to the rim, and scores a layup with a left hand. Timeout, New York. The Warriors lead 94-88.
Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Tim Roy on that call, and thanks to Steve Kerr. And the Warriors' regular season opener tonight in L.A. against the Lakers. They'll be without Moses Moody and Melton, but this is the latest from Shams Charania, ESPN. Hey, who's Kerr starting?
So I'm told Steve Kerr is leaning towards starting Jonathan Kaminga in the starting lineup, which would mean Al Horford coming off the bench. And I think that's something to keep an eye on over the early part of this season. Jonathan Kaminga getting a good chunk of starts here. And so the potential lineup here that we see, Stephen Curry, Brandon Podziemski, Jimmy Butler, Jonathan Kaminga, and then Draymond Green playing at the 5. And Al Horford, his age, how many years he's been in the league, and monitoring that, the back-to-backs and his minutes early in the season. And Moses Moody is another player who's injured, has a calf strain. He's going to be out tonight. He was vying for a potential starting spot, too. He will not be starting tonight. Obviously, Podziemski will be at the 2. I'm told Friday, potentially, season debut for Moses Moody from that calf strain.
All right, that's Shams Charania of ESPN. And I guess the big news is Jonathan Kaminga is going to start tonight. And there is no doubt that's at least different from the way things ended last year. I mean, Steve Kerr's made it clear.
Wow.
He's not crazy about Butler, Kaminga, and Green on the floor at the same time, but he's going to start game one with the 3 of them on the floor at the same time. So for now, I guess Gooey's committed.
Yeah, and like I said, just, from a Jonathan Kaminga standpoint, fit in, do what you need to do what you know you haven't been doing, and then let the chips fall where they may. But it's funny, Shams also talked about spelling Horford, but I thought Horford was, and again, this is one game, so we could fluctuate and change, and we know Kerr has done that in the past, but that's what you were doing, and I thought the benefit of adding Horford to this team was to spell Draymond. You know what I mean? And it's just one game, Stoney. No Moody. Who's to say Moody wouldn't have been in there if he was healthy? But you got to think everything that played out in the offseason with J.K., the possible scenarios, and now you get a start. And I think a lot has to do, Stoney, with Cech and Luka. We'll see if he could take advantage of it. I know it's only one game, but that's the shocker to me.
Yeah. First challenge is to stay out of foul trouble, to not get into foul trouble early in that game if he is going to be guarding Luka Doncic. Let's go to Jay. Jay's in San Jose. What's going on, Jay? How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. Thank you for having my call.
Sure.
Steiny and Guru, I need you guys to get your pen and paper out, and this is going to be a 3-tier phone call because I'm going to break it down.
I got my pen.
Okay, Guru. Okay, here we go. I'm going to start with teams, and we're talking age, health, and experience, okay? So if we're going to get a Warriors age, health, and experience and say, if this happens, that will happen, then let's give it to the rest of the league or the West also. So Houston, Dallas, Denver, Minnesota, OKC, Lakers, Clippers. That's 7 teams. If you give all of them health, we know their age is good, young, and like they've just gotten better. I don't see the Warriors beating any of them teams in 7-game series, and that's 17. Now, second tier, Portland got better. Sac is still there. San Antonio much better. Utah better. Memphis, Pelicans. Those teams may not be as good as the Warriors, but they got enough youth and a little experience to wear the Warriors down where every night they're wearing on them. So just looking at it from that standpoint, you still like that maybe the 8th best team, maybe? We ain't got enough. So now we're going to go to the second level, Steve Kerr. Okay, so let's take away, let's look at, like, let's say the 49ers, the last 2 games. Shanahan and Siler showed us how coaching alone can get us 1 or 2 games.
All right.
Like them last 2 games. Now, name a game that Steve Kerr has gave us just from his coaching alone. Last season, we just needed him to get us 1 game against Minnesota. Just give us 1, Steve, where we can say yeah and bring Curry back. He can't get us 1 game. You name a game where Steve Kerr has showed his coaching ability.
He's
okay. Now,
Jay,
he came into this.
Jay, he's saving it for this year.
Okay, that's funny. Okay, the reality of Steve Kerr is he inherited that team from Mark Jackson. The system he run, he got it from Tex Winters in Chicago and San Antonio Popovich. So if you give him all that already ready-made team, systems that he had got from previous teams he had played on and coaches he'd been under, what's great about him?
I got you, Jay. I got you.
But Jay mentioned Sacramento, the Kings, and shout out to D-Lo and KC. The Kings are a mess. Now, I do look at Memphis, Steiny, and the Spurs. They're going to be problems, and they could be playoff teams, but miss me with Sacramento right now. They are a mess. But if you're Steve Kerr and you were around that, Jay, don't you want to take all that and soak all that stuff up so when you get a job, you run that same or implement that same offense? Isn't that what life is about? Come on, Jay. You're not a big Kerr fan.
No. Why? Now, what? I'm being serious here. Why are you saying the Kings are a mess?
Because Keegan Murray tore his thumb ligaments. He's out for Lord knows how. I don't like.
Well, he's not even a starter, is he?
Sonny, stop. They just gave him some bread. Yes.
Have you seen their starting lineup?
Can you read it to us? It is.
Well, Murray might be in it, but so Sabonis.
Yeah, Murray. Yeah.
Levine.
Okay.
DeRozan.
Yep.
Either Monk or
Schroeder.
Oh, that's right. Schroeder's on that
Schroeder's
team, too.
And Sabonis tweaked his hammy, so he won't be playing opening night. But, yeah.
Or Keon Ellis.
It don't fit.
Or Westbrook. Wow. There's a lot of guys who need the basketball on that team, Steiny.
I'm out on Sac. Sac's been good to me, Steiny. I don't see it right now.
I mean, I don't. What's their over-under total, do you think, about? Do you know?
I think it's like 30, around 35.
Okay. All right. That's fine.
Okay.
That's fine. The way you were talking about it was like a 25-win team. And I was.
Well, they might be.
But remember, Sac was on the way up when they knocked off the Warriors a couple years ago, and Mike Brown was coaching it. What happened?
They weren't that good, and they eliminated the Warriors.
Sports,
that
man.
year.
Damn. I mean, Sac was hot. The beam.
It's from the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. How do you guys allow this Jay nonsense and agree with it?
Who agreed? I just dismissed it.
I think it's like the second part.
The dude got 4 championships, Jay. And he wants to say he's stealing offenses from whoever. That's what you do.
I'm talking about you can easily see how some people have the Warriors at 7 or 8. I mean, they're not, OKC, Denver, Houston.
All right,
you really going to pick them over there? You think they're going to win more than Minnesota?
Now that one, I
more
believe
than Dallas, more than both the Clippers and the Lakers. San Antonio, are they knocking on the door to the playoffs?
They're young and coming. They're for real. It's going to be hard, just like it was last year to even get in the playoffs. But, Stanley, I got to say something. The Van Vliet injury to me, I don't know, man. They're still going to be good and make the playoffs. Don't get me wrong, but that was the grown-up in the room, a true traditional point guard. Maybe they make a change. But what about the guy you guys were talking about, Evan, yesterday for the Houston? They didn't think he's ready yet, huh?
Reed Sheppard?
Yeah. I thought.
I mean, he didn't start all last year.
Yeah,
He'll probably start at some point.
Yeah.
But they're going to start a lineup that's 6'10".
No, wow.
I mean, look, I could be wrong. To me, the Van Vliet injury doesn't impact the Warriors during the regular season. Houston's going to win more games than the Warriors, I believe, without Van Vliet. They're going to win a lot of regular season games.
I ain't got nothing for you there.
I don't know about the postseason, but I think they'll win. They'll win a lot of games. What about Dallas? Where's Dallas going to be?
Steiny, that front line with Flag and Kyrie when he does come back. I mean, damn. Like I'm really attracted to that on paper. I mean, Dallas has some action when Kyrie comes back, and by all accounts, he's supposed to come back when, I don't know. But even without him, they got D'Angelo Russell to kind of hold it down. But, yeah, whatever. But, man, they got some talent and size.
All right. If you're just joining us, the Warriors' season opener is tonight in Los Angeles against the Lakers. And Sham Charania of ESPN is reporting that Steve Kerr is leaning towards starting Jonathan Kaminga tonight, which would mean it's Curry, it's Podziemski, it's Butler, Kaminga, and Draymond Green.
Yeah, man.
So the big story to me is an obvious one, and that is, man, after talking a lot in the past about how Jimmy Butler and Draymond and Jonathan Kaminga just don't seem to fit, he's going to run them out there together right off the bat. And in fairness to Curry, he said he was going to do that at the end of last year because he felt like if Kaminga were here, he had to do it.
Sonny, I'm all in, but I'm so excited to see. But I do got to say this, and I'm proud of myself in his growth. It's one game. There is no Moody, and I do wonder if Moody were available, would he get the start? Horford. It's just one game, so I can't go make, in my mind, okay, Horford's not starting when he could start Thursday for the home opener against Denver, But, again, I want the Warriors to win, Steiny, and I know they're favored. There's no LeBron, but I would just love to see the team play well and Kaminga get an opportunity that we didn't think he was going to get this early. And a lot of people out there could be you're putting too much on it, but I don't think I am because of what you just said happened this offseason. And Kerr kind of, okay, I said that at one point, Steiny, but let's see if there's been growth. And the biggest part of that question mark in regard to growth is Kaminga figuring out how to play with some guys that a lot of people think he can't.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app, now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. This was Steve Kerr earlier on Jonathan Kaminga, what the Warriors need versus what Kaminga needs. And if you're just joining us, Jonathan Kaminga is going to be in the starting lineup tonight, at least according to Sham Charania, with Moody out.
That's really been kind of the thing that's held him back, right, is what we need versus what he wants to do. And there's no denying that that's been an issue, and there's no denying that there's a place for him on this team. We don't have that big athletic wing player like he represents. But the fact is we're going to run our offense through Steph and Jimmy for obvious reasons. They're two of the best players in the league. They create stuff for other players. So JK, the more he can defend with activity, rebound, run the floor, then the better chance he has to play. And everybody progresses at a different rate. Things can click, but those are the things I'm going to continue to ask of him. And I have no doubt too that there's going to be times this year where we gotta get him the ball and run the offense through him. We got an older team. There's going to be games where Steph is out, Jimmy's out, maybe both of them are out. So we're going to ask JK to do what we ask every player to do, and that's commit to whatever it takes to win the game. That's the idea.
Man, and what have you guys been talking about all morning? And the callers, the West, they got athletic bigs, wings everywhere. And you got one, and now you just hope he pops.
I just can't. What's changed?
He started before as a Golden State Warrior.
And Kurt, what changed? Seriously. Kerr was adamant last year that those three didn't fit. Is he just placating Kaminga and the organization?
No, I don't believe.
Well, what? Okay, what changed?
It's a new season.
Okay.
They had an off season, and maybe JK changed. And, we'll see. I mean, I'm not that.
That's not a red flag for anybody?
No.
Okay.
I mean, he did have a good game against L.A. last year with those two players, with Jimmy. Maybe Kerr just feels like this is a good matchup for him.
Could be that. Could be
somebody to guard Luka the Don.
Yeah. I'm just wondering if this is something like Evan was talking about. Is it a one-game thing because Moody's not playing, and he likes the Kaminga on Doncic matchup, or is this something that he's gonna try to force feed?
Well, do you guys think he's starting if Moody's healthy?
No, I do not. Do you?
No, he's not. I don't think.
Right. Do you?
I don't.
Let's go to City Boy. City Boy, what's going on, man?
Hey, happy opening day. Nice to talk to you, fellas. Man, I'm excited. And, it's funny listening to the people call in and sort of talk about the West and all these other teams and how good they are. And, I couldn't care less. As Rick Barry would say, I could not care less because I'm worried about this team and how they're going to do. And, Nick Friedel is an interesting guy because sometimes I would call him a Warriors hater. I just think he keeps it excessively real when he discusses the Warriors. And sometimes that means being a little overly pessimistic. But I thought he was spot on this year with his assessment because this isn't about the regular season as long as they can get to the playoffs because this team needs to be healthy when it matters most. And if they are, they have a fighter's chance against anybody in a series. And I mean anybody. I don't care what their roster says it is. These are championship players. And as we all know, in the playoffs, that does matter as long as their skill level is still at the requisite level, which I think it will be. And Matt, you and I kind of had a disagreement on Friday. We were chatting and we disagreed pretty significantly on Kaminga. And what I want to say, I told you that Kerr needs to start him and he needs to force feed it and let it evolve because we haven't seen it, and I think that all this sort of, I don't want to call it speculation because Kerr's obviously a basketball savant. He knows the game better than I ever would. But at the same time, we haven't seen, he's basically said it doesn't fit, but he hasn't let it play out to see that it doesn't fit. And I think, it sucks because that last 3 weeks, that 3-week span, 4-week span where Kaminga was playing out of his mind before he got injured. And then he came back and was right to the bench and just DNPs and didn't get a chance. So we really haven't seen Kaminga's evolution. And maybe we were seeing that, caterpillar blossom into the butterfly, and we didn't get to see it play out. And Kerr didn't allow that to happen. And, he has his reasons. And I think he's being a little dogmatic and a little just sticking to his little, kind of myopic viewpoint rather than maybe giving this a chance. And Moody being out might be the reason he's starting, but he could get Wally pipped easy. If Kaminga plays well and shows that he can fit in this lineup, and Jimmy said he thinks it could fit, so let's hope it fits. And he can bump Moody out of the lineup, and we get a starting lineup that we're going to see tonight going forward. That would be what I'm hoping to see.
Appreciate it. Thanks, City. But for every, I would contend, okay. So Kaminga's starting tonight.
Yeah, but
what about Thursday?
And that's what I'm saying. It's a work in progress. If Moody's healthy and we're all right, and we think Moody would have got the nod, then it was all for, just this one game. But now if he's starting twice, then maybe City Boy's on to something. But in regard to your big question, what changed, I mean, you got to give it a go, right? And this is proof, and it's one game, 4 quarters, right? That Kerr is not a slave to they don't fit and I'm not going to try anything, knowing that this is probably their last opportunity or opening night with Kaminga as a Warrior. Why not be proactive? But
what about just from a basketball standpoint, they're shooting with that team. They don't really have a lot of three-point shooters in that unit. It's just Curry and who's the other guy? I can't even tell.
Well, your boy will take 2 or 3, Kaminga.
But that's not
Pods.
He's not a.
He'll take 4 or 5.
I guess he was. Again, you're
it's
right.
not the finishing lineup either, but go ahead.
No, it can't be. Yeah. Like, I don't see how that could be the finishing lineup. I'm just wondering, all the things that he was questioning about it last year. Maybe Kaminga can shoot well enough from three this year. I don't know.
And maybe could this be the byproduct of I know you laughed at me and kind of scoffed at the notion. It's time to be, well, that's all the time. But remember I told you maybe Lakeup and Kerr had a conversation about this year and Kaminga as they wrapped up his contract talk. So maybe this could be a byproduct of that or just a one-off in regard to Moody not being available.
Let's go to Scott. Scott's in Marin. Hey, Scott, how you doing?
Hey, gentlemen.
Hey.
Good, man. How are you?
Good.
Hey, listen, I see it as perfectly, a perfectly way to go because without Moody there in the lineup, why not challenge the kid to come out and defend Luka? Put it on the kid. Let him see how. I mean, the starting lineup thing is pretty much meaningless anyway. I mean, to me, but I pretty much think that he wants to see if he'll play the way that I saw him actually play a little bit in the preseason. And that's move the basketball, run the floor, and defend. If he does that, he'll get some playing time.
No doubt.
You're right about the You're right about the 3-point shooting, though. There's not that much in that. Pods and Curry, and the Moody is a much better 3-point shooter. But I think it's a challenge to JK to say, you want to play? Let's see you take on Luka and play the game the way we want you to play. And I think he'll get his playing time if he does that. And Kerr doesn't make decisions based on what Joe. I no way I believe that Joe Lakeup would ever interfere with telling him who to play. Not in a million years.
No, in fact,
that's not the way he operates his business.
Yeah, no. In fact, Joe talked about that with Tim Kawakami and said, "I'd never tell Steve how to play.
Right
to play
do.
Jonathan Kaminga a certain amount of minutes." No, I actually agree completely with the last caller. It's the first game of the year. The stakes are low. Moody's not playing. Put Kaminga in there. Tell him to defend Luka. See how he plays offensively as the third option next to Curry and next to Butler, knowing that he's not going to have the offense run through him, but see what it looks like. Yeah, it makes sense to do it tonight and to do it as much as you think you can do it early in the season to get a sense for whether it's going to work or not.
And if Kaminga were right here, Stoney, would you look him dead in the eyes like I would and say, son, this is an opportunity to not to start 81 of the other games, Stoney, but just to show that you've made some progress in regard to, having limitations on who you can play with. That's all I'm looking at this game. Like, it'd be a good start to get a showing from him, man.
I mean, you're saying this is an opportunity. I mean, damn, Jonathan, you've had opportunities for years and years and years. Like, I don't expect to see, a night and day difference between Kaminga. I expect him to kind of smooth out the rough edges and prove to people that he can play with Curry and Draymond and Butler.
That's what I said.
That's what he's got to do, and he's not been able to do that. He has not been able to convince Steve Kerr that he can play with these guys, and he's going to get another shot at it tonight. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This hour is brought to you by the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. Introducing the business card that gives back all you put in.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
It's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Ryan from Fresno. Chris and Chuck did an amazing job installing the roll-up door in my workshop. Marlon did my quote and was more knowledgeable than any other company that came out. Prices were affordable. I highly recommend RNS.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Calling all basketball fans. Make your game day experience unforgettable with a stay at Hotel Via, just steps away from the action. Enjoy chic accommodations, stunning rooftop views, and the ultimate convenience for catching all the action. Skip the traffic and relax in style before and after the game. Whether you're celebrating a big win or just want a perfect night out in San Francisco, Hotel Via is your MVP choice. Book now at hotelviasf.com and make your game day a slam dunk at Hotel Via.
I spent 14 years in foster care, mostly in group homes. I slept in a lot of different rooms, but none of them really felt like mine.
There are more than 100,000 children in foster care waiting to be adopted. The Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption is working to help find them a permanent home.
Now I have my own room, a place that's mine, and a family who loves and supports me.
If you have room in your home or your heart, see how you can help at davethomasfoundation.org.
Think about it. You take thousands of steps every day. Shouldn't every single one of them feel amazing? Well, with ArchFit hands-free Skechers slip-ins, they can. Skechers teamed up with podiatrists to design a shoe that provides amazing arch support for all-day comfort. And best of all, you get all this comfort, stability, and support with the ease of Skechers slip-ins technology. Just slip them on. There's no bending down and no struggling to tie your shoes. Just step in and go. Try ArchFit hands-free Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever comfortable footwear is sold.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
America's
favorite car show makes its final Bay Area pit stop of the 2025 season at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. It's the Good Guys 35th Fuel Curve Autumn Get-Together, November 8th and 9th. For a chance to win tickets courtesy of Good Guys, visit 957thegame.com.
And there's that chant. We have not heard it too much this year here at Chase. That Warriors chant echoing through Chase Center. Schroeder with the ball at the logo. Guarded by Gilgeous-Alexander. Goes by him. Handoff. Payton goes up. And he dunked it on Hartenstein. Little elevation sensation for GP2. And the Warriors lead 114-105.
My fault. Dub Nation, this is Trace Jackson Davis coming to you live from the Laughing Monk studio. You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Tim Roy on that call from last year against the OKC Thunder. The Warriors handled the Thunder last year. 2 out of 3? Is it 2 out of 3? Yeah.
They're champs. It's not even. Dude, you act like a trade went down with this Kaminga starting. It's just one game.
No, just recognize it for what it is.
What is it?
You know what? I'm not even going to say anything. Let's go to Tim in Raleigh, North Carolina.
I'm just a bubbly.
Hey, Tim, how you doing?
Look, man, I'm not even going to start no drama because I don't even know why it is any. Guru, you said it. Like 6 months ago, this was the lineup that closed out the Lakers. He played a great game, and that was it. Like, why y'all making it? We really about to do this the whole year. Why can't y'all just simply say, yeah, this was a great closing lineup. They won the game. This was the lineup that closed the game out. This was one of the 18 games that when he returned, he played great. They had a good team. They played good that night. And then just move on.
No, Tim.
Like, why we got to do this? I told y'all need to get this kid royalties because this station, because now y'all going to talk about it, and then Willard going to come in on the crossover and talk about it, and we make it way more than it is. Like, let the kid, he ain't got to prove nothing no more. Just go play, man. Go play. Either he's going to play good. Guys, either he's going to play good, and he's going to stay on the team, or he's not, and he's going to get traded.
Yeah, but Tim,
this is why they want to go through this, guys.
But in the meantime, Tim, you got to just be honest. And Willard's coming up, and nobody hates Kaminga. I hope he ends up being a starter. All I'm saying is you got to admit this is an early opportunity for Kaminga. This could truly be a byproduct of no Moody. It don't matter. But if this young man goes out and has the game that he had last year in L.A. on TNT, I mean, I'm just saying this is a footnote you put in the file. That's all.
Guru, how many we got on file that he done this?
Okay, well, the Minnesota series.
Stoney early talking about free throws, but when he hit game-winning free throws against Phoenix, we act like we forget everything the kid does. Like, it don't matter. We're going to always find a way to figure out what he don't do. He can't win here. So it's ridiculous, and you know how this thing goes, Guru.
Yeah, I thought you'd be happy, though, Tim. Yeah, I thought you'd be happy, though, tonight. Forget us just for a second. For him starting tonight, open tonight, and we really, truly don't know the real reason. Maybe it's basketball reason for him to guard Luka.
Okay.
Just celebrate that and watch him tonight.
I'm happy about that, Guru.
Okay,
I love the way he's been playing in the preseason. I love the way he's trying to fill the stat sheet. I love that he's doing it the right way. Go out there, take about 5 to 10 shots, get you some assists, some rebounds, and keep doing what you've been doing in the preseason. That's all I really want to see him do. You're absolutely right, Guru.
Yep.
Thanks, Tim.
I don't remember him closing out Phoenix with free throws.
I'm sure he did one game, a couple games. I'm sure he did fine.
Like he was in the playoffs. I love Tim, man.
And Tim misses the bigger point.
Nobody hates him.
And it's that he looks like he might be starting some nights, not starting others, and that's something he's got to get used to again this year. But that's been at the root of some of the issues. Is that some nights he plays a lot, some night he doesn't play a lot.
But Steve Kerr, Steiny, look at Moody. Remember, he was getting his chain yelled. Yeah, I mean, this happened. So we got to. Warrior fans should know. Like I'm not blown away. I'm just shocked because we just had the exercise of who's starting, but no Moody. And I'm just looking at Jonathan Kaminga and where he's at in his career with the Warriors and what went on. Okay, you got the first crack at it, and I'm rooting for you.
I mean, I do disagree with Tim that Kaminga's got nothing to prove.
Oh, no, that's where he was wrong.
I completely disagree.
Oh,
I mean,
gosh.
unfortunately, Jonathan Kaminga has to prove that he can play with Steph, Draymond, Butler, and Horford maybe to a lesser extent.
And he did, we had a caller before we went to break, mention Jimmy Butler did say, and that was during the Minnesota series, no Curry. You kind of like, I'm paraphrasing, I don't know where you guys got that. I could play with him, you know.
We got it from the coach. The coach said it. Not fans, the coach. I'll tell you what, you just, like, that's what I can't stand. Oh, you guys in the media, it's Kerr. It's Kerr. It's not the media. Kerr's the guy who's keeping Kaminga off the floor. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors-Lakers tonight.
Willard and Dibbs from Splash.
What's going on over there? They have a watch party?
Man, opening night.
Yeah, I know, but big watch party going on over there?
Yeah,
He cannot be that
They're
guy.
showing the game, too.
I would.
Yeah, and at the restaurant.
Hey, World Series start tonight?
Friday.
Oh, okay. So the baseball fans all laugh at the NBA when the NBA takes a week off, but baseball's doing the same thing.
I did this last year. Then when I found out it was on a Friday, what's bugging me? I think it stinks, but I'll be watching.
They do this every year.
Yeah, I don't remember.
And just give the Dodgers the ring. Can I say something real quick about one of our brothers in the media, Rob Parker? He had the nerve, and you can call him, book him. He had the nerve to say what Ohtani did Friday night wasn't that special.
That wasn't as special as Rick Wise. I told you that.
That is straight up hate. You should lose your credentials, Rob. Just tell me you hate a guy without telling me you hate a guy. 3 homers, 6 scoreless innings. That wasn't impressive. Come on, Rob. I'll give you the gamote, but come on.
415 on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. Steiner, you waffle back and forth. Oh, really? On what? On saying it's not me, it's Kerr, and then saying what you truly think about JK, which is the same thing. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much.
Kerr never said this all season Kaminga would never start a game. You know what I'm saying? So he gets his shot. Let's go.
I'm kind of with Kerr. In this day, okay, I guess I'm a hater. In this day and age, with 53-point shots a game, you're gonna put a line. You want a lineup out there to work with Butler, Green, and Kaminga. All right, give it a try. Maybe it'll work. Yeah. I'm not sure how when 3-point shooting is so important these days.
But it's not a 3-point contest, Donnie, and this thing could go.
You know what I mean, though.
But they could play 5 minutes and he could yank 2 dudes out. They could play 4 minutes and 2 dudes come out.
Right, then they're not playing together is all I'm saying. So, I don't think this lineup is, like the worst in basketball, but I do think it's got limitations, especially now with the 3-point shooting being I think this lineup may be able, they may be able to attack Curry. Like when I mean attack, I mean defend Curry with more guys. And
basketball doesn't work that way.
No, it does, Steve.
So let's just say Horford was in there for the sake of it. So you got Horford, Pods, and Curry. Yeah. That would have sufficed for you?
Yeah. Because then
Kaminga can shoot the 3,
but it's about being guarded. It's about being guarded, and I don't think I think it's going to be a long time before Kaminga ever gets guarded at the 3-point line, because there are other aspects of his offensive game that are, to me, way better than that.
Yeah.
He's got to prove that he can kind of beat you from out there, but he can't do it shooting 3 threes or 3 threes a game and making one of them.
I'll say this, and I gave Kerr his flowers. You could give them to him for so many different reasons, and being one of the architects of a dynasty, the coach, and to get 4 rings. But I said he's always open. I mentioned his interviews with Willard and Dibbs, and what I'm excited about, and Stein, he's going to tell us before or after the game what went into his decision to start Kaminga. That's going to be one of the first questions, and we'll know.
Well, he might get asked that before the game if he puts the starting lineup out there.
Yeah.
And listen, the other thing is maybe he's just, and I mean Kerr, has just decided that when he's load managing any of the big boys, he'll just start Kaminga as a way to shoehorn him in and see if they can make it work. But I know that he didn't like that lineup last year, and if he doesn't like it this year and it's not working, how much is he going to go to it?
Yeah. I just hope when I see you tomorrow, obviously the Warriors win the game, but just from this standpoint and Jonathan Kaminga getting the starts down there, I would love to come in tomorrow and tell you, I don't care what he shot from the field. If he got 7 to 8 rebounds, if 28 to 30 minutes, if he got 7 to 8 rebounds, just that was something you weren't doing for whatever reason. Just knock that out the park if you can. Play sound defense. Pick the guy up 94 feet. You can do it in your sleep. So I don't know why. I just got a little giddy up in my hitch because we played the starting lineup game. I just didn't have him in there.
Let's go to Mr. Lee in Fairfield. What's going on, Mr. Lee? How you doing?
Starting Guru, my boys.
Hey,
man, I'm so tired. So we back to the new year, and everybody calling in again about Kaminga. Kaminga can do this. Kaminga can do that, man. We still trying to define what this guy can do. He should be defining himself what his role is on the team. And I'm tired of waiting to see what he's going to do. This is his 5th year. Don't get me wrong, man. The Warriors are okay talented team. By the 3rd year, if he was as talented as people keep calling it, saying he is, he should already be starting. I harped on this last year. The 2 boys from Oakland, the Thompson boys, came in and they defined this what we do well. And you can't keep us off the court because we defend so well. We keep talking about Kaminga, and all we ever say, guys, he's athletic. Yeah. He's our most athletic player. We never say he's our second-best ball handler. He's our second-best rebounder. He's our second-best post-up guy. He's our best post-up guy. All we keep talking about with this young man is how athletic he is. The league is full of athletic dudes. What else can you do besides jump out the gym and dunk?
I hear you, man.
To do something else to play in this league, man.
I hear you.
Holla.
Like Stoney, I'm a big Kaminga fan, but that hit home right there. And maybe tonight's the start in this season. As long as we have them, we see a different version of them. Guys grow. You talk about it, Stoney. The dude's still a kid. He's 22. They're going on 23. I'm just saying, hopefully the lights clicked.
Listen, I'm more than willing to go in this season and everybody has a clean slate. But that's not the way it works. The way it works is Butler will get to be lousy for a little while, and we'll say, well, but look what he did last year. And you know what? It doesn't mean anything what he did last year. Same for Kaminga. Kaminga didn't do much last year. All right, well, he's got an opportunity. Like, I don't care about last year. Like, Jimmy Butler, Butler is just
he's the reason we still got hope, though, Stoney. I don't know where you were going with that. Let's put some respect there, because had he not come here, we probably wouldn't have made the play in. Let's be that real. And the reason now people are saying we got a chance possibly is because of Butler and what he's meant to Steph, Dre, and everybody.
Yeah.
That sounds like big man.
I'm not like, why would you give better? Why like, I guess if you're a fan of the team, you give everybody the benefit of the doubt. But Butler's starting from ground zero as far as I'm concerned.
See, I think that's unfair. In totality, you're right, but to strip him of what he did and what he changed last year, I think would be unfair. What does that matter?
Like, this is like, what is
your concern? If not saying you or anybody,
any of it matter?
Your concern level or your question for that manifesting should be lower because you tasted half of the dish.
He was on a honeymoon period. Why can't you take the good with the bad? Like, yes,
there's been no bad yet.
But what? Like,
so I'm giving. Okay. Yeah, I'm just thinking positives, partner. Like, honestly, let's just say what card in the deck of basketball does Jimmy Butler at this age and everything that transpired in Miami? How can he not be a good soldier? Like,
are you kidding me?
Yeah, I'm serious. Like,
okay, well then, have you not followed his career? Like, there are things that he brings to the table sometimes that aren't great.
But should we talk about it until we see it, though? It hasn't reared its head in Golden State.
And you know what? And
that's all I'm saying.
Well, I don't know that it's reared its head or not. I mean, maybe they've kept it behind closed doors. I don't know. But I expect the same Jimmy Butler that we got in Miami the last 3 or 4 years.
And see, I moved on thinking that's done.
Sports Talk on 95.7 The Game is presented by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. I don't know. I just don't. When you say, the veterans are just so sick of the play-in, and they, right, I believe it. You can't stay motivated for 6 months. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It all is going to shake out at some point. But, no, nothing that anybody did last year really matters at this point. The Warriors were 28-7 with Butler and the big two.
Yeah.
All right.
But
Do you think they're going to be 28-7 with them this year?
I don't. I expect them to be.
Well,
and you
over the whole season.
Yeah, Steiny, I think this team can win 54, 55 games.
Well, that's
and that's 7 more than they won last year.
Just FYI, I think 28-7 is 60 wins.
Well, But I'm saying if they got to 54, 55, which it might be to get you a 4 or 5. I mean, dude, they were a 7th seed at 48, 49 game wins. Damn, that's and now I feel like the West has gotten better.
Exactly.
Here come the Spurs. Here comes Memphis.
But that's the other thing. It's the West is probably better this year than it's been in a long time.
Can the Warriors be a part of that, though? And I think they are. If that 28-7 is real from last year.
I mean, the 28-7 is real, but that's just 35 games, and it's a 35 games where Draymond Green, just by his word, said, yeah, we played harder in those 35 games than we did in the first game, or we were playing playoff basketball as soon as Jimmy got here. All right, well, I want to see what playing non-playoff basketball for half a season with Jimmy Butler looks like, or trying to play a whole season like they did the second half of last year.
And
what does that look like?
What I expect to see starting tonight. You know what I mean?
But how many games do they miss? You know what I mean? That's the part that doesn't.
That's why you laughed at me when I brought up Will Richards, Stoney, and you didn't laugh because he's a bum. But I'm just telling you, the way this thing is set out with the older guys, Stoney, guys are going to get some opportunities, and Kaminga's one of them tonight getting a start. And we don't know why, but he's starting. Take advantage of it. And I'm sure Richards, if guys are getting blown by and Moody or Pods can't go or whatever, we'll probably see Will Richards, Stoney. I have that on my bingo card.
Right, and I'm very excited to see Will Richard, and I'm very excited to see what he brings to the table. But I just don't go into a season never having seen a player and Will Richard's going to play a lot of minutes. He could be a part of this. Okay, part of what? Part of playing 15 minutes on a 50-win team? That would be pretty damn impressive for a second-round pick. Or is he a guy that's just got to play 12 minutes because they don't have enough players to play quality minutes? There's a chance that the young guys could get a lot of playing time this year, and the team stinks. And maybe that's why they're getting playing time, because they had a lot of injuries and stuff. Let's go to Adam in Berkeley. What's up, Adam? How you doing, man?
E-Town.
Hey, Adam.
Fantastic, gentlemen. How are you today?
Hey, opening night.
It's a new season. It's a new day. Hey, listen, Stenny, we are championship, baby. I don't want to hear none of this. We're going to take it all this year. We were so close last year. Curry doesn't get hurt. Curry in the playoffs. Everyone's got to have a little faith. This is our run. Big run this year, boys. Have a great day.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
And here I go, Stoney. There is something to say of watching your team all year. It looked lethargic. They pull off a big trade, the Devers trade, but it works right away. There is something that had Steph played in that Minnesota series, Stoney, and they got beat 4-1. I don't think I'd be across from you today as excited as I am. But the fact that they stole that game, him only playing the first quarter and then leaving and not coming back in the series, I'm like you. Maybe you say, and I've done it. Women have accused me when I was single. Maybe I'm living in the past. But Steiny, I can still taste what that Warrior team was, and people were afraid. And unfortunately, Curry got hurt, and there it went.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Did Houston look afraid? They lost the series. Did they look afraid?
No, they did not.
Okay.
And can I just ask me another question? Why would they look afraid?
Exactly. Like,
oh, okay.
I think
you say it because I said afraid, but yeah.
I don't think anybody's afraid of the Warriors anymore. Now, they might be by the end of the year if the Warriors are better than people think. This is from the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. If last year doesn't mean a thing, then what does it matter what Butler, Kaminga, yeah, it doesn't. Nothing matters except the game tonight and what happens this year. I mean, I don't care what Curry did last year in 2022. That's why I'm expecting him to be pretty good again, and so will all the other guys, and it's just a matter of where they end up in terms of their win-loss.
Okay, Stoney, if you truly believe that, then I think it's fair to not be surprised, like it sounds like you are, and I am, I admit it, about Kaminga starting if last year doesn't mean anything today. Last year means something because it wasn't pretty for Kaminga, and he's getting the start with everything that went off in the offseason. So it is a bit of a shocker for one game that he started tonight, but if you're going clean slate,
Well, it's a clean slate for me with Kaminga. He couldn't play in this lineup last year, according to the head coach. According to the head coach, this lineup that he's using to start didn't work. All right, let's watch it tonight. Let's see what happens. Maybe it'll work tonight. Maybe Kaminga is a different player. Maybe Butler. I don't know. Maybe it just works this year.
And they still could have a different starting five come Thursday home opener against Denver.
Right, and then we're going to have to talk about how's Kaminga, how's he doing when he starts one night, comes off the bench another, starts off the bench. Like I get Tim in North Carolina is like doesn't get it.
Yeah, he's done.
But the reality of the situation, if Jonathan Kaminga doesn't have a locked-in role, then guess what? We're going to be talking about him.
But if he has a good effort, let's just say for the first 8, Stotty, that's how you build toward a role. You know what I'm saying? So I would just tell the Tims of the world that are all despondent thinking this doesn't mean anything because it does mean something because he could be on the brink. This could be, I know it's one game opening night. What a gift. That might be too strong, but the bottom line is this could be baby steps into him getting traction just up to a good start.
See, my feeling is the only way this can work, at least at this point, is if Jimmy Butler says, when I'm on the floor with Kaminga, I'll play like Kaminga normally plays, which has to be a third option.
Now, what if that meant not using as much gas or petrol?
Fine.
No, I'm looking at it from Jimmy's point, like, I'll do that just to save.
I'm just saying, here's where I think Jonathan Kaminga does not fit. He's a scorer. That's what he does by far better than anything else. Okay. He's a scorer. But when he plays with Steph and Butler, he's a third option. So now you have a guy who scores first and foremost. That's what he does best. But he's a third option, so you can't really milk him like that. And then if he doesn't do the other things as well as you'd like, now you've got a scorer who's your third option who's not helping out in other areas. That's what I think sometimes Steve Kerr sees out there with Kaminga. Crossover next on 95.7 The Game.
It all starts tonight. Your Golden State Warriors open the season against the Lakers.
Curry gets an open three. Look, it's on the way. Tie game!
It's a full season of Jimmy Butler with Steph Curry and Draymond Green.
Back cut Butler. Layup is good and a foul! He got fouled by Dunn!
Warriors-Lakers. It all starts tonight at 7. Pre-game starts at 6.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry. You're listening to the home of every Warriors game, 95.7 The Game.
The NBA season tips off, and so does DraftKings' newest fantasy game. DraftKings Pick 6 is the easiest way to play for big wins, with every possession giving you a shot at real money. Here's how to play. Just pick more or less on 2 or more stats, and unlock the upside every game brings. The better your picks, the bigger your payout. Pick 6 is available in your state. Plus, new DraftKings customers can get $50 in bonus picks with just a $5 entry on your first pick set. Don't just watch basketball, cash in. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app now and use code THEGAME. That's code THEGAME. Play just $5, get $50 in Pick 6 bonus picks. Make the call. Ride the upside. In partnership with DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. 1 per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Pick 6 bonus picks that expire in 14 days. Limited time offer. See terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Last month, my business cash flow got tight. Sales were slow, invoices were late, and payroll was coming fast. My business is everything, and people rely on me. I can't let them down. I applied online at lendseek.com and had business funding in 24 hours.
Business moves fast. Don't wait until it's too late. Whether it's lines of credit, term loans, working capital funding, or revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply now at lendseek.com.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Jimmy Butler, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Steph Curry, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line. So make sure to keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
River Islands in Lathrop is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California, with its lakes, parks, trails, and collection of new home neighborhoods. The good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see the full selection of Thermador appliances. Thermador provides a range of possibilities, from refrigeration to dishwashers or cooking with steam or convection. Come into Friedman's Appliance, and right now, you can receive up to 3 complimentary gifts with qualifying purchase. See all Thermador appliances displayed beautifully in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and at friedmansappliance.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
Warriors up 4, 59 seconds to go. Shot clock down to 5. Pajemski's just holding it up top. Dribbles on Smith Jr. Spins. Fadeaway 14-footer. Got it! He got it! Clutch shot by Pajemski, and the Rockets call a timeout. 51.5 to go. What a shot by Brandon Pajemski.
Dub Nation, this is Brandon Pajemski, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, let's welcome in Dan Dibley and Mark Willard from Splash.
Yeah!
Jason to Chase Center, and it is the crossover. What's up, gentlemen? How you doing?
Watch Party Willard.
Yeah, what's up, buddy? Yeah, let's go.
You let us know what time you're coming so we can save you a spot.
I'm leaving right after the crossover.
Right.
Well, you guys did got 4 hours.
We got time. But if you want to come early, there's a lot of spots now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
There's a lot of seats out here right now.
We've got some Adirondack chairs that are set up in front of the giant video board right outside of Chase. You've got the amphitheater of seating. And by the way, out here at Splash itself, the food is unbelievable and new menu items. And, man, I might go into a food coma mode because your boy's been eating now. Yeah.
What's new?
I had the Cod You Believe sandwich, which is brand new.
Wait, Cod to Believe?
Not like there's the Could You Believe? This is the Cod You Believe.
Okay.
And it is a...
Come on, Steiny, it's a 3.
Fried cod sandwich. I didn't make the menu. Yeah. It's a fried cod sandwich with garlic fries. And I told him before my partner came, he said, do you want regular fries or garlic fries? And I said, let's go with the...
Yep.
The garlic fries to make sure that Willard can feel my impact for 4 hours.
Then he made the mistake of not finishing them, so I ate the rest, and now I can fight back.
It's double halitosis out here at Thrive City. Yeah, so there
you guys got it going on. We're excited about tonight. Warriors in L.A. I'm nervous about NBC doing the first broadcast. I'll leave that alone. But the bottom line, Willard, is I have a text from you. We had a fun show, and we were just talking about batting around the lineups, and out of nowhere, I look at the TV, see Kaminga. I'm like, that's a misprint. And then you text me, Goo, where you get it. But, I mean, it's one game, right? Moody's out, nothing to see here, and I'm rooting for the Dubs, and I'm rooting for Kaminga to put his best foot forward, damn it.
It's both. I don't think you need to throw a wet blanket on it. Yeah, it doesn't say anything about the rest of the season. Right. It doesn't say anything about Thursday, but it's not nothing. Right. I mean, they're playing in L.A. It's the opener. Yes, Moody is out, or maybe it's about Luka, or maybe it's just about tonight, or maybe they love they love something that they saw in camp. I don't know. That sound you guys played from Steve Kerr, which was from a few weeks ago, I love listening to it because I feel like we all just spent 6 months yelling at each other over something that's quite frankly the easiest thing to understand in the history of basketball. There's nothing nefarious here. He wants to do one thing. They want him to do a little bit of another thing. And let's see if those two sides can move closer together as the season starts. So you're not wrong for looking at that tonight. Let's look at that tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any doubt about it. You know, and I look at it as though it's kind of low stakes. It's the first game of the year. They got a player over there, Doncic, who you may as well give Kaminga a shot at. And we'll see if it looks a little bit better this year in terms of the fit. But I do think that, you know, the issue that they still have with Kaminga when he's playing with Curry and Butler is, you know, how do they get him scoring more instead of just watching those other two guys? And I think that's where it comes down to Butler to try to be maybe more of a facilitator for Kaminga.
Yeah, and that's fair, but I do think that when you look at the Kaminga minutes all year, as long as he's here, and it might be the whole year, it might not be as long, I do think that it's incumbent on everyone, especially Kaminga himself, to understand what the minutes are and what he can do in those minutes. So if he starts tonight and he's out there with Jimmy and Draymond and Steph, well, for 6 minutes or 8 minutes or whatever it is, go out there and guard Luka. Like, guard Luka and do GP2 things or do Moses Moody things. And, you know, when you're on offense, go ahead and spot up in the corner. And if we get you a shot to take, then you go ahead and take it. But meanwhile, go out there and guard the one guy that no one else can guard. So I do think that his minutes will be, your word, Steiny, nuanced. And if Kaminga can embrace the nuance of his minutes, because there's going to be games where Steph is going to be load managed or Jimmy's going to be load managed. And on those games, it's all about the ha-ha, Mark, and you love when I borrow from Guru on that. But every game, every stint for JK is going to be different, and it's up to him and them to figure out what that is.
No, I'm with you there, and I'm wondering, I mean, in a perfect world, he comes out and starts with those guys tonight, and he runs the floor, and he rebounds and maybe even, swings it here and there and then takes whatever's going on offense. And if Butler comes out of the game or Steph comes out of the game, then he moves up in the offensive pecking order, and they're probably going to need him to score a little bit more. But you're right, Dibbs. He's gonna be the one to figure that out. And if he does, then there probably are enough minutes for him on this team.
Well, I wonder what you guys think about this, too. Like, and we've probably not discussed this enough. I wonder, as tense as everything was through negotiations, that's now at least temporarily come to an end. That's over, right? Like, I don't know what's going to, January, February, that'll take care of itself. He was given multiple offers. He chose the one he chose. But whatever player we were watching last year that was really trying to show out, in those moments, he's thinking restricted free agency is coming, and I need to put my best foot forward, and I want it to look a certain way. Well, at least for the moment, I mean, hell, it could be back in 2 months. But for now, that's gone. And so maybe the contract, maybe now making $23 million instead of whatever he was making last year, allows Jonathan to sort of meet the Warriors in the middle a little bit more. And maybe he is a little bit more open to, I'm just going to run the floor. I'm going to defend like crazy. I'm going to do the things that Steve is asking me to do. Maybe it's more of a comfortable thing for him now that he's not a free agent. I don't know. I'd love to see that tonight.
No, I like that, and it's called life. And you talk about relationships, the ups and downs, and I love the word tense. I mean, it was that. And now that it's off, maybe that's just, he can breathe a little bit. And I'm just saying, we don't know why, and we'll probably know before the game or after, because Steve's that dude who'll tell us what went into Kaminga starting. But I do want to say this. I woke up this morning excited about the season, but the expectations, and I hate this because, I love hard. The fact that the Warriors forced Horford, Green, Jimmy, and Steph, and Dre – I said Dre twice. Their ages, guys. Has that paralyzed you for guys like me to dream that these guys can do something that's never been done in the association? Because to me, that adds to the fun, right? The 14 Giants won it from the Worlds as a wild card, and the 22 Warriors, who saw that coming?
Right. I do think that there's two things here, Goo, and there's the dream on the left, and then there's the nightmare on the right. So if you want to look at the reality of the dream is everyone's healthy, they all fit, Kaminga's got the ha-ha and the skeet, and you win the whole damn thing. The nightmare is, oh gosh, you are really old, and A, B, C, and D, they get hurt, and Kaminga doesn't fit, and oh my God, it's a nightmare, and they go 30-52. So I think the reality falls between the dream and the nightmare, and so honestly, if you look at which one is more likely, it's probably somewhere in between. And this is where, Steiny, I heard you guys earlier talking about Kaminga and whether or not he is integral or he's key. And the way I look at this year is all of those guys, they're all really key because Draymond and Steph and Jimmy and Al, they're probably going to play 65 games at best. And so in those other games, Brandon, and I love Will Richard. You know that, boss man. He's eating a Cobb salad over here. All the young guys, they're going to have to step up and be good enough to win these games when the big boys are out. So for me, it actually this year is more about players 5 through 9 than it is 1 through 4.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest with you. The thing that I want to see is I do want to see this team be relatively healthy, because I think I actually think if they're healthy, they could obviously be pretty good. I do think there's a scenario in which they're relatively healthy, but they're not as good as we think. And the younger teams in the league have just maybe caught up to them a little bit over the course of a season, particularly if they I want to see if they can load manage these 4 guys and keep them in, between, let's say, 62 and 66, 68 games and still finish in a place where they could challenge, and it's not too deep into the play-in or the 7th seed. Because I do think that's what bit them last year, is the Butler getting here, them playing hard, then a tough first-round series, and I just think it caught up a little.
Let me ask you guys this. What does that mean for you when you say, can the Warriors have a healthy season? What define that?
To me, it would be the 4 older guys.
Yeah.
All play like 64 more games, something like that.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't find that to be that much of a stretch. I mean, what we're really asking for them to do, is not have major season-ending injuries, number one. And number two, the other thing that I see with this team as opposed to last year is if they do have those nagging type injuries that maybe take you out for 3 weeks or something like that, are they a deeper team that can hold the fort down and win basketball games? Do like the Niners are doing right now. Be 5-2 with major injuries going on. Now, some of those are the season-ending variety. That's another story. But, can this team, if Steph or Jimmy, if they miss 3 or 4 weeks, can they keep it together? Can they be a 500 club during that time? I don't know, but I think they're better equipped to do it this year than they were last year.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk Studios in San Francisco. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be fun. A lot to keep an eye. No, a lot to keep an eye on.
It starts tonight. NBC, Dibs.
And I love that. And the Noah Eagle was fantastic. And I can't wait to hear the old John Tesh theme coming out. And it will take a little bit of an adjustment. But, guys, I'm thinking about the 2014 San Antonio Spurs that won the title. And they had a 37-year-old Tim Duncan. And I know these other guys were younger. Parker 31, Boris Diaw 31, Ginobili 36, but that was an old team that won it. And when you look at what they did, no player on that team averaged 30 minutes or more, and they had depth. They had Marco Bellinelli, shout out the Warriors, 25 minutes a game. Danny Green, a younger player, 24 minutes a game. You had Tiago Splitter. I loved him at the time. 22 minutes a game. Patty Mills, 19 minutes. So that team was able to load manage, and they were one of the original load management teams, and they did it through games missed, but also minutes not played. And they were able to do it because they had a really good second team, and their third team quietly was not terrible either. So if the Warriors are going to do something special, it's going to take players 6 through 12, Guy Santos and Quentin Post and all the rest to be able to step up and be, at the very least, decent.
It probably takes one of them, though, to maybe step into a role that we haven't fully imagined for him yet, too. In other words, go back to 2022. They have a healthy year. Their guys play well. But if Jordan Poole doesn't do what he did, they're not winning the title that year.
Wiggins, too.
If Wiggins doesn't do what he does in the playoffs, that's not going to happen. So, and yes, Kaminga is a candidate to be that guy this year. So is DeAnthony Melton. Again, I'm not talking about stardom. I'm just talking about elevated roles from what we've seen from them before. So I do think that. I think that those are the two sort of things for success. No major injuries for these guys. And then who's the guy? Who's the guy that just goes one step up on the staircase and he's a little bit more of a factor than right now we think he is?
Yeah, and you know my answer to that, Will. I'm hoping it's Kaminga. But I asked Steiny this, and I'll ask you too, because we're being positive. But with that, I'm looking at the West and all this athleticism, because there's dudes out there that are gifted that could score the ball. But he asked me my biggest fear of this team right now, a question mark, and that was point of attack defense. How would you two answer that, your biggest question mark about this team starting this campaign?
It would be that for me. I mean, because right now, you're going to start Kaminga tonight in theory because you have no one to guard Luka. And, like, Steph can't do it. And Jimmy, I think, kind of could. Draymond could do it, but you don't want to wear Draymond out in game number 1. And Al Horford can't. Pods can't. So as you go down the roster, like Moses Moody could, and he's hurt. So when you look at somebody who can actually defend the best player on the other team, well, now you might need Kaminga.
Yeah.
And is Kaminga going to be like sold out to go out there for 6 or 8 minutes and, hey, JK, you may not be able to cook in this opening session, but we need you to go out there and defend and rebound and do all the other things. If he can be that guy, well, now you might have action.
I just don't see it as an individual conversation. I think that's how a lot of us tend to look at it. We look at players and we go, okay, who can defend this guy? Who can defend that guy? It's a team thing. It's just like the quarterback conversation that we all have now with regard to a system. And can they run the system? Draymond Green is the leader of the system. This is a smart team. And yes, they have people that they can rotate in who are plus defenders, Moody and Melton, and hopefully Jonathan Kaminga and GP2. Are any of them great on their own? I don't know that it really matters. Draymond is, even though he's not what he once was. But can they effectively run that rotation and be a good defensive team? I am still mindful of that Pat Spencer quote that came out 2 weeks ago that sort of got swept under the NFL rug, and we didn't make a lot about it. But just to kind of paraphrase it for people, he made a comment that a lot of teams and a lot of fans in the NBA fall in love with length and athleticism amongst individual players. And those are the teams that tend to be in the lottery every year. That's not what decides championships. Even Oklahoma City, they didn't win because of length and athleticism. They won because of depth and a rotation that a lot of people bought into and played their roles really, really well. And that's at the center of not just the Kaminga conversation, but all these guys. The game tonight will not be about Luka and who guards him. It's going to be about how the Warriors rotate and guard the Lakers.
Yeah, and Dibs, I'm looking at that Spurs team that you brought up from 14, and you know, the only way you can do that is if you're kind of committed to it all year long.
Right.
And that's one thing, you know, I get people say, well, you know, Curry's minutes. Well, Curry averaged a little over 32 minutes a game last year. You know, will they bring him down to 30 this year? You know, will they bring him down to 28? But if they do, is it something that they're willing to do kind of all year in order to preserve him? Because if the thing I'm also looking at with that team is they didn't suffer any big boy injuries because all their big guys played a lot. Parker played 68, Duncan 74, Kawhi 66, Bellinelli 80, Diaw 79. So if everybody can stay relatively healthy, then they can load manage to a better degree, like in game also.
Yeah, and that was I think the original load management team or franchise was Popovich in San Antonio. And if you look even deeper, like Corey Joseph played 68 games. Now, 14 minutes a game. There were games where he played more. There were games he played less. But it was very much like a 15-man rotation over the course of a 6-month season. So, like, Patty Mills played 81 games, 19 minutes a game. So he was always there. So I look at this team, and you talk about Will Richard, I've already given him too much airtime over the course of the last couple of months, but you get to I
like him, Dibs.
I love him.
Why do you guys like him so much?
Because he's a grown man. He played 4 years at Florida.
Okay.
He won championships, and in the biggest moments in the NCAA tournament, he rose above. He led the team in scoring.
Okay, but it's
in the national
and he plays
championship
with effort, Willard. Undeniable effort.
And defense.
Sure. No, but I mean, to plan on something from Will Richard this year.
I'm planning on him being
manage, Willard. I told Steiny everybody has a chance on a given night to get in.
Everybody got a chance, but I'm not going to circle Will Richard for why the Warriors.
I didn't say draft him in fantasy.
You
know
what I mean? No, but I mean to Steiny's point
play
about
his first NBA game before we start penciling him in for a big role.
But as you look at the Spurs construct, they relied on 12, if not 15, different people to at times step up and be something. And I do think that as the Warriors look at this year with an older core and a younger group of guys who might be able to pop, and then another 4 or 5 guys below that, if you really want to have a great year, you're going to have to get minutes and contributions from 13 or 14 guys. That's all I'm saying.
I agree.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, fellas.
And you guys will be out there Thursday for the home opener, too, huh?
Oh, hell yeah. We're never going to do a crossover together again.
Ever. No.
The season is here, and we are going to be out here all the damn time.
Baby. Let's go.
All the time. Kidding me? Cod sandwich?
Man.
Yeah.
All the time.
So I like my cod as part of just the simple fish and chips. I like fish and chips.
I mean, I'm sure you could get the staff out here, Steiny, to kind of concoct something for you that's not on the menu if you want.
You go bunless, Steiny.
You probably have that kind of action.
Yeah, I like
juice.
Pool.
I like vinegar on that, and even some ketchup, but I don't like tartar sauce or mayonnaise.
I think you liking vinegar shocks no one.
Oh, God.
He got the vinegar face.
Man, on fish and chips.
Nobody.
You got to love it.
Okay, and that comment got the jacket to go on the first show. Willard talking about how I had him at minus 800 for liking vinegar, and you mentioned that, and the jacket is on the shoulders. That is just
Will,
so
before
predictable.
we go, you came up in a conversation before the show, Willard.
Uh-oh.
We got to do something about this 0-7 record in fantasy.
Hey, man.
If I could give you a win, I'd give you one win.
No. Now we're leaning into it. I'm gonna see if we could do it again, Goo. I want 0-14.
Okay, look at it.
And I want it the same way birds want food out in the 10th inning at Oracle Park.
My man.
I want 0-14. Literally nothing has gone my way. No decision has been right. Every week I play someone who balls out. Whatever. Let's do this. I want to see if y'all can help me get to the finish line and make a memorable season out of this, Goo. Let's go.
Yeah, and Goo, I split my picks last night.
I was just about Steiny was ready to get out. I said, I got to ask Diz 1-1, huh?
Yeah, I split the picks. I had Tampa, which was a loss. I had Seattle, which is a win. 21-10, Goo.
Look at
21 and I'm sorry, 21-9.
No, 21-10.
Okay.
You were 29. Yeah.
All right.
I got you.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
21-10. Damn near 70%.
Goo,
Sounds like you're 3-8 over the last 11, though.
Goo, here's the question.
There he is.
Because the whole damn station's talking about your ridiculous trade offers that you send them every day. Why aren't you? You need to send more to me.
Me too.
I'm the team that's selling at the deadline.
I'm going to steal from my partner, Will. I looked at your team.
Oh,
you
don't you
got
dare.
nothing right.
You tried to steal Achan from me 2 weeks ago, and at that time I was 0-5, and the math was still there, Goo.
Yeah.
But not anymore.
But Shasky, what type of dude says, hey, I wanted Jordan Mason. He's okay fumbling, but he ain't Earl Campbell.
Well,
Shasky goes, well, I want Justin Jefferson. I'm hanging the phone up, dude. I'm not giving that up to get Jordan Mason. But anyway, I'm 3-4.
All right, I'm 4-3, and these guys are at Splash, and the Warriors opener is tonight in L.A. Don't go anywhere. Do not go anywhere. Willard and Dibs from Splash, and it's all happening right here on 95.7 The Game.
they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, let's freaking go. I mean, what if you got to do the first day of school, but school was actually cool? If you could do that in life, then that's what this is.
Yeah.
We are back. We are back at Thrive City. It is going to be a watch party to make watch parties drool coming up later on tonight. The Warriors at the Lakers, and it is starting the whole week off, which is going to lead to the home opener on Thursday night as well. We are live at Splash, our home, away from home for sure, right there, catty corner to Chase Center with all the great food, all the spots. We are going to be, you better buckle up now.
You better buckle up.
We're going to be here for a long night ahead here at Splash.
And bring your sunscreen because it is an absolutely perfect day, not a cloud in the sky. It's not hot. It's not cold. The sun is out. We've got families queuing up for a little picnic outside of the Jumbotron where you can watch the game. We've got the NBC Sports Studio starting to get all loaded for bear for, I would assume their pregame is going to be here. I could be wrong, but this is where you want to be. Opening night, NBA season, not just for the Warriors, but the whole season, and it starts with a Warrior game.
Yeah, it does. I mean, actually, we're about an hour and 45 minutes away from the actual tip-off of the NBA season, the Thunder and the Rockets. So we'll have that on here at Splash also as we're getting ready for Warriors-Lakers later on tonight. We'll get to see Kevin Durant. First look in a Rocket uniform going against the champs. And, I mean, that really brings to mind what the Warriors here have in front of them. The West is loaded. There's no way around that. The journey that each of these teams will take, the injuries, the bumps, the bruises, the good play, the bad play, it's all about to unfold. But I'll just say this real quick, and it'll lead to a bigger conversation. I keep hearing people look at the West and go, well, can't beat that team, and you can't beat that team, and you can't beat that team. Okay, Rockets, okay, Thunder, okay, Nuggets, and here come the Timberwolves, and what about Dallas and all of this stuff? And sometimes I wonder, I go, you know, if you weren't a fan of the Warriors and you lived in a different city, you would look at the Warriors and go, yeah, they've got superstars too. I don't know why sometimes you look at the West and you go, oh, Dallas has a bunch of big names. Jimmy Butler is here for a full year. Jimmy Butler plays here alongside the chef. Like, I'm not telling you that the Warriors are the favorites in the West, but, man, there's a lot of good teams. And we'll see how this shakes out. And the Warriors are absolutely one of them, and I don't think they're afraid of anybody this year.
No, they're in the mix. And if you wanted to match up big threes versus big threes or starting five against starting five, however you want to divide it up, the Warriors are definitely in the conversation. And I think tonight's opponent is a great example of that because they don't have LeBron James, and they won't for a couple weeks, 2, 3, 4, who knows how long. But they've got Luka Doncic, and they've got a lot of great supporting players. But you're right, Mark, about when you look at the Western Conference, if you want to look at who has no chance, quote unquote, you might get to 2 teams, maybe 3. I mean, 3 I think might even be a stretch as far as like Sacramento. I do think is going to be hilariously fun to watch because there's going to be times where they put up a $143 and times where they hate each other.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
So I do think that the Western Conference, to your point, is very tough and it's very deep. It's not necessarily top heavy. I don't know if Oklahoma City could do again in the regular year what they did last year, but there are 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 or whatever many good teams that are going to be tough to beat. And I threw it out on our show thread. What do you think about the Warriors? Will they be, at the end of the regular year, seeded 1 through 4, 5 through 8, 9th or 10th, or out of the entire play-in bracket?
And how would you answer it?
I would answer the same way you did, 5 through 8. Our very own Mark Grandy was like, Pom Pom City. First through fourth.
Yeah.
First through fourth. Go Warriors!
He's very excited.
He's
about
super excited.
And I love that. But I would throw this out to fans.
He was born an hour and a half ago.
Well, people don't necessarily know all the ins and outs of Mark Grandy. He gets to do a lot of the work around the games, but he doesn't have 4 hours a day like we do to really let everybody know exactly who he is. And I think if you take his prediction to heart, it should make you feel good because, Grandy, you could stop me if I'm wrong.
Oh, no, you're right.
I think Grandy looks at sports through a very analytical and X's and O's kind of a way, not necessarily the emotional way that many other fans look at it, and there's no right or wrong answer to that. But I think what Grandy sees is a lot of answers to basketball-related questions that the Warriors franchise has faced the last 2 years. I don't know who's going to get hurt. I don't know who's going to overperform or underperform. But right now, all is on paper, and he sees a lot of answers to basketball questions. That's a good thing.
It's a great thing.
That's a good thing.
And he's a realist, and I don't want to speak for him, but he's a young person, and most young people would be much more emotional, but he's much more analytical as a guy who hasn't even had his 30th birthday yet. So the fact that he has him as a top 4 seed, and I made fun of him with the pom-pom thing. I thought it was a funny bit. Apparently no one else did.
No, I liked it.
I mean, but Grandy, you're very analytical, and I love it.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so really quick. The Warriors last year, when Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler played in games together, they were 27-8. 27-8 when those two play. And then what happens in the offseason, you lose Kevon Looney. That's a big loss, no lie. But you get Al Horford. You get DeAnthony Melton back. He's probably not going to miss that much time. You get Seth Curry back. You bring GP2 back. I think, not going to expect him to play at a 27-8 clip all season long, but that's clearly a good baseline, and they definitely got better in the offseason.
There's no question. It is a deeper team. They've got, as I put it, they've got answers to more basketball questions. But now the actual journey unfolds. And so we redo all of the how's your health, what's the fit. Like, I will say this, when comparing right now to last year, remember last year? I think we do such a bad job of remembering things. It gets hard. Through the years, the world just starts to blend all together. But last year at this time, do you remember what Steve Kerr was doing? Like, people, if you're just joining, there is a report that Steve is leaning towards starting Jonathan Kaminga tonight. Okay, we'll get to that in a minute. Do you remember what was happening at this time last year? Steve was basically putting a blindfold on and hucking 5 names onto the floor and playing everybody.
Yep.
It was a 12-man rotation, and they spent the first few weeks of the season going, we're just totally checking stuff out. Like the Warriors would enter a basketball game the way a couple walks into a house when they're shopping for a new home. Just check it out. Does this room, what's it smell like in here? Total exploration. That's not the case this year. There might be a couple things. If Jonathan starts tonight, let's see how that 3-man rotation, Draymond, Jimmy, Jonathan, can they play together? That's been such a discussion point. Okay, but that's just tonight. And I think the exploration mode is much smaller and much quicker this year. Again, they know more about who they are at the beginning of this season than they did last year.
They do, but I also think that you're going to see a little bit of that same exploration early on. Now, I'm looking at the opener last year, and they beat Portland 140-104.
Yep.
They played 14 players. Now, they played 14 only because it was a blowout.
Blowout, sure.
And if you look at it, Lindy Waters, the third, Guy Santos, they played 5 minutes each, and that was total garbage time. But if you look at the other players who were in the rotation, Kyle Anderson, he's not here. Kevon Looney, Kevon got hurt, and you hate to see it.
Yep.
He's got a badly sprained knee, and he's going to miss time with New Orleans. But you've got, DeAnthony Melton, who played well early, and then he was gone. Trace Jackson-Davis actually started with Kaminga in that opener. So
Crazy.
As you look at the way things evolved early, I do think that it's going to be a little similar. Like tonight, I would bet if it's a close game, Steve Kerr's probably going to play 10, if not 11 guys, as you
10.
try to figure out who you really want to have in the rotation.
Yeah, let's have fun with that for a second. 10 names. Who do you? Obviously, Steph, Dre, Jimmy, Jonathan Kaminga, Brandon Pajemski, Al Horford's going to play.
And Buddy Hield.
Buddy Hield.
That's a quick 7.
All right, who else?
You're probably going to.
Who else gets minutes tonight?
I think you're going to play GP2.
Okay.
He'll get minutes,
That's
especially
8.
considering the team you're going to face.
Moody is out.
Right. I do think you're going to see a little bit of Gee. And I was thinking about this on the drive in today, listening to Steiny and Goo. I see Quentin Post as kind of a backup catcher. Like
a backup catcher.
Especially when you look at the season that's coming up, and you've got in the first 9 games, the Warriors have 3 back-to-backs in the first 9.
Yeah.
And I don't believe Al Horford's going to play in back-to-backs. I thought that was the word that I heard from Steve Kerr.
I've heard that. I don't know that that's been confirmed. We should ask him that tomorrow.
We will.
Well, let's get a confirmation sensation.
That's a buck,
right.
and I'd be happy to take that buck because I'm curious about that. But what I was thinking is, for me, Quentin Post is kind of like the Kisner. I can't remember his first name for the Giants.
It doesn't matter.
Brent Kisner or whatever. I don't even know what it was.
Chad. Whatever.
Thank you, Andrew Kisner. And the N was silent, but I do think that Quentin Post is going to play more in those spots where Al is out. But I do like Quentin Post as a 6 to 9 minute a night guy to come in and step in and shoot a 3.
I think that's your 10. I know you'd love to see Will Richard play.
And we will.
We'll see. Trace Jackson Davis, don't know. Pat Spencer, probably not. I think so that it's more condensed than it was last year for sure. And part of that is also Moses Moody being out. And so Jonathan may or may not. Sounds like he's going to get the start. We'll see how long they stick with that, what it looks like, and all of that. But here's the thing that I kind of want to get to, because while I'll buy what all of us are saying, to start this year, on paper, this team is better than last year. It also was a very, what I would call a unique offseason. Not a bad one. I don't know if it was a good one either, but it was a unique one because it basically lasted the whole offseason without being an offseason. The Warriors, because of circumstances we all understand, essentially from a news standpoint gave their fans nothing. Nothing happened. It was the huge waiting game. And then suddenly you get to the end, and it's Kaminga, Al Horford, Seth Curry, November 11th. All of the little things that suddenly happened with this basketball team happened 3 days before training camp opened, and then here we go. And so normally when a fan base, when you have an entertainment product and you're going to come back for a new season, you want to have offered your fans the big new thing. It's kind of like that menu item that you just talked about.
Oh, delicious.
Splash has come back for a new season. We have new menu items. Yes, the Warriors have them. We barely got a chance to even really massage it before the season was here. So did the offseason feel good to you? Did it feel like, as a fan, you have been offered the opportunity to get fully excited about what's about to unfold?
Yeah, I think a little bit excited, and I think if you look at it the way you laid it out, like this year versus last year you had slow-mo Kyle Anderson, and you had Dennis Schroeder for a time. I do think that the fact that one of the guys you added is named Curry, and I know he's been waived, but he'll be back, and you've got Al Horford, who actually seems like he fits really, really well. And D'Anthony Melton's back, and Melton in a short sample size last year was awesome. So you could look at it and go, yeah, you're a little bit better. And the word you used is the D word that I like. You are deeper. You're deeper and better deeper. And all your other young guys, they should be at least a step better. Gee, Pods, Kaminga, Quentin, whatever. So I do look at this year and think, it's a little bit more sustainable, even though you're a little bit older.
So let's get into it. We'd love to hear from you. 888-957-9570. Warrior basketball is back. Did the offseason ramp your excitement up? Did it kind of stay just even? Maybe you're feeling on the negative tip. We would love to talk it out. 888-957-9570. That is the number. John Feliciano will move up from his normal time. We'll do that at 3:15. Cousin Nick Friedel in L.A. with the team, 3:45. And then a whole lot of you today as we get ready for another season of Warrior basketball here on 95.7 The Game. Okay, it's Willard and Dibbs right here on the scene, sponsored by Surfside. The Golden State Warriors are back. Cheer on your Warriors with an ice-cold Surfside, only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, 0 bubbles, so it's easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside. Proud partner of the Golden State Warriors. Got to be 21. Please drink responsibly. Your call's next on Willard and Dibbs.
And meantime, it's Dan Dibley here, right outside of Chase Center, and happy to talk about my favorite passion, which is Fremont Bank, a family-owned bank with a family-owned feel, and they are deeply committed to contributing to their clients' goals and empowering the community all around them. And in fact, I am one of the clients, and if you want to talk about one of their many branches, 21 in all, there's one that's right up the street from here. It's on 3rd Street in San Francisco, right there south of Market. I've been in there, and that branch is just like the other branches. It is awesome. They've been doing it now for 61 years. Since 1964, Fremont Bank set out to build not only a bank, but a local ecosystem that is created around customers and bankers and the relationships that we all share with people right here in the community. They're one of the top local nonprofit organizations, and when you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, they reinvest it into businesses, home ownership, philanthropy, everything else that makes the Bay Area so strong. Your money stays right here. It stays local. It doesn't go out nationally into a big box bank. It stays right here in the Bay Area. I encourage you to go into one of the branches and see exactly for yourself what I talk about when I mention full service banking with no compromises. Get a part of it. It's Fremont Bank, here for you and here for good.
Let's go! You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking, the list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward, don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
You know how much I love Bruce Springsteen? I definitely recommend you go see the new movie in theaters, Springsteen, Deliver Me From Nowhere, starring Jeremy Allen White as Bruce Springsteen. The film chronicles the making of Springsteen's 1982 Nebraska album when he was a young musician on the cusp of global superstardom. There will never be anybody like the boss. For your chance to see for yourself, enter at 957thegame.com to win $100 in movie passes to see Springsteen, Deliver Me From Nowhere, now only in theaters.
Hi, I'm John with Jack's Restaurant and Bar. My brothers and I recorded our first commercial a while back. Got a little chaotic, so I'm here today.
What's going on here, bro?
Are you recording a commercial without us? Guys, no, I'm just trying to what? Take all the credit for our half-pound all-natural burgers?
Or the best fish and chips
or
around?
7 mac and cheeses and 14 sandwiches, including a French dip that will change your life?
Or homemade meatloaf, pot roast, and next-level lamb
chops? Or that
chops?
people can order takeout and delivery by visiting ilovejacks.com? Guys, no, I'm
just went behind our backs.
I knew he would.
Wait till we tell Mom.
Oh, please don't tell Mom.
Real family, great food, ilovejacks.com.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then You spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now, all you have to worry about is Pen cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Disclaimer, an antivirus is just half protection online. It will not protect you from snoopers or encrypt your traffic. So get better online protection with NordVPN. NordVPN will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. Save 77% on NordVPN and get 3 extra months.
Oh no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound, that's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Hey, it's Brian Baldinger. Makita knows that pros never settle. Get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. When you shop Makita at the Home Depot, these tools don't just meet expectations, they redefine them. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly designed to deliver precision job after job. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best, available at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
This is Greg Nemitz from the Autism Society. The Pentelli Financial Golf Tournament raised over $100,000 for our organization. Thank you, sponsors, players, volunteers, and thank you, Pentelli Financial.
Pajemski out to Curry, pump fake, flyby, 3-ball, got it with the buzzer sounding! The shot clock was winding down. It's his 12th-3 of the night. He's got a 52-point game.
Dub Nation, it's Stephen Curry. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
That's the chef.
The chef.
That's the chef.
That is the chef.
He's 37 years old.
Yep.
And he plays basketball tonight.
Yeah. Man, wait. He plays basketball tonight.
Yeah, and he's going to play well, too.
The NBA season is upon us. You can
do the whole thing. I won't even stop you.
I
won't even stop you.
You do the opening 8 bars, and if you are not aware of well, then maybe you're a young person, because it's been a long time since the NBA has been back on NBC. And the John Tesh theme, and we do a lot with themes, and today's not the day because we have so much content, but that one's got to be up there now.
Oh,
I mean,
that's iconic. That's iconic, yeah. And if you've never gone on YouTube to watch kind of how and where that whole thing started and watch him do it live, it's ridiculous. It's absolutely insane. And so, yes, it's back. The NBA on NBC, the NBA and Warrior basketball right here on 95.7 The Game. You are locked into Willard and Dibs, which is live from Splash at Thrive City and presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage, brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. We are on a crash course right now with John Feliciano at 3:15.
Shut up!
There will be Niner football today, and Feliciano, I've already talked to him about this because he's 3 hours ahead, which means if he comes on here at 3:15, that means his kids are not in bed yet.
No.
And he has promised to kick them out of the house and do it live on air. And so that's coming up in just about 40 minutes or so. Nick Friedell's in L.A. with the team. He's going to be on the show today. We are counting down to a massive watch party here on the Thrive City campus just outside Chase Center. Splash is going to be absolutely loaded up and the place to be tonight. We're excited to be here. We hope that you come on down and join us. We're talking out basic expectations. How did the offseason feel for you, even though it was a weird one? And you can tuck in the fact that according to Shams, Jonathan Kaminga is the lean tonight as far as being in the starting lineup. and putting that lineup out there that for months, if not more than months, certainly since Jimmy Butler's arrival, Steve Kerr has openly said this is the lineup that it doesn't really work well for us. But with Moses Moody being out, with Luka being on the other team, it sounds like he's leaning toward giving it a shot at least for a handful of minutes tonight.
And ultimately, it really doesn't matter to me anyway who starts. It matters to me more who finishes and who plays with whom. And Steve Kerr will join us tomorrow at 5, and we can ask him, we're going to drill down on tonight, 48 minutes of basketball, but not really. But
feet to the fire. Yeah.
Sure, feet to the fire. Like
I've had it.
If he starts Kaminga and Kaminga plays well, what took you so long? If he starts Kaminga and Kaminga plays poorly, what were you thinking?
Yeah.
So that's kind of the way that's going to go tomorrow. But in all seriousness, I do think that the opening however many games, and I mentioned it before, they've got a bunch of back-to-backs early, which doesn't mean Steph won't play them all or Draymond or Jimmy. I do think that Al's going to be slow played a lot more than the other three, but you've got an older team, you've got an 82-game season, and you do have a better bench than you had last year. And I think that put Seth Curry aside, but in the short term, until you get Melton and Moody back, you can still play a bunch of these guys and you can kind of see how they fit. And I'm not saying you punt games early, but you can kind of pick and pop and figure out who you have and how you want to go ahead and use these guys.
Yeah, it's a new season, man. It's a new season. I sort of appreciate the openness to it didn't work at times last year, but let's see what's going on this year. And also, you have to be able to be like them. What they call them, the agents in the Matrix. Like you got to blend, right? You got to just become whatever the Warriors need you to be.
Mr. Anderson.
There you go. Like you need to be what you need to be on a given night against a given opponent, and that's every Warrior's responsibility. So let's check it out tonight and see if it works tonight or works every night or what have you. That's what new is all about. Let's go to Dave in the city. Dave, thank you for calling Willard and Dibbs. What's up, man? What's on your mind?
Hey, good afternoon, fellas. I just want to get back to the question if the offseason was a drag. And to be honest, it really was because of the whole Kaminga saga. And for him to just sign the deal that we offered him in the beginning of the summer at the end of it really was a drag. But honestly, when Jimmy got the team together down to his house in Southern California, that got me excited because I know that Jimmy, Steph, and Dre they're all locked in. And then now it's kind of like, it's here, it's time to go. We get the NBA on NBC tonight. We were never good enough to be back on in the 90s or the early 2000s to be on there. And to see Curry with that theme song, it's going to be a great opening night, man. That's all I got to say.
Okay, Dave, that's a pretty fun comment right there. And I always start to sort of get a little nostalgic when this kind of thing comes up. And I know we're in it. And we're fans, and so people are going to hand ring and do everything that we do on a night-to-night basis with Warrior basketball and the results. But it's always good to grab that reminder of, I don't know how much of this there is left. And so, how many more opening nights do we get with Steph Curry?
Right.
It's possible that there's only 2. Hell, it's possible that there's only 1.
Right.
These scenarios are out there. So to get that backdrop and have that be the thing tonight, and it's the Warriors and the Lakers, they don't have LeBron tonight, but Steph Curry is going to be a part of this whole thing. And so, yeah, man, it's a treat. It's a treat to go after another one and have the Warriors be the brand that they have become.
And that's kind of where I was with the show thread earlier today when I mentioned The Last Dance. And it's not The Last Dance. We know that because Steph and Draymond and Jimmy, they all have 2 more years. I wasn't trying to make it about the, quote, last dance, but for me, it's more about the appreciation of what we have. And so you've got Steph Curry, and no matter what happens between now and the end of my days and your days, you're not going to get another Steph Curry, most likely. And if you want to look at every other franchise, like the Bulls had Michael Jordan.
Yep.
They've never had another Michael Jordan. They had Derrick Rose, and that didn't work out. The Spurs had Duncan in that group, and now they have Wemby. So yeah, the Spurs might actually be one of the few teams to actually get that. But if you're a Warrior fan and you want to think about what you currently have, you've got the greatest Warrior of all time. You've got a top 10 player of all time, top 5, top 12, whatever. It doesn't even matter. What you have is this. And so for me, and I've kind of promised myself this year, yes, you want to win a title and you don't want to be 30-52, but the one thing I do want to focus on every night starting tonight is just appreciate Steve and Steph and Draymond and Jimmy and all the rest of what we currently have. And it's pretty awesome. It's special.
It's pretty.
It's special, Mark.
It's so amazing.
Right?
It's amazing. And again, look, you are however old you are. But I do think that it actually, if we take a larger view at the entire Bay Area sports landscape for a second, we're at a fascinating moment in terms of, like, you really can see by hearing someone's opinions right away kind of how old they are and how long they've been doing this, right? Because there's Niner fans like Grandy who are over here being like, we never win.
Yep.
And it's like, you haven't been here that
5 of them.
That's right. You haven't been here that long. We used to do this every other year. And then there's Warrior fans who I think they look at what's been built. I mean, just you and I. Look where we're sitting right now and look around at this. And if you've been a Warrior fan for a certain amount of time, you couldn't have even imagined this if you were drunk. Like, no chance. No chance.
It's funny you say that because I used to be down here and I was drunk. And it was the early 90s and there was nothing down here. There was no AT&T, SBC, Oracle Park, certainly no Mission Bay, and there was no Chase Center. You came down here, you took a cab down here in the early 90s, and that's what you did. You got loosey-goosey because this was the Wild West, and now here we are at the best arena in America. Like, are you kidding me? They built this here? 30 years ago, you never would have fathomed it.
No, like, it's not. It's like, I like what you were just talking about, the Michael Jordan thing. Like, yeah, it's not going to be like this in a few years. It just won't. Like, you don't do this again.
You don't get this.
No, you don't get this, and you don't get players like this. So that's kind of a sort of a fascinating, I think, way for the conversation to go, which is kind of what do you see for the remainder of Steph Curry's career? Or how do you sort of watch what we're going to watch tonight? His numbers have slightly declined each year, the last few years. It's beyond understandable. I don't even know if this city is capable of looking at Steph with a critical eye for obvious reasons. Like, I can't. I don't know why would you ever look at Steph and be like, oh, God, you're washed. You know what I mean? But, like, what do you think he's got in his bag this year? He now has a Robin to his Batman, like a legitimate one. But it's also kind of funny. I think we expect Steph to go out and be great. And that's a hell of a bar at age 37.
Impossible. And I think about, the idea of Steph being, quote, great, and he can still be great and he still will be great, but it won't be every night. It's not going to be every night anymore. And last year he played 70 games. His minutes were right where they normally are. All of his metrics were right about where they were. He was down 2 points a game. Big deal. He was 9th in the MVP. He had a great year. No matter what the age was, but he was 36 and now he's 37. He'll be 38 next year in March. And, Father Time is undefeated, as they say. And we've been talking a lot about the Spurs comp. And I look at Tim Duncan. They won the title in his 37-year-old year, and his numbers came down a little bit. But he had what the Warriors hope that they have, which is an ensemble. And then you got to the playoffs with the Spurs, and the guy named Kawhi Leonard decided to take the whole damn thing over. And that's why they won it. They beat a very good Dallas team in 7, and they navigated the playoffs, and that could happen. But if you look at that Spurs team, the reason why it happened, your aging veterans were still good, really good, but you had players 4 through 12 who all contributed, and they all stepped up, and they were able to take some of the pressure off during the regular year and then step up during the postseason.
Well, I tell you what, man, I'm fascinated. I'm fascinated to see what we're going to see tonight. And if you are just joining us, and I'll use air quotes, or as Buddy Hield might say, 2 fingers, even though it's 4 fingers. I will call it. Thank you, buddy. I will call it air quotes news. It is a report by Shams, but it's a report about something that might happen. I'm always interested when people report things that might happen.
Right.
I'm like, we could report anything, like might happen. But he is reporting that Steve Kerr is, quote, leaning toward starting Jonathan Kaminga tonight. And I see that as it's a moment in time. Maybe it's circumstantial, having to do with Luka being on the other team and having to do with Moses Moody being out. But it also has to represent something positive in the developments about all this. Like, it was only 3 weeks ago that we were sitting here not even knowing how that whole thing was going to resolve. If I had told you that, if I had told you on the first day of October, or I don't remember exactly what day it was that the breaking news sounder hit on our show, but if I had told you 3 or 4 weeks ago that Jonathan Kaminga would be in the opening night starting lineup, I think that might have shocked you a little bit.
No doubt.
That might have shocked you a little bit. So I also wonder how people feel about that. 888-957-9570. It says to you what? That this is the way it evolved toward opening night with Jonathan Kaminga being part of the first 5.
And I do think that once you get that deal solved, like Steve Kerr has been around the NBA for 40-something years, and, Draymond and Steph and Jimmy, they're all veterans. They understand that there's business over here and there's basketball over here.
Yep.
And when business is all done and dusted and you get to basketball, well, then it comes down to a couple of simple things. And the most simple thing for Jonathan Kaminga is, are you ready to do what we need you to do? You got your bag, and you also have a contract that's going to let you out of here sooner rather than later. In the meantime, are you ready? Are you ready to be that guy? And that ultimately comes down to whether or not he's ready to be an adult. I think he is.
Totally.
And whether or not can the Warriors and Steve Kerr find a way to make it all work. And if that means you start tonight, and maybe he starts tonight, and then you come home Thursday and he doesn't start, can he handle that? I think he can.
Of course he can.
Right.
Like when you use the word handle.
Right.
He's handled everything.
Yeah, good point.
He's handled everything. I think that we have a higher bar for what we're all hoping for. We're hoping, like, that's the maturity of how he's handled it. That's great. I think at a certain point, all of us who watch Warrior basketball are hoping for success for Warrior basketball. Like, I'd like for all of these lineup combinations to work really well. I'm with you, man. Like, if I asked you, who's starting tonight, there's really only one good answer from any real Warrior fan. And the answer is, who cares?
Right.
Who cares? I want the ball to go in the basket. I want more points than the Lakers score. I want them to miss every shot. I want the Warriors to make every shot. That's while I'm sipping on an old-fashioned tonight, what I'm going to be pulling for. I don't care about anything else. So maybe there's a little bit of that too. I do think the circumstances of Luka on the other team and Moody being out have led to this moment. But there's probably a little something, too, maybe in the back of Steve's mind, that sends a message, more so to the fan base than the actual organization, but like, it's basketball time, and we're good here. The business thing is over there.
Yep.
It's at minimum been put on hold for 4 months. Let's play. We're good here. A little bit of a nod to, hey, dude, like you had a good camp, and we want you to do all the things that maybe aren't exactly what you want to do, but we're going to put faith in you on opening night to go do those things. Let's see it.
Yeah, do those things. And ultimately, if he starts of the 82 games, and let's just say Kaminga's healthy and he plays 75 of them, and he starts 38 of them, great. Go ahead. Start 38 of them. It doesn't matter. And I don't want to lean too much on that Spurs team, but the starting lineup was Parker, Duncan, Kawhi, Danny Green, and Thiago Splitter most nights. You're missing the name Manu Ginobili.
Yep.
He played 69 games, 68. He only started 3 games. He's one of the greatest 6 men in history. So I'm not saying Kaminga is Ginobili. Ginobili was a unicorn in all the little things he could do. Another guy who was basically a triple single most nights. But Manu Ginobili was able to not start. And if you want to go back to their finishing lineup, he finished almost every game. So for Kaminga, yeah, it's not about how many starts you get. You got your contract. You got what you probably didn't want, but it's what the Warriors didn't want either. You met in the middle. Here we are. You've got a season, half a season, who knows, 50 games. We don't know how long this will last, but go out there and play the role. Do what we need you to do. Score when we need you to score. Defend, rebound, make smart plays, all the rest of it. And then no matter what happens after that, it's going to work out for him.
Well, I mean, to me, eyebrows are raised on what you just said. I don't think that this, I don't know how you adjust it, but this, if it is the starting lineup, it can't be the finishing lineup. It can't be. I don't think it can be.
Yeah, depends on the situation, but you're probably right.
I guess, but yeah, like I don't think that you can have that lineup out there to finish the basketball game. You are going to need more people out there who have the ability to knock down shots. And I would be much more open, like is it as simple as having Al Horford out there instead of Jonathan Kaminga? Maybe that's one option. Is Buddy Hield on the floor instead of Pods?
Right.
Maybe that's another option. Maybe both. Maybe it's Steph, Buddy, Jimmy, Draymond, and Al. You know, that's a very experienced group down the stretch in a road game. Hi, Buddy. We can't wait to see you. The press conference afterwards is going to be even better. But, yeah, like I just feel in an NBA game against a quality opponent on the road, you got to offer a little bit more shooting in the final five as opposed to the opening five.
I agree, but at the same time, you've got to have somebody who can guard Luka. And so I do think that
Draymond can do it.
Yeah,
if Horford's on the floor, sure. Draymond can go over there and do that.
Steph, Jimmy, Draymond. They're going to start. They're going to finish, and then the other two spots, I do think, depend on situation, score, matchup, and all the rest of it. And so, yeah, if you want to start Kaminga and give him the first 6 minutes on Luka Doncic, a fresh Kaminga against a slim Luka, I can't wait to see it. Because Kaminga, if he's able to go out there and lock in on just that, I'm not saying he's going to totally stop him because Luka is one of the 3 best individual ISO players in the game. I'd say Jokic, Luka, and maybe KD as far as like, here's the ball, get a bucket. They're unbelievably hard to guard. So, all right, JK, go out there and take the assignment. See if you can do it. And if you get down to the fourth quarter and there's 6 minutes to go and it's 105, yeah, you're probably right. You might be looking for other things. You put Draymond on Luka. Maybe you want more spacing and all the rest of it.
Real quick, let's get Austin and Redwood City in here on Willard and Dibs to talk this out. Hey, Austin, thanks for the call. What you got?
Hey, not much. Hey, I like Kaminga in the starting lineup tonight, and I like him to finish. Hey, we all worried about Luka. Who go guard Kaminga? Who gonna stop him from doing what he's doing on the court? The new Kaminga that's about to display tonight. With no LeBron on the court either. Oh man, it's plenty of room for him to do his thing. And then I hope Buddy Hield in that starting lineup too to give them something else to look at other than Curry also. So what y'all think about that?
Thanks, Austin. I appreciate it. Listen, there's all kinds of ways to mix and match. My point being is I think at the end of the game, you're going to want to offer more shooting out of that lineup. That doesn't mean Jonathan either has to or can't be in the lineup. It depends on who else that you're putting in around it. But as you pointed out, you know that Steph, Jimmy, and Draymond are going to be there. So if that's the case, it makes Jonathan difficult, in my opinion, at the end of the game to enter in there because you're either going small and not offering a lot of shooting, or you kind of need Jonathan probably to go off of the floor in favor of Al Horford. We'll see. We'll see what the situation is and the way Steve plays it.
And you can always do the offense-defense sort of swap-a-roo. Yep. If Kaminga's having a good night on Luka, you can kind of, mix and match that way. And it's a little bit different without Moses Moody because Moody, I think, is a natural finisher in the way that, a guy who can come in and defend.
Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Our guy Grandy's got Warriors Live at 6. That's presented by Xfinity. your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. We'll keep counting down to the season starter right here on 95.7 The Game. Also, some Niner questions, because for me, a new concern has kind of shown up after their win last weekend. And with John Feliciano coming up in 20 minutes, want to throw that out to you as well. 888-957-9570, live on location at Splash, getting ready for the big opener. It's Willard and Dibbs.
It all starts tonight. Your Golden State Warriors open the season against the Lakers.
Curry gets an open three. Look, it's on the way. Tie game!
It's a full season of Jimmy Butler with Steph Curry and Draymond Green.
Back cut Butler. Layup is good and a foul! He got fouled by Dunn!
Warriors Lakers. It all starts tonight at 7. Pregame starts at 6.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry. You're listening to the home of every Warriors game, 95.7 The Game.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Jonathan from San Francisco. I called RNS to help with a misaligned beam for our electric parking gate. Salvador tightened all the worn hardware and made sure the gate functioned properly. He was patient with our questions and a pleasure to work with.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
The NBA season tips off, and so does DraftKings' newest fantasy game. DraftKings Pick 6 is the easiest way to play for big wins, with every possession giving you a shot at real money. Here's how to play. Just pick more or less on 2 or more stats, and unlock the upside every game brings. The better your picks, the bigger your payout. Pick 6 is available in your state. Plus, new DraftKings customers can get $50 in bonus picks with just a $5 entry on your first pick set. Don't just watch basketball, cash in. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app now and use code THEGAME. That's code THEGAME. Play just $5, get $50 in Pick 6 bonus picks. Make the call. Ride the upside in partnership with DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. 1 per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Pick 6 bonus picks that expire in 14 days. Limited time offer. See terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
Dreaming of the perfect kitchen? Make it a reality at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Explore Bosch appliances in live working vignettes and see the innovation in action. During the Buy More, Save More event, you can get up to $4,000 in rebates on qualifying Bosch kitchen packages. From refrigerators with the Farm Fresh system to keep your food fresher longer, to dishwashers with precision wash technology that wipes out 99.9% of bacteria. Own the kitchen like a Bosch. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com today.
Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrid models than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
That's 24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended, balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with autopay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Bay Area is Draymond Green. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Yeah.
Where's Ahmad Rashad?
Well, to the scores,
Matty Gukas?
To the scores of people watching on YouTube. I'm sorry. That's happening right now. No, but we got something for the YouTube audience. You can't hear the NBA on NBC theme.
No.
But those listening on 95.7 The Game can't see this. What I'm holding up right here is a special edition Stephen Curry, The Town, limited edition bobblehead.
I think it's on town.
It's unopened. We will debut this to the world, to the Earth, planet Earth. We're going to debut this to you.
And Uranus, if you're watching out there. It's a planet, Coach. God, I can't work in these conditions. All right,
John,
Jupiter.
why don't you try Uranus?
Neptune. Mars.
We'll debut this.
What?
To all the planets.
All of them.
How about at 3:45?
Sounds good.
Nick Friedell's going to come on. We'll make him, deal with that. But I would suggest get over to YouTube if you want us to be the first to see what the limited edition The Town, Steph Curry, limited edition bobblehead looks like.
The best bobblehead, The Town.
Let me hang on. Let me get all of our information set so you know when this is going to be available to you. November 24th. That is Monday. The Warriors will be hosting the Utah Jazz at Chase Center. Custom City Edition court is going to be revealed that night, and the first 10,000 fans in attendance will receive a Steph Curry The Town bobblehead presented by Rakuten. And boy, them folks at the old, there goes that information.
Gone.
Gone. Good thing I read it before that blew away. Anyway, the folks at the old Warriors marketing department, they know what they're doing. I'll just leave it at this. There's a couple things going on that night. And so, but the Warriors have found a way to make that night a big night here at Chase Center. So we'll unveil that in a little bit.
And I'm not super uniform guy. I know that Joe, Butcher Boy Shasky, and Guru are very locked in on uniforms.
Absolutely.
But having seen these uniforms in their preview form, I am super excited about the town with the new color scheme and all that.
So good.
And so, the town limited edition bobblehead can be yours if you're one of the first 10,000.
If the price is right.
If you are in the house.
You get tickets to the November 24th game. Tickets for the game are available at Warriors.com. All right, more information on that we will tell you about at 3:45 when we unveil the bobble. So get over to YouTube. You got yourself some time, about 40 minutes to do it. John Feliciano is going to join us for his weekly Tuesday visit, but this time at 3:15 because we're going to start moving more toward Warrior basketball as the afternoon goes with the big game in L.A., the season opener coming up tonight. We'll check in with Nick Friedel, who's down with the team also at 3:45, and some surprises for you from L.A. as we get a little bit closer to the action. As we get ready for Feliciano, I hadn't said this yet, and I want to throw this out there. There is, to me, sort of behind-the-scenes strategic thing that the 49ers really need to be thinking about right now, and I have no doubt that they are. They're a pretty smart group. I think they know what they're doing. But it's a good week for us to all point to the fact that, I don't know if you know this, but Robert Saleh is really good at his job.
Yeah.
He's very, very good at his job. And Robert Saleh was here, Super Bowl. Robert Saleh's disciple, D'Amico Ryans, is here, Super Bowl. Then, for whatever reason, when D'Amico gets the job at Houston, and we will see him this weekend, when he gets that gig, suddenly Kyle Shanahan decides, let's go kind of like a different direction at defensive coordinator. Let's bring in someone with a different style. And he goes with a very good coach, but a different style in Steve Wilks. That wasn't so great. It wasn't awful, but it wasn't so great. Then, when Wilks is let go...
They went to the Super Bowl that year, right?
They did go to the Super Bowl. Yes, they did go to the Super Bowl, but there was clearly a clash there. But Wilks is an excellent coach, and then at the end of the year... Not often that you go to the Super Bowl and fire assistants, but that's what the Niners did because of those clashes. And then they do the Nick Sorensen thing, which was a complete disaster. And I don't think that was all on Nick, but Nick was in over his head is the way I would put it. Now you go back to Robert Saleh and look what you're getting. You lose your best two defensive players, and you're still functioning. You're still holding teams to 10 points on Sunday Night Football. Just an amazing job. Is it too good of a job? Is Robert going to get another look from the head coaching searches that undoubtedly will be happening at the end of the year? And if not this year, is it next year, whatever? I really hope that the 49ers don't ever leave this system and style ever again. So, A, do everything you can financially and beyond to make sure that Robert Saleh does not want to leave unless he gets a high-level head coaching job. But if and when inevitably that happens, I really hope the Niners are doing a lot right now behind the scenes to groom whoever Robert Saleh's replacement is so that you can sort of mimic D'Amico Ryans and mimic what was like whoever you give it to next, make sure he's been sitting there learning under Saleh for a few years is kind of my point.
Yeah, it's not as easy as that, but I do like that as the ideal. And I know that when they ended up hiring Nick Sorensen, he wasn't their first choice, and he might have been their fourth or fifth choice, and you went down the board and you realized, well, we're going to give this guy a shot because you liked him and what he had done. And, yeah, it did not work, and a lot of things didn't work last year. I won't put the whole year on Nick Sorensen. I think that your special teams were bad. Your defense wasn't good. There were a lot of things last year, all the injuries and whatnot, that led the year to be unsatisfactory. And yeah, you had to make the move. You made the move and you brought back Robert Saleh. And I'm not sure if he's going to be ready to roll to get another one of these head coaching openings, because right now, if you look at the landscape. And unfortunately, the jobs that might be open are including a bunch of Shanahan disciples, because it looks like Miami eventually you would figure is going to be open. Like Mike McDaniel's having a dreadful year. And honestly, Houston with DeMeco Ryans, that's a team that could be teetering on the brink. So as you look at what jobs are going to be open, I don't know if this is a year where you're going to have that many of them that are going to be open. You've got a lot of first-year guys, other candidates who might have been whacked, quote-unquote, like the Giants suddenly have a renaissance, and Brian Dable, he might be keeping his gig.
I mean, Tennessee's already open.
That's one.
Tennessee is already open.
If you want to look at the rest of them, like there aren't a lot of other ones that are going to be open. Tennessee is open. Tampa Bay, no. Seattle, he's new. Pittsburgh with Mike Tomlin, they don't ever change their head coach.
No, Chicago
Aaron
just
Glenn
changed.
Winless.
No, but Aaron Glenn's not going anywhere in 1 year.
I agree.
I don't believe it.
I mean, same thing with Kellen Moore then in New Orleans. They're going to give him more of a runway than, I think he gets more of a runway.
I'd keep an eye on the Arizona Cardinals.
That's a possibility, Jonathan Gannon.
I think the Arizona Cardinals
but
is
honestly,
one.
if I'm Robert Saleh and I have a choice of one more year as a DC or you take that job,
I agree
the money.
with you.
I stay.
I agree with you.
Stay.
If I'm Saleh, I'm now in a spot. I've just had an experience of what happens when I take a crappy job as a head coach. You get whacked unfairly. Now he's going to rebuild his name. And yes, I would be more selective next time around. I'm going to want an organization that I know has good backing and, quite frankly, a good quarterback.
Right. And
I don't want to end up in this quarterback carousel again if I'm Robert Saleh and have someone like Aaron Rodgers come in and fire me for no good reason. I don't want to do that.
I think it's similar with Kevin Stefanski in Cleveland. Like they might make a move there, which I do think is a little unjust because I think he's done mostly a good job with not a lot offensively. Shout out Quinshon Judkins, my guy. But again, if you're Saleh and you've got Arizona, Cleveland, Tennessee, or stick and stay for one more year as Shanahan's right-hand man, I think I stay.
Yeah, but I mean, there's so many things still that could be coming around the corner that we don't see.
It's fair.
What happens with Taylor in Cincinnati? Based on how that season goes, and are you getting Joe Burrow next, back next year and all of that. So, yeah, there's some questions out there, but we've got questions. We've got questions for John Feliciano. We sit here today live from Splash at Thrive City. It's presented by Xfinity. Your home court advantage brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity. Imagine that. John Feliciano joins us next. We'll get into the rebirth of the offensive line as George Kittle returns. He told us, I think they need Kittle. They got Kittle. Poof. Look what happened. So Feliciano's going to want to blow on the back of his fingernails and talk this out. So we'll do that. Coming up next, we are sponsored by Moderna and live at Splash on the NBA's opening night. This is Willard and Dibbs.
mNEXSpike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna, is now available and easy to find near you. To learn more, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Hey, it's Willard with this message. When life hits you hard, which can be an accident, an injury, anything unforeseen, you got to hit back harder. It's the only way to fight. And you will need a fierce team that knows the insurance game and refuses to back down. And that's why I trust Omar Habas and the entire Habas Law team. For over 40 years, Habas Law has gone head-to-head with insurance companies, winning medical care, financial support, and real justice. And this is important. Habas Law doesn't get paid unless you do. I invite you to visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law. They'll fight to make it right.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, I'm Chris.
I'm David.
And I'm John Margevisi with Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
Dude, what's with that voice?
Bro, it's my radio voice. People say I have a great voice for radio.
Bro, people say you have a great face for radio.
Oh, you have a radio
face.
Guys, not again. We're here to talk about Jack's. Our mom taught us everything we know. Use the best ingredients. Cook everything homemade. Treat everyone like family.
Don't forget the bar.
With amazing cocktails.
Of course. Full bar. Amazing cocktails. Let's stay focused. You're right. I'm sorry, bro.
I'm sorry, too.
That's better. Besides, you're twins. You have the same face for radio. Why, you little
I love Jax.com.
Kohl's lowest prices of the season are here, and they're so good. You're gonna wish you had enough hands for a second cart. Save on cozy tees for women, comfy jeans for boys, refreshed essentials for your home, and so much more. Because when prices are this low, self-control is overrated. Shop Kohl's lowest prices of the season and stock up now. Select styles. Offer ends October 26th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto-pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than Saquon Barkley, the NFL's reigning leading rusher. I'm also the NFL's leading husher. Hey, shh.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Every morning, we rise and shine. Make breakfast and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Out here in the middle of these acres, it can feel like you're the only person on Earth. That's how it feels when you're struggling with your mental health. But you don't have to feel alone. Find more information at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, check them out. Check us out. We're at Splash Live. Feliciano's feeling it. I can see the head bob.
Oh, yeah.
I can see the head bob with that man. Check him out. That's a man whose kids must be out the house. That's the only thing I can guess. It's Willard and Dibs live at Splash. We're getting ready for the Warrior opener tonight in L.A. Oh, look at that. Hold on a second. Change everything. River Island's guest line. It's John Feliciano and one of his offspring. Who do we have here, John?
RJ, come here. RJ, come here. Come say hi. Did you hear what he said?
No. What'd he say?
You have a bald head.
You're right. We do have a butt head. He's sitting right next to me.
He said bald head.
Oh, bald head. I thought he called you a butt head.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. I mean,
both.
Yeah, it's cold out here, you know? I got a 5 head too, Junior. You'll be there someday.
Oh my God. That's so good.
What's up, guys?
Hey, Feliciano. What are you doing?
Just kicking my family out the house. They're about to go for a walk.
A long one, right?
Yeah, at least 15, 20 minutes.
Perfect.
That'll do, yeah.
Perfect. The Not Our Fault podcast, check it out, starring John Feliciano on YouTube. You know, like the Warrior game is on the road tonight, but I was wondering, you know, a lot of your brethren would come to these Warrior games sometimes. Kittle, McCaffrey, we've seen them do it. Did you ever make your way when you were here for a couple of years? Did you ever make your way to a Dubs game at Chase Center?
I went when I was with the Raiders when they were in the next to the Coliseum.
Okay, over in Oakland.
Yeah, I went to one of those, but I'm a Heat fan, so you know I don't mess with the Warriors.
Yeah, and that's too bad. I mean, the Heat had a quaint couple of little runs to the finals, but it's been the Warriors' time. But John, I don't want to talk too much basketball with you, but how about your offensive line and what they did and how they showed up? You got to be pretty proud of that 5-man unit and how well they played.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. I've been harping on it for weeks. Once George Kittle gets back, we're going to take off. And, I mean, Christian had like 200 yards total. I think he had over 100 rushing. So, yeah, and I think that the line played good as well.
But what I hear you saying is that the offensive line is reliant on a tight end to make them look good. Is that what you're saying?
No, butthead. No, it's just it helps when you can run outside. Or they ran a lot of power this week, so it was maybe we're a power team now. I don't know.
Well, John, I wonder if you can explain this to the audience. Like, why is George Kittle seemingly the linchpin for the run game for the whole offensive line group?
Well, when you think there's times where he's at the point of attack on the front side of like an outside zone, and also there's times where he's on the backside and he's able to get that cutoff, which is a hard block, cutting off like a 5 or a 6 technique as a tight end. And you can see there was some plays against the Falcons where McCaffrey hit that backside real hard, and he got 10, 15 yards.
And part of that is what you're talking about, where the tight end makes the initial block, and either he or somebody else is able to get to the second level. And I'm especially fixated on what my partner was saying yesterday about Juice, Kyle Juszczyk. How important is he in the power game that you talked about?
Oh, he's huge. I mean, I think he's been doing a great job all year. He's been playing multiple different positions, especially with all the injuries. I mean, thank God we were able to keep Juice this year.
John Feliciano is with us for his weekly visit on Willard and Dibs. Hey, we need a Matt Hennessy review. He got thrown in there at center, did a pretty good job.
Yeah, I think he played well. Looked like to me all his points were right. I'll tell you what, it helps a lot when you run a lot of power, because that's kind of one of the easiest points that we can do. But I thought he played really well. Him, Zakel got in for I think like 8 or 10 plays, something like that, and he played well as well. And I think, honestly, I think Pooney probably had one of his better games. Unfortunately, it's funny, we were talking last week about him trying to dig himself out of the little rut, and then the first play of the game you give up a sack. But then for the rest of the game, he locked down. He was playing great, and I think Connor played well as well.
So Shanahan came into the game talking about how they really wanted to establish the run, and they thought that they could do just that. What do you see in the Atlanta defense or any defense that would make Shanahan think that you can just go ahead and run it right down their throat?
See, that's the beauty of Kyle. He sees stuff that a lot of people don't really see. You think Atlanta just played a great game against Buffalo, and it looked like they were starting to get everything together, because going into the season, I thought they were going to be a pretty good team. Early on, they didn't really show that, and then they kind of brought everything together against the Bills and beat them. I think Kyle just felt good about his guys on the edge with power. I mean, those Kittle, the tight ends, Juice, they really got to make those blocks on the edge so we can cut up inside the pulling guard.
Hey, John, you ever drag anyone into the end zone like they did there at the end of the game?
Yeah, 2020 Bills versus Patriots at home again when I was at the Bills. I didn't know that was illegal. Since when? Like, what are we talking about?
Well, apparently it's not. It's only illegal if they call it.
Yeah, I mean, you can push, but you can't pull. Like, what are we talking about here?
I don't get it. By the way, there's renewed conversation. I know the Players Union released some statements today about the tush push. I made this point yesterday on the show. I'm with you. Like, NFL opened the door for this. You didn't used to be able to aid another runner, but now you can. So why would you be able to push and not pull? I don't understand it.
Exactly. And for the record, I am all for the tush push. If you are against it, you are not a man. You are a sissy little boy. Like the only thing I would say is they need to crack down on those guards be leaving early, and that's a false start. But besides that, if you can't stop that play, then that's too bad.
I don't know if you saw the way Minnesota tried to stop it, but they literally had a guy on hands and knees sideways at the line of scrimmage. Is that what we've come to? Like, if Minnesota's playing like, let's play the wheelbarrow defense? What is that?
He needs to roll better. He needs to roll real hard so he even gets to get under there. I mean, I don't know. It was unique. I don't think it worked, right? I think they got the first down on one of them. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, shoot. It's not it. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe they should go full firewood defense and just stack 3 straight guys like logs at the point of attack.
Just put everyone. I guess you can't, because then teams are going to start running outside. But put your baddest man at nose and tell him, go make a dang play. I mean, I don't think it's. I mean, obviously it's a very successful play, but I mean, it's a quarterback sneak, bro. Like, if you want to stop it, stop it.
There's got to be a reason it's so successful, though, all the time, right, John? And why has only one team been able to perfect it?
I mean, I'm not a very big Jalen Hurts fan, but I think that's probably what he's best at. He's a freaking hoss. I mean, he can squat a whole bunch. He's strong as heck. And I really think they just rely on him to find the hole and push. And then they have Saquon now, who's another strong guy who can just push him in.
John Feliciano with the Niners the last couple of seasons on the offensive line with us, as he is every Tuesday on Willard and Dibs. Hey, I wonder if you'd give a little review of the other trenches, like the other side of the ball, because all of a sudden, even without Nick Bosa, the 49ers were able to generate a pass rush. And Bryce Huff is out now, so that's its separate concern. But what did you see the Atlanta offensive line essentially struggle with on the Niner pass rush, because that had been non-existent for about 3 weeks prior to Sunday?
Yeah, and I think Atlanta's offensive line is, they're not bad. They're not slappies. I mean, they're pretty decent. I mean, Samo last year, I just remember him in practice, and it was like, dude, you're going hard every day. Like, there's some days where, you're supposed to work hands and feet. Samo is, I think Sam is going to be a really good player continuing. And I really like Alfred Collins. He's really good. I think they did a great job getting him and the other rookie, the DN. I'm sorry, I forgot his name. But I think they're all. Yes. I think John did a great job of finding the guys he wanted, and I think they're producing. And they have crazy Kasarik over there that's not going to let them not be prepared. So it's also a credit to Kasarik because he's a really good defensive line coach.
Yeah, and crazy Kasarik, and maybe it's, Robert Saleh and whatever else was going on. It seemed like that defense was playing with such extra motivation after the Fred Warner injury. How much can those little things inspire a team, even in a short sample like a one game?
I think it's huge, man. I think Bethune, sorry, I forgot
Tatum.
First name
Tatum. Yeah, Tatum.
Bethune. I think it's huge for him to come out and have a good game off rip. I mean, a really good game. I think that's just going to keep building his confidence, and he's showed that he can play some ball, and I'm excited to keep watching him.
I'm sorry, John.
Yeah,
I'm a little distracted because we're sitting here talking to you out on the splash patio. We're out at a big restaurant bar right outside where the Warriors play. There's two pigeons that are doing things to each other, John.
Yeah.
They're doing stuff here in front of us at Splash.
Wow, you're getting a little show while you work.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah. It's a fornication sensation is what it is, John.
Well,
I'm sorry. I mean, seriously, if you two can't get a room, get a nest, all right? Thank you.
All right, they flew
I'm trying
away.
to do a show here.
Yeah, Mongo scared them away. They just flew away. That was one of the odder experiences I've ever had out here, John. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, anyway, back to the trenches.
Anyway, yeah.
Okay,
You ever seen two birds do it before, John?
I'm not really watching that on my downtime.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Don't Google it. It'll change your Instagram algorithm. But anyway, John Feliciano was with us. Hey, by chance, did you watch Monday Night Football? I think for you, late into the evening last night. Did you watch the Houston Texans offensive line?
No, I watched earlier today. Yeah.
Right? Like, what are we talking about here, John? What are the Niners, like, I know their pass rush, again, all the injuries makes it tough, but my God, this is, I think, the worst offensive line in football.
I mean, there's a few real bad offensive lines this year. And yeah, I mean, poor Sam. I love Sam Darnold. Unfortunately, he's a Seahawk now, but he's nice to take some more licks.
Yeah, I mean, taking a lot of licks, and I think the Houston Texans offensive line is even at a lower level. So when you think about this game coming up, Niners won't have Bryce Huff, but the Texans offensive line is terrible. Is this another game where the Niners maybe can exert their will in those trenches?
I think so. Houston's another team like Atlanta for me, where I thought they were going to be a little bit better than they are. I don't know what's going on. There was some bad ball. We covered some of the sacks that they gave up. It's one thing to give up a sack, but then when the quarterback runs back another 7-8 yards and gives up a safety, like that's no bueno. We don't want that. We want that on our side. We want that on Sunday.
Right.
That's quote not our fault, right, John?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's this not our fault segment this week is going to have a lot of them.
I love it. Hey, they kind of went into the whole, like, it was a bit of a Jimmy Garoppolo type looking game for the Niners on Sunday night, but what did you think of the performance of Mac Jones?
I mean, I think he did well. He gave the ball to his playmakers. That one third down, I want to point out that, Kittle didn't have a catch or yards or whatever, but that big play that they threw to Christian on third down, if you didn't tell, there was 3 guys around George Kittle in the zone that let Christian be wide open, and Mac dotted him, and Mac's very smart, and if you're going to give him something, he's going to take it.
And on that play, John, I was looking at it again this morning. Atlanta rushes 3, which means you're dropping 8. So it's 8 on 5 in the secondary. And, yeah, you're going to double or triple George Kittle. But can they have some awareness of the fact that Christian McCaffrey is running right down the seam to the 5-yard line?
Yeah. I mean, that's not a good look. I mean, how do you? It's bad when you drop 8 and you give up a big play. Just ask Brian Burns. He was pretty pissed off about it.
Yeah, right.
No doubt.
Hey, John, you said there's a handful of offensive lines around the league right now that you think are just kind of underperforming. I need names. Who are they?
Ooh, you want names?
Yeah, I need names.
Right. I don't have no plans on playing for any of these teams.
Okay, good.
So, yeah, the Texans, Jets.
Yep.
Titans.
Yep.
I don't think the Seahawks line is great. I got to give you one more for a top 5.
Yeah, you could put your eye patch on and just close your eyes and see a team that had 96 yards of total offense, John.
That was my last one. The good old Raiders.
I mean,
I know you tried to leave all your ex-teams out of it, but you just couldn't.
I mean, how could you? Although he was never a Las Vegas Raider, I don't believe, so it almost doesn't count at that point.
Yeah, just the the whatever that shit was.
Yeah, that's one. We're still trending toward the under. John, when you have a team like the Raiders, who they can't score and they can't get 100 yards, and the Jets, who can't win, at what point does that start to erode the overall morale and just the confidence of a team when you can't win and you can't even move the ball?
The Jets are in a bad spot. I grew up a Jets fan when they had Wayne Corbett and Santana Moss, Chad Pennington, John Vilma, all those guys, Curtis Martin. Gone are those days. They look terrible, and it's crazy because they have a really good defense that tries to keep their offense in the game, but and now there's probably gonna be a quarterback controversy over there. Yeah, it's gonna be they're 0-6. It doesn't look like it's gonna get better. It's gonna be a long 11 weeks for them.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, the owner comes out and is ripping the quarterback right in front of the media earlier today. So I'm with you. That's going to be a real uncomfortable end of the season there. Circling back to the Niners, John, I want to know from you the effort and the numbers that we saw on Sunday night. Is it a Styles makes fights kind of a thing, or how sustainable do you see that approach?
I mean, I think that's the offense. I think that's what we're going to get to, and I think that's what we're going to continue to see. We're only going to keep getting better when Ricky gets back and my boy Brock. Hopefully Barch gets back here soon. I think we're hitting our stride.
No doubt. And you think about when Brock does come back, do we ever get to a spot 2 weeks, 3 weeks, I don't even know how long it'll be, where if Mac is keep doing what he's been doing, is there ever any sense in the locker room of a quarterback controversy, especially if you're winning with the other guy?
Zero.
Wait, did you say hero? You might have...
Zero.
Gotcha.
Zero.
Gotcha.
Brock Purdy is a leader in that locker room. Everyone can't wait for him to get back.
I wonder, it's interesting, John. I mean, I think that's the sense from the organization as well. But how do you give us fans a sense of what the locker room does or how the guys feel when you do see someone like this? Because, I mean, there is the scenario where there's another 2 or 3 weeks and Mac is like 7-1 as a starter. So, how do players kind of deal with a situation like that?
We appreciate Mac. We say, love you, buddy. Great job. Be ready just in case we need you again.
Pretty cut and dry.
Yeah,
I get it.
yeah.
I get it. John, great stuff as always. We get to break down that Houston offensive line again next week when we talk to you next, man. So we'll look forward to it. We appreciate you.
Appreciate you guys. See you next week.
Yeah, yeah, and let us know when you're coming on out here. I got a couple of things I'd like to say to you face to face, John. If you got the guts to come out here and face the Dibber.
All right, well, just make sure you don't bring any pigeons with you.
Boy, I'll tell you what, there might be baby pigeons by the time you get out here.
Someone on our chat said that the two pigeons were reenacting the tush push, John. So there's that.
Who knows, man? With Jake being out, who knows what's going to happen?
One of them yelled first down when they were done. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but anyway, John, thank you, my friend.
All right, guys.
All right, there he goes. John Feliciano, the man they call Mongo.
Dallas Goedert.
Joining us.
Jalen Hurts.
Joining us right here on 95.7 The Game, Willard and Dibbs. He told us that it was George Kittle, and apparently it was George Kittle.
Yeah, and he's right, and I don't know a ton about, this or that when it comes to formations, but I did notice a lot more runs to the inside the tackles, power, where you've got Juszczyk leading the way, you've got Kittle out there containing the defensive end, and McCaffrey was able to get some of those interior gaps. You get to the second level and make one guy miss, and now instead of the usual 3 yards, 2nd and 7, he's getting 8, he's getting 11, he's getting 7. There were a lot more runs that got to that second level.
It's Willard and Dibbs live at Splash at Thrive City, and it is presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. From one haunted house laugh to another, Nick Friedel is going to join us from Los Angeles coming up here shortly as we get back to Warrior basketball. And as promised, we will unveil the very special limited edition Steph Curry, The Town bobblehead, available to the first 10,000 fans who get tickets and come to the game on November 24th here at Chase Center. We will unveil this. It's never been seen before.
Never.
So you got to get to YouTube right now. We'll open up. We'll find out what's in the box. What's in the box? We will open it up coming up next. So make sure you're with us for that and for the conversation with Nick Friedel. We'll get back to your phone calls. There's Greg Cosell's laugh. 888-957-9570 is the number. This is Willard and Dibbs.
It all starts tonight. Your Golden State Warriors open the season against the Lakers.
Curry gets an open three. Look, it's on the way. Tie game!
It's a full season of Jimmy Butler with Steph Curry and Draymond Green.
Back cut Butler. Layup is good and a foul! He got fouled by Dunn!
Warriors-Lakers. It all starts tonight at 7. Pre-game starts at 6.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry. You're listening to the home of every Warriors game, 95.7 The Game.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
The NBA season tips off, and so does DraftKings' newest fantasy game. DraftKings Pick 6 is the easiest way to play for big wins, with every possession giving you a shot at real money. Here's how to play. Just pick more or less on 2 or more stats, and unlock the upside every game brings. The better your picks, the bigger your payout. Pick 6 is available in your state. Plus, new DraftKings customers can get $50 in bonus picks with just a $5 entry on your first pick set. Don't just watch basketball, cash in. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app now and use code THEGAME. That's code THEGAME. Play just $5. Get $50 in Pick 6 bonus picks. Make the call. Ride the upside. In partnership with DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. 1 per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Pick 6 bonus picks that expire in 14 days. Limited time offer. See terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Hear that? That's Mike. He took ZQL Pure Z's, so now he's sleeping soundly on a Sunday night. ZQL Pure Z's are fast-acting melatonin gummies with a complementary botanical blend to help Mike get the sleep he needs to wake up refreshed and ready to conquer Monday.
Let's do this Monday.
ZQL Pure Z's, just for sleep. Really great sleep. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Use as directed.
McDonald's has classics, but then there's the classic. 2 beef patties, sesame seed bun, made perfect with iconic Big Mac sauce. And now I can snag one with fries and a soft drink with a $9 Big Mac Extra Value Meal. That's a Big Mac, medium fries, and an ice-cold Coke, all for $9. Score the classics at Mickey D's. They're classics for a reason. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal. Promotion pricing may be lower than meal pricing. Coca-Cola is a registered trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Do you owe back taxes to the IRS? Whether it's due to job loss, a divorce, a new business venture, or you just didn't file your taxes, don't lose hope. Powerful relief programs are now available that can help you and may reduce or even eliminate what you owe the IRS. With the cost of living affecting millions across the country, Tax Relief Advocates is urgently notifying anyone with $5, $50, or even $500,000 in back taxes to the IRS to call to get relief options. With over 1,000 5-star Google reviews and an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau, TRA is America's trusted choice for real tax relief. Relief options are now available that can give you a fresh start and peace of mind. End your tax nightmare today by calling our tax relief hotline. Dial 800-390-8432. 800-390-8432. That's 800-390-8432. Or visit TRA.com. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Hey everyone, I'm Josh Radner, and I am so excited to tell you about How We Made Your Mother, a rewatch podcast looking back at How I Met Your Mother. And I'm here with Craig Thomas, who co-created the show along with Carter Bays. Hi, Craig.
Hey, Josh. Somehow it has been 20 years since the show premiered. I'm going to check the math on that. 10 years since it went off the air, and we thought that made this a perfect time to look back, see what the hell we did, and why the show still seems to resonate with fans around the world today.
Follow and listen to How We Made Your Mother wherever you get your podcast.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
Windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, this is an exciting moment for so many reasons.
So many
reasons. First of all, we're live at Splash. We're getting ready for opening night. Second of all, cousin Nick Friedell's about to join us on the River Islands guest line. That's amazing. But we're also about to unveil, for the first time ever, the Steph Curry, the Town limited edition bobblehead that will be given to the first 10,000 fans in attendance at the game on November 24th against the Utah Jazz. But not only that, the reason it's a limited edition, and Nick knows this, is because in the bobble, Steph is wearing the very special The Town uniform with the brown, almost kind of...
It's caramel.
Yeah, it's caramel-inspired uniform that has been getting so much buzz. And as it turns out, Dibs is now wearing that uniform.
Oh, yeah.
You should stand up. You are wearing the shorts, too. Nick, you can see this on YouTube, can you not? He is wearing the entire uniform right now on the tube.
Of course he is, Mark.
Of course he is. That's the best response anybody could have had.
Of course he is. Those bobbleheads. I was there the other night for that Jimmy Buddy bobblehead, and the line was out of this world outside Chase. So I know that those things will be flying out of the boxes as soon as the day comes.
Well, I'm going to open this thing up right now because we promised it to our audience. So here it comes, Nick. You will also be among the first to see the limited edition Steph Curry, The Town bobblehead. All right, it just fell over. Nope, I got it. All right. Oh, he's got the mouthpiece even. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. There is the Steph Curry limited edition, The Town bobble. I'm going to turn it around slowly as if it's like in the middle of Times Square or something.
He's still bobbling.
Yeah, he's still, there it is, little bobble.
Yeah.
Little bobble. There it is. What do you think, Nick?
Any day you get a Steph bobblehead and you get to watch him play is a good day. So I am all about not only that, but Mr. Dibs in the whole uniform. That is pretty special.
Yeah, I'm just a mouthpiece away, Nick, from basically being Steph Curry. And before the segment, I was doing a little bit of air dribbling, and for a brief moment, I might as well have been the chef out here, other than the height, the athleticism, the jumper, and the multi-millions of dollars.
Yeah, aside from all that, everything else is good.
Pretty much, yeah. 5'8", 6'3". Yeah, we both have 3 kids. What's the big deal? Oh, actually,
Steph's got 4 now.
Yeah, never mind. And hopefully someday I'll be able to match him. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk some basketball, Nick. What do you think? 65 wins, 68 wins. What do you think?
Guys, literally the only thing I would be concerned about if I were a Warriors fan is can they stay healthy going into April, period. I'm not worried about wins or losses or whether they hit a certain mark. I am not going to judge this team until we know what they look like going into the second half of the year and if they're healthy enough to get rolling. Because
Randy, are we good?
Looks like, and what other person is on the trading block. But if they can stay healthy, they're going to be just fine as far as I can see right now. And if they stay healthy and they have Steph looking like the player he looks like, not just last year, but in this preseason, they're going to have a chance. And that's all you can ask for at this stage with this group.
Let's just assume that they don't stay quote-unquote healthy. And I'm thinking about the 2014 Spurs where you had Parker miss 14, Duncan missed 8, Kawhi missed 17, whatever. That's kind of a normal NBA year. Do the Warriors this year have enough depth to be able to sustain some absences of their older core 4?
I believe they do, Mr. Dibs, but it's contingent as always on Steph, because if Steph goes down, everything changes and this team looks dramatically different. If Jimmy were to go down for any stretch, I think the same thing applies, because as deep as this team is, if you lose one of those guys, it's just not going to work the same way. So, yes, this team looks very deep on paper. And, yes, I think there's a lot of talent to sustain them for a couple weeks here or there, depending on which guy may or may not be out. But if they lose either one of those guys for a lengthy amount, they're in big trouble. But the caveat there is that's every team in the NBA. You lose your star, you've got big problems. It's just that the stars look a little different here in the Bay, with Steph being Steph and with a healthy Jimmy being the player that he can still be.
Nick Friedel covering the Warriors. He'll join us on 95.7 The Game twice a week, every week here on Willard and Dibs, and we're looking forward to that, Nick, all year long. Hey, what do you make of this report that Jonathan Kaminga is probably in the starting lineup tonight?
Mark, it makes sense to me in that he has the size, he has the length. Steve Kerr has repeatedly praised the way that Kaminga has played in the preseason. He seems to be doing more of the little things that the Warriors have been hoping that he would do as far as the passing, getting up and down the floor. So I think it makes sense not only because of the matchups against the Lakers, but Kerr said sometimes you just want to reward a guy for a really strong preseason. Give him some more minutes. Give him a starting spot for a second. Everything changed because Moody is out. It certainly is going to look a little different throughout the first couple months here because Kerr has said over and over that he wants Al Horford to play about 20 minutes. So whether he starts, comes off the bench, we're going to see. But the Kaminga thing on the surface makes sense, and I think that the Warriors would love to see him take that step that we've all talked about early in the year.
And that step that you're talking about is really going to be, I think, center stage tonight, right? When you talk about guarding Luka Doncic. If he does start and you've got Steph and Jimmy out there, he's going to be a tertiary scorer most likely. But isn't that step more the intangibles, Cousin Nick?
That's exactly what it is. And Mr. Dibbs, I boil it down even more to Kerr said running up and down the floor, passing. If he plays defense consistently, there are not going to be any issues with Kaminga. We know he can score. We know he has the athleticism to change the game when he needs to. Can he play defense over and over, night to night, to a point where Kerr and the coaching staff trusts him more? If he does that, the Warriors are going to be just fine because, guys, it ties back to what we talked about at the start. If he does that, then you start thinking, oh, the depth on this team is pretty legit. Or going into the trade deadline, you say, hey, we really like the way Kaminga's playing. Maybe he can get us another piece or two that can help solidify us as we make one more push for that next ring.
Our guy Nick Friedel with The Athletic, covering the Warriors with us every week here on 95.7 The Game and getting us ready for the matchup to start this thing off tonight in L.A. against the Lakers. Nick, take us maybe inside this matchup a little bit. I mean, I get what you're saying about things making sense, at least in the temporary, because of the lineup that the Warriors have. How much of this has to do with Luka Doncic? Like, Jonathan Kaminga and how many other Warriors can take a turn at guarding Luka tonight?
The context here, Mark, is that Steve Kerr said when you don't have LeBron, you don't have to worry about the LeBron rules. And certainly Warriors fans and the organization knows all about that. You've got to just run bodies at him constantly. Everybody gets a different shot to see how they match up against LeBron. But what Kerr was saying yesterday before they got on the flight was a lot of the same stuff is with Luka. You have to make sure that everybody is aware of where he is on the floor. And when you watch the Lakers play without LeBron, especially with Luka having gone through this transformation with his body and losing this weight and seemingly able to move around even better on the floor, you go, oh, okay, well, everybody's going to have to watch where he goes. So to the point about Kaminga, he may get some run there. You don't know how many different people will cycle through. I'm used to, in all these years covering Jimmy Butler, seeing him get the matchup against the best player that every other team has. I'm sure he'll get a few possessions through time. If Moody were healthy, and this ties into the pods part and where Kaminga fits, at least in the short term, Moody would be getting some run against him as well. So everybody's going to get a chance, but when you have a team that is so centrally focused on what one guy can do. And I know Reeves can play. They have some other pieces, but Luka's Luka, and he's one of the best players in the game. I would expect the Warriors to do everything they can to at least slow him down and force somebody else to beat him.
And what are some of those other pieces, Nick, outside of Austin Reeves you mentioned? I know Jared Vanderbilt and Rui Hachimura can be a threat, but athletically, who else do the Warriors have to contend with defensively especially?
Well, Mr. Dibbs, that's exactly why I would think the Warriors should win this game. Because you just mentioned a few of the guys. There's nobody that, strikes fear in your heart. I mean, this is the opener. Everybody's going to get some minutes. Kerr mentioned guys also yesterday. Ideally, he'd like to go about 11 deep, or at least he thinks he can to this point. There's enough trust where you think, oh, okay, maybe this works. What I'm curious about is he has mentioned repeatedly how much Will Richard has impressed not only the coaching staff, but some of his teammates. Does he get a couple seconds out there early on, especially as an athletic wing guy who can defend in different places? We're going to see. But Dibbs, specifically to the Lakers, they don't scare me. I mean, if you put LeBron out there, sure. But if you're the Lakers, I would think that you are just racing up and down the floor. You want this to be a track meet early on. You want Luka to get rolling early and find his rhythm. But when you look at this game tonight on paper, you would just figure that the Warriors are a little bit better top to bottom.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app and coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Today on Willard and Dibbs, we're live from Splash at Thrive City, and it's presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage, brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. Speaking of imagine that, let's imagine the age 37 season for Steph Curry. Nick, what are we really realistically supposed to expect here? Just same old thing? Another year of greatness from Steph?
100%. I don't have any question mark that if he is healthy, he's going to be the same old Steph. When you watch the way he puts in his work, you see a player who still wants to be not just the best player on his team, but wants to be one of the greats in the game this year. And I'll give you a quick example. We were at USC last week while they were here on their first preseason trip. Everybody comes down the stairs in the Galen Center, and they start to walk out towards the buses, and everybody in LA has people they know or people that they can go get a lunch with or somebody they're trying to see. What does Steph Curry do? Instead of going right out the door to the buses, Steph goes left into the USC weight room, and he gets another hour workout as part of his daily regimen. He, in my experience as a journalist covering the league, he's as regimented a player as I've ever seen. There is a reason, guys, that he has been able to withstand this level for so long. And of course, look, we're still in the third week of October. Can that sustain itself for 6 months? We're going to find out. But Mark, if we were betting on does Steph look about the same or does he take a step back this year? Give me the money on Steph being at that same high level every day as we start the new year.
Can you say the same thing about Draymond, who's a year and change younger and a guy who also goes out there and puts in the work? What's the sustainability for Draymond, considering the wear and tear, but also realizing that he may not have to play the 5 as much this year with Al and Quentin in the fold?
I don't think there's any question, Ms. Dibbs, that Draymond certainly didn't come into the shape of camp that Steph did, but that's why there's only one Steph. What I would tell you about Draymond is, in listening to him, in watching him on the floor, especially in the brief doses that we've seen with Horford, I think Draymond feels like he has a new lease on his basketball life because he'll do whatever he needs to do. As he said, he trusts Kerr. He knows that Kerr has helped him win plenty of rings. He'll do whatever the team needs. But if he isn't down there on the blocks playing 5 every night, that takes a huge burden off him. So I think that he is going to feel reborn moving around the floor a little bit because he doesn't have to cover so much and he doesn't have to work around the big bodies every single night whenever Horford is out there. Now, can he sustain that again through the months? Well, we're going to find out. But I'd say this, having been around Draymond at these various stops in my own career, when Draymond knows there's a legit chance to win, his level night to night is just completely different a lot of the time. He knows as we start this year that they have a legit chance to win. People might hear that and say, oh, come on, these Warriors, all these old guys. It doesn't matter what people think on the outside. They believe they have a legit chance. And when you have a motivated Draymond Green, you have the best player that the Warriors can have in the fold.
We're hanging out with Nick Friedel with The Athletic, covering the Warriors as we are only hours away from the Warrior-Laker game. And, in fact, the NBA season is starting right now with the Thunder and the Houston Rockets getting started. So we made it. We're here. We're also live on YouTube out at Splash. We have unveiled the all-new limited edition Steph Curry, the Town bobblehead that will be given away on November 24th at the game. So you can get on YouTube right now and see that, and also see Dibs wearing the actual uniform. It is not his size, which makes it even better and even funnier to look at. But you can check all that out at YouTube right now. And, Nick, you can help us kind of get a conversation started that I think we're going to do with our listeners after we're done hanging out with you, and it's this. If I take away the obvious stuff, like if I take away Steph and Jimmy and Draymond, and I think about the fact that in 2022, the Warriors don't win that title unless Jordan Poole has kind of a surprisingly good season. Who's that player this year? If I take away the big three, who's the most important Warrior who needs to have a great year?
Mark, this answer is very, very simple to me. It's Pods. Kerr could not have been clearer in his praise that Pods is a connector for the rest of the group on the floor. Steph said it the other day, Draymond as well. They're not looking for Pods to go out there and score 20 or 30 every night. They're looking for him to set everybody else up and kind of fill in the gaps. If that means that the stars are on the floor, he can come in and hit some shots, play some defense, find his way. If that means they're not on the floor, and let me repeat to everybody what you guys say every day, there are plenty of times this year when those guys aren't going to be on the floor, the Stephs and the Jimmys and the Draymonds. Pods is going to have to step up his own game. He knows it. He's looking forward to that challenge. But if you're looking for the person that needs to take the step the most in order for the Warriors to have that kind of success, it's absolutely Pods. And I would also tell you, as somebody that flatly didn't believe that Andrew Wiggins could take another step in a new culture, I was wrong completely. Andrew Wiggins was the second best player in that title run during that stretch. So when you have Jimmy, that should allay any concerns of who the number two is going to be. Count me in the group that still believes when Jimmy's good to go, he's as good as damn near anybody there is. The point is, you need somebody to kind of come out of the weeds a little bit and go, hey, I'm here, and I can really help. And to me, as we start this year, that guy is Pods.
If we put aside injury as a possible downfall for this older Golden State Warrior team, when you look at the West overall, where would you slot these guys, Nick?
I'd put them 3 right now, Dibs, assuming that they can get through relatively healthy. I think OKC is clearly number 1. To me, Denver's number 2 because of Jokic. I just think people don't understand how awesome that dude is night to night. On top of the fact that I think Denver really re-upped what they needed on that roster. You look at a guy like Cam Johnson, I think he's going to help them. If you fill out the roster correctly around a player of Jokic's caliber, anything is possible. It all boils down to getting everybody to the same place when the playoffs start. I think that OKC is probably going to win another title. That's where I would put my money as we start today, a new year. The Warriors have a chance, though. And people that don't like the Warriors and don't believe, and I say this as somebody that didn't think they had a shot in hell to win another title a few years ago, and they won that bonus title, and it was like, oh, okay, we see what this can be. I absolutely believe that is possible this year. There are just a lot of different reasons why it may not work. We know about the age, we know about health, but if they can get all those things figured out, they have the top-tier talent that any great team needs to have. And if Steph is Steph, like we've been saying, they're going to be right there.
Nick, you've got him ahead of Houston, huh?
I don't buy Houston in the biggest games yet, Mark. And we started to see that a little bit last year, and certainly you had Kevin, and I know people are ready to kind of write him off sometimes as that top-level guy. I am not. I think Kevin, when he's on, is still awesome. And I know how much respect he generates still within the league. But I like this Warriors team. I like the depth. I love the Horford signing. Again, if we keep going back, that's the biggest word there is. If Horford is still Horford, and all these guys keep saying that he is the same player when he's out there, well, then he fills a huge need for them, and he's going to fit into the framework of this room. But to me, if all things are being equal, the Van Vliet injury really hurt Houston. I don't know if they're going to be able to mesh that quickly, and I don't know who else is going to be able to help Kevin that same way night after night. Şengün is a hell of a player. Can he get his game up a little bit more? We'll see. But I know that nobody is Steph. And I think the reason I still think that shot is within is because I'm watching the work he's putting in every day. I'm listening to everybody else around him, and I'm saying Steph is still Steph, and there's no reason to believe otherwise yet.
We're so excited to have you on every week, Nick, and we have an assignment for you tonight if you're up for it.
Please.
This is a big game. This is a big game because a lot of these fans that are going to be in that building tonight are also Dodger fans, and they need to be knocked down a peg.
Oh, boy.
We've had it, and so we're going to need to swagger in there and tell a few people a few things, and you're on the scene, so you're the man for the job.
Oh, my. Well, I mean, the biggest Warrior Dodger fan of all is Steve Kerr himself. So you guys can tell him that in a few days when he reappears.
We've sort of repressed that thought. We don't go there. Do you know what I mean? You know, like on Thanksgiving when you got families that have a Republican and then a Democrat, they're just like, let's just talk about turkey. Like that's how we handle Steve Kerr, Nick.
I don't blame you, Mark, but I would tell you that any team that has Shohei, much like I'm sitting here saying Steph is still Steph, Shohei is just a completely different dude. So best of luck to Toronto. I know people don't like the Dodgers in the Bay. I understand, but there has to be a respect for greatness. And what everybody's watching with that dude is next level stuff.
Like I said, we don't want to talk about it, Nick, but thank you very much for coming on, and we'll do it again next week.
Guys, I want you to know how much I enjoy being with you, and I look forward to this season.
Can't wait. Can't wait. Nick. All right, there's our guy. That's Nick Friedel with The Athletic covering the Dubs. We're sponsored by Surfside. The Golden State Warriors are back. Cheer on those Dubs with an ice-cold Surfside. Only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. So it's easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside. Proud partner of the Golden State Warriors. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. Yeah. Why don't we load up a bunch of Warrior fans right now and let's start talking ball as we move toward this game that is only a couple plus hours away. 888-957-9570. If we remove the big three, for you, who's the most important Warrior this year? 888-957-9570. We will take your phone calls right now live at Splash. This is Willard and Dibbs.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly Open Phone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see the full selection of Thermador appliances. Thermador provides a range of possibilities, from refrigeration to dishwashers or cooking with steam or convection. Come into Friedman's Appliance, and right now, you can receive up to 3 complimentary gifts with qualifying purchase. See all Thermador appliances displayed beautifully in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and at friedmansappliance.com.
When you own your own business, you own every decision. Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with the toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge. Big props to this team. Some decisions are a win-win, like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal está? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
From 20th Century Studios. On October 24th, discover why critics are calling Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere an intelligent journey into the soul of an artist.
I don't need to be perfect. I just want it to feel right.
Golden Globe winner Jeremy Allen White.
Trying to find some real in all the noise.
Academy Award nominee Jeremy Strong.
You always do.
Springsteen, Deliver Me From Nowhere. Only in theaters October 24th. Get tickets now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
In San Francisco, it's 64 degrees and sunny.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
America's favorite car show makes its final Bay Area pit stop of the 2025 season at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. It's the Good Guys 35th Fuel Curve Autumn Get-Together, November 8th and 9th. For a chance to win tickets courtesy of Good Guys, visit 957thegame.com.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. And you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line. So make sure to keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
That's a lie. We do know when Steve Kerr is going to be on the River Islands guest line.
Well, this week.
It's going to be tomorrow. It's going to be tomorrow. And for those of you who are snappy and smart, you can look at the Warriors schedule and select each week which are the days that they don't have a game. There's a pretty good chance on one of those days that Steve Kerr is going to be on the River Islands guest line.
Yeah, you can.
Every single week.
Yeah, you can go ahead and do 1 and 1 plus 2, and you can kind of figure it out. And so they play tonight, and then they play Thursday, and
they play Friday.
Well, there you go.
There you have it.
And he wasn't on yesterday, so
Exactly.
you can kind of go ahead and figure that thing out. But
nothing gets by you, pal.
That's right. And always great to talk to him. And hopefully we'll talk to him tomorrow off a win. Just looking at the number, Warriors a road favorite by 2.5 against the Lakers, according to ESPN Bet.
And according to Nick Friedel, too, who's like, on paper they should win this basketball game. I mean, look, it's early. It's a basketball game. It's a road game. Everybody's kind of in a feel-out process. This is not a game that I would bet. But, yeah, I think the Warriors will have a good chance to win it. And, some interesting stuff, I think, coming out of that conversation with Nick Friedel. He seems to have a lot of confidence in a few things that I think we'd love to highlight. And, again, we'll take your calls. We're going now pretty much all to you all the way up to 6 o'clock, getting ready for the Warriors season in terms of how you saw the offseason, where your excitement level is, your confidence level, and who do you see as kind of the linchpin beyond the big three to who can elevate this team to where they want to go. So we'll take your calls on that at 888-957-9570. But a couple things I heard, he really, really thinks that having Jimmy and Steph healthy and ready to go for a full camp and a full season, that that cannot be sort of overstated. And there is a belief from Nick, even though there is this age thing, there's a belief that the Warriors are a true contender here. He also slipped in. He loves your guy, Will Richard. I think there is a role. I don't know how early it'll be in the season, but a role for him this year. And then obviously interesting how he answered the question we just threw out, because he was definitive. Who's the most important Warrior outside of the big three? They want to step forward, and he said Pods.
Yeah.
I'm a little surprised by that.
A little bit, but when you think about what he has been, and, just when you mentioned Will Richard, I was thinking back to Pods in his rookie year, and he opened up with 3 DNPs. He played in a blowout against New Orleans. He sat 2 more, and then from then on, he started to play and play more. And over time, he went from 8 minutes to 11 to 8. Then he played 39 minutes, and then he started to be a regular fixture in the rotation. So can Will Richard have that big of an impact right away? Probably not, because Pods got into a team that had just lost Jordan Poole, and so there was more of a spot. But I don't think Nick's wrong about, who has to have the biggest impact. Maybe it's me being Pollyannish and hoping that everything's going to work out, but my answer still is Jonathan Kaminga. And I think about if the Warriors are going to go deep and do great things, I do think that the best way, the most straight-line way for them to be a 50-plus win team, a deep playoff contender who plays into mid-May to late May or even deeper, I do think that the straightest line to that is Jonathan Kaminga stays and Jonathan Kaminga fits. So
That's
for me,
interesting.
the answer is Kaminga. And if Kaminga can do the things they need him to do, and they decide that for whatever reason they don't trade him or they don't want to trade him, and Kaminga becomes like your really super sixth man, seventh man, whatever it is, he gets you 28 minutes a night, he gets you 15 points a game, and he also does all the other things you need him to do. That, to me, I don't think it's that much of a long shot. I'm not saying he's going to suddenly become a great passer and a lockdown defender, but
here's how I'd answer that. I totally get what you're saying in terms of the skill set that us fans see. You're going to get wooed by talent. Why would you not? And Jonathan clearly has buckets of it. So I fully get that whole thing. But what you just stated, dude, that would be one hell of a transformation. Like that would, if he can do that in one summer, while spending that summer also in the midst of tense negotiations, I mean, color me impressed. If you can suddenly be that kind of an all-around presence and also suddenly be happy being only a top-scoring option when Jimmy and Steph are either hurt or not on the floor, and then filling in with rebounding and running the floor and you know, being a rotational passer, all of the things that the Warriors ask all of their players to do that they've openly stated has not kind of been what Jonathan feels comfortable doing, at least not to this point. Dude, that'd be a hell of a transformation if that can happen.
And I'm not saying that he's going to go from where he was to being able to check all those boxes. I just think if he can check some of those boxes and become a better defender and become a more active and interested rebounder and become a player who fits more in the general flow of the offense, little things like that. And to me, the easiest one for Jonathan is, all right, Jimmy's going to sit, Steph's going to sit, load management, whatever. Now you get a chance to go out there and be the dude. I think that's going to be the thing that comes to him most easily. So, I don't know. That to me becomes, if you want to talk about 53, 54 wins and a high seed and a deep run, for me, it's more of a straight line to have Jonathan step up than it is to try to trade Jonathan for something else and then get that person to fit. I do want to ask people at 888-957-9570, what's your prediction? Because we just asked Nick Friedel, and he said, I got them as the 3 seed. So my thing to you earlier was, are they a 1 through 4 seed? Are they a 5 through 8? Are they a 9-10, barely make it in the play-in, or are they out entirely? So I'd just be curious what Warrior fans think, because Nick's not a Warrior fan. I mean, he covers the team, he likes the people, but
an analytical response.
Yeah,
I said 5 through 8, but I would have also qualified that with I think 5 or 6. I don't think it needs to be. If it's a play-in team, then some things didn't go right. Yeah, maybe with their health or whatnot. I do see them as a top 6 seed, maybe even a top 5 seed.
Well, we can even change the parameters and do 1 through 3, 4 through 6, 7 through 10. And then all the way out, because 7 through 10 is the true play-in realm, and 1 through 3, 4 through 6. If you're 4 through 6, you're still a playoff team, guaranteed.
No, you're in good shape, and I think that there's so many little things. If the last couple of years have taught us anything about the West, the difference between the 3 seed and the 6 seed might be a game or two.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, go back a couple years ago when they played the Kings there, and the Kings were the 3 seed and the Warriors were the 6 seed, and I think they were only separated by 2, 3, 4 games, and the Warriors were favored to win the series, and then they did. Same thing last year. Warriors come in as the 7 seed. It was funny the other day when Steve Kerr said, we look back at last year and we upset the 2 seed, and I'm like, Vegas had you as a favorite in the series, right, Coach. So I get what he's saying, though. The West is so bunched. I see no reason why it won't be the same this year. So could they be a 3 seed? Sure. Could they be a 6 seed? Sure. Could the difference between that be a game or two? Absolutely. I kind of expect it to be.
Last year it was 4 games between the 2 and the 8.
There you go.
So the Warriors were the 7, and they were 4 games behind Houston, who was the 2. You went beyond Oklahoma City, 52, 50, 50, 50, 49, 48, 48. That was your seeds 3 through 8.
Yep.
separated by 4 games.
And we're blowing off teams right now, and I get why. But, for instance, you remember who the Warriors had to beat in the play-in last year was Memphis. Memphis, Desmond Bane's not there now, and so everyone's just kind of like, oh, they're out. Well, maybe, you know what I mean? But that's a team that still has some players. Are the Spurs going to be a bunch better? I don't think better enough, but, could they be a factor? Are the Blazers ready to play basketball at a play-in level? Yeah, that might be the case for sure. There's some mystery out there. Are the Kings going to be, people are laughing at them right now because the roster is just so wonky, but it's also talented. Could they kind of catch some lightning here or there? I don't know. The Pelicans are really young, and that's probably a team on the outside looking in. I don't even think about Utah and Phoenix. So I get but think of all the teams we just left out of that grouping. They're all capable. They're all capable, to me, of a top 4 seed. When you list OKC, Minnesota, both LA teams, Lakers, Clippers, Rockets, Warriors, Nuggets, Mavericks. That's 8 teams I just mentioned.
Yep.
I think those are the top 8 teams on paper, but any one of them is capable of a top 4.
Yeah, and anyone, some of those are capable of falling out and beyond, but if you want to look at the Vegas over-under win total, Utah's at 18.5. I was going
to say, I'll take the over.
It's a little low.
Jeez.
18.5 for Utah. So Vegas is telling you that that's a team that's going to be 20-62 if they go over. Sacramento 32.5. Portland 35.5, Phoenix 30.5. So you look at those 4 and you throw in New Orleans at 30.5, they might be your bottom 5. So now you're left with the top 10 who are all going to be fighting for play-in or playoff spots. And I would put the Warriors in the middle or toward the top of the middle of that group. So, yeah, I do think that at the top it gets a little bit rich for their blood, but certainly not at the bottom. They're going to be better than all those teams.
All right, so as we move through the remaining 90 minutes of the show until we get to Warriors Live with Grandy, and then the actual game, Warriors and Lakers, right here on 95.7 The Game. Wide open for your calls on any of that at 888-957-9570. We did still want to hang with our Tuesday process, though, and that means John Feliciano. And then, of course, it also means we take a look back at the Niner game and do Grandy's grades.
All right, Grandy's grades after a Sunday night football win. Definitely feels better now than it did last week. We go, as always, through the different position groups for the 49ers here on Grandy's grades, and we begin with the quarterback position, which was, once again, Mac Jones. Felt like Mac wasn't asked to do nearly as much this week, and a big part of that, of course, is because the run game was so dang good. Mac just 17 for 26, 152 yards, no touchdowns, and 1 interception. I didn't really think that the interception was on him. Maybe he was setting his guy up, Juwan Jennings, for a big hit over the middle, but Juwan's got to at least not bat that ball up in the air, and it certainly was one that he should have caught as well. So I don't really count that as a knock against Mac Jones. And I thought he executed exactly what Kyle Shanahan asked of him. It wasn't an amazing performance, but by no means was it bad. I gave Mac Jones a B+ for his performance on Sunday night.
Oh, wow. Maybe it's me reflecting just on the victory, but I gave him a straight A. And maybe it's Herm Edwards in my head. You play to win the game. And hello, I thought that the game plan was for him to do just that. You mentioned the interception, clearly not his fault. And other than that, I'm hard-pressed to find a, quote, mistake. So for me, this was a classic, go out there and protect the ball, which he did. So I gave him an A. He went out there and won the damn game.
I understand both grades. I too, wrote down B+ and acknowledged that maybe that's not fair because Mac did everything that he was asked to do. But I also, Grandy, agree with you that he wasn't asked to do what quarterbacks are always asked to do. So in this particular game plan, maybe an A wasn't even available because he didn't make the big mistake. I don't put the interception on him at all. But when you're only asked to throw the ball down the field 2-3 times in a game, he did it. He did it well, but it's hard for me to give that performance an A. But I'm kind of with you both in a way. But B+ is what I wrote down.
Yeah, B+, still a very good grade for Mac Jones. All right, up next is the skill positions. This is running backs, wide receivers, and tight ends. George Kittle back into the fold and didn't have a catch, only one target, but you could immediately feel his impact, and you just look no further than Christian McCaffrey's stat line, averaged over 5 yards per carry, 129 yards on the ground, led the team with 2 touchdowns, also led the team with 72 receiving yards. He had 201 yards from scrimmage in this game. Not a lot else from the other skill position players. We mentioned that Juwan Jennings dropped that led to the interception. Demarcus Robinson also had a costly drop on a big third down in the second half. McCaffrey's doing a lot of the heavy lifting, but it wasn't great from some of the others. Skill positions for me, led by McCaffrey, get a B+.
Yeah, exact same thing I wrote down, and for the same reasons, like Kittle's blocking and presence combined with McCaffrey's execution, and I'll give a little nod to Brian Robinson's fill-in runs, which were also really good. To me, those were the A-level things, but if we're looking at the whole group, you can't keep it in an A because of those 2 plays you just mentioned, which both at the time threatened the game. I know the interception was very early, but the turnover battle has to be won. And the Niners were lucky to kind of end up with a draw on the turnover battle because of the Jennings bobble, and then the Demarcus Robinson ball through the hands really threatened the game at that time too, so that knocks him down to a B+ for me.
Yeah, I gave him a straight B. McCaffrey gets an A. If I did A+, he'd get one, but I don't. And I thought the rest of the group got a C. You mentioned it, Grandy. They didn't really do much else other than the 2 drops. I know that Juice had a good catch. Bourne did as well. But when I balance out the 2 grades, and McCaffrey should be weighted more heavily because he basically was the offense. And, yeah, I thought that by and large they were very good. McCaffrey was phenomenal. I gave him a straight B.
Fair enough. All right, up next is the offensive line. I mean, this was, I think, pretty clearly their best day of the year. What they allowed McCaffrey and Brian Robinson to do on the ground. The Niners ran the ball 39 times. Kyle Shanahan said the goal was 40. They almost got there, 174 rushing yards. As a team, they averaged 4.5 yards per carry. It felt like this team was so thirsty for runs of just like 5 or 6 or 7 yards. They had like 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, all up there in the double digit in terms of a single rush by Christian McCaffrey and even Brian Robinson. And Mac Jones only sacked a single time. A lot of that was throwing less and getting the ball out quick, but still hard for this offensive line to have a better day than they did, in my opinion, especially when you consider that their center goes down and Matt Hennessy steps up, and hard to tell much of a negative difference. Offensive line, an A- for me. I thought they were very good.
Yeah, straight A for me, and I'm not seeing any. The opening play, Pooney allowed a sack, and he had that funky play where Connor Colby ended up catching the ball and losing a yard. Yep. Heads up, gutsy play by the guard. I gave him a solid A.
Yeah, A for me as well. Pooney gives up the early sack. If that's all you give up for an entire game, then I'm fine with that. When you run the ball the way they did, and a very, very big nod to you lost your center. Yeah, I know some people didn't like the center, but that's adversity for an offensive line that's already lost another starter this year. And to have Hennessy fill in that well, I don't know how to give him anything but an A.
All right, up next, we switch over to the defensive side of the ball. It's the front 7. We know, of course, who you're down. You're down Nick Bosa, Bryce Huff. We know he's now out for at least a couple of weeks with a hamstring, but he was awesome in this game. Sam Okwuonu was good. Both those guys had sacks. They had 2 other tackles for loss, although not all of them came from the front 7. They did, in fact. They did come from the front 7 in both of the other linebackers, D. Winters and Tatum Bethune. Bethune stepped in for Fred Warner and did a very good job. Front 7 gets an A. Hard for me to ask for more from a group that has been depleted as hell.
They won the game. They get an A. I know the offensive line did too, but these guys to really lead the way. Again, no interceptions, so I'm going to give it to the front 7 for them to hold Penix down, to hold Bijan Robinson down, to get a pass rush without Nick Bosa. What Bethune did, I'm with you. This is an A.
It's an A- for me to what you guys are talking about, where you only had a couple of real times where you pressured the passer. You still can't really get an interception because your pass rush is not consistent enough. And the way they got home a lot, they did have to trick it up. That said, they held Bijan Robinson down, and the front guys, Okawanu and Huff, made the biggest plays of the game. Maybe I'm nitpicking, but I gave them an A-.
All right, up next is the secondary, corners, and safeties. I thought they had a really good day as well. Also down some key guys and losing a guy in the game in Renardo Green. Drake London is one of the best wide receivers in the NFL, and the 49ers shut him down to the tune of just 4 catches on 10 targets. And some unsung guys had good games. I thought this was another really solid performance. No interception. Again, though, not perfect, and A- the secondary.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
No, it's you. I stepped
no,
on it.
No, it's you.
No,
it's you. I stepped on you.
No, I stepped on you. It's you. It's actually been you.
Whatever.
Yeah.
B+ for me.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, not perfect out there by any stretch.
Well said.
But at the same time, what the heck is perfection in the secondary in this day and age of the NFL? I want to mention Chase Lucas. I thought that was an inspiring performance.
Insane.
And the play of the game at the end to be in the right spot on 4th and 1. Really good performance for them overall. B+ is the number.
Back to you, Grandy. He said what I said, and I was going to say what he said.
Perfect. Up next is special teams. Eddie Pinheiro cannot miss. He's setting franchise records left and right. If this was just Eddie P, he would get an A++. That's how good he's been. They weren't terrible elsewhere. There was one bad kickoff return kick coverage by the Niners that gave Atlanta field position in the second half right around midfield. Another questionable decision by Sky Moore, this time not to catch a punt instead of catching a punt. So it wasn't perfect, but still good. B+ special teams.
Oh, is it me? Yeah, straight B, Grandy. You said it very well. The Sky Moore experience, I've about had it. Like, you're at the 10, catch it. You're inside the 10, don't catch it. Maybe it was opposite day, like what the kids do, but no kickoff touchbacks from Pinheiro, and the 45-yard kick return did cost him 3 points. I had it as a B, Mark.
Niners need to put a buzzer on the line, on the 10-yard line, so that he can feel it in his feet and therefore make the correct decision. But actually, Sky Moore didn't bother me nearly as much in this game as that kickoff return, which threatened the game, and it gave Atlanta momentum right back at a key time. So for me, B-. Thankfully, Pinheiro steadies out that grade.
Yeah, he's been amazing. And last but not least is coaching. Robert Saleh is a miracle worker. Kyle Shanahan had himself a really good game as well. I was a little confused by the clock management at the end of the first half. That's really the only gripe that I can think of on this coaching staff. They got an A.
I go A-, but it's not because of clock management. It's because of the 3rd and 1 hand to Juszczyk. Got a little bit too cute. A time or two out there with the play calling, but outside of that, Kyle did his normal thing and had a wonderful game plan, and Robert Saleh obviously is having a hell of a week and is a magician, so A- for me.
I'm going to add in that 2nd and 8 play where they went for the little flipperoo pitch to CMC that lost 5 yards. McCaffrey tried to come out. Shanahan sent him back in. They dialed up the big 17-yard play that set up the touchdown, but those 2 play calls, like, Kyle, you're a genius, but sometimes it's okay to just keep it simple and get the 1 yard. A-.
All right, and that's Grandy's grades for this week.
Grandy's grades,
very,
people.
Very nicely done. All right, every Tuesday we dive into that. But now we clear the decks, and it's going to be an hour and 20-minute race to the finish line and to the start of Warriors Live. The Warriors and the Lakers will play basketball, and it counts in just over 2 hours, and we're going all the way up, and we would love to hear from as many of you Warrior fans as possible. 888-957-9570. Let's hear your voices. Let's hear from you. What's the outlook? And let's go ahead and define it. I like where you started. Is it a top 4 seed? Is it a 5 through 8? Is it an unfortunate 9 or 10? Or is it out of the playoffs entirely? Pick one of those and then state your case. We'll take your calls next and all the way up until 6 o'clock. 888-957-9570 is the number. Tune into Warriors Live with Grandy at 6, presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. And we're brought to you also by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Live at Splash, getting ready. It's Willard and Dibbs.
It all starts tonight. Your Golden State Warriors open the season against the Lakers.
Curry gets an open three. Look, it's on the way. Tie game!
It's a full season of Jimmy Butler with Steph Curry and Draymond Green.
Back cut Butler. Layup is good and a foul! He got fouled by Dunn.
Warriors-Lakers. It all starts tonight at 7. Pre-game starts at 6.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry. You're listening to the home of every Warriors game, 95.7 The Game.
Hi, this is Brian Bakhtiar, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. The fall season is upon us. That means football, baseball playoffs, and kids back in school. At Stevens Creek Subaru, this is one of our favorite times of the year. Fall is also when we get our first rains of the year. And that means dangerous road conditions. That is, unless you drive a Subaru with symmetrical all-wheel drive. Subarus are built for any road condition or terrain, whether it's a drive to the coast or up to the snow. The safest pick is a Subaru.
This month, lease a new 2025 Crosstrek 2.5i Premium for just $238 per month. Just $238 a month for a new Crosstrek from Stevens Creek Subaru in San Jose. 36-month lease. No security deposit needed. $29.95 due at signing, plus tax, license, and registration fees. Includes $85 dealer documentation fee and first month payment. Acquisition fee $650. MSRP $30,177. 15 cents per mile over 10,000 miles a year with Tier 1 approved credit. $300 disposition fee. One at this payment. VIN number S8268128. Offer expires end of month. See Stevens Creek Subaru for details.
On Stevens Creek Boulevard or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. Buckle up and drive safely.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
When your coffee game isn't strong, people can tell. Good morning! See what I mean? But at McDonald's, your coffee game is always strong. A medium caramel or mocha frappe, just $3.89. A medium iced coffee, only $2.79. Big flavor, cool refreshment, and your morning's back on track. Don't risk a weak coffee game. Keep it strong at McDonald's. Order ahead in the app today. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
The NBA season tips off, and so does DraftKings' newest fantasy game. DraftKings Pick 6 is the easiest way to play for big wins, with every possession giving you a shot at real money. Here's how to play. Just pick more or less on 2 or more stats, and unlock the upside every game brings. The better your picks, the bigger your payout. Pick 6 is available in your state. Plus, new DraftKings customers can get $50 in bonus picks with just a $5 entry on your first pick set. Don't just watch basketball, cash in. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app now and use code THEGAME. That's code THEGAME. Play just $5, get $50 in Pick 6 bonus picks. Make the call. Ride the upside. In partnership with DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. 1 per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Pick 6 bonus picks that expire in 14 days. Limited time offer. See terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Hear that? That's Mike. He took ZQL Pure Z's, so now he's sleeping soundly on a Sunday night. ZQL Pure Z's are fast-acting melatonin gummies with a complementary botanical blend to help Mike get the sleep he needs to wake up refreshed and ready to conquer Monday.
Let's do this Monday.
ZQL Pure Z's, just for sleep. Really great sleep. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Use as directed.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks VapoStick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks VapoStick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Bay Area, it's Jimmy Butler. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. And you can see us live on YouTube and Twitch right now. Just search 95.7 The Game and make sure to subscribe.
Look, the bottom line is that hits different because Jimmy, and we've told everybody this, you know, we get all these little fun things from the guys, and that happens at the beginning of the year, and so we never had any of those from Jimmy Butler.
No.
We had Kyle Anderson, but we didn't have Jimmy Butler. And now we got Jimmy Butler. It's kind of like going to the store as a kid and getting another pack of baseball or basketball cards, and you finally get the one you've been looking for.
That's the one.
We got Jimmy Butler now.
And we got a Draymond Green in there, and which is exciting. And, of course, you know, the chef who's so generous and so good for all that. But, yeah, we got a Jimmy Butler, and maybe, hopefully, at some point we get an Al Horford. Hi, this is Al Horford.
He wasn't there.
No.
Yeah.
Not yet.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Jonathan.
That's right.
Everybody all late to media day because you couldn't sign your contract.
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding. All right, look. We have our time until Grandy takes over at 6. We got a little bit over an hour. And all we want to do is talk futuristic Warrior basketball with all of you. 888-957-9570. And the real quick thought is just where do you see this going? Do you feel like this has got top 4 seed energy? Do you feel like it's more 5 through 8, either a back half playoff spot or a frontline play-in spot? Or are you feeling less confident? Is this the back end of the play-in tournament at 9 or 10, or do you actually see the Warriors in some way, shape, or form as out of this entire dance? If you feel that, I would say you're just a negative Nelly unless you're predicting major injury to major players, and I don't know how you necessarily do that. But let's hear from you. 888-957-9570, and first up is Matt in Oakland. Matt, thank you for the call. What's going on, man? What are you doing?
What's up, fellas?
What's up?
Unfortunately, I have to go to Home Depot. But yeah, everything's great. Really excited. The answer to your 3 questions is yes. I haven't the faintest idea where these guys are going to land. They could go between them and the Clippers. I think, wow. I mean, I think OKC will be at the top. I think Denver will. The Clippers and the Warriors have the widest spread to me. And obviously, you know, this doesn't count a big injury. I would believe 3. I would believe 10. I haven't the faintest idea. We'll see if this rickety old thing can make it through 82. if they do, I mean, look out. They're all healthy in the playoffs. Look out. But I haven't the foggiest idea of where this team is going to end up. And I would be lying if I said otherwise. I sure as hell hope they, I could see them at 3. If I had to bet my life on it, I'd say 4 or 5. But, I'll believe anything. I don't have a clue. I don't think you guys do either, by the way.
Matt, obviously nobody knows what's going to happen next in life, but what's the scenario in your mind that puts the Warriors at, as you said, 10?
Oh, well, one of these guys breaks down, or 2 of them. Or the young kids don't, they take a step back. That happens sometimes too. I mean, because, the preseason doesn't count. We've seen them play great. We've seen them play lousy. If I had to bet, I'd say 4 or 5 if I really had to, because I think they're going to be really good. I would believe as high as 2, maybe. And I think 10 is probably not, but who knows, man? I think them and the Clippers are really have the widest spread because they got fabulous Hall of Famers who could easily, be gone for half the season. So that's my take. It's not very helpful, but that's what it is.
No, it's all great. And thank you for
Matt.
that. And if you think about last year, they had 48 wins, and they were the 7 seed. 2 years ago, they had 46 wins, and they were the 10 seed. So it really can depend on what the league looks like. And 2 years ago, you had at the top 57, 57, 56, and then you got all the way down 51, 50, 49, 49, 47, 46, 46. So that level of parity, I think, is going to be there again. Now, last year, OKC was amazing, but beyond that, it was very tight from 2 to 8. And so 2 years ago, it was very tight from 4 to 10. And I think that we're going to see that same sort of a tight grouping. Can the Warriors be at the top of that group? Absolutely. And I think that health is obviously the biggest factor in all of it.
I mean, here's the other thing to think about in those Western Conference standings, and we think about win totals and what that sort of puts you at, because correct me if I'm wrong, the year that they beat the Kings and then lost to the Lakers, they were clearly the 6th seed. Did they have 44 wins that year? Is that all they ended up? 44 wins. So you can go from 44 wins as the 6th seed to 48 wins is actually, a 7 or an 8 seed.
They were the 3 seed that year. 48 was the 3.
Right. So, there's a big variance in what I'm wondering. I'll agree that it's bunched up, but because of the depth of the West, I think that those numbers are going to come down a little bit this year. I don't think that you're going to have 48 wins put you in the 7 or the 8 seed this year. I think because there's so many good things in the West, it's going to kind of bring everybody's record down a little bit. I think it remains bunched up, and that's what I'll say. I do think the difference between the 7 seed and having home court advantage in the first round could literally be a couple of games.
Yeah, and I think last year was skewed by the fact that from the 1 seed to the 15 seed in the West was a 51-game difference. Oklahoma City finished 51 games ahead of Utah. In 82 games, they were 51 games better. That's bananas that the top team was so good and the bottom team was really, quite frankly, so bad. I do think that this year, again, your bottom 4 are going to be probably bad, but I don't think, to your point, that the top 4 or the top 1 is going to be amazing again. I don't think that Oklahoma City is going to go out there and win 65 games. They might win 60, but and I was looking at their win total. They lead basketball at 62.5 is their win total. And then among Western Conference teams, the Warriors have the 5th highest number at 47.5. They're behind OKC, Denver, Houston, and the Clippers. They're 1 game ahead of LA, 3 ahead of San Antonio, and this is according to MGM, BetMGM, 1-800-BET. And these are just Vegas totals, but the Warriors won 48 last year, and their number is 47.5.
Yeah, what is
that's a tough number?
Well, it is, and Granny thinks that's stealing money to bet the over on that.
He won't.
That the Warriors will get. No, he will, and I think he has.
I already have, Dibs.
Hello, you're not. What are you waiting for tonight to do it? It's going to go up tonight once they beat the Lakers.
Well, the association's already underway.
It is.
Shengun shooting threes. They're losing.
No, they're up by 3. They're up by 2, actually. Yeah,
I don't have a TV out here on the patio. They were down 5-2, and I immediately wrote them off.
Playing from behind. Anyway, I think there's only 3 teams in the West that I can sit here right now and say, I'm going to brush them off. I'm going to brush them off as if they're not even in this thing. Pelicans, Suns, Jazz. Like that, to me, that's the not a threat group.
John Bloom, your good friend, broadcaster for the Suns.
What are you going to do about it, man? Kevin Durant's not on the team anymore. Bradley Beal's not on the team anymore. So I don't even see them as a threat. And then there's another group where I'm like, all right, you can give somebody a game, and you can maybe threaten for the back end of the play-in tournament. I don't see you as a huge threat, but like you're dancing potentially, and that goes to the Kings, the Spurs, and the Blazers, and the Grizzlies. That's kind of who I see in that particular group. And then the other 8 teams, dude, you're all dangerous. You're all good. You're all dangerous. I think all of you, if blessed with the right health and coaching and just the right things that happen on your journey, you're capable of a top 4 seed.
Interesting that you put the Spurs in that bucket because their over-under win total is 44.5. So the markets think more of San Antonio than you probably do in that spot. And a lot of that is the Wembanyama factor, and you got to love the big Frenchman and all the rest of it. And Stephon Castle, a guy who you were raving about last year.
I love Castle. I love Wemby, but these are still pups. They're kids. Yep. I don't think that they're ready to win at a high level. I think that sometimes win totals at the beginning of a year start making assumptions about young players and big names. I mean, shout out to Goo. I hope we see him tonight. He's been saying all week long, last week too, he really loves the front line of the Dallas Mavericks. And I do too. And then he goes, and then you add in Cooper Flagg. And I'm like, what does that mean? Why are we I get that he was the number 1 pick in the draft. I don't make the assumption that because you're the number 1 pick in the draft, you are automatically going to have an immediate imprint on an NBA season in the Western Conference. To me, Cooper Flagg is a complete question mark. Yeah, that's great. He's super talented. He's the obvious number 1 overall pick. Does that mean he's going to come in, fit right away, and when Anthony Davis inevitably gets hurt early in this season and Kyrie's not back yet, what do you have? That any night Anthony Davis is not playing for that team when Kyrie is not back yet, that's a bad basketball team, in my opinion.
Well, if you look at the history of number 1s overall, it's rare that a guy comes in and is super impactful and leads his team to a winning year. The aforementioned Victor Wembanyama, he comes in and he averages 21 and 10, and San Antonio was terrible. Zachary Richardson last year, he was not Atlanta's best player. He averaged 12 and 3, and I think that they made the play-in, but didn't make much noise beyond that. But even Cade Cunningham, you and I have talked a lot about it. When he was a rookie, they were terrible. And Anthony Edwards at Minnesota, he was great, but they still hadn't yet arrived. Usually when you get the number 1 overall pick, you're a really bad team.
Yeah.
Now Dallas wasn't because they won the lottery out of nowhere, but it doesn't mean that he's going to come in and be great and that they're going to take a giant leap. They might. As you like to say, they're allowed to.
They're allowed to.
But the West is rife with a lot of difficult games.
All right, so where do you see this going for the Warriors? Top 4, 5 through 8, or something lower than that? 888-957-9570. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app and coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And particularly today, Willard and Dibs is live from Splash at Thrive City and presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. And that's exactly what we're doing right now. Imagine that. Imagine the NBA season, and how do you see it going? Yeah, that Western Conference group, I mean, I think we underrate this all the time. Cooper Flagg can be uber talented, and yet that doesn't affect winning yet. to me, the hardest thing to do in the NBA as an individual player, especially a young player, is have an impact on winning. And this is the thing that we fall in love with, just talent. And talent is step one, right? Jonathan Kaminga's got tons of talent. Cade Cunningham, for years, you could see it right away. You're like, that guy has a lot of talent. But it didn't really contribute to winning at a high level until last year. And even last year, you're like, there's a certain point in the arc. You're like a high-ish seed in the Eastern Conference, but you're not really taking a team all the way, at least not yet. So Cooper Flagg can be on the team, and that may have its moments up and down, but like, is he ready to affect winning? He's got a blend with Kyrie, who's not even there yet. Clay is another year older. I'd love to see Anthony Davis stay healthy for a year. I'll believe it when I see it.
Usually doesn't happen.
Yeah.
And, you look at Wembanyama as a rookie, he was awesome. They went 22-60. Last year they went 34-48. So you could look at the progression of that team and think 22-34. Will it be 46? That would be a nice secondary jump. It's probably going to be closer to 40-41, and that would get you into the play-in. And then next year would be where you would look to San Antonio and think, all right, now you can go ahead and make that leap. And we can talk about Paolo Banchero in Orlando and the fact that now in his third or fourth year, they've done that same trending. Cade Cunningham, they've gone boop, 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 boop. 3 or 4 years, 3 or 4 steps of you're better, the cast around you is better, and the team is starting to kind of figure things out. And that's where, you look at a lot of these teams, and Cooper Flagg's a good example. If he's your best player, like Wemby was as a rookie, you're going to be 22-60. If he's your second or third best player-ish, and if he's your fourth best player and he has a good rookie year, now you've got action if you're Dallas and Davis is healthy and Clay still has the jumper and all the rest of Kyrie still's got life left. That's where it's interesting. You look at the young teams with the young core, then you look at the old teams, the Warriors and the Clippers with the old core, and then you look at the teams who are peaking, like Denver, Minnesota, even Memphis. They don't have quite the same core. OKC. You've got a bunch of guys who are in that 26-30 range, and that's, if you're the Warriors, that's what you're going up against. You're not as worried about the young pups, and you're more worried about these teams that are 6, 7, 8 deep with guys all in their late 20s.
I want to take a moment, too, to acknowledge the Warrior fans who got here a good solid 2.5 hours before tip-off. Those Adirondack chairs you've been talking about are starting to fill up.
Yep.
Got a lot of blue and gold out here. This is going to be a real watch party now up here on the screen at Chase Center with the Warriors on the road. But with a beautiful night in the city, this is already starting to fill up 2 hours ahead of time. I love seeing this. And I think that the first week of the season is really going to maybe help activate people. I've tried to make this point a couple different times this offseason. It was a weird offseason. And I think, in a way, while people might be optimistic about the roster they've ended up with, the offseason did not do the Warriors franchise any favors in terms of building excitement.
Yeah.
They were the last team to make a move. And so much negativity and opinion surrounded the Jonathan Kaminga situation, and it really overwhelmed what the Warriors were trying to build. And then once they finally had news for people, it was all just like this dump in like 4 days.
Right.
It was like, here we go. Here we go. Jonathan signed. We got Al Horford. We get Seth, and Seth will wait till November 11th. And here comes Anthony Melton, and GP2 is back. Training camp. Go. And then boom, like 2 weeks later, here we are. And so it's also all the while the 49ers are off to an interesting and good start. And so I just think that tonight might be jumping on people a little bit. But between now and a week from tonight, the Warriors will not only be 5 games into the schedule,
yep.
All 5 of them are against these Western Conference opponents that we're talking about. And I think if they're able to navigate that, let's say with at least 3 wins out of those first 5, that'd go a long way to kind of stoking the fire for the year.
Yeah, and I do think that what you're saying is interesting, and I'm not just saying that because that's exactly what I wrote down. 5 games, 8 nights, all on the West Coast.
Yes.
So you do need to yak in because these games are going to be coming at you pow, pow, pow. The big challenge, even for an older team early in the year, is they have 2 back-to-backs. They play this Thursday, Friday. They play next Monday, Tuesday.
Yep.
So, I don't know if Al Horford is for sure not going to play back-to-backs. We can ask Steve Kerr that tomorrow when he joins us. But an older team, you want to make sure you kind of spell guys early in the year. It's not just, okay, we're going to wait until February and, now you're tired? Now we're going to give you a blow. You do have to kind of space some of this stuff out. You've got another back-to-back, 2 in early November, the 4th and the 5th, the 11th and the 12th, the 18th and the 19th. So within the first month of basketball, you've got 5 back-to-backs for an older team. So it's going to be important for them to come out and get spots where they can rest guys and still win basketball games.
Yeah, and only one of these back-to-backs will include a plane flight, at least over this next week. 888-957-9570, the number. Just to familiarize yourself with the cadence of all this. Obviously, they're in L.A. tonight. Thursday night, the home opener. The Nuggets will be here. We'll be here. We're already looking forward to it. They got to get a plane on that night and be in Portland for Friday night. But then you turn around, come right back home, and your Monday, Tuesday back-to-back is here at Chase Center with both the Memphis Grizzlies and then the Clippers coming to town. I don't think 5 games into an 82-game schedule tells you much. Remember last year through the first 15 games, I think they were 12-3, and everybody thought they were going to win a ring. And then a couple months later, they were under 500 before finally making a Jimmy Butler trade and making a run into the playoffs. But at the same time, you're right. This is going to be super fascinating because the Warriors get to hit the ground running at the start of this season. In theory, they are a fully built roster that feels like, as Steve Kerr has put it, a lot of the pieces fit already right out of the gate. And then you get to test it. You get to test it right away. By the time we go to bed a week from tonight, you'll have seen the Warriors play the Lakers. You'll have seen them play the Clippers. You'll have seen them play the Denver Nuggets. And we'll get a better idea of how these new pieces do fit. And then obviously remember, there are built-in acquisitions here as well in the name mainly of DeAnthony Melton and Seth Curry, but hopefully by the end of the week, Moses Moody too. Yeah, and that's what you need to do when you look at the schedule, 5 games and 8 nights to just roll this baby out. And then I'm looking at the first real road trip. You've got 6 games and 9 nights, including 2 back-to-backs, and you've got a stay-and-play in San Antonio. You do a Wednesday, Friday in San Antonio against the big fella, but you've got OKC. Then the next night in San Antonio, you stay and play. You travel to New Orleans, and you travel to Orlando, and you go Orlando-Miami back-to-back. So that road trip, they have 2 of those road trips that are pretty tough. I mean, yeah, it's only 5 cities, 6 games, 5 cities, 9 nights, but that's a lot of games in succession, and this is where I think about the depth, and not only Pods and Kaminga and Buttard and the guys who we're going to play, but even other people like Will Richard, who I love, maybe even a dollop of Pat Spencer and Guy Santos. Players 9 through 13, you're going to need to use some of them in spot to just eat minutes. I want you to hear from Steve Kerr with what he said to us just last week about this very situation, the roster, and how it all kind of fits together and how he believes things could start off nicely at the beginning of the year because of it. Here's Steve Kerr with us last week on 95.7 The Game.
I think we are set. We love our roster. We love the mix of our young guys with our vets. We think our young guys have made huge strides the last couple of years and are ready to take another step forward, and that they'll be able to help us win games when some of the older guys are missing games due to injury or rest or whatever it is. So love the roster. And, to be honest, over my 12 years, I've been incredibly blessed with great rosters year in and year out. So it's not always, a picture perfect fit. I think the last few years, the fit has been a little tricky at times, but this feels really good. The puzzle definitely fits well this year, and we have a lot of guys who can really contribute.
Love it. Roster puzzle.
He loves the puzzle.
Yeah, the puzzle is not fit at times, but this year it does. And I don't know about you, I'm about to sound really, really sports fan selfish, because there are a lot of cities in America who would go, Oh, I'm sorry. Have you not competed for a title for 3 years? Does that feel long for you?
Yeah.
The Niners were in the Super Bowl 2 years ago. The Warriors about 3+ years removed from an actual championship. The Giants haven't been good since 2021. They're about to get a new manager. But I'll tell you what, dude, I don't know. Like, I'm really ready. I'm ready for something that will run deep into a season and make this city really feel it. Feel that anxiety and feel that kind of anticipation, if you will, towards something that could be really, really special. I don't know if the 49ers have that in them this year with all of the injury problems they have, but what a fascinating start they've had. The Giants will open up a new era down the street with a new manager here shortly and start a year with Devers. And then there's this, man, and they've probably, quite frankly, in this moment, they've got the next best shot at actually doing it. And obviously it's late in Steph Curry's career, so there's not going to be – we're not far removed from them having to reboot the whole thing, and then they'll go to the back of the line. But right now, in this moment, today, I see them as the front of the line.
Interesting, because I want to ask you this question, and 888-957-957 if you want to weigh in as well. If you just look at it right now, knowing what we know about the Niners – 5-2 with a myriad of injuries. Warriors about to embark on their first game here in an hour and 45 or so with an older roster but championship pedigree. Who do you think goes deeper? And the 49ers would have 4 playoff games if they went to the Super Bowl, and the Warriors would have 4 playoff series if they won the NBA championship. So can the Niners win a game? Is that more likely than the Warriors winning a series? The Warriors winning 2 series, the Niners winning 2 games? How do you see that in terms of postseason run likelihood?
Right now, it's these guys. It's the Golden State Warriors for me. No question about it. The Golden State Warriors right now are who I would bet on to have the best chance at a long run. I mean, the Giants, are you kidding me? That's not even really a conversation, at least not in this moment. There are parts of their roster that I like, but they need to be rebooted.
Well, it's now 4 years without a playoff berth, right?
No, I mean, yes, it's
the Giants,
announcement,
yeah.
yes.
Now we're 4.
And as far as the 49ers, again, they're 5-2. They're in first place. There's 2 other teams with the exact same record. The NFC feels kind of stacked and deep, and there's no Fred Warner and Nick Bosa. And so I'm super excited about what they've achieved, but the idea that this is going to go somewhere really special feels overly optimistic even to someone like me. The Warriors,
and you're an optimistic guy.
Yeah, I don't think you need to stretch your brain very far to see this getting deep, at least into the conference semifinals. I don't see that as a stretch at all.
And I also don't think it's a stretch to think that the Niners can go to the playoffs and win a playoff game. And, we did this a little bit yesterday, like, if they were a wild card, and who would you most like to play? And you said Tampa. And I think you're right in saying that. If the Niners are the 5 seed and Tampa's the 4 seed, you go to Tampa in January, and you're probably 3.5-point underdogs, maybe 3.5. But, and that would be akin to the Warriors going out and winning 1 series, right? If the Niners won a playoff game, that would be like what the Warriors did last year. They won 1 series. And you also said earlier about, the level of excitement. And I just remember last year, after they beat Houston in 7, we all were super excited.
Yeah.
And we loved their chances to go out and beat Minnesota. They were underdogs, but not heavy underdogs. And so I think before the Steph injury, we certainly were all very excited about what that run actually might have been able to be.
Yeah, no, there's no 2 ways about it. So, and now, again, if you just peel back the onion just to go to last year and look at what this team was once Jimmy Butler arrived, then I don't think you need to stretch your brain very hard to think that this could go well. I get everybody's concern about age, but Mike Dunleavy said something in his most recent trip to 95.7 The Game that I thought it finally caught me. I was listening to it earlier in the day, walking along the Embarcadero with the AirPods and listening to Steiny and Goo. And I heard Mike Dunleavy say, I totally get your concern about age if we're talking about sort of a long-term view of the organization. But that's not what we're doing. We're really looking at this year and next year, and that's it. That's all we're doing. So is there any validity to the idea that you're 35, 36, 37-year-old athlete? Is there a higher likelihood of, like, tweaking a muscle? Sure, sure, I'd buy that. Is there a higher likelihood of breaking a bone or tearing an ACL? I don't know that to be true. And those are the kinds of things that actually derail this. Like, Al Horford did what? Al Horford was 39 last year. He made it through the season. Jason Tatum did not. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's why Al Horford is here. He admitted it.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm here because Jason Tatum's not there.
Yeah, and that whole thing broke apart with one negative step, as we learned.
Yeah.
He did the split step, and same as Halliburton in Indiana, Achilles, kaboom, gone. And so, yeah, all of this could unravel in a very quick and dramatic fashion, and I don't even want to put that out there as a possibility. Of course it's a possibility, but assuming regular health versus, veteran rest, this team should be able to, when you get to April, assuming that they are a team that doesn't have to fight through the play-in and do what they did last year, they should have enough pieces. They should have enough to make some sort of a run.
Yeah, you would think. So 888-957-9570. Do you see this Warriors season as a top 4 seed? Do you see it sort of more middle of the playoff rack, or do you see it as the bottom half and being almost all the way out of this situation? We'll take your calls up to 6. Warriors Live coming at 6 o'clock. 888-957-9570 is the number. I also think just about some of these early matchups. I mean, obviously, it's a little bit of what we would call an intimidation sensation right out of the gate to look at the Lakers and the Denver Nuggets. The importance of getting at least one of these. I think they're the better team tonight. I think Denver is really, really, man, on paper, that team's tough. I love what they did in basically turning the Porter Jr. slot into Cam Johnson. I think is a wonderful upgrade toward youth and both sides of the floor. I love what the Denver Nuggets did, but it would be great. It'd be great to see these Warriors just kind of introduce themselves this year's version to the Bay Area by having an impressive start in these first 72 hours in these first 2 basketball games.
Yeah, and you've got, like I mentioned before, the road trip of a sort of a gauntlet, a lot of games in succession, and you've got a back-to-back next week, Monday, Tuesday, Memphis and the Clippers. And I think the Clipper games this year, for me, are going to be really fun to watch. A little bit of an old-timers feel to it with, their old team. They're actually the only team in the first time this year.
Do it.
Association.
There it is.
They're the only team in the association that's actually older than Golden State. And so they've got Chris Paul 2 years after you had Chris Paul, which is hilarious.
I forgot they have Chris Paul to go with Harden and Kawhi.
That's right, and Bradley Beal, if I'm not mistaken, who's no spring chicken himself. So those games are going to be fun, watching a bunch of guys in their late 30s duke it out. But that's another team that is going to rely on being healthy. Of course, all teams will, and the Lakers, with a 41-year-old LeBron already, with a soft tissue injury, having to deal with that heading into the start of the year. So it's a crapshoot for a lot of these teams, but especially teams that rely on older players.
Well, that's the thing, man. I tend to think that this is just the nature of being a fan. When you're a fan, you look at your team and you roll your eyes. That's just what you do. That's what you do. How many Warrior fans are driving around the Bay right now being like, man, a bunch of old dudes. Well, but those same fans would be like, dude, the Clippers look good this year. Well, they're older. They're even older. That roster that you just mentioned would have been incredible if it was 2014, but it's not. And Kawhi Leonard and health, are you kidding me? I mean, he's probably been the poster of health frustration outside of Joel Embiid in this era of NBA basketball. But I'm not taking shots at the Clippers. They are a good team. I'm just saying that I don't really buy in to the idea that the Warriors are too old. Sure, there's an injury risk. Sure, there's an injury risk if you're 25. You know what I mean? Let's take a look at the Niner injuries. I mean,
football's totally different.
Football's totally different. But okay,
George Kittle, old guy injury.
Then let's do Halliburton, and let's do, you know what I mean? Let's do Tatum, and let's look at some of the serious injuries that have gone down in the NBA. Even Chet Holmgren last year, when the Warriors took him out early. Like, I don't like saying it like that, like it was on purpose.
It was total
but you know what I
accident.
mean? Like,
of all the people to not take someone out, Andrew Wiggins is that guy.
Seriously.
You know?
I look at a Warrior team that simply needs to have a plan. That's all, and they do. And so they will manage this, and it will be difficult, and we'll cross our fingers, and there will be moments where one of them has to limp off, and we'll have the whole MRI thing, and is it only going to be 2 weeks or is it 2 months? Like, of course, that's going to be part of this season like it is for every team. But the more I've thought about this throughout the offseason, and the more I've looked at the depth of the Warrior roster, I am completely at peace with their age.
And I think that what Steve said in that cut we played a few moments ago about the puzzle fitting, and I always chuckle because Steve loves the puzzle. You know, the puzzle pieces have to fit and all the rest of it, but I do think that this year the puzzle actually fits even better than last year. And Kyle Anderson was a good defensive player, but he's not a true space guy. And, you know, DeAnthony Melton was great, and hopefully he'll be healthy enough to be that same player that he was before his injury last year. But this year you do have more pieces, and I think Seth Curry as an off-the-bench shooter helps, and Al Horford is the big key. You've been dying for a stretch five, a guy who can truly be out there and be a heads-up, smart veteran player who can also knock down the three ball, and you've got that this year. And so now Quentin Post, he gets to just be the backup catcher, and I made that call earlier, and I think that's kind of the way you see him.
Yeah.
If, you know, when Al's not in there, he's going to get a chance to play 8 or 10 minutes and shoot it, and when Al is getting veteran rest, he's going to get 15 or 18 minutes.
And he gets to learn under Al Horford, which I think is key. I love your backup catcher idea now that I understand it.
Yeah.
When you first said it, I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? But now I get it. You're basically saying Quentin Post needs to be Al Horford 1.5 times a week.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
it. That's it. And Al Horford gets to be Al Horford like 3 times a week.
Yeah, and you'll have TJD come in, and he will never be Al Horford in that way, but he's a guy who can come in and be a big body, be a disruptor at the 5, and rebound and defend certain people. Like, I'm looking at the Clipper roster, and there's a Clipper that you know I love, Zubats.
Oh, he's
a handful now.
He's really good.
He's a monster.
If you asked me, like, take away the superstars, and you just said go around the league, who would you love to just pluck and make a Warrior? Zubats.
Yeah.
Oh, I'd love it. They would be a total. They'd be. I'd argue that, man, they might be the favorite if they had that dude.
I mean, he can't really shoot it, but who cares? He's a big dude who has some skill, and he's 7 foot 240, and he goes out there and gets every rebound. And I bet you Draymond would love to have him. No more playing the 5, Draymond.
Exactly. Exactly.
He's going to play the 5. But just thinking about TJD and his role, he's going to have a role on certain nights. And I'm thinking about guys like Zubats. You know, when you've got big bodies to face, you're going to need some bigger players, some more athletic, longer 5s who can be specialized players in those spots.
You can hear the party that's getting started here at Thrive City. It's Watch Party Willard and Dibbs, Warriors and Lakers, just 90 minutes away. Warriors live just over a half hour away. And we're talking out the season and taking your predictive phone calls as we do it. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Morgan in Morgan Hill. Hey, Morgan, we appreciate the call.
All right. Hey, thanks, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Really excited for this season. Really optimistic, but I'm also really nervous because I am 37 years old myself. I've played basketball my whole life. I continued, I played in, tons of adult leagues. I'm still in an adult league to this day. And my age 37 year, I'm telling you, I'm now becoming a shell of myself on the court. And so I'm living through it right now. So, but, obviously I'm not a fine-tuned athlete like Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler. But the one guy on our team that I'm most concerned about, his body kind of losing a step, not necessarily getting injured, but just losing a step, is Draymond Green. And if Draymond Green does lose a step, I mean, I think he's still is the key to success for our team, his tenacity, his energy. And so I hope this isn't the year he loses a step like I have, but that's what makes me the most nervous.
I get it, Morgan. I think that's a fair call.
I would say he's already lost a step. So, you hope he doesn't lose another step. I get that. But even though when you watch him, he's not as good as he was, he still is so incredibly smart. And defensively, he is so efficient still that I don't worry as much about him losing a step. I just worry about him being able to stay upright with the amount of ice that he takes throughout the game.
Yeah, they've all lost a step. Honestly, they've all lost a step. Jimmy Butler is not prime Jimmy Butler. Steph Curry is not really prime Steph Curry. Draymond Green is not prime Draymond Green. But my goodness, they're all 90-something% of themselves, and they're all still really, really good. And I get the Draymond point, but I would just say this. Again, the Warriors, to a degree, how are they going to beat you? They're going to outthink you. That they're not going to go over your head. They're going to make you look over there and then go around you. That's the way that they're going to have to win. And they do that really well. And by the way, 8 or 9 times out of 10, I'll take the smart team over the high-flying team. You'd love to have both, high-flying and smart. But if you got to pick one, I'll take smart. And that's the Warriors. And as far as Draymond and, his health and whether or not he's fresh out there, this is, the most important person on the Warriors might this year be Rick Celebrini or whoever is sitting with that whole group and coming up with what we will call the plan. There's no doubt they already have done it. They've already mapped out what they're hoping to do, when there's going to be a day off, Al Horford on a back-to-back, Al Horford not starting tonight, all of that stuff. They're going to have to just do an unbelievable job of managing their assets throughout the year.
And that's one of the things I worry about the least, because they've been at the cutting edge of doing just that, of figuring out how to manage playing time and load and age and all the rest of it. And the San Antonio Spurs, I think, were the first to really load manage effectively to where they won a championship. I mentioned the 2014 team before. That was a team that was load managed because they had older players. So I do believe that this team will do that, and they'll do that very well. I'm more concerned about just the general ability of, especially Draymond Green, to withstand the rigors of a year. And that's why a quick start, a good start to the year is so important, because last year you got Jimmy Butler and now you're chasing games, and they had to chase all the way into April, and then you had to fight like hell to beat Houston, and then you went to Minnesota and Steph pulled a hammy, and that was it. Season over, and that's just the way you don't want to see that go. You want to give guys as much rest as you possibly can. That way you can be somewhat fresh in April.
Indeed, yeah. So 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll keep going on the phones here in just a sec. We're talking out the Warriors season on 95.7 The Game, which is presented by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. How about Cameron in Martinez next up? Hey, Cameron, thanks for the call, man. What you doing?
Driving back from the city in traffic. How you guys doing?
Yeah, we're good, man. We're good.
So I just wanted to call because I heard Steve Curry make a comment on the last preseason game talking about playing Draymond 15 minutes a game at the 5 when you have Al Horford, which to me seems crazy if you're trying to load manage him, because why would you want him playing the 5? That's going to put a lot of abuse on him. He's played better at the 4 in my opinion anyways. Just want to get your thoughts on that.
Well, I think that you might be kind of overselling, quote-unquote, 15 minutes a game. I think that's the idea. To the Warriors and to Draymond, that's a huge step back. That's gaining a lot of energy that he didn't have before, because what they have been watching is at times that number needs to be up more towards 25 or 30. So you're going to have Al Horford tonight. You probably have Al Horford on Thursday. You're not going to have him on Friday. Quentin Post factors into this. Guy Santos factors into this. All the frontline players will factor into this. But again, I mean, that's the only way I can answer it, Cameron. I don't know how you would, Dibs, which is 15 minutes a night at the 5 for Draymond Green. That's a good thing. That is lessening his time there.
I also was thinking as Cameron was making the call, and thank you, Cameron, for joining us, it's a little bit like the 49ers with Christian McCaffrey. The Draymond Green playing the 5 gives you an advantage. Defensively, he can do it. It's taxing. Offensively, other teams have to match up. You can't put your 5 on him. Even Ivica Zubac, and I love Zubac, he can't guard Draymond Green. He won't guard Draymond Green because Draymond's playing point guard. So what you do is you force the other team to adjust to you. So I was thinking about McCaffrey, where you would love to not have him have 31 touches a game, right? But you want to win the game, don't you? And McCaffrey is your best option in the pass game and in the run game. So, sorry, Christian. I know you don't want to, quote, play the 5, although he probably does. And you may not want to have him have, 446 touches, which is what he's on pace for, but you want to win. So he gives you the best chance to win. Draymond playing the 5 has been wildly successful for the Golden State Warriors, so you're going to do it. You're going to do it in spots, and you're going to do it in certain situations because it's a winning formula.
Yeah, I mean, it has been, and I'm just kind of perusing through some of the stuff that a lot of the beat writers have said. Nick Friedel just yesterday wrote, Kerr reiterated today that Al Horford will not play in any back-to-backs this year. So they'll decide each week whether he's going to sit out the front end or the back end of each set of games. I'm no Warrior coach, but if I'm looking at this week's back-to-back...
Yeah, talk to me.
I tell you what, how about if Al plays when Jokic is playing?
Okay.
And then Al doesn't play when you have to get on a plane, fly to Oregon, and play a bunch of the kids up there with the Blazers.
Interesting, though, and I don't think you're wrong, but if you do that, then you got a Monday, Tuesday here, Memphis and the Clippers. If you sit him on the weaker of the two, Memphis, well, now that's back-to-back games he doesn't play.
Yep.
And then you dust off Al Horford and you throw him out there against L.A. I'm not saying he'll be rusty, but I do think it's interesting the way you laid it out and the way Steve put it, like he's not playing back-to-backs. And then early November, you have Phoenix here, and then you go to Sacramento.
Yeah.
Well, that's one where you can sit them both.
I mean, it's actually one question I'd love to ask Steve tomorrow.
5 o'clock.
Yeah, 5 o'clock tomorrow, Steve Kerr. And I'd love to ask him, so please remind me.
Okay.
I'd love to ask him, are you looking at those back-to-backs and making a decision solely on Al's body and how he's feeling? Or is it also matchup dependent? So when you mention next week, and you go, okay, Monday it's Memphis, Tuesday it's the Clippers, immediately my mind goes, Zubats. I want Al in there.
Yeah, but you got Triple J's, right? He's still
right.
He's back.
Different type of a player, though. Different type of a player who, in my opinion, spends way too much time out of the three-point line, but he does. And Zubats much more of a traditional center, much bigger guy. Jaren Jackson Jr., in other words, you could guard him with a multitude of smaller 5s or even 4s with the Warriors. I don't think you can do that with Zubats. To me, Jokic, Zubats, those are the kinds of players that really take Draymond's energy. So when you're playing one of those guys, I'd love to see Al play, but I have no idea if that's the way the Warriors are approaching it.
Yeah, that'll be a good question. And, like I said, early November, you got Phoenix and Sacramento, and, you got Sabonis there in Sacramento, and he's a guy that I'm sure Draymond would love to play against because that's just a classic Draymond matchup. So that's a good question. I'm going to give it to you. Steve probably won't, but is it based on like the metrics of Al's body, or is it based on the matchups? How are you going to determine which end of the back-to-back Al sits?
Yeah, so but we expect him in there tonight. I have still not seen from anyone an official starting lineup for tonight's game. If you're just getting in your car this afternoon, a report came from Shams earlier today that Steve Kerr was, quote, leaning towards starting Jonathan Kaminga. We know he's starting Steph, Draymond, Jimmy. Brandon Pajemski is thought to be the very likely starting 2 guard. And then who's that last person? I think a lot of us were assuming it would be Al Horford, but they do want to limit his minutes. Maybe they'll bring him off the bench tonight. And it sounds like the thought was Jonathan Kaminga is going to get that spot at the 4, Draymond at the 5 to at least start this game tonight. That has not been confirmed, but that's the thought. And then we see where it goes, and we get an immediate look at that group of 3 that got so much discussion last year. Draymond, Jimmy, and Jonathan. The metrics were not good when they were on the floor together, but we might not have to wait to see it. It might be right away tonight.
Yeah, if it is right away tonight, and based on what I've been noticing of the substitution patterns, Jimmy Butler is usually like the first guy out. 5 or 6 minutes of Jimmy, boom, you're out. So I don't think that you're going to have to worry too much about a long run of that. I don't know if Steph's rotation changes early in the year. It used to be he'd get a whole first quarter, sit for 6, get the last 6, and kind of repeat that in the second half. I know as he's gotten older, it's changed a little bit. Draymond, too, doesn't get quite the same length up front, but I'll be interested tonight to see that substitution pattern, especially without Moses Moody, and seeing how long that opening lineup goes, if it is, in fact, J.K., Draymond, and Jimmy Butler.
Okay, I can pass this along because Steve is talking in L.A. right now, and Steve Kerr has declined to share his starting lineup.
No!
He has declined to share his starting lineup, only saying that he projects that Al Horford will play around 20 minutes and will not play in back-to-backs, which we know, and he has reiterated that a number of times.
Yeah, there you go. And so, the 20-minute range, if you want to just think about the 5, Al Horford plays 20 minutes at the 5. Then you've got Draymond for, let's just say, 15 minutes at the 5, just for the sake of argument. Now you got 13 minutes for Quentin Post and or TJD. Most likely Quentin Post, I would imagine. And none of this is an ironclad number, but that's basically the ballpark on how that will go, where, when Horford gets a break, that's probably when Draymond will be coming back in. And there'll be times when Draymond and Horford both sit, and that's where you might see a lineup that has Buttered and Butler and Steph and QP and, maybe Jimmy Butler. You go Buttered and Butler.
Here we go, man.
By the way, guys, really quick.
Yeah.
I know you guys referenced what Woj reported, or pardon me, what Shams reported.
Yes.
About Jonathan Kaminga. Expected, or maybe we'll start. Chris Haynes, senior NBA insider, has reported that the Warriors will indeed start Jonathan Kaminga. That's just what Chris Haynes is reporting.
Okay.
No word, as you mentioned, from Steve. But another big boy in the NBA world saying that is what's going to happen tonight.
Any word on whether or not they're going to let him cook, Grandy?
We're going to find out.
Okay.
Chris Haynes reporting that J.K. will start and get the ball, and only the ball, all night long.
Yeah.
48 minutes of J.K., according to Chris Haynes.
Let him cook.
No, and again, I think there's enough smoke out there to believe this at this point, but Steve Kerr, in his public opportunity, declined to confirm the situation. Still time to talk out a little Warrior season preview with you coming up. As you can hear, we're out here at the watch party, Thrive City, getting ready for the Warriors road opener, the start of the NBA season. At the Lakers in L.A., and all of it all year long will be right here on your home for Warrior basketball, 95.7 The Game. We are sponsored by Moderna, and this is Willard and Dibs.
mNEXSpike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
It all starts tonight. Your Golden State Warriors open the season against the Lakers.
Curry gets an open 3. Look, it's on the way. Tie game!
It's a full season of Jimmy Butler with Steph Curry and Draymond Green.
Back cut Butler. Layup is good and a foul! He got fouled by Dunn!
Warriors-Lakers. It all starts tonight at 7. Pregame starts at 6.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry. You're listening to the home of every Warriors game, 95.7 The Game.
Hi, this is Brian Bakhtiar, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. The fall season is upon us. That means football, baseball playoffs, and kids back in school. At Stevens Creek Subaru, this is one of our favorite times of the year. Fall is also when we get our first rains of the year. And that means dangerous road conditions. That is, unless you drive a Subaru with symmetrical all-wheel drive. Subarus are built for any road condition or terrain, whether it's a drive to the coast or up to the snow. The safest pick is a Subaru.
This month, lease a new 2025 Crosstrek 2.5i Premium for just $238
$238 per month. Just $238 a month for a new Crosstrek from Stevens Creek Subaru in San Jose. 36-month lease. No security deposit needed. $29.95 due at signing, plus tax, license, and registration fees. Includes $85 dealer documentation fee and first month payment. Acquisition fee $650. MSRP $30,177. 15 cents per mile over 10,000 miles a year with Tier 1 approved credit. $300 disposition fee. One at this payment. VIN number S8268128. Offer expires end of month. See Stevens Creek Subaru for details.
On Stevens Creek Boulevard or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. Buckle up and drive safely.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Severe from Vicks.
Sinex Severe Nasal Spray.
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Severe instantly relieves nasal congestion and works 6 times faster than nasal decongestant tablets. The 12 hours of relief allow you to get back to the moments that matter without congestion.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it! Try Sinex Severe from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Oakland, it's the final home game of the season. The Oakland Roots take on Lexington SC Saturday, October 25th at the Coliseum. Stick around for the final whistle for a special post-game performance by Ruby Red and fireworks to close out the season. Get your tickets now at OaklandRootsSC.com. Can't make it? Watch live on ESPN Plus or KTVU Plus. OaklandRootsSC.com. Don't miss Oakland's team, Oakland's movement.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things, like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance.
Financial services.
Insurance.
Financial services.
Now when I say nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide.
Is both.
Nationwide.
Is both.
For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, Dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. I mean, mop drop. A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Shot clock down to 5. Ball to Draymond. Draymond dribbles, gets downhill, beats Towns to the rim, and scores a layup with the left hand. Timeout, New York. The Warriors lead 94-88.
Bay Area is Draymond Green. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Come on, Dub Nation. What are you waiting for? Download that Odyssey app now.
Yeah, Dub Nation.
Oh, yeah.
What the hell?
Download that app, Dub
Let's
Nation.
freaking go.
What are you waiting for? You got a game in an hour
Dude, the
and change.
season is starting. Freaking Lakers.
Dude, OKC's in trouble.
No, they're not. They're fine.
Houston's got them on the ropes. I'm going to say it now. OKC will not repeat. Cuckoo.
Yeah. Warriors about to be a half game up on OKC.
No doubt.
Nobody saw that coming.
No.
Woo!
We got more furniture coming out. There's so many people here. We got bonus couches.
They do. Bring out extra chairs because it's filling up here at Thrive City, and why not? It's a beautiful night. Sure, there's a little chill in the air. It's October, but I mean, absolute sun splash Thrive City. You can hear the music. We got Warrior fans dancing out here. We got the kids in their jerseys. This is going to be a fun night watching the Warriors take on the Lakers. The new look Warriors, they're not that new look, but they're going to be new look. It's a new season. I don't know, man. Let's do this. This is going to be a good night.
No doubt. And, you got the Lakers. You got a rivalry game. You've got the attention of the nation upon you. The game won't start until this game ends, the first of an opening night doubleheader, and nothing says you matter like you get a game, one of only two tonight in the opening night of the NBA season.
You play opening night, you play Christmas, you do that every single year. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. That list today was Nick Friedel and John Feliciano. Tomorrow, it'll be Steve Kerr and Greg Cosell. Hell of a Wednesday. Greg will join us in the 3 o'clock hour. Steve Kerr at 5. So only one place where you get to immediately react to opening night with the head coach of the Warriors, and that's right here on Willard and Dibbs at 95.7 The Game. And we'll also obviously get ready for what will be then happening 24 hours after that, which is right back here to Thrive City and the home opener with Jokic and the Nuggets coming to town. We told you off the top of this week, this is going to be a hell of a week, and it is. It's already unfolding.
Yeah, and you talked earlier in the last segment about teams that are really athletic and teams that are really smart, and I took athletic to mean just like supremely talented, and I think about OKC, they've got both. Houston, I think that they now have both.
Yeah, they got
Denver's got both. And as you start to pick your way through the West, like the Warriors are not necessarily that athletic. They got unbelievable players. They are elite in their smarts, but the teams that really I think are the most dangerous are those teams that have both, whether or not it's championship experience, OKC and Denver, and Kevin Durant on Houston, he brings some of that to them, but there's a lot of teams, I think, around the Western Conference that they don't have both. Minnesota doesn't quite have that yet. They got close last year, couldn't get over the hump. The Clippers are interesting. They're kind of like the Warriors light, where they've got the experience, but they don't have the youthful energy and explosiveness. So going to be a lot of teams that the Warriors don't have the athletic matchup, but they do have the experience, I think, that'll help them.
Halftime of that game one, it is the Rockets by 6. Chet Holmgren, your game-high scorer with 18. Kevin Durant leads the Houston Rockets with 14, but Şengün and Thompson have 10 apiece as well. So those guys are all doing their thing, kind of like Nick in Berkeley, who's next up to join us here on Willie and Dibby. Hi, Nick. Thanks for the call.
Hey, what's up, y'all? Hey, man, I'm really fired up for this season. I just want to say, man, that Kaminga is about to go for at least 20, 24 points, 5 rebounds, a few assists, man. He's about to show out tonight. If he's starting, I hope so, because he, and I just love the way there hasn't been much talk or complaining at the beginning of the season. Let's just ball out and win the whole thing, man. It's time the Warriors bring the title back to San Francisco and Oakland and the Bay. Let's go.
Let's go, Nick.
Let's
Thank
go.
you. Thank you for the call. Yeah, it would be great. And again, those are all the reports that Kaminga is in the starting lineup. It would be great to see this all fit like a glove, everybody to perform at the highest of levels and show out to start this whole season. I'll kind of say the same thing. I've said this through Niner seasons before. I've certainly said it through this Warriors season the last couple of years. I know we love whenever there is a game to sort of look at who we would love to see get more involved. I remember this 2 years ago. It's like, why isn't Kittle more involved?
Right.
And we would say the Niners were 5-0. It's like, why isn't Kittle more involved? And tonight, I get it. I fully understand it. There's nothing wrong with it. If you want to see Kaminga show out, have Kaminga show out. But the whole offseason is over. And for me, this is what it means. It means I get to, in an unadulterated way, root for every ball that is shot by somebody wearing a Warrior uniform to go in. I don't care who does it. I don't care who does it tonight. I care that the Warriors do it tonight. And so that's Kaminga, that's Pods, that's Steph, that's Jimmy, that's Quentin off the bench. It's whatever it is. Buttered. I would love to see the fan base get back to that, being a Warrior fan as opposed to picking out individuals you're rooting for.
Yeah, and you can also root for individuals,
Yeah,
I
do
think,
whatever you
within
want.
the construct. But the Kaminga one is never going to go away. The people who feel like he should be here and he should cook, they're going to want to see him get his opportunity. And it looks like tonight he's going to get the start, and he's going to get the first probably 4 to 8 minutes to go out there and play with the first unit and show everybody in a small sample what he's working with. And, you know, he did have a little bit of an ankle tweak in the preseason.
He did.
It was a small little ankle thing, so if he doesn't look as explosive